cu foc. Când abate pâine care zbate șuile, s-o strânge pe mine, mă plânge cu lacrimi de sânge. Iar dacă ai zări, dacă ai întâlni măicuță bătrână, din ochi lăcrimând, pe câmp alergând, de toți întrebând și la toți zicând, cine a cunoscut, cine mi-a văzut, mândru ciobănel, tras printr-o inel, fițișoara lui, musticiara lui, perișorul lui, ura câmpului. Tunioara mea să te îndori de ea și să-i spui curat că m-am însurat cu o pată de crai pe o gură de rai. Te faci cea măicuță să nu spui drăguță că la nunta mea căzută stea că am avut utaj, braci și pătinași, premuți muți mari, să le miși stele făcălii. oili, bată-mi de pâini, că ai lăsat oili și-ai plecat cu fetele. Și-ai plecat cu fetele, și-ai plecat cu fetele. Eu m-am pornit după oi, duru-duru-duru-du. M-am întâlnit cu un iepuroi, duru-duru-duru-du. Bună cale iepuroi, n-ai văzut un câr de oi. Oi, n-ai văzut un câr de oi. Mi văzut, nu le-am văzut, duru-duru-duru-du. Din păscuțel le-am păscut, duru-duru-duru-du. Prin pârloage tot sărloage, la fântâna lui Iordan, nu mai capte de cârlan, la fântâna lui Gheorghiț, nu mai capte de căpriurudu.
Greetings, esports fans, and welcome to PGL Wallachia Season 6. More Dota coming, and I'm delighted to be your host for this event. And because it's not just about analysis, it's also about entertainment, we've assembled the most mimetic desk of all time. The man that launched 1,000 Pepes and potentially Robert De Niro's love child. We don't know about that one yet. We'll see. Look at that. He does look like him, doesn't he? That is Lacoste. And, of course, Jenkins, not in costume today. What happened?
Man who launched 1,000 peepees.
Yeah, true.
From Team. He's not here.
He's not here.
We don't have PP.
No,
I know that was sad. It's sad. I always love it when he's here. But how have you been? I missed the last one, so obviously I missed all of you guys.
haven't missed a single one, I believe. I mean, Romania does feel like a second home to me. I mean,
it's the home of Dota.
It pretty much is. And the Wallachias, they always deliver with the quality of Dota, with the entertainment and everything.
That is true. Yeah. Well, I'm hoping it's going to deliver as well, because as you can see, we've got some fantastic teams in attendance. This is who's going to be here this time around. I feel like, and we'll talk about this in a moment, the Dota calendar is just delivered in 2025. And you can see as well so many great teams here. We're going to talk about, who we like, who we think's going to do it. But I mean, there's a number of teams that could win this tournament conceivably, right, guys?
There's a lot of juicy ones here.
Yeah.
I mean, I'll list some of my own favorites. Maybe you can agree or disagree, Lacoste. I love MOUZ. Was a huge fan of this roster. I mean, unfortunately, we have a bit of a situation with stand-ins, but the most important thing is Yamich is still there. We still have the Pudge player, expert. The guy that brought Pudge back into the meta. He's still there. Love these guys. I love that they have reinvented Dota a little bit. With Celery coming back, you also have that old, original Gaming Gladiator style that made them so dominant, with some new blood involved.
Yeah.
Yep, there's definitely a couple of teams that I think they could, win the whole thing. Tundra definitely is my first pick, I would say, considering they are coming off hot with their recent victory at the Blast Slam, which was an insane grand finals that they played in. And I think BetBoom Team is also another one. Team that coming into the last couple of tournaments didn't look as strongest, but I think with the addition of Heritage, they definitely look slightly more stable, I would say.
Yeah, I mean, I think one of the cool things that we've had over the course of the year has been, there has been this battle at the top of the scene. We haven't had one team dominate. People have kind of took it in turns, and there's lots of really good contenders. And I'll just toss this out there. I think, as someone that's watched Dota for a long time, I'm sure you guys have as well, I think this has been one of the best years of competitive Dota I can remember. I think we've had lots of really good tumultuous storylines at the top of the scene, epic finals. Blast that just happened. What was
that was insane.
That's one of the most insane finals I've ever seen in any esport, by the way.
You know what I feel like is a very common line now whenever we see a grand finals is this is the best grand finals we've had all year. It's I feel like we keep saying that,
You know why? Because we're
Dota.
stupid. We tend to forget, and
We
we're
do.
easily
We
entertained.
do.
We're like,
True, short memories are a real thing in esports as well. Absolutely, but no,
We are getting old as an audience.
I think this year it might conceivably be true. I think TI delivered as well. So we've had so much great stuff in 2025, and one of the really cool things, obviously, is we've had the re-emergence of Chinese teams, which is always great for the Dota scene. And I think we've got 4 teams in attendance here. So I have to ask the question: is China back again?
They might be. I mean, I'm very excited about Tidebound as a team because they got Shiro, they got Niu. He is one of my favorite off. I think I have like a lot of Chinese offlaners in my like top 5, I would say, because Niu, he did coach Tidebound. He was assistant coach.
Yeah.
And this guy, if you remember 2023 with LGD, this guy had insanely good performances. I remember checking the stats for that DI, and he was always in like top 3, pretty much in every single stat available. This guy was pretty much a godlike player in every single game. So definitely glad that he's back.
Yeah, I think he was like top 10 on the leaderboards too. Like he was one of those people that shot up so quickly. People are like, who the hell is this kid, man? And then we saw a lot of, he did very, very well in LGD. Xtreme, you have to mention as well. Come on.
Yes.
Ame. I mean, Ame is so fun to watch. Like this guy refuses to pick normal stuff. And I feel like for a while, it was a meme, right? You had like Clinton being like, oh no, he's going to pick Spectre. He's going to pick Juggernaut. He would get kind of farmed. They would lose. Obviously, you have the TI Grand Finals type scenario, which did result in...
He got the item nerfed.
He got the item nerfed. He did get the item nerfed, but it has been working. Like the guy will whip out a Clinks randomly when Clinks hasn't been picked in 100 games, and he will completely dominate. So for some reason, it just seems to be working for Ame. He's got this amazing roster around him, and I'm excited to see them again.
Excited to see FY back in the squad as well. He didn't have the most successful 2024 nor 2025, but he joined the team now. We'll see how he's going to be fitting in, but he's kind of joining a very strong team right now. They also did swap a mid laner, so I want to see how that's going to work out because XM, he's a bit of a different player than Nothing to Say. They have a bit of a different hero pools as well. Both of them are kind of toxic in their own style. He's the one's playing Sniper and Vipers, the other one's playing Thinkers. But I want to see if this is going to be a buff to the team and how it's going to influence how they're going to be playing. Again, they're going to be under directors Zhao 8 leadership, so I don't think much is going to change. I think the players who are playing for these type of teams, whenever he is the coach, they need to adapt to his style of playing Dota.
Yeah. Well, I'll stay with you. We'll talk about dark horses. Obviously, we said there's a number of teams in attendance that can win. We highlighted some of the favorites, but obviously there's some people waiting in the wings that can conceivably win as well. And you picked, I think, Na'Vi, which I feel like we haven't talked about them in a while.
No, this team is...
These are insane picks, look.
Yeah, not gonna lie.
You are based for these picks.
Yeah, like, listen, I'm just teeing it up. He can just...
All right, listen.
I want to be clear. I had nothing to do with this image here.
This is a surprise graphic.
These are like real dark horses. We're not talking about, maybe MOUZ is going to win. Because they look like a very strong team. But Na'Vi, this is the old Na'Vi Junior squad. And they are getting better. The results are still not there. But I could feel something that did happen during Wallachia Season 2, with the Heroic, with the Parker, when the team kind of assembled and they did manage to win this one. I could feel something similar could happen, especially because we are on the same patch for a long time. And maybe they need a little bit more time to adapt. Cobra, again, Parker, he did win Season 2. This is not going to be as easy, I would say, as when they were with Heroic. I don't think this lineup has it, but maybe he could because he had one of the best carry performances that I've seen in a while. This guy is insane. Like, he might be, I would say, top 3 most mechanically skilled players in Dota. Something else is not working. We're going to get to that later.
It's just a question of if he destroys the team or not. Like, that's the real question. It's a mental plus attitude plus how does he fit into the roster type situation. I mean, you got Pyke playing in the off lane, right? The previous carry player. I think a lot of people viewed him as the evolution of Parker for a while, and then Parker came back and dominated in Wallachia when he actually ended up winning that. But Pyke going to the off lane, I do question was that his decision, or was that because Peru feels like they don't have enough players that are really high skill, but they've got a ton of good carry players, so some of the carry players are just saying, okay, you know what, I'll go off lane just because there's not enough good off laners out there. How much is Parker being Parker and being like, I gotta play carry. How much is this forcing Pike
I don't
to
think
be
he's
the
stepping
off
down
laner?
here.
I agree with you, Dom. Do you have a dark horse pick that wasn't on the graphic? The incredibly based graphic?
He's gonna say Liquid.
NGX. I think
Yeah.
NGX is. Listen, these guys got what they got top 6 TI, right? Nobody was expecting that.
That's true.
They are missing a key player that they had at TI, of course, GH. Which, but Toby is playing for them now, right? I mean, he was like the #1 stand-in of the last Dota season. So I feel like he got himself into a very good roster. I don't know what
They
more
have
you
a
could ask
carry
for.
player as well. Ghost, even though he was not supposed to be here, he's creeping in with the MOUZ as a stand-in, at least for now. But TA2000, like he had very good performances when he was playing with Omar and Noob back
This
in
is
the
Quest.
days. Yeah, this is pretty much Quest, which was a very, very good team. Like I remember
Top 4.
EWC, what did they get? Top 4 or top 6?
It's something like
But
that.
they looked like they gelled well together,
Yeah.
and kind of glad that he's back in action
So
because
am
we
I.
didn't see too much of him recently.
All right. This is what they're playing for. Everyone at home, this is the prize pool. Obviously, lots of money up for grabs. We love this. We love this for the Dota. scene.
Money.
This is it. You can see that first prize, $300,000, and everyone who attends is going to get something for being here, which is good news for some of the smaller teams that are getting that experience.
Lacoste, if I gave you $300,000 right now, what would you do with it? It's not putting it into cryptocurrency.
He'd buy NFTs.
He would-
Pepe coin.
you can't buy those damn monkeys anymore, all right? I told you stop buying those.
I would spend, I'd say, $250 on my friends and leave $50 for myself.
Look at that.
That's a good
I
boy.
would buy board games, the MTG cards.
I hope everyone at home realizes this is all a persona. He's
Yeah,
a,
it's
he's
fake.
A monster
It's fake.
in the
Nah.
green room. He's a diva. It's terrible to work. Right, okay. Let's take a look at the format. It is, of course, a PGL event. We have the best format in all of esports here when we do the Dota. There it is. Come on, gosh. We're going to have a group stage, of course. This is how it all works there. You can see my favorite graphic, the 16-team Swiss format. It's all super tiny. My old eyes can't see that far, but...
That's what she said.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Richard.
That's fine. Just ruin my segment. Not a problem. Anyway, and then we go into the playoffs. Of course, we've got double-elim, which means that obviously you get 2 chances. You essentially have 2 lives in the tournament. It's not the end of the world if you lose a best of 3 and you go down into there. And then, of course, we go all the way through until we have our best of 5 final.
Yeah, it's just a superior format. I think this one has been, at least for me, for a while. It's just
I
super
say it every
simple.
time I do these events. Like, I would kill to have this in CS, like 100%.
We did it. I'll say it for everybody. We did it first here at Wallachia. We did it first. Every single event in the Dota roster, I'm telling you, next year is going to be Swiss format.
Yeah, well, good.
It's way more intense.
Yeah, it's the superior format.
Yeah.
I agree. This is the schedule. It's a PGL event, so of course we have 2 streams. This is what's going to be going over on the alternate stream. Just working our way backwards. We'll be closing out the day with Heroic versus Na'Vi. Dom's Dark Horse.
That's a good one.
That is a good one. That's a spicy one. We've got BetBoom are going to be taking on Tidebound, Liquid versus GamerLegion. GamerLegion in Dota now, so always good to see new orgs picking up rosters. And then MOUZ versus Raw will be the starting game there. I mean, I agree with you. I think Heroic Na'Vi is probably the game of the day over on that stream.
Yeah, I do like BetBoom against Tidebound a little bit more because I want to see how BetBoom are going to be doing because I was listening to some of the interviews. They were also not expecting to do like as good as they did in the tournaments after TI because they kind of lost their carry player, which was a star player as well at the time. But Kirtich is fitting in well. And again, Tidebound, I did choose them as the potential dark horses of the tournament. This team, you have New, you have Planet, you have White, so you have a little bit more experience there coming out from the TI winner as well. You have Shiro, which is, I would say, the Chinese second best carry. He always delivers in terms of performances. He's very active as a player, which I think it fits in the current meta.
Stream A. This is what we're going to be preoccupied with. And again, I'll work our way backwards because we're going to be starting breaking down one of the games very soon. You can see that we're going to be closing out with Tundra versus Team NGX. There you go. We're going to find out, Jenkins, about your prediction there. We've got Team Spirit versus Yakult Brothers, Xtreme Gaming versus the newly anointed Team Cobra. Don't know how I feel about that name. Maybe workshop that a little bit more, I'd say. But, you know, hey, we all love Cobras, I guess. And then, of course, we're going to be starting with PARIVISION versus OG Esports. So we're going to get a look at P-Vision very early and see what they're capable of.
Yeah, I mean, there's I think quite a few questions that are going to be answered today. P-Vision did not have the greatest performance in the previous tournament that they played, which was the Fisher Playground.
Pouring one out for Fisher, of course.
Yeah. Shout outs to all of them. But I think that OG people are expecting to get smashed by P-Vision. It could go either way, you know. I think OG is a roster that could also surprise people. They've got some.
They could, but you know, maybe now they can because they're under OG's banner. But once they disband, once they get kicked, we can see what this team or the individual players can do.
It'll be individuals.
Yeah, because ex-Noah, he got kicked. Suddenly, I mean, even though he is a player that already has some great achievements as well, suddenly he gets second place at the TI. Then you have Kezu, who becomes a very successful YouTuber after he's not coaching OG anymore. Then you have Ari winning his big first LAN event after also getting removed from OG roster. So
wait, this whole bit is just to make fun of your friend.
Yeah, no, listen, that's it. I love it. Some people would say self-indulgent, not me. Go for it. But yeah, you can see this is the OG Esports roster on your screen. And look, I say this, man. I always feel it's sad to see when OG are beleaguered because they've given so much to the sport, and the org is kind of like interwoven in the fabric of Dota in a really cool way. But yeah, they just haven't. OG fans haven't been eating good for a long time.
Let me make an argument for this roster, okay? Maybe this is like huffing on some copium here, but for a long time, there has been this rhetoric of Southeast Asia has incredibly high-skill players who just need somebody to captain them. They need a leader, right? No Tail, Seb, two-time TI winners, giving the guidance to these incredibly high-skill Southeast Asian players who have played in a region that has lacked this leadership for a long time. This is where they get it. You have these players leaving OG and saying, why did they have success after OG? It's because of the leadership from OG, because of what they learned. And you know, maybe there's some other issues over there going on, but they take these things that they learned, they put into other rosters, and they do very well. This is it. This is the OG that we're back in TI 8, baby.
Let's hope.
I'm gonna press X to doubt, but. We're going to have to see. But this is the roster that did okay. It was pretty much the same roster. They were called, pronounce that?
Aureus.
Yeah, Aureus. And they got 7th place during the Blast Slam. And pretty much they lost Force, and they got Nico, which is kind of insane that this guy, Nico, he plays CS, he plays Dota at the same time as well. So very skilled player. And yeah, I want to see how this team's actually going to do, because I think this type of a team, even though they have high-skilled individuals, they need a little bit more time to gel in. It's a relatively new squad, so want to see how that's going to work out. And they're also going to be playing against a very tough opponent.
Sure, but a good way to cut your teeth. You know, you get thrown in at the deep end, sink or swim, right? That's esports in a nutshell. So I love that for them. Hopefully they can, live up to the OG name. A lot of pressure, a lot of attention. Why don't we do a meta update? I know everyone's sick of this patch. Because we've just been, it feels like we've been on it for ages. I like the Monster Hunter update. I don't care what anyone says.
Yeah, I agree with you. I have the controversial opinion. I actually like the patch.
Yeah, same.
I'm having a lot of fun playing it.
Yeah, no, I actually, I feel the same way. I mean, I know everyone's kind of sick of it and everyone wants that post-TI patch to come out. But I thought we can check in and talk about the meta a little bit, because obviously we've got a good handle on it, let's say, at this point. So what heroes can we expect to see over the course of Wallachia?
I would say the standard ones that people are kind of picking all the time. I would say that maybe I would love some carry pools to be slightly deeper but we can see the heroes that have been played at the International, the most played heroes. I think we're going to be seeing a lot of similar ones. We're not going to be seeing Shaker, of course. This hero has been nerfed, but in terms of the supports...
It's not horrible.
No, it's not horrible. It's still good, but it's not, the Shaker that it was. But I would say the support duo, the Hoodwinks, the Snapfires, we're definitely going to be seeing those. I think Enchantress is the one that we didn't see too much at the TI, but Falcon started to play it again, and the hero is definitely back.
Yeah, I'll throw this out there. Obviously, just a layperson, you guys are the experts. It just feels like Carrie is in a weird place right now. I'd like to have picked Clinton's brains about it and see what he says, because, all the Battle Fury heroes are kind of back right now, right?
Yeah, I think the big one that stands out that wasn't really popular at TI from the carrier role is this Gyrocopter, because Chen is back, and most importantly, Timber is back. Timber was... I don't think Timber had a single win at TI. He was either 0-9 or 0-11.
Because they nerfed the chain, right? That was when they did the bug fix that really hurt the hero.
It was a bug, but people got used to it, and now people are getting used to new Timbersaw, which they figured out the new build with the Tread, Soul Ring, Pipe, Kaya Sanj. Suddenly you have like 5,000 effective.
And everyone's going maxing Q. Literally skipping Timber Chain. It's 4-0-2, and you just can't lane against the guy. You go to lane, he does 1,000 damage to you. You can't kill him because of reactive. It's insane.
Because of that, we're seeing Gyrocopter, because this is the hero that can actually kill Timbersaw throughout the whole game. You have physical plus the magical as
Gyro
well.
and Ursa are like the two big Timber
That's why I was
killers.
wondering if we're going to be seeing more of Luna, because this is the hero that traditionally worked really well against Timber. Problem is, again, she is dealing quite a lot of magic damage, and Timber's rushing pipes, so that's a bit of a double-edged sword right there. Because Luna, I know a lot of teams try to play this hero because it definitely has potential, because you farm so quickly. Aghanim Scepter build with the level 15 talent, the minus 40 seconds on it, allows you to pretty much fight every single minute. But Dota has been, I would say, slightly slower. The average game time in the last couple of tournaments has been around 40 minutes. So you can definitely close it out earlier, but yeah, I mean, in the lane, it's still good against Timber. You have something to break the Timber chain. If he goes for it with the Lucent Beam, a lot of damage overall.
So we can start setting up the matchup. Let's talk about 9 Class. We love to talk about 9 Class, obviously. Just such
for a good reason.
Yeah, wonderful player to watch. So much fun, so compelling, and playing all sorts of heroes, of course.
Yeah, he is. This guy is a menace. He is, I would say, that people have been saying that they played dishonest Dota. We can see some of his most played heroes. Of course, it's going to be Rubik. His Monkey King has been a menace, but we're not seeing these usual suspects that he likes to play. His Terrorblade, his Slark position 4 has been mostly known. I think when he came to the scene, he was playing a lot of Dark Willow. But there's one thing that people don't talk about. It has been posted on Reddit recently, which is like he has 20 win streak on a certain hero, and that's a Nyx Assassin. People are wondering which hero that is. Nobody else wants to touch that hero. Maybe you're going to see some Chinese teams try to pick it.
With the mana burn facet, right?
Yeah. Please don't ruin my pub.
It depends. Like, it's more about the vision, because he's playing this Monkey King, he's playing Slark, he's playing Nyx Assassin. Nyx Assassin has been heavily nerfed. You can't kill the creeps anymore with your Mind Flares, which is a massive nerf, so you can't really jungle. So you're not going for like this Dagon 5 type of a build, but you are providing vision for a team, which in a competitive environment is so much more valuable than in the pubs.
I think 9 Class's hero pool right now is very interesting. I mean, it usually is, to be fair, but like Monkey King, for example, I remember I was watching his stream, and he was playing a lot of Monkey King right before Fisher Playground. So I started playing it. I had like a 70% win rate for a week. Fisher Playground happens, boom, everybody's picking Timber, everybody's picking Mars every single game. Every single time I'm in a game, something is cutting me off the trees.
Yeah.
Like, the Mars on my team is cutting me off the trees. And then I look at 9 Class, and I'm like, this guy's not playing it either. Look,
you need to stay one step ahead. This is why you buy Quelling Blade for yourself. You cut yourself. Yeah.
I think you're right, though, about staying one step ahead of the meta, because, like, he tried it a couple of times. It didn't work out. Obviously, he went back to the drawing board. He felt the same thing that I did, which is, okay, the meta has shifted. Monkey King's no longer good. I still need one of these position 4s that's going to be making space and getting vision, stuff like that. So you said the Nyx Assassin, he has been playing. He has also been playing Slark. That he has a very high win rate on that, something like a 70% win rate. And Spirit Breaker, that's another hero that has been seeing a very high win rate in the
you had a
pro
very
level
interesting talk with us yesterday, so maybe you want to repeat it about the Spirit Breaker again.
Come on, commit it to stream.
Okay, the idea with Spirit Breaker, I'm not going to spill who gave me the tea, because of course a private
Yeah, sure.
What do they say in the news industry?
Oh, it's confidential.
Confidant, yeah. But the play on Spirit Breaker, I've been winning a lot with this, is you stay under-leveled. You use the innate, and you look at your position 5. Once your position 5 is level 2, boom, you start going to get XP from lane. Once your 5 is level 3, boom, you go to lane, you start getting XP. You cut waves until that point, and you just give your off-lane solo XP.
What about the XP rune?
The XP, that it does get complicated there. It does.
Because you can't contest if you're under-leveled.
No, you will get the levels back eventually. You just got to make sure
need to get it.
You got to time it right. You just got to time it right.
That sounds like some janky Jenkins tech. I don't know. We'll see. See if it comes up.
I will tell you that the team that told me that this is a good strat is a team that's winning.
Well, listen, we'll see if it comes out. You're going to look like a genius if you're right, because you said it on day one. Another player to highlight. Why don't we talk about Ducalis? Another player that is versatile, I would say. Yeah,
Ducalis has a very interesting hero pool as well. I think he is playing meta stuff, but he also has a couple of niche heroes. I think Zeus definitely stands out the most. It was something that both him and 9 Class did play a lot, which was a bit of a grief, in my opinion.
And they go Ag Shard and they farm.
Jungle. So somebody's not going to be getting the farm in the jungle, and he's taking some of the safe farm in the jungle as well. But he is very good at playing these Chens. He's playing a lot of Enchantress recently as well, because the hero is back in meta. And of course, I would say Eastern European classics. So you're playing Disruptor, you're playing Snapfire, Jakiro as well. So nothing too crazy coming out from him. I think Oracle is also a bit of a forgotten hero. Haven't seen much of him, so I don't think the hero has a place in meta right now.
Yeah, very niche.
If you have a mid lane matchup where it's very important to know where the runes are exactly, I think that's where it's good. And then obviously you also want to pair it with something that you're saving.
Good old Huskar.
Right? Like Huskar, Terrorblade is all right as well. But yeah, it's he's got a very annoying hero pool. Like no matter what, he'll be picking some hero that is winning lane.
Who do we like over on OG then? We've highlighted 2 P-Vision players.
Let's take a look at Skem's hero pool. Let's do the position 5s versus the position 5s.
Okay.
Skem for me is I remember there was a while where he was playing on North America server. I can't remember what team he was on, but it was back in the day when like NA had actual teams, actual players coming over. Very inventive player. He was like the highest rated 5 position in the entire world at the point. And yeah, right now playing a lot of Chen. I think one big difference is Warlock. We didn't see that on Ducalis' hero pool. This is also something that I'm seeing a lot in pro-level pubs, because there are some off lanes, Timbersoft, for example, that will sit there and just bully you and bully you and bully you and bully you, and eventually you have to leave. It's not like he'll kill you, but it's like if you stay there for long enough, that's how he kills you. And a hero like Warlock, you just sit in lane and say, okay, I'm going to heal Ursa. And then Ursa will beat you and will do fine against you in lane. And then you have this hero that's very strong against it in the game. And Warlock scaling is insane. With the Black Grimoire, you're getting all this extra XP. Eventually, like you win every single team fight because of the Warlock ulti. I'm actually surprised to not see as many other position 5s playing Warlock. Because like I said, it's very popular in pro-level pubs, right?
I think Dom made a good point the other day. It's kind of like because we've been on this patch for so long, I think people are starting to get wild. Like they're just playing it.
Yeah, they're like pro players. They are getting bored. Because we've been on the patch for a really long time. So they're trying to invent new stuff, and it's definitely coming out. You can see with some of the teams, some of the picks as well in the last couple of tournaments. So especially the grand finals of Blast Slam, where we saw like 2 games of Morphling as well. They're playing more like Faceless Void as well. These are some of the heroes that we haven't seen in some time. Faceless Void, sure, with the Helm of the Dominator. But yep, I also want to mention Yopaj. I think this guy has been, throughout his whole career, mentioned as the lane dominator. Like this guy will dominate most of the matchups, and it's very annoying to play for against best laners in the world. He's definitely up there. It's just that as you said, they didn't find much success as their teams. This is also a guy that is not hopping between the teams. He basically played for like 5 teams so far, so he likes to stay in a team, which I really do respect. And I think his performances when he was playing for BetBoom Esports were definitely the peak of his career. He has very interesting hero pool as well. He's playing some of the standards as well. His Templar Assassin, for example, his Ember Spirits, Tiny. Maybe Tiny is not a meta right now, but I could definitely see his Ember coming out.
Yeah, it'd be good to see it. I mean, you know, like I say, I definitely agree with your point. I think obviously you have to try and find ways to invent, even if some of those inventions can be suboptimal. You've got to try new stuff. I mean, that's what makes Dota essentially. And, you know, we might even get a patch mid-tournament. Like, I could see something crazy like that happening, right?
I hope so. I mean, speaking of a patch, somebody that was on the screen, no one, he was telling me, he was like, I think...
Because he's your neighbor, right?
He's my neighbor.
Did you get that coffee?
Dude, we get coffee like every week now. Actually, it started as a joke now. He's actually my friend. It's very, very strange. Great guy though, actually, excellent guy. And he was telling me, he's like, yeah, I think there's going to be a patch. And you've seen these posts on Reddit. People are data mining like the test servers. It's coming. Like they're prepping something. We could legitimately have it before playoffs.
Yeah,
fingers crossed. That would make things so interesting.
Oh, it definitely would. Obviously, as well, you know, I just want to see like kind of the spirit carry through that we've seen for the last few tournaments, where people are just picking like a little bit goofy off-meta stuff and just rolling the dice on it, because it makes the game super interesting. You know, you don't want it to be too stagnant.
But I also like when we're on a longer patch, because people tend to like. It happened so many times in the past where we feel like, oh, we figured out everything.
Yeah.
Then suddenly a team starts playing a certain hero, and you're like, well, how come we didn't come up with this? And then you have another one, because this is what pro players do. Sometimes they are a bit slow picking up on some of these things, and it also comes from. A lot of the ideas come from the pubs. Like I think it was someone from PARIVISION who talked about it. It was either their coach or no one or DM who said that they tend to take ideas from the pubs. You have some like insanely high skilled player that is just spamming a certain hero, like maybe there's something to it. So you take the idea, and then I think the same thing did happen with the green bristleback when it was super strong at the time, where people were like, you know what?
Dota-sama.
Yeah. It looks very good. Let's just try to implement that into some of our drafts.
And I think PARIVISION of all the teams is like the most likely team to cook when they're given some time, and considering how they kind of bombed out of Fissure Playground, they have had time. They have been...
Yeah, I was very surprised by that.
Absolutely
crazy.
Spamming pubs. Yeah, you know, it can definitely happen. You know, like you force, for example, they picked Kez 3 times. They did not win with it a single time. No. You got a young player like Satanic. He's you know, feeling himself. He's like, I'm the best in the world. I'm gonna play this new hero. It's a hard hero, dude. Like, I don't know if you guys have seen, even when I'm watching like pro players play Kez, I'm like, do they know what the spells do? It seems like they're just spamming. Like, don't get me wrong, I don't either.
If it's off cooldown, I click it.
Yeah,
exactly. Yeah. No, but it's true. That was a big shock for me, because I think PARIVISION over the course of the year have just been, again, like one of these teams that have been super close. Like, if it wasn't for 1 or 2 other teams, they would definitely have had like this insane year, because they've been so close to so many competitions. And it's like, you know, they've done that with an interesting combination of kind of like established meta, but also they do throw in these occasional curveballs because they got the players talented enough to roll the dice with them.
Yeah. 100%. There's one other hero that I do want to talk about if we have time, which is the Void Spirit position 4.
Oh yeah.
I think that is not something that fell off like the Monkey King. I think that's something that's very fresh, and like, even though people know of it and they know 9 Class does it, nobody's abusing it except for him, really. So I would love to see that.
That's what I respect about him. He has the idea, and he's going to force it. He's going to make you ban his heroes.
He'll make you ban his
exactly.
heroes.
So,
exactly.
Which opens up the draft so much. Let's say you have to spend 2 or 3 bans on his very annoying heroes, because during TI you had to ban his Monkey King, you had to ban his Slarka, maybe start thinking about the Terrorblade as well, something that was meta at the time as well. So kind of have to figure it out which heroes are left in the pool, because you have a lot of hero specialists on that team. And we do have the draft on the screen. They are going to be removing that super annoying Slark as well. And I think Dragonite, this is the hero that we need to talk about. This hero is insane. Like, this hero can be played from multiple roles. All 3 cores pretty much do play it from the offlane. It's not as popular. I think not many teams want to run it. BetBoom Team definitely will run it from the offlane if necessary. But also a hero that just this is not the most fun hero to watch / play, but it gets the job done.
And it has really cool sets in the game now.
Oh, yeah.
Because he's a dragon.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, monster hunter. It does so much damage in the late game. This is what frustrates me whenever I lose to Dragon Knight. It's like, why is he critting me for 2,000 damage when he also can just be left alone entirely in lane? Like, his early game is so easy, and yet his late game is so goddamn strong. And of course, they go for the Dookie Chen. This is a classic. Would you say this is like his most iconic hero? At least when he came into the pro scene, I feel like everyone knew his Chen from pubs.
Yeah, I would say so. It's just that this hero gives you everything. It gives you super strong laning. It gives you ability to win the matchups in the mid lane because of the mana burn creep that you can send there. Gives you great laning as well, the extra regen, extra armor that you do get. It almost feels like there's no counter to it. Like, I don't think there's a hero that really counters Chen.
Yeah. I mean, especially because, like, Bristleback does have a high win rate against it. If you look at the stats, like, Bristle's decent against Chen because it's very hard to send a bunch of creeps out of Bristle. They're all just going to die to the Quill Spray, right?
What about that creep that does have break?
Exactly. You can get the break creep and you can get the mana burn creep, and he hates being mana burned.
Well, let's talk just a little bit more about Chen. What's going on there? Is it still the kind of you get the aura?
You get all the auras.
Yeah.
It's the same old Chen.
Yeah.
I mean, there's like a couple of new inventive things that people are doing on him. There is the going for the Satyr creep facet and sending the Satyr mid and just constantly mana burning the enemy mid over and over again.
Seen that.
Basically,
I actually think the first time I saw that was PARIVISION.
I saw it during Fisher Playground where it was Monkey King against Queen of Pain matchup, and which is a terrible matchup for Monkey King because you're going to constantly get Shadow Struck, but no mana.
In
Monkey
1, yeah.
You got First Blood on Monkey King because Queen of Pain didn't have mana to actually blink.
It's genuinely toxic to play against. Like, you win any mid matchup. But I would say the more common thing on Chen now is actually going for the Hellbear facet and running the Hellbear in and suiciding in lane, and then you get 100 attack speed on everyone. It's like you just use it to go for a kill. And
You can't kill that. If you see mana burn creep, you're gonna go for it and try to kill it. But if you see a tomato creep, you
don't kill it.
Don't touch it.
But then you're sitting there getting hit by a creep in lane. It's like you want to kill the creep, but you can't kill the creep. It puts you in this weird predicament. So there's basically multiple ways of playing Chen where you just win lanes on a hero that already could win lanes. It's kind of crazy.
It also does allow you to go and play kind of position for Chen, at least lane with your offlaner, because he's such a strong laner that it just wins you the matchup no matter what. And then you can have your position 4 lane with the safe laner, which also does allow you to, like, if it's it depends which position 4 hero you pick. Position 4s don't like to do it buy in sentries, buy some extra region, but if you're focused more on the offlane, if you know your safe laner is going to get farmed no matter what, Chen can be played from a position 4. We saw it from Falcons multiple times in the last few months.
Oh, yeah.
There he is.
Here we go.
That's good. You know, I actually really like Spirit Breaker as well with a hero like Bristleback or Timbersaw, these like very tanky offlaners. Like, sure, you think, okay, dual melee heroes, like, not good, gonna lose lane to any ranged hero, especially like a Chen. You're not laning on Spirit Breaker. You're legit cutting creep waves over and over and over again and just giving the Bristle solo XP. So the question is not like, how are you going to win lane? It's what hero prefers to be given solo XP the most, and heroes like Bristle and Timber are perfect for that. And then the scaling on Spirit Breaker has always been absolutely insane. You just go all of the Windlace items, you go for the neutral items that give move speed, and then eventually you get Yasha and Kaya, and you're one-shotting creep waves. It's actually very easy to get in drums, of course. It's very easy to get to the point where you charge and you one-shot creep waves. So I'm really glad to see it. I was not expecting to see Spirit Breaker come out like day 1 first draft, but I'm very happy to see it because it's dominating pubs.
Ooh, I like this. Right now, they don't have much control with these heroes, so it's going to need to come from their mid laner. They're going to need to come from position.
To be fair, we've seen PARIVISION run these.
But this is
they'll do that.
Very scary lineup already because this is core Undying that is going to be building into auras. We're talking about Crimson, potentially Pipe. You have Chen who's going to be going for the drums, mech, and then you have potentially this Techies going for Solar Crest. So you're going to be having a lot of these items 20-25 minutes into the game. And sure, Bristleback is good to be the frontliner. You have a tanky guy, but also techies. Like, this guy can dispel Spirit Breaker's bulldoze, which is very annoying. status resistance. Sometimes you can't kill it. And
little surprised to see Nature's in for so long. Like very strong hero. I mean, this could be 5. This could be carry.
I don't like it as 5 anymore. I think this
Really?
Yeah, I think this hero needs to be played as a core right now.
Interesting. With which facet?
It depends. I'm fine with both of the facets. It depends on the matchup, but the money bag facet,
Money trees is so funny.
It is funny.
I was thinking that this is like a bit of a bait gyro pick by PARIVISION, like Undying Tombstone, all the Chen creeps die to the flak cannon. You've good frontliners for something.
I would definitely prefer if this was a gyrocopter pick.
But then morphling, I think that's when the morphling response would happen, and then you've morph versus bristle, which is an insane, super winning matchup.
This is a very, very good storm/puck game.
Yeah, there's
PARIVISION.
so
They have no stuns. They actually have nothing other than Spirit Breaker charge.
Any spirit is good here. Like maybe puck is a little better because this is ungankable in the laning phase.
Yeah, you don't care about Spirit Breaker's charge.
Ember as well, the same thing. Like there's multiple ways of disjoining charge. You slide him and it ends. So it's a question of like what do they want to go for? Ember is also a Mage Slayer buyer against Bristleback,
so
which would be pretty good. But I agree, like any of the Spirit heroes, it's just a question of like, okay, hey, no one, what do you feel like playing right now?
How do you feel about Kez in general? Like, because I could feel it maybe come out in this game for Satanic.
I think I personally feel like Kez is a little overrated. It's a lot of people didn't know how to play against it, and people started to kind of figure it out. It's like, I think that's why we saw a lot of Lion getting picked up in the previous 2 tournaments, because you need to just disable him and he dies. He's very, very squishy. Ursa pick, I mean,
it's a good Ursa.
It's a really good Ursa game.
They have no stun. Ursa can literally just walk into a fight, come out. They try to go for Ancient Apparition as a response to all this healing from Undying for the Chen, but I also don't think this hero is that strong anymore. Like, you can sustain through it, especially if you decide to go for some like pipe, any Glimmer Cape as well. These are the items that you want to buy. It gives you pretty much an extra life. But Ursa, he comes in, like, very good matchup against NP. Ancient Apparition is just food. Grid against Bristleback, stacking damage, something that he doesn't like to play against. Spirit Breaker does nothing to Ursa as well. So overall, very good. And their mid laner, Yopaj, unless they're going to be playing this Nature's Prophet from the mid lane,
which is possible. It could happen. I mean, if, like, let's say Queen of Pain gets picked up by PARIVISION, I don't think it's a great Queen of Pain game because you're playing into AA, you want to build lifesteal, yada yada. But if something like that happened, then yeah, you're going to throw Nature's Prophet mid and dominate it in lane. Are we in a classic situation where you know that PARIVISION wants puck, but there's still like Huskar, there's still Monkey King in the pool, like there's still really good answers, Dragon Knight as well. Oh no, Dragon Knight's out, but there's good answers to it in the pool. So you bait it. It's a perfect puck game. Okay, they banned Monkey King. This makes me think they are going to pick puck.
Yeah.
I mean, they had so many options because we did talk about these 3 heroes that could potentially come out. They decide to ban 2 of them, but you're still left with the kind of same issue. This is the situation that I don't like when you put yourself into, where people have other very good, I would say, options that you can really see from far that are going to come out. If we can see it coming, they can definitely see it coming as well. But what's the response? And then you kind of, I would say, waste 2 of the bans, which these 3 heroes kind of do the same thing.
Yeah, they do.
Are very hard playmakers. They deal damage, very hard to kill. And now you have this same issue that you kind of saw it coming, but I don't know if they have a response.
I think I feel like Yopaj is going to ask for like Slardar. There's not excellent synergy with the rest of his team. I mean, it's obviously good. Like Bristleback minus armor plus Slardar minus armor. Nature's Prophet does do a good amount of physical damage with his right clicks. It's not great versus Ursa. Okay, they go for Wind. So maybe they will run the Nature's mid and Wind as a carry, because I know they like to do that as well. Yep, it is gonna be Nature's mid. Okay. So I don't think Nature's dominates puck like Nature's dominates Queen of Pain. I don't think it's one of those matchups, but he is supposed to win that matchup. And then this does give them the carry Windrunner versus Ursa, which until Ursa gets a nullifier is very favorable for Wind Ranger, which is most of the game.
You still die in one coil, one blast from techies. You don't deal that well with the Tombstone either. And you're also going to be playing into techies. Reactive Taser, it does dispel Windrun, which is... I mean, there's a way to play around it, but it's a very, very annoying spell.
I forgot that there's a dispel on that.
Yeah.
They added the dispel. Yeah, it's insane.
So let's quickly grade the drafts. What do you think, Dom?
I do like PARIVISION. I think this is a well-rounded draft that can play extremely fast. It can take the objectives on the map, which I'm really not seeing from OG. It's pretty much the pick-off lineup, so they need to split them up because they have this global presence, which is fine. They can poke from distance. They have two very strong heroes in the front line, Bristleback and Spirit Breaker. You see a hero showing on the map, Charge, AA Blast, Nature's Prophet deeping in, so you can definitely be getting kills that way. And they're gonna try to split them up because they see that PARIVISION is very strong, grouping up as 5, 2 items on Ursa. They go for Roshan, they go for Tormentor, try to snowball.
I'll ask our commentators as well. We can get them up on the big screen. It's Cinderin and Sons fan. How are you doing, guys?
Hello. How are you?
Look at the energy just pumping out. I love that. I love that for you, Sons.
Thank you. I appreciate it. Good to see you again.
Yeah, you too, man. Let's grade the drafts. What did you think? Which one do you like better, guys?
Radiant.
That's one way to put it.
Whoever picked the new techie set using the Monster Hunter terrific event that we have going on here in Dota.
I think it's amazing, Sons. What's wrong with you?
I'm not being sarcastic at all.
No,
Wow.
That's not like you at all. What do you think, Sin?
About Monster Hunter or about the draft?
I mean, listen, if we want to make it a Monster Hunter segment, go for it. Like, I'm down.
I like the Atlas. I think it's very beautiful.
Yeah.
And great job with it.
And about the drafts?
Who cares? Nobody cares what Cinderin thinks. Let's be real here.
Shannon, tell everybody about the spider.
We don't have time for that.
I will tell
we
you this.
might.
I'll keep it simple, Richard. I think Lacoste is very smart and said the very correct things about how these lineups play and what needs to happen. But for me, it's not really so much about the drafts. I just want to see if this OG team is up to snuff as a unit, right? I want to see them play tight. I want to see them play at a high level. And then the picks to me are secondary. I just want to see them show up in good form and finally perhaps have a good start.
A good early test for them, guys. I'll let you do your thing. See you later.
See you, and hello to everybody else. Welcome to our first best of 3 here at PGL. I can never pronounce Wallachia correctly. Everybody looks down on me when I try to pronounce it correctly, but I'm just a pleb American, so what can you do? Cinderin, now you can finally answer the question.
Yeah, now that we got rid of them, now we can talk about it. No, like I was saying, I think Lacoste made some good points here about OG needing to play fast and play skirmishy by nature, using Spirit Breaker's biggest strength, of course, which is just the ability to traverse the map really quickly, combining it with AA and Prophet to find picks.
Whoa. Blast off early on to Skem. Good body blocks as well from 9 class, and this is going to be first blood. Only question is who takes it home, and it's going to be no one on Puck. That is probably the last hero, if you're OG, that you would want to give that first blood to.
Yeah, I'm curious to see this mid lane play out now, because if this is slightly Prophet favored on paper, you give Puck that first blood, and it's probably a break even at this point, I would imagine. So that's already good news for the side of PARIVISION. And this is obviously a team that a lot of people have finishing in a high position in this tournament. So want to get off to a good start against what should be one of the potentially easier matchups of the tournament on paper here, playing against OG. I'm kind of curious to see if PARIVISION are going to show up in top form. You know, just come on in and show, you know, why they were getting top placements or even winning tournaments earlier in the year, or if they're going to have a little bit of a warm-up period. Obviously, in the Swiss format, you get to lose a little bit here and there, and you might still make it through. The most important thing is getting the 3 wins. But this, on paper, should be one of those series that they just have to look strong in this, right? So we'll see how it goes.
I have high hopes.
Yep. For PARIVISION or for OG?
OG's roster as a
Right.
whole. I think that's the biggest question mark coming into this for them. They have gone through rosters like I go through toilet paper pretty fast if you're keeping up with the lore. But, I mean, the thing about SEA is... That's really deep lore.
I didn't read that part of the Atlas yet.
That's part... Yeah, what character would that be in the Atlas exactly to unlock that amazingly written lore? As Tim's going to take some harassment here. Satanic gets on top of him. Already at half HP, but that charge will get him away just fine. But yeah, panel kind of talked about it a bit. SEA in general has been a region that has been struggling quite a bit, and it does feel like they need a little bit of... I mean, they talked about the captainmanship. If that's even a word, Cinder, I'm just making up here.
Yeah.
Natsumi. Have to hold that thought. Tombstone placed by DM.
He's actually just
And
dead.
He's very dead. 9 class gets credit for that one. Now Skem trying to run away. Gets under the cover of the tier 1. Will survive. It feels like they lack direction. You know what I mean? They have all these really good players, but there's just not enough discipline in the region. It feels like, and that's just me from afar making that statement, that proclamation. But hopefully this is something that works out for them. I can see you really disagree with what I just said.
No. Then I would be saying it. I'm not going to shy away from saying that you're wrong. That's one of my favorite things
That's
to do,
true.
as a matter of fact. Disagreeing with you is a part of the job. My favorite, as a matter of fact.
Yeah, I can.
But you might be right this time. I will say the kill that we just saw down there bottom was actually kind of beautifully executed by PARIVISION. Oh, hang on. Charge in onto Satanic. Oh, who's really in trouble here? Bristol starting to get up some good stacks here, but 9 class.
Bomb onto Niku. He's going to get... Okay, they can get the kill onto Ducalis. It might be a trade, although 9 class taking the brunt of the damage now. Will be a 2-for-0 so far. A lot of low HP heroes on OG. You can see Yopaj making use of that nature's prophet facet. Profit.
Yep,
spelled
getting some of that money. I think Satanic is, you know, obviously the youngest player in the team, probably a little bit. He had his math classes the most recently, so he knew to get away from the quills. The other players underestimating them and actually sticking around for a very nice double kill that they managed to find there on OG. One of the kills going to Bristle, one going to Prophet, more or less ideal in that situation. And they get a nice comeback up there at top. Not only this, but they force techies to TP top, which in turn gives a lot of space down bottom to the Wind Ranger. This lane is unplayable for Undying 1v2 on paper. Obviously, with the early kill they managed to find down there for said Undying, he is going to be okay with getting experience, but contesting CS in a 1v2 environment against 2 ranged heroes is not where Undying wants to be. And unsurprisingly, of course, 9 class will immediately make his way back down there on the techies. It's gonna be greeted by Spirit Breaker, forcing out the Tombstone, and that's the end of that.
Yeah, in terms of the mid lane, that First Blood making quite a bit of difference in terms of the CS right now. 28 and 12 at the moment for no one. And you can see Yopaj sitting on 19 and 1. So a lot of, I mean, of course, he had some action in the top lane to get... I mean, what do you think of the money bags, anyway, that facet?
I don't really know how good it is. It feels like such an inconsequential amount of gold that you get sometimes, but...
Well, charge top.
Better than
Yopaj joining the fray, but Satanic wants to get very aggressive on top of Tim's. They'll be able to take that out, take him out pretty easily with the blast off to follow from 9 class. So 2 dead for OG, as PARIVISION were very ready for that movement.
Yeah, you wanted direction for OG, there's direction from PARIVISION. That was very, very quick response. Just beautifully turned around on that potential dive, stopped it in its tracks.
Yeah, this one's going to hurt as well. Popping the Fairy Fire is Yopaj. Last right click is enough from no one, though. And Skem, I mean, when you have a hero like this AA early on, very hard to fit into the lanes. And when getting chased, has absolutely nothing really to work with. But once you hit that 6, I mean, in theory, very good against this dire lineup with the heals coming out from Undying and the Chen.
It is crazy what clinic no one has put on in mid in this game. Like, it's one thing he's 3-0, right? He's found the kills, but look at the CS. This was a matchup the panel was talking about. This is like, you know, at least somewhat even-ish or maybe even slightly profit favored. He's 39-16 on puck against 19-1 Prophet. It's just mid diff.
Yeah, something like that. That first blood definitely helped a lot, of course.
Of course, like I'm not saying this would have happened without the first blood, but even with it, I was expecting this lane to still go like somewhat evenly, but no one has just been.
He's gonna TP top. He's gonna take out Ducalis. Satanic in a 1 versus 3. Has no trouble going for it overall, but gets the bash though from Tim.
Oh,
Another bash to follow, and Satanic will die. Meanwhile, you can see no one taking care of Skem, but that's just a support as you lose your position 1 Ursa in the top lane. He felt very safe, but those bashes really coming to haunt him.
The trade-off, however, is with that kill mid, no one is going to take a 7-minute mid tower as Puck.
Not bad.
This is not normally. He's 2K up on the Prophet. He is the net worth lead. It's the Puck.
How many money bags will get you back in the game with that?
Let's do some quick math here. What does it say?
How much is an actual money bag? Does it depend?
2 gold per hero level.
That's
Wow.
class. Looks like he's gonna go down. Was getting pretty aggressive on the Natsumi, but
Oh, look who's here.
yep, no
Skem
one
just died to him mid.
against the old AA. Tim's with good bash, but illusory orb with another right click is enough. A mega kill for no one as DM takes a tumble to Natsumi though.
Yeah, get that gold. Check his net worth. Oh, that one was
All right, so what did you say? How much per hero level?
2.
2 per hero level.
Yeah, and you drop.
But each
many-
individual one.
Each individual gold bag is 2 per hero level, and you drop 2 gold bags per. I mean the math on this. I don't know. It's
read it.
It's,
Just read
it's
it.
a bit okay.
Because I'm leaned back right now, relaxing.
Nature's Prophet, passive effect, breakable, yes.
Okay, you don't need to
Whenever
be that
Nature's Prophet kills an enemy hero or one dies within a 750 radius, a money tree is created in their place. Every tick, several bags of gold are dropped that can be picked up by nearby heroes. The amount of gold is equal to a multiplier of the slain hero level.
Coil onto the Wind Ranger. They've already taken out the big fat cow, also known as Spirit Breaker, so 2 dead for OG.
Tick interval 1. Tree spawn delay 2. Gold bags per tick 2.
And
Tree duration 3. Gold per hero level 2. You can see how I was struggling, right?
Yeah, really
You just look at this. You look at this and you're like, yes, it's gold.
You know,
like how much gold is
I learned literally nothing because I just didn't listen to you.
That's
I don't know
right.
how much of the audience also
I
feels
read the
same.
whole thing and I feel like I also learned that.
I think we all got dumber. That's the brain rot of Dota.
Yeah, that's right.
Reading tooltips.
Oh, Vessel. Well, that'll help
Jackal.
out.
Natsumi with the focus fire right now. DM looks like he's going to take a tumble. But blast up comes up from 9 class. Tims and Yopaj in the area to get those delicious money bags coming out of that tree. I wish there was a stat that showed how much money they've made throughout the course of a game. Because the numbers mean nothing to me.
I think Valve would not put that in because then nobody would take money bags. They'd be like, wow, that was...
What was nerfed with the other one?
The healing was a lot better early on in with the I forgot what the name of the other facet is, but it's the one I take literally every game when I play the Zero because I play support mainly. But the healing was so much stronger when it came out that it was a total no-brainer. In every position of Prophet, you would always take the healing
Nice
on.
A blast on a Satanic.
Oh,
Charge to
charged.
follow.
A bash here would do wonders.
Unable to close the gap too well. The A blast already running out, so Satanic will attempt to run away. Yopaj makes his way over as well. Good amount of damage with his ult with the urn applied. That's actually a Spirit Vessel. And he just dead.
Nice kill.
Very nicely done from OG.
That was actually
Get
super
those money
clean.
bags. He can just buy back and then instantly get his money back here, Sindurin.
He needed that Wrath of Nature to do a ton of damage there. That was really well done by Yopaj, sending it from far away to get that big burst.
Right, well, they disappear.
Yeah.
I don't like that.
No.
I don't. That's dumb.
Yes.
Dumb mechanic. What's the point of that?
It's very unrealistic. If you put a bag of money somewhere in... I guess it technically disappears too, but...
What's biodegradable in this world?
I meant somebody else just picks them up, but you don't know who it was. It's kind of like the...
Sure.
If a tree falls in the forest and no one's around to hear it kind of thing, but with money bags.
Or when somebody listens to you talk, they're not really listening. They just hear
that.
things.
Yes.
Exactly the same.
Okay.
2K lead for PARIVISION as
Smoke
Nico
room.
getting some nice stacks.
Yeah, they're going to be too late. This invasive play would have actually been super good if it came like just 10 seconds earlier. They could have stolen a lot away from him, but I think the job's done.
And they'll leech
Yeah,
a little bit of
that's about
XP. 9 class. Blast off does hit with the sticky bomb to follow,
That's
but
not great.
and 9 class is going to want to die, although does get off a couple mines. Does end up dropping as no one does get bashed up. Illusory ore, but the shackle at the last moment keeping him in place. So a very money bags. But Yopaj, get those money bags for God's sake. You have one job.
That is a failed move and a half. That's basically the entire lead.
That's like 20 gold right there. Pick it up. You call it. Inside of the sprout will be dropping as well. So OG, despite not picking, oh, now they remember, oh, money bag? Okay, yep. Pick
Okay,
those
so
up.
each bag there was 12. So that was like 60 gold.
It's like killing a couple of creeps.
Yeah, it's like 1.5 CS. It's something.
They forgot on the first one, surely.
This is really good news for OG, though. What was starting to look a little bit bad with that 3K lead and the overall trajectory of the game, you slow them down now by killing off the Chen, who's meant to put pressure on the map. Getting the kill on Puck with Windranger was a massive injection of gold.
The
too.
blast is something to truly fear. Places his tombstone, but the Spirit Vessel still applied. Really close. Ticking away ever so
he
slowly.
actually lived.
Will survive. One more right click definitely would have done it.
Yeah.
They might pretty confident that he
It
was
seemed
dead.
like they thought they had him, exactly.
Yeah.
They could have definitely got in another swing, but afraid of the rotation, of course. 9
Blast
class.
off again. 9 class. Mine's placed. Not quite enough. Actually,
Oh, beautiful
take that
kill.
back. Tsume does drop. 9 class is eventually the trade.
That is well worth it, and yes, that deserves a Poogie with a heart on its back.
So what is that considered? It's not a sticker. It's not really an emote. It's like a cross between.
I thought like it's a pig.
Yeah, not literally, I guess.
That's a good question. I don't know.
It's something.
Another Valve experiment.
Yeah. Maelstrom now online for Natsumi on the Windrunner.
What if you, instead of Poogie in your base, you had a cat? And you could have a cat tree and you could pet it when you go back to base.
That sounds great.
Yeah.
Pims will end up dropping. Again, the trade, though. And the money bags. Yopaj, pick it up. There we go. Nice.
16 times 4.
There's another money bag. You missed it again. What is this?
I mean,
Talking about discipline with OG. Pick up the money bags.
if that isn't the ultimate illustration of this facet, I don't know what is. I think if we had a stat for how many I think less than half the money bags have even been looted this game.
Probably, yeah.
Stuck around. This is a pretty good Orchid timing. Yopaj has really recovered himself, and that's the reveal.
With the focus fire, big kill for OG, and the money bags raining from the tree, and everyone runs away. Useless! Useless facet!
He's doing a creep camp over picking
What
them up.
is this? How much is this creep worth? 29 gold. Surely those are more than 29 gold. All right.
Yeah, but they don't give experience. Maybe that's what we need. We need experience bags.
I was not expecting to be completely enraged in game 1, but here we are.
Yeah, well, some things are just meant to be.
I guess so. You're talking about petting a cat.
Yeah.
You remember Black and White, your favorite game of all time.
One of them.
Having something like that in the base would be terrific.
And just like in Black and White, you should be able to teach your pet things.
Yeah, you can pet them, you can spank them, which was really satisfying.
Do you think, like in Black and White, you should be able to feed your pet feces and then teach it that it's good to
All right,
eat it?
Cinderin, you're getting a little off the rails here. A blast does hit. Nice nether blast. In addition, no one is dead. That's a huge kill for OG. Moneybags Nico, he remembers, picks them up. Now right-clicks that tier 1 tower.
Probably gone, right? Without Puck, I don't think you stand a chance here. And honestly, the acceleration of profit has been the name of the game here for OG. Yopaj, we were talking 10 minutes ago about how he was getting destroyed mid. Well, how the tables have turned. He's top net worth by 500 now after being down 2K. And his Orchid is just making work.
So easy, these kills with that Orchid. No way to counter it quite yet for Satanic, so another death to his name.
Actually,
he's 0 and 4.
This is such a difficult position for PARIVISION now, because their lineup, the way it's meant to function, is heavily around Puck and Ursa's ability to navigate fights. They just get 100 to 0. The Yule's now on on no one is going to help a lot. But this also means he's going to be really far away from a dagger, so initiation will be tougher to find.
Wait, how close does he have to be for Moneybag Swoop? Wait, does he need the kill? Surely assists count, right? Read it again. Read the whole tooltip.
Hero dies nearby, 750.
Okay, so he just wasn't...
He was not close enough.
No point in him moving, you know, 100 units to make money back.
I don't think it made a difference. They wouldn't have noticed them anyway. Oh, here we go. 9 class.
He is dead again.
I don't know, man.
OG keeping up the pace.
I'm just looking at this on like a, let's say, a theoretical level of how the lineups interact. I think the Radiant lineup's actually pretty far ahead right now in this game.
Another Orchid. There's the Yules though to counter. Counters the charge as well. No one. You lose your orb. The Wrath of Nature was ridiculous amount of damage.
There's
as
the
more
bags.
money bags will be dissipating into the Nether Realm. 4K lead for OG.
And nobody, I mean, let's be honest. If you found like a little pot of gold lying around in the river, you also wouldn't go and get wet.
No, definitely not.
You would leave it out there.
That's true.
Yeah, I'm trying to look at this from the perspective of PARIVISION of how do they bridge the gap between this and when Satanic actually becomes a threat. Because now that there's all this, there's Ice Blast that's a problem, there's Charge and Spirit Break also that's a problem, and the Orchid, you need to...
There you go. They're going to bring everybody to try to take him out. 9 class will die just being nearby, but they'll still take it 1 for 1. Feels like anytime PARIVISION has tried to make something work, at the very least, one person on their team dies. DM.
Oh, the
again,
bash.
AA blast. Yeah, the charge pushed them a little bit out of range.
That actually saved them.
Oil. Essence Ring pop, though, as Yopaj. He'll be able to walk away in all likelihood. Satanic. Spirit Vessel again applied.
Oh, he froze!
He did.
He's dead.
He's going to get shackled to the Sprout. The Hand of Gaben is not enough. So another death to the Ursa. 1 and 5 on Satanic.
Yeah, that's a player that you very rarely see that scoreline on. So that's also cause for concern here. I mean, it's one thing what the game state is, it's also what is your team used to happening, right? Like, this is a team that very heavily in their late game relies a lot on Satanic just becoming a monster and truly carrying the game in a lot of their games. It's just not going to happen here. Like, Ursa's matchups aren't even that good. The panel was talking about the Wind Ranger matchup. I think AA and even Spirit Breaker is actually super annoying for Ursa to deal with. Because it's hard to use Enrage effectively when there's a global hero that can always just come in for a chain stun. You kind of need to use it premeditatively, but what if Spirit Breaker just isn't going on you in that moment? Then right after, he has these 2 BKB piercing abilities. It's yeah, it's tough out there. I'll be honest with you. I thought this game, after the first 10 minutes, I thought PARIVISION would be coasting, but they're just getting owned.
Easy kill onto the Chen. 9 class in the vicinity as well. Gets a nice blast off. It's a decent amount of distance. It's enough to get away. But Nico now leading the way in this mid lane. And we'll see what OG want to do next. Got to clear some mines. Skem will just tank it with his body. Tim's onto the high ground he goes, gets a nice bash on the Satanic, but does end up dropping. But they have the Orchid applied, but no follow-up right now, as no one takes care of Skem pretty easily. It was a 2 for 1 to start in favor of PARIVISION. But Chen even back online now. OG misstepping just a bit, but...
Feels like it's been forever since PARIVISION got any meaningful trade, but that time around, at the very least, they do kill the 2 supports. And you can see no one changed his prioritization. He had the Parasma queued up, but he's switching over to the Dagger, probably recognizing the fact that it's just too difficult for them to find the types of fights that they want. And yeah, even though you do get those 2 kills, you're still going to lose the major objective here. Tormentor, oh, that's a pretty nice one to get on carry Wind Ranger, in my opinion. The Gale Force here, very nice against Ursa. It's not the best against Pucks. I assume that's a little bit of a silver lining, but Ursa and Undying just getting pushed around, super annoying for those 2 heroes.
Yeah.
Charge. No one. He's going to cancel this, obviously. But you might get ulted from the high ground.
Nether Strike does hit. Do they have the follow-up? Gets off the phase shift. Wrath of Nature, not going to be in vision in time. And in the smoke now. PARIVISION looking to get a little bit aggressive.
Yeah, this Undying Lotus Orb can play a really key role here. If you manage to bait out an Orchid on your Ursa and then you save him and turn the fight around, might be what they're thinking about, but well, they're going to find 9 class and he's dead in the blink of an eye.
Yes, indeed. 9 class dies, Skem follows suit, so a 1-for-1 to start things out. Nico trying to take care of that tombstone. Gets soul ripped though, now he's slowed to a crawl. He's getting stuck inside creeps, nowhere to go. Bristleback dies. Ducal in the meantime getting right-clicked by Yopaj from the low ground. No one trying to take care of the Nature's Prophet in turn. Gets the Yules off to cancel the TP as Satanic
that's
just
a perfect
dies
Ice
to
Blast.
Skem's ult. And it looks like Yopaj will be the trade. It did require the buyback, like you said, onto AA. Natsumi, nice shackle onto 2. Nether Strike to follow. No one is dead as DM left to his own devices. Has that blade mail up, but continuing to getting bashed now as Natsumi might want to re-enter the fight as DM. Pretty low on HP. Will get slowed just a bit. They should be able to finish this undying. And that is death number 3 for DM. Who's now
he's
alive.
alive. He never died. Nothing happened.
A very back and forth fight there.
Yeah, pretty scrappy, but all in all, it's another death for Satanic. You just keep slowing down this Ursa. His game is not really improving. And this was in spite of Nico, in my opinion, just making a clear mistake there, trying to take down the tombstone by himself. He's Bristleback. His attack speed is pretty low. There's obviously going to be a Soul Rip coming out, so he kind of just wasted 5 seconds there on the tomb, but the full-on result, when all is said and done, is still quite
Satanic, oh
fine.
my god. How often do you see an Ursa melt that fast?
I mean, I love this support duo, I have to say. I think AA Spirit Breaker together in this patch and playing the map like this is incredibly powerful. Just having this global threat. Prophet is the icing on the cake, but not really necessarily a requirement for this to work the way that it has. Just makes it obviously a lot better. I'm not going to say Prophet hasn't done anything in this game, because obviously he's been owning it up. He's 12-2 and 7, but you could imagine a lot of the kills that did happen were possible in theory without him. Just Ice Blast, 2 Spirit Breaker spells, and you know, any core as part of that play will get it done. Of course, Prophet with the global teleport is
Don't forget those
S-tier
money
carry.
bags as well.
Yep, that's right. Glad we mentioned those again. Bring them up again soon.
Oh, we definitely will. Now we'll have the full Mjolnir. And the question is, when is Satanic getting a BKB?
Yeah.
So he went for the blink after the Battle Fury, has Mithril Hammer, but still so far away from finishing the BKB.
He needs 2.5 minutes of uninterrupted farm, pretty much, and he'll have it. But we'll see if OG can challenge him once more. Obviously would like to put their Aegis to good use. They have 4 minutes on that. On Natsumi, who is also close to a BKB of his own. Decent item this game. You're against Puck, you're against techies. It's not like an outstanding game for it, but the X factor of it this game for me is that it protects you against an inevitable nullifier coming out from Ursa. Although that's not really a primary concern now. In theory, it would be later, but you're seeing Satanic is eyeing up an MKB as his alternative solution.
This is one of the fastest BKBs on Spirit Breaker I think I've seen. It's kind of insane.
Love that item on that hero. I think people probably default to Shadowblade a little bit too often. I think there's a lot of value to this. It guarantees your Bulldoze has full duration when you have BKB. You're not just going to get Yuled and lose that ability. You can, for that reason, more or less guarantee 2 charges in a fight. You might soak up some damage, and therefore you're also, it's like pseudo protection for your team, actually, that you have BKB. If you become a target, that's generally really good. Spirit Breaker is, it's a special support in the sense that it's very tanky, and when you do get to this point, I find this to be one of the best heroes in the game, honestly. It just doesn't happen very often that you have this good of a time, but when you do, the payoff is just massive. Having this targeted BKB piercing ability, having a frontliner.
Ducalis mega dead.
No way. We didn't really talk about this. Ducalis has an insane win rate on Chen on this team. Like you remember that tournament where they went like 9-0 with it, right?
Yeah.
On PARIVISION. I believe that was actually a LAN win. Haven't really felt it this game. They haven't got to use what Chen is good at, and we're approaching the time now where that window has closed anyway. So how is he going to find impact in the game going forward? He's got the drums pipe, which obviously is nice, but ideally you wanted to put those items to use now to start hitting tier 3s, or at least, you know, take the tier 2s out at the very least.
Oh, 9 class. Felt the tingling. I've been there.
Tower's gone. Natsumi. Well, never mind. He is not quite finishing it, but as good as done.
Yeah.
It feels wrong looking at Wind Ranger with 1 point power shot. It's just something about this just irks me. It is probably the right way to build this as a carry most of the time, like this with Tangled, but it just looks funny. He was 4-0-4 for a while, and it's pretty standard, but this hero used to be power shot, right? Like, no matter which role you played it, you would always max power shot first, more or less. So this is a different take on the hero. Shackle shot. Well,
the phase shift.
Uh-oh.
He's going to use the Yules.
Tim's is fast.
Super fast. Another strike going to be avoided by another phase shift. They catch this pesky puck. No one. Just a little bit of mana left. Should be enough now.
Unsurprisingly, no one is going for a Lincoln Sphere, which is the ultimate solution to Spirit Breaker.
Well, money bag situation about to come to be.
Nope,
oh, never mind.
far.
Out of range now. Good usage from Yopaj on... I thought it was a Hurricane Pike. Was that just a Force Staff from... I have no idea what I'm seeing.
There was no Force.
There's no Force Staff either.
Nope.
Okay.
Probably just
old age. We'll just account.
money bag brain rot.
Lack of money bag, brain rot, more like it.
Oh, it's an E-Blade now for 9 class.
Can you keep track of how much the money bags are worth? I saw 26 when they killed the Chen.
Yeah.
And there were like 6 of them at least.
You know what? I
Decent
can
amount.
keep track of it. Who do you want to know it for right now?
Doesn't anybody. Whoever the money bags.
All right. Well, if they kill Ursa, each money bag is worth 32. If they kill Undying, it's 34.
Well, how many money bags?
5, right?
That's how is that not worth picking up? That's definitely worth it.
Well, you know these pro players, if there's something they do like to do, it's littering.
Nico
is probably fine here.
Yeah, he pops the pipe. AA Blast.
Oh, that is not a good ice
used to full effect. Mostly for zoning, I suppose. OG now disengaging completely. 8k lead, though, for them, as now BKB for Yopaj. Would have had that a little bit earlier if he was picking up these money bags, but leave that for another time.
No, we won't. We'll talk about it every minute, apparently.
Right, come on. I can understand not wanting to go too far to get the money back, because maybe you put yourself out of position, but there's been a lot of instances where you should be walking on top of them. Okay? Who's interviewing them?
This is what this is what the pro players think about the money bags too. They don't care.
But why?
Well, I don't know. You gotta ask them. You gotta ask them, man. That's your.
It's like having a free bounty hunter in your team almost.
Oh, that's.
Even if it's 10% a bounty hunter, that's still great.
Well, yeah. What I was going to say is OG are in a position where they're just clearly favored at this point, in my eyes, to win this game. And it's not just the gold lead, it's more the way they have control of the map, and they are dictating the pace and making all the successful moves. You would think the next Roshan and Tormentor is more or less inevitably going to them unless PARIVISION finds some really clean play with their Ursa BKB. So this is where we get to the point of where we want to see from a team like OG. You want to see the class, right? You want to see them clear this game out, continue to play ahead, and not make a crucial game-losing error, which you were talking about SEA teams and leadership and, you know, having a clear goal in mind for the game. I think in the last year, a lot of SEA teams have got to this point in games against top-tier teams. And then sometimes they just drop the ball, like lose track of what the next logical step is or aren't fully on the same page with what you want to do. This would be a really good showing from OG, not just to win this game, but to do it cleanly from here. That's what I would like to see, is just not have that slip up. That you're almost in the back of your mind, you're kind of like, yeah, it's looking good, but I don't want to hear, I don't want to see the but in this game.
It's a big but, too.
Yep, it is. Had to say it while we were looking at Wind Ranger. Good job to the observers, of course.
Satanic getting charged now. Has the BKB. Knows he's under vision. will
Yeah,
attempt
they're
to get
gonna
out.
commit. Oh well, I
They will
don't.
not. Tim's will
Okay.
run away in shame. As DM, he's leading the chart. He has boots of travel, by the way. I was a little bit surprised by that pickup. Very late in the game.
Yeah, probably just recognizing again
Is it a
the
split push type thing?
not necessarily. It's I guess from his perspective, he is one of the hardest heroes for them to kill with their global pressure, just global ganking lineup. And this way you can potentially deal with the waves a little bit better and still connect with your team and be more mobile in the fights. But 9 class, speaking of mobile, is
Getting healed
very
quite a
immobile
bit
right now.
from DM, as Satanic jumps right on top of Yopaj. Can he actually get the distance needed inside the Sprout? There's another strike to create the distance needed for him to be able to get away. Now DM and Satanic, the BKB is already running out as Nico looks like he's getting some help from Natsumi, who absolutely blows up Satanic. And now DM left all alone, will die. And that is going to be 2 dead just like that. Although the Undying is now available to come back from the fight thanks to the Innate. And no one doing a good amount of damage, but 1 versus 3 at the moment. Blinks to the east, trying to finish off Yopaj. They actually do so successfully. And somehow PARIVISION are turning this. Nico trying to run away, has some help from Natsumi. Question is, will PARIVISION go all on top of this Bristleback? Looks like that answer is yes. Decay on top of him. A couple more right clicks should suffice. Nice heals to slow this down, but Nico does find his way to the grave. Now Natsumi is trying to help out his comrade in arms. He's going to get slowed to a crawl. The Gale Force is going to help a little bit. Now, getting some support from Tims. Looks like it's inevitable that this Wind Ranger will drop. Double kill for DM after dying, and of course having that Innate available can get right back in the fight with that Boots of Travel.
Uh-oh.
And OG attempting to run away. Tims in the base should be fine, but like you said, OG, they lose a lot in that fight. It's only a 2K lead for them now, and that's going to drop even. It might just be an even one.
That was a 6K swing in spite of killing the Ursa. I guess that was a nice little display of the Travels and Undying as well, right? You respawn with your Innate, you immediately return to the fight. I don't actually even think it mattered that much that DM came back, but it does show some of the potential. And now Tormentor as well. All of this was meant to be OGs. They were meant to win that fight after the Ursa kill, a lot of the time at least. Just got out-navigated in the fight, and just so much value out of this pesky Puck in particular. No one playing a great fight there. Just juking and jiving and buying enough time. You outlast the BKB on the Wind Ranger, you outlast the BKB on the Prophet, you get that kill, and you start building up the fight together with the essentially long-range non-commitment artillery, right? 9 class keeps throwing bombs and E-Blaze around. No one keeps hitting spells from far away. It's low risk. And with the Undying rejoining the fight with the Travels. Now Octarine Core as well for DM. It's quite beefy. Low cooldown decay now, 1.5 seconds.
Just needs that Aghanim Scepter now.
Yep.
Is that actually what he's going for?
I don't know. I think
Nothing queued up yet.
I feel like Scythe would be really good this game.
But Ags is
On
cooler.
Undying. But it's not a traditional item for the hero to buy. I just think for their lineup, getting a Hex would be really nice, and I don't think it's the Puck that should buy it this game. I think no one should just scale. He should become the carry of the game. Like he kind of is anyway. It's a good sign for PARIVISION if Satanic can have this bad of a game and they're still in striking distance.
Yeah, he had almost no impact on that fight.
If nothing else, he tanked up a ton of attention and time in that fight, and the full Wind Ranger BKB, I believe. But yeah, this moment now, they smell blood in the water. They know they just won a big fight. They want to keep going after the Tormentor kill as well. What's that got the shard? It was 9 class. So we got the Taser upgrades. Now they can throw that onto the Ursa, which is actually really nice when he jumps in.
Dire are scanning.
Yep, it looks like this is going to be a good old-fashioned Roshoff.
It's a good situation to have Bristleback in your team. He's one of the best smoke breakers in the game.
Yep, and in terms of fighting in the pit, I mean, do you give an advantage to either team?
I really like PARIVISION in the pit. You've got
Tombstone, Coil.
Tombstone, Mines.
Yeah.
You could just get vision with Chen always. It's quite nice. And you can see this perimeter is getting harder and harder for OG to access because of all the mines being placed, so...
No, I think the AA Blast is really the only thing that's truly scary. for PARIVISION. If they force him to whiff that, the fight is so much easier. Easier said than done, though.
It's a good point. If Ice Blast doesn't connect on Ursa, we're reaching a point now where Satanic can actually sustain himself in the fight a little bit, except against Windranger. As the only hero that's a problem for him, and that also more or less soloed him in the previous fight. So if they could somehow get on top of Natsumi and take him out of the fight, I think Satanic can actually just hard carry fights from there on out. There's no other major threats to him. Prophet doesn't have full enough right-click build just yet for that. Bristleback, yeah, it's all right, but I don't think it's enough.
Do you think you need a gem for PARIVISION against the Windrunner Ags? Or Sentry's going to be good enough?
I mean, Dust most of the time will be fine, but I wouldn't mind seeing a gem. I also think they're in a position in the game now where it would make sense to get one regardless. Chen has a slot for it. Well, they have one on Puck.
Okay,
So.
there you go.
They've actually had that for a while, come
Trick
to think of
question,
it.
Cinderin.
Yeah, you got me. I think no one has had this gem for like 10 minutes, actually. I'm pretty sure I saw it in his inventory earlier. I'm like, wait, yeah, they do have a gem. But they didn't specifically buy it for the Windranger reason, obviously. That's just added benefit.
How much do you think they gained off of money bags to get the gem? Because you can pick it up as an enemy, remember?
What do you think about that anyway? Like, why?
It's hilarious. Why
It's
not?
like it feels like Valve designed this facet with it in mind that people were going to be running to the bags instead of fighting each other.
Yeah.
And now they don't even pick up the bags if there's no fight.
Yeah, but that's
It's like
because they're
working
dumb.
the correct, directly opposite way of what they envisioned with the facet.
Yeah, they need to change it so, number one, the money bags stay on the ground forever. Number two, if people continue to not take them, that they should move like those old techies' minds towards you slowly. You know?
I think, knowing Dota players, the thing that they want more so than gaining gold is for the enemy team to lose it. So I think it should be deduction bags instead.
Oh,
So
wow.
every bag you pick up, a random enemy hero loses 20 gold. Trust me, they would be looting every single one if they could mess with the enemy team like
That's
that
true.
instead. It's the same net worth swing, but it's a loss for the enemy instead of a gain for you. That's just so much better.
I think it would be more fun if it was a percentage chance for it to be a negative. That way, you could actually vacuum the enemy into the money bags, and they could potentially lose a lot of gold as well.
Oh yeah, that's a combo.
This is really good game design.
That's a yeah,
Gem on both sides, by the way.
Relic Arena combo if I've ever heard one.
Yeah, for sure.
Vacuum into money bags.
Yeah, I could do that.
That is truly some auto battle stuff that would not happen in a real game.
Yeah, you say that. They've added so many things that you would have sworn they would never have put in.
That's fair.
Like, there's a flying dragon now in the game. Close to some buildings.
True,
I've
yeah.
seen it.
Have we seen it this game?
No, I don't know what's needed to activate them, to be honest. Roshan attempt for OG. Roche belches.
Oh, that is
What
an
happens is
unfortunate
Natsumi
bash.
Coil onto two. He's going to run
Oh.
right out of it with the BKB, but that's a big BKB down now. They do take out
Yopa's
Ducalis,
just
though.
solo Ducalis. He's spawned
Money bags?
up.
That's a lot of money bags.
Yep, that's right. Not
Like,
worth it, though.
seriously. Like, if it's 26 gold, how many was that? Like,
I'll tell you,
7 or
if
8?
it were me, I couldn't help myself there.
Of course.
Those were 34
Oh,
gold
Satanic,
each.
pick up those money bags. Oh, they're disappearing. No! Really sad.
Really? He just left 250 on the ground there.
Legitimately, that was the decent amount of gold, right?
Yeah, I mean,
He's just forgetting.
I don't know. It's the only kill of the fight, though. I don't think calling that a fight really makes sense. Prophet just isolated and killed Prophet off to the side. I actually thought with that BKB, I thought with the BKB forced out of that coil that PARIVISION might fancy their chances going Roche, because it's really, really important for OG to have the BKB on Natsumi in order to teamfight, because that's the way they can isolate and kill Ursa. But with the Chen kill, maybe that was enough to slow down PARIVISION enough to not go for it. But, well, they're still looking at the pit again. 25 seconds on the Windranger BKB. I think this would be a good time to kind of press the issue, but
Yeah.
they're playing it safe. Means everything will be online once more.
Yeah, is there an item that they're waiting for?
I mean, Puck could buy Ags, but won't have buyback then.
DM is Pretty close to BKB.
Panic on Bristle. Is that necessary?
Said Satanic on Bristle?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
I don't know if that... I feel like maybe something to isolate and kill heroes would have been nice here. Like, Abyssal, if you really want to think outside the box, maybe a Hex on Bristle could have been interesting because of the Puck and Ursa matchups. I don't know. This Satanic just isn't doing it for me because I don't think this is the type of fight Nico's playing anyway. Where he's just getting to sit there and actually hit people and stay on top of them, and they're trying to kill him, and he turns it around with Satanic. It hasn't really felt like those have been the fights he's been in so far, so this one doesn't make that much sense to me compared to heavier control items. Let's say that. We'll see it probably being put to use here,
Flash
potentially.
Golem already popped. Oh, that's a big bash onto the Wind Ranger.
Oh,
that is a
cooked.
dead Natsumi, just like that. Big kill for PARIVISION as Tim's.
I mean, this is already a travesty. Get out.
With that BKB, trying to right-click onto DM. He's going to turn the sights now. Decay onto 2. Nico.
Oh,
Gonna
no
be left
bash.
alone by Yopaj. Does TP out successfully, but now that's the death of the Bristleback. 2 for nothing as PARIVISION now.
Yeah, they get Rosh.
They get Rosh, and that should be decent control of the game now. They're back in the driver's seat.
That could have gone even worse for OG. The moment Natsumi is dead, that fight is over. They just have to get the hell out of there. And they do BKB TP out on Yopaj. Fortunately for him, did not get bashed. Otherwise, that would have been all 3 cores dead. But yeah, not really getting much value for their money with this Hex reveal on the Prophet. Now going to lose the Aegis as well. And this is now starting to look more and more like a solid PARIVISION situation. I have a very hard time in Pro Dota betting against Puck late game. I just think this hero is just ridiculous when he gets to this point. And he's close to being maxed out. He's got Parasma, Ags, Lincoln's, Yules. What can no one even do to grow here? Guess you could get Wind Waker if you want to keep your Yules. You could upgrade your Blink, obviously. You could go for a damage angle with your Ags if you want. So there's definitely still plenty of options. And I think that's the biggest thorn in OG's side in this game is they just don't have a reliable way of dealing with the Puck, and they're trying it with the Prophet Hex. Didn't work that time. That's the problem. They have to overcome that. I think until they can find a way of isolating and killing the Puck, they're just going to get kited and eventually lose their fights. Now this.
How do they deal with the Puck? Lincoln Sphere.
Yeah.
You could get Hex and just pop Lincolns with charge into immediate Hex.
Yeah,
but he's been phase shifting right off the bat.
They do have the technical tools to do it, but it is still pretty difficult because it's always going to be contingent on, there's going to be counterplay from the side of PARIVISION, right? You've got Force Staff, you've got Pipe to help protect. Are going to find...
Oh my. All right.
Okay. Well,
Nine class. Only question is, will they pick up the money bags? There
There's
are
no
none.
money.
He's
No
too
bags.
far away. Yopaj again, not activating his facet. Now looks like the big fat cow will be chased and taken out.
Oh,
Inside.
that's
Nice
a
shackle
good
onto 2
shackle.
heroes, though. And
Oh,
the game is
babe.
not enough to save no one. That's one way to kill him, is get a shackle shot off the huge body of DM, who grabs himself into the ally. That made no sense, but DM is dead. Lots of money bags. Nico remembers how to use that facet. He's going to pick up continual money bags. So much gold for Nico. And Yopaj's like, oh, how'd you get so much money?
Ironically, the hero with an IQ of 10 is the one to actually do the smart thing. Maybe that's what it takes. Maybe the other players are too clever, but he's just like, oh, shiny.
Yeah, maybe.
That's Bristleback voice for you.
Sure.
Same accent, too.
Yeah, that's perfect.
Well, can they do anything with this? They got the biggest kill they could possibly find in the Puck, but having the 2 supports dead on the sideline might not be enough. You can see the replay here. Effectively an instant support trade. Scam and 9 class kind of just killed each other. And then this is looking really good for PARIVISION until that beautiful shackle you're going to see in a moment. So the Tim's kill, nice and easy.
Boom!
This is beautiful. Such a nice lineup from Natsumi. Needed to hit that. If it's just undying onto the tree, they lose this fight.
But just pay attention to the gold here.
Yeah.
How much is each one? 52 each? Are you serious? Dude. And Yopaj just completely ignorant to the fact they could have made... How much would the... Okay.
That was like 500 500.
Seriously, that's a lot.
That was 500 gold.
All right, I have not been overhyping this.
It gets better the later the game
Of
goes in
course.
terms of like total value, obviously, but you also get gold faster then. But yeah, I would say in the early game it's like a laughable amount because it's like 1 creep. But now
1 creep to move 100 units. Big, yeah, that's fine. It's still worth it. Do you agree with this? 56% for PARIVISION?
Even like the theory is one thing, but just looking at how this game has gone so far, it feels like just 50-50 to me. Like I think if I can be completely blunt about it, I feel like neither team is really playing their best, which also makes sense. It's game number 1 of the tournament. You're warming up. You're trying to, you know, get off to a good start here. But a lot of the time, the first game just isn't where everything's you're gonna be firing at all cylinders. So. It does mean there's some slip-ups here and there. It does mean it's not flawless play, but...
Well, we have a coil onto the Bristle. Back to Satanic jumping in. Wants to kill off this Wind Ranger. Almost has enough damage, but a nice Natsumi force-step to get away safely. Biko in the meantime taking the brunt of the damage from Satanic.
That time the Satanic dig!
The death of the Aegis right off the bat. No one is extremely low trying to get out. As the BKB popped by DM. Chasing these supports, but it looks like 9 class will be the first to fall as that's a big hex onto Satanic, dies inside of the Sprout. Of course, these moneybags will be completely ignored by OG, but they have a 7k lead now and are winning this fight easily. DM shackled to the tree, and that's going to be the death of the Undying. More moneybags. Yopaj gets one by accident. Can't get farther away from the goal.
Tried to escape. Putting me to shame there. That Satanic usage from Nico is actually massive. It's the first time we've seen it really do anything, but boy, he went from like 10%. They almost had him. He heals up to full. He gets to use his Nullifier. Gonna see the replay here. I wasn't really vibing with this item, but if you find this exact type of fight, it can pay off in such a big way. Look at this. They get him down all the way. That Satanic pop gets a couple swings on the puck. Heals to full, and that is just going to be a wasted Aegis BKB as well from Satanic, and that fight is just over. And as it looks, maybe the whole game, you're going to start buying back heroes. OG get their first lane.
Yeah, it's possible.
They get their second lane.
One nice blast off from 9 class. Oh, he's getting right-clicked easily, though, by Yopaj.
Oh,
and that is the dieback onto the techies now. Big bash onto Satanic. Pops the BKB. The focus fire is still applied. That is the death now of Satanic.
It's over.
A dieback. GG's called. And OG, well, they were ahead early game. Kind of threw it away. Became an even game, and then dominated with this last couple fights to round it out for a Game 1 victory.
Wow, this game was very unpredictable. I gotta say,
the only thing predictable was Yopaj not picking up the money bags consistently.
we went into today, you and I, and we talked about it this morning. Like this series should be, you know, a 2-0 for PARIVISION just on paper, right? Like should be the clearly favored team. OG, of course, a little bit of a mystery right now. How good are they going to be? But that Game 1, a lot of promise.
That's right, Richard.
Thanks, Suns fan. Great game. I mean, we were kind of sat there watching it and obviously listening to the commentary all about the money bags. We love that narrative thread in that game. But yeah, an interesting one. A great start to the tournament.
Absolutely. I mean, this is how you want to start it, especially with the newly formed team. You're playing against one of the teams that a lot of people would say are contenders to maybe even win the whole thing. So showing up strong in this round number 1 of Swiss, definitely very good for them. Game number 1, still potentially 1 or 2 more games, but the way it started was really good. This is something we talked about, that they need to play. They need to try to split up the map for them. Every single time they're bringing in numbers, having this global presence with Spirit Breaker, Nature's Prophet from the mid lane, with the money back fast. A lot of times they didn't even pick it up, but you know, it's idea is there.
Yeah, I mean, it makes sense. There was lots of good little, kind of meta things that were happening across this game. I know we've picked out a ton of clips for this one because we're champing at the bit to, get into some analysis. So who wants to start? Come on. I know you've got loads of analysis.
Yeah, I think the big ones are going to be where they pick up this Orchid on Nature's Prophet, because he went for Spirit Vessel into Orchid, immediately getting 2 big kills on Ursa. There's literally nothing Ursa can do as he's trying to farm this outer ring so he's not showing. But as soon as he shows, there's going to be Spirit Breaker charging in, which does give vision. Nature's Prophet's going to TP in. So there's nothing you can do. Once they initiate on you, you're pretty much dead. And Satanic, he had a pretty rough game throughout the whole game.
He did.
Yeah.
To me, this is a really good sign for OG and OG fans as well, because the way that I looked at this roster, at least from what I saw from how they played, was they were like Falcons, but like a lot slower, where they pick these like 3 really hard to kill cores in the different lanes. They can all kind of scale, but then they would farm the map. I never really saw them play super fast, super quick, but in this game, they were so fast.
Yeah, they were. And the way that it started, he kind of dumpstered this lane. Like Yopa, she was really struggling at the start, but as soon as that Orchid comes up, it means that he can threaten a kill on Puck, so he's forced to buy into Yule Scepter as his second item. And you can see the GPM at the time is pretty much the same, because he's farming the map, he's being very active, they're bringing in the numbers, but Puck, he dominated the matchup, but again, he's very afraid of this Orchid, he needs to itemize defensively. We saw even Lincoln Sphere later on. Sure, you're playing against Spirit Breaker, you're playing against Orchid, you're playing against Hex, so there's a lot of things that you need to kind of remove from the game to have a bit of an easier game so that you can jump in. But there were some insanely good shackles as well throughout the whole game. I think Natsumi played insanely well.
Yeah.
This is not something that we see too much of this Wind Ranger carry, but the hero definitely has potential, as shown in this one.
He changed up the facet too.
Yes.
Before, he was going for the kill shot facet.
Right.
And now he went for the shackle shot facet, and then he went for stats instead of going for points in the power shot, which I think is interesting, because it's like the guy's a Wind Ranger specialist. He's playing a lot in previous tournaments, and then all of a sudden he's changing it up, and like, look, they're winning. So he's clearly been experimenting. But yeah, hitting shackles has never been a weak point for him. Like, he does this in every.
And it's much easier in this game. You do have Nature's Prophet, so you kind of have a guaranteed shackle as well, which means that just pretty simple, easy to execute, sprout into
good
shackle.
synergy.
Yeah, but they also did land some really good shackles at the later stages of the game.
You picked out, I think it was 31 minutes.
Yeah, so there was a point. There was a point where it looked like it was maybe going in the other direction, which once again I think is a great sign for OG fans that they went back the other way, and still OG was able to like win the fights, normally in the late game. In this fight, it was basically 9 class and no one doing an excellent job at kiting. I mean, Satanic, this was an extremely rough game for him. Let's just say it. Like, the guy was feeding off cooldown pretty much, so OG did a really good job at pressuring him, and historically, this is a very hard carry to lock down and get him while he's farming, so they did a really excellent job at that. But, like, just watch no one in 9 class here. Like, Yopaj goes down to 9 class on the bottom with the Ethereal Blade. It's just kiting, and they actually get Natsumi at the end here. And this is the thing. This is what I mean, like, that OG, they play sort of the Falcon style, is you have these really hard-to-kill cores in, like, the Bristleback and the Wind Ranger, even Nature's Prophet, because he gets items, he's going to get BKB. It's very difficult to kill. But there was still situations where P-Vision was able to play the fights well enough to... It took a lot. Like, it's a lot of effort to kill these 3 cores with this amount of farm. They're a good enough team that they can do it, but then OG still, they were able to clean it up after that.
This was the best fight for PARIVISION.
It was.
I would say.
Yeah.
This is the best that they managed.
Yeah, we kind of wondered if it was going to turn at that moment. But as we saw, OG, they weathered that storm. And then we've got the last fight coming in here, which...
Yeah, it very quickly snowballed after this point. And I think the big key here, as Syndron was mentioning during the cast, is...
Satanic.
But the
Satanic
item on Nico.
Not the player.
Not the player, because Satanic was having a really rough game. But turning around, healing up to full HP, and then while doing that, he's also getting focus, right? He's quill spraying the entire time, so doing an absolute metric shitload of damage, focusing who he needs to focus, which is 9 class. Because 9 class was kiting and winning in the previous fight that we just saw. So the target priority was excellent here. Like, you could see that OG basically broke down, like, okay, we lost this fight. The game was going really well. Why did we lose this fight? We lost because of 9 class and him kiting, and he doesn't have that many items. If we just focus him, we can win the fight. They do it. They end up killing Satanic later on in the fight, and it looked amazing from them. I love the global lineup. I feel like this plays into the way that they were already playing, except it speeds it up. So this is perfect for them. I understand the Ancient Apparition now in terms of their play style.
It's not the strongest hero, but it did work out for them. I love the combination between the two supports where they managed to get multiple kills on the side. And Yopaj, definitely a standout player. He was...
Yeah, he wasn't sleeping in this game.
Yeah, definitely
And the
not.
GPM should be higher because of the money bags facet, of course.
So this is what I was going to ask. It's a serious question, right? No memes. Obviously, we know Nature's Prophet, like really good farming hero anyway, always going to be high net worth. How much did the facet play into coming back after that terrible
It's a lot.
phase?
It's a lot of
It's a lot of
money.
gold.
Yeah, right.
Like we saw it, like 50 plus gold at the later stages where you kill 2 heroes. Suddenly Bristleback's the only one who's picking it up, so he's getting like 500 gold from that. Plus he's getting from the kill because he's living long enough. Plus you're going to be getting some tower. You're going to be getting some objective as well.
Yeah. Not to, make excuses for the pros here, because I think there's a level of like, come on, you should go pick up the gold bags. But there's information that we're seeing as spectators that they are not seeing.
Yeah, that's true.
And to me, when you see that they're not going to pick up the money bags and it's only Bristle, why is it Bristle? He's the tankiest hero. He's the hero that if they want somebody to get gone on, it's going to be the Bristleback. To me, it's like, I can see how much these very good players...
I'm picking that shit up. No matter what, I'm getting in the front line. We kill one hero, I'm right there.
But they value the positioning. They value taking the fights that they want to take. They don't want their Windrunner running in, going to get money bags. Oh no, Techie's Ethereal Blades him. All of a sudden, this weird-ass fight starts. You didn't calculate for this, right? So it's like they only run in the hero where you are calculating for a Bristleback to run in and die first. So to a degree, it makes sense. And I just think it's cool how much you can see that they are valuing positioning in these games.
All right, guys, great talking. We have to take a break. So the OGs are playing like the OGs of OG. We're going to see if that continues in a moment.
The new breakthrough and innovative phone with 1xBet app. With 1xBet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
Hey everybody, I am here with the man himself, Natsumi from OG.
Hello.
Welcome my friend from OG. What a thing to say. Pretty exciting stuff. Last week, I think it was, the organization was taken by OG, is that right?
Yeah, last week they announced it on their social media.
Now, does this mean anything to you? Like, because, kind of a big brand, you've been on very big teams yourself in the past, like Talon and other such organizations, but OG is something interesting.
To be part of OG is like a really big opportunity from us, especially C players, to be a part of like EU org. I mean, like OG have Notail and Seb, right? It's like they can help us like from the mentality thing, something like that. It's like compared to the C players, like the Euro players, like kinda ahead.
Oh, okay. Now, we're going to get to that later, but for right now, I did want to talk about your teammates. Now, there's a lot of history on your guys' teams. I think that, Skim and Yopaj were on Shopify Rebellion together, right? You guys have intermingled a lot in C. How did your team form before OG picked you up?
As I remember, it was me, Teams, and Yopaj. Like, three of us wanted to make a stack in C. Then it's like we are looking for position 5 and offlane. And like it was at first it was kind of hard to get Scam because like he still wanted to play in like Europe teams. Yeah. Like NA. But yeah, like luckily we got him and like the Force, the Nico, like yeah, he's a good player also, the Nico. That's why like in C, it's kinda hard to get like good players also.
Yeah. Now, what made your decision for those players specifically? And who was making these calls? Was this you going out and being like, we should get this guy, we should get this guy?
Meet teams in Japoy, it's like and Scam. Like 4 of us already wanted to play on each other, like together. So yeah, we just like find Nico.
Oh. All right. What stood out about him? Why was it good?
I mean, it's like he's kinda good player, so like kinda nerd in the game. Like yeah, I mean, he's good.
Okay, all right. I do ask you this question. I'm sorry, I know that you're new to the squad, but are you afraid of the classic OG maneuver? Do you think Seb's gonna come in and replace one of you, or No-Tail? Do you think that they're gunning for you guys? Has this crossed your mind?
Yeah, I just saw the OG post, like Seb is waiting there to replace someone.
Is this an actual concern, or do you think you guys are solid?
I mean, for me in Dota, I think it's normal, right? They will gonna change something if you don't perform well. So yeah, maybe just keep it in mind. Just perform.
Keep it in mind. Good motivation. All right, so let's talk Wallachia. What do you think about this tournament? Kind of got some big competition. Anyone that you're gunning out for in particular?
Maybe Falcons. I mean,
ooh, that's a big first guy to want to face off against.
Is there a Falcon team here in the Wallachia?
No.
No,
they're not here. So we'll edit that out. Don't worry. Just kidding. We'll be keeping that. So you won Falcons. What about Tundra? They just won. They just beat Falcons. You don't care?
I mean, like the Falcons, like they're just really good team.
Sure.
I mean, when I watch the Tundra Falcons, like they always leading the game 4 and 5. It's like they just threw some plays, so that's why they lose, I think.
Well, last question for you then. How do you guys see yourselves placing in this tournament, and what are your expectations? Because I know this big org comes in, they grab you up, it's your first tournament. Are you putting a lot of pressure on yourselves to do super well, or is this kind of like, let's see what happens?
In the past few days, we don't really have good scrims because in Southeast Asia, like there's no really team practicing right now.
Sure.
So we just like scrim, I think like 3 games. I don't really expect us like high place, but maybe our skills like can get there, you know.
Yeah, secret strats, since people haven't seen your scrims. What would you be happy with? What placement would you be like, yeah, this is good?
For me, I think like top 5-6, not bad already.
Top 5-6, not bad. Hell yeah. Thank you so much for your time. It was a pleasure. All right, and we'll see more from him and OG here at PGL Wallachia 6.
Slacks is right. We will see more of them. And so far, we've been liking what we've seen. A really strong start for OG in a draft that our analysts didn't think was maybe too cohesive, but they made it work. And as we said, weathered a storm from a very, very good PARIVISION side.
Yeah, this is what their draft is made to do. This is not like team fighting draft by any means. It's more focused on the pickoff, and then you take the fight afterwards. And it did work out amazingly for them. I also want to point out that the Spirit Breaker that we're seeing, and we're seeing it on the spoils on different stream as well, but Timothy, he played a very mean Spirit Breaker in the previous game.
It's back. And Jenkins couldn't be sadder about it. It was his secret.
Yeah, it's really too bad. I was hoping that it would be like kind of low-key good and it's not getting any nerfs. It's going to get nerfed. Although not picked or banned here so far.
Can we talk about Kez?
We can. All right, let me do it.
Yeah, go on, do it.
Right,
do it, Jenkins. Be a man. Come on, do it.
The win rate on it was not so good. All right, for PARIVISION in Fissure Playground. But I will say, you know, the fact that they're picking it, to me, is a very good sign. I was talking to No One, my neighbor, of course, and bestie, and he told me that they of course, they have a team psychologist. Every team pretty much.
Who likes Kez.
And he really likes Kez. And no, you know, they're working on their like team psychology right now, and obviously having come off a loss streak with Kez, there's going to be some questions there regarding like, were they forcing it? Who was forcing it? And to me, the fact that they're still picking it is like, okay, they have actually figured it out. They are actually trusting each other as a team, even coming off of a loss against OG, where they're probably expecting to win. To me, like, this shows a good mentality. If they win this, it's very good for them. If they lose, it's going to be complete and utter
I want to
devastation.
hear how you're going to spin it if they lose with Kez.
They're gonna
Blame it on their psychology.
They're gonna bomb out. They're like legitimately like this is a huge test for PARIVISION here. Given the struggles that they've had in the past like 2 to 3 weeks, this is a test.
How do you feel about it coming out first?
I don't know. I don't think this is a first pick hero by any means.
My theory is that they talked about it, and the way that they're going to make it work is that they're potentially going to run as position 4.
Yeah, it's
with 9 class.
9 class, just play whatever. If we don't like it, but I don't. Is this possible? I mean, we've seen crazier ideas. We've seen these position 4 Slarks, Void Spirits, TBs come into play. But I don't know if I like this too much. I also don't think this hero needs to have very good timings. We've seen different builds. We've seen like the Battle Fury build, which I think is a lot weaker than the Falcon Blade into Deso BKB Aghanims or Aghanims into BKB, depending what you need for the game. It always feels like you need to hit that timing, because when you pick up the Deso, it does feel like you want to be joining some of the fights. Aghanim Scepter is the big timing for you as well. But I also seen Kez, when he's shut down, that this hero can't really do much. If you're not
It looks
joining,
so shit.
It looks so bad when you're playing from behind.
It's a very volatile hero, which is perfect for 9 class. He loves that sort of thing. So I'm sure they'll make it work.
I do feel though like there's got to be some limits to what this guy could do. Like, you know, every time a draft goes a bit awry,
okay, so
they just say you play it.
Yeah, it is just Satanic is playing it. It's core, right? Because the Skywrath Mage comes out. I will say I love Skywrath as a hero. I feel like Thompson playing at mid lane. He showed that a lot of people that you can play it in that role. Even as a 4 position, like the Aghanim Shard is very strong. The laning is very strong. However, into Chen Tusk is like very bold. How do you deal with the Chen army at all? How do you lane against a Chen at all? Tusk can save from the Skywrath Mage ult, right? And that's like all the burst that...
There's another save.
Yeah.
I don't think these heroes are going to be dying that quickly, so now you have ways of saving people with the Snowball, Chen heal, plus you also have Abaddon's Shield to remove the damage over time coming out from Kez, and this is one of the worst matchups in Dota when you're playing Nature's Prophet.
It might be the
worst actually, because he can get out of the Sprout, he can get on top of you, he can just charge, he can grab you during the BKB.
Yeah.
It's just like him, Kez, like all 3 heroes are going to be dying to this Primal Beast, and I think they put themselves in a position where this Primal Beast needs to be addressed. It needs to be something, and we're gonna see the Nyx Assassin.
Okay.
Yeah, right at the start of the day.
It's good. Like you have this uncontrollable damage coming up from the Primal Beast, so you need to press Carapace, which is gonna be great. You have, in theory, it works, but if you're seeing the heroes that they do have, this is gonna be a bit of a global presence coming out from them. Now you have 2 supports, Skywrath and Nyx, who can definitely pretty much solo kill any hero except for Abba. It's going to be a lot of damage. Plus, you also have Nature's Prophet that can TP.
Well, you still do have the break on the Nyx Assassin Aghanim Shard, right? So you break and then Sky Silence. Abba dies
before
to that.
Manta style, yeah.
Yeah. Before Manta, he'll die to that. I mean, even if you can stun him, even when he has Manta and you silence him, like you actually have enough to potentially pick him off. Yeah, the Nyx made this draft a lot better for PARIVISION, I will say. The only thing that's now weird is like you have this question of like, is this a Dookie Skywrath Mage? Is it like a mid Nature's Prophet? Are we doing something crazy here with Kez, where maybe it's going mid and it's a Satanic is playing Nature's Prophet? But this is how PARIVISION functions as a team, right? This is their bread and butter. But I will say OG has drafted amazingly so far. Like this is such a good draft.
These heroes are very difficult to kill. Like Primal Beast, he doesn't die as easily. I think you need to bring 3 heroes to actually kill him. Maybe with Kez, Nyx,
Not to mention, you've got the Chen heal in there as well.
Yeah, you have a bit of a global presence as well.
3 saves. Yeah, 3 saves essentially in a Primal
heroes that have pretty high armor and insane amount of HP, plus the Chen behind them with the aura. The heroes are not going to be dying as quickly. And I think once you pick up Pipe, I think this is a good Pipe game for Chen. Against Nyx Assassin, against NP Sky, they're going to be living for a very long time.
So the question for me is, okay, what's a good offlaner for Dookie? Because of course OG also for DM, OG also thinks it's going to be an offlaner. Darkseer would have been great. You create an illusion of the Abaddon. That's very good. Darkseer plus Nyx. This is a very solid combo. And you really want a hero that's like popping off right now. Okay, Enigma. So a DM classic. Also very strong with Nyx Assassin. Just like any stun on top of all the Eidolons in lane. The follow-up stun from Enigma is very strong. I also think Nyx likes to play with heroes that are like sitting in lanes and pushing because he doesn't do any of that. And he wants lanes to be pushed in so he can go and hunt, kill people on creep waves and stuff like that. So
it's the classic lane with position 4 melee with Enigma, somebody who can run around. Ideally, you would want to have Mind Flare being able to kill the creeps so that you can go to jungle. Enigma has the lane near the tower, but that doesn't exist anymore. So he's going to need to be getting XP in some other way, which is not the... I think this hero is definitely one of the weakest, if not like the weakest position 4. But we did talk about his 20 win streak that he does have on the hero, so definitely up to something. They needed something that's going to give them a bit more team fight, because like Kez, Nature's Prophet, Scarlet Mage, these heroes are very bad at team fighting, so they needed to get that from the offlane. And DM Enigma, as you said, it's kind of a classic pick for him. It does give them that team fight ability, something that Abba's also going to be afraid of.
It's control as well.
Yes.
Obviously, you've got 2 heroes that can jump you essentially, so you know, big black hole stops that immediately.
Is offlane Abba like even in the cards here? Could like some Gyro? Oh no, Gyro's banned.
Gyro's banned.
Could some like Enigma counter come out? Okay, so.
Yeah, that's offlane Abba. So you want to have some damage that can actually kill Eidolons. Like when we talk about the heroes that are good against Enigma, Gyro definitely up there. Carry Monkey King could also work because you do have physical damage. Eidolons, they have a lot of magic resistance, so they're still going to be dying to it. And now with the pure damage on side blades, you can still be able to kill those. And yeah, the trap, the silence, traps, it's going to be very good. It's going to give them the jump as well. It's also one of Natsumi's better overall heroes. But one thing I really like in this game, you did mention that you like their draft Jenkins already before even seeing the last pick on OG. This Primal Beast, I believe in this hero. Every single time I see this hero, it does pop off, especially when you pick your supports relatively early on. It can be very punishing. They figured it out by picking up Nyx Assassin. So I want to see, because I haven't seen this matchup. Nyx Assassin definitely not the most popular hero, but could come in handy against
We've seen 9 Class make all sorts of crazy stuff work. So I mean, I'm a believer in him, even if I'm not a believer in Nyx. You know.
For me, the question is like the best Primal Beast mid in the world is Malrine.
Yes,
hands down.
Period.
He invented this hero mid. Can you cut the creep wave, and can you drag it to the creep camps? And that's just my question, is how can you do this against like a Nyx Assassin? I think against Nature's Prophet, you're more than happy in that matchup. But it's just how much can like Nyx Assassin get involved in the mid lane and stop the Primal from just like straight up cutting the wave and giga farming? Because otherwise he's going to run away with the game.
Yeah, I want to see this Primal Beast. I think the hero is going to pop off. And also, this is the overall first pick Kez that I don't believe this hero being first pick by any means. And there's a lot of tanks. Like, there's a lot of survivability on side of OG. I'm going to give him advantage in this one.
I'm thinking about. I mean, I'm not a huge fan of Kez in general. I think I would always vote against Kez. But yeah, I mean, after the first 3 picks, I agree. I think OG has a lot easier to execute draft, and given the fact that they executed something even harder in game 1, I actually have a lot of faith in them.
All right, well, let's get into the action with Cinderin and Sunsfa.
Welcome! Game 2 between PARIVISION and OG's brand spanking new roster. OG already off to a 1-0 start, and the panel said that they like their lineup more, which means this is going to game number 3. Just have to wait for 30 minutes to eventually come to that conclusion. Kez, first game I get to cast of him, Cinderin?
Yep, I was just going to say the same thing. We are going to cast Kez. This hero is a little bit of everything. And
yes,
in my experience, so I find this hero to be extremely hit or miss. So we'll see if Satanic is going to have a better game than game 1. I think if you find yourself in a similar position to what he did in game 1, your hero is going to fall flat on its face. It's a very snowbally hero by nature in the carry position. Yeah, very feast or famine just type of hero in general. You can wait, is that? Oh, never mind. Okay, I just misread that. Okay, we're good. I thought for a second he didn't even have a Dota Plus medal on it at all. So I was like, okay, is this his first game on cast? They're going to first pick it. But yeah, it's going to be my hero to watch for the game because I think most games with this hero will just be revolving around him for better or worse. Either you're popping off and you're really just making lots of plays, or you just become a victim very quickly to the opposition, just taking advantage of your hero. You're very frail. You're very item dependent. Your laning is solid against certain matchups and bad against others. I think this one is actually going to be kind of annoying for him. Just getting mana burnt by the Chen creep is going to be a bit of a nuisance for Kez.
Yeah.
But the Abaddon matchup itself, I think, is okay.
Okay. Well, we get to see the 9-class Nyx Assassin. Been hearing about this quite a bit. Can you explain why this is something that we're starting to see?
Yeah, so, I mean, with Enigma, we've seen PARIVISION be able to play almost any 4 as long as you ban the right carry. So I guess Nyx's biggest weakness is his...
This is going to be first blood, Cinderman. No one will get it. There are no money bags. I won't bring it up the rest of the game.
Wow.
He doesn't have that facet.
Yeah, he took the other one. All right.
I mean, it's going to function pretty similar to Yopaj's Nature's Prophet because he didn't pick up the bags anyway. Okay, last time. Go ahead.
Okay. Nyx's biggest weakness is the early laning stage. It's one of the worst laners in the support position. You're melee. You don't do very much damage. But you can hit this stun, and Enigma is a decent laner, so perhaps...
Second blood grenade onto Natsumi.
He's okay.
Like he will be able to get out, but that is a heavy, heavy HP cost.
What I'm mainly looking for with Nyx is one of two things. Either you need to lane with a hero that's extremely strong, so you can do this, where you can actually fight, and they need to compensate for your weakness, or you need to pull waves. And if you're pulling waves, there's specific support matchups you do not want to face, such as like Bane, for example. That's just going to prevent you from pulling the wave entirely with Nightmare. Something like maybe a Shadow Demon if you get the right disruption. There's probably one or two more that could technically stop you, at least, but those are the big ones. You just need to get levels. Like this hero, if you don't gimp your offlaner too much, I think it has a lot to offer in current Dota. Carapace is good against a ton of heroes, and so is Mind Flare, of course. Now this particular game, I actually think OG have done a pretty good job at picking not very many good matchups for Nyx. I think TA is one of his absolute worst matchups in the carry position. Refraction just ruins your initiation. You do no damage with Vendetta and Stun. She also has the third eye, so she's going to have better knowledge about Roshan, which is sometimes where Nyx can find some interesting angles. You know, you like find a way around and get that key kill that gives you an opening into Rosh, but the other team will always know when that is a possibility. Yeah, it's just a solid matchup, but. It's hard not to be optimistic for PARIVISION when DM is off to a good start on Enigma, though, and you're laning with Nyx to boot. So this should be a solid.
Well, plus it's the second game in a row no one has gotten first blood on the mid lane. Different here this time.
True.
But, he did get off to a very big advantage in the lane, but in the end, it did not go PARIVISION's way. But of course, we'll see how powerful this 9-class Nyx can be, along with the carry Kez. Yopaj taking some harassment from no one, but I think he'll be controlling the runes pretty nicely on that Primal Beast.
No one.
Nico.
Thinking about porting bot. Keeps canceling it.
And still level 3 in this respective lane.
And
Nico does have to be pretty careful.
Well, if no one goes to the creep now, he dies.
Arcane Bolt applied. There's the Aphotic Shield. Already breaks. There's the Echo coming out with the TP on the way from no one. And the Sprout is enough. So no one. Another kill to his name.
Yeah, I don't know if it was on my bingo card that we would get 2 games of profit in a row today. 2 different teams and both times second phased. I think this hero is still really good. Both times, obviously, it's been mid, but part of the strength of this hero is that it can play all 5 positions, in my opinion. At least some of them are better than others, but it's very, very flexible. And so far, so good for both games for that individual hero. Almost Vessel. He's close to it on no one. 5 minutes in, he just needs 600 gold. This is going to be a really quick one. Some decent targets for it. You're against Chen, you're against Primal Beast, who has a lot of health. It's a little bit of extra ways of chipping down Refraction.
You have a Photic shield, though.
Photic is the one counter that they do have.
It's a good counter.
Yep.
Yopaj stuck inside the Sprout, taking heavy harassment from no one.
Wait, oh, it's his Quelling Blade on cooldown.
Super low on HP. The miss there wouldn't have been enough anyway. It does have the level advantage right now on Yopaj.
Yeah, it's usually the price you pay with Prophet. A lot of the time when you're TPing to side lanes for ganks like that, you might lose like 3 or 4 creeps in mid, and therefore the opponent might pull slightly ahead. But like the panel was talking about, this whole pulling the wave and farming double camp shenanigans, I haven't really seen all that much out of it out of Yopaj. I feel like he's not being efficient enough in this lane.
My.
If he
They're go for this, absolutely. Baits them into trying to go for that rune, but no one takes out the Primal Beast. As Skem and Tims will end up drinking buddies. Able to get away safely, at least for now, but Tims finds some 9-class action. Is he actually going to get this kill? No, the wand will keep Tims safe. Back to the base he goes. But rune secured for the side of PARIVISION.
This is a big lead already. Given the lineups and the Prophet plus Nyx factor, you saw what happened last game with Prophet Spirit Breaker.
Yeah.
This is arguably an even stronger version in some situations.
Overrise to start things out onto Satanic. Nico has to be super careful. The Aphotic Shield does not break, though, and Satanic taken out in turn. A big kill for OG, desperately needed at this stage of the game.
Yeah. They gotta... I think, for me, on OG, you gotta have your eyes on Yopaj this game. He needs to come up big. That's why it was a bit concerning to me to see the mid lane go this poorly. I don't think on paper this is how this should be going. Sure, Prophet got a first blood, but he also TP'd for it. I think you need to be able to gain more out of this lane.
A little bit extra movement speed.
Oh, perfect
nice basically gets both of them inside for all intents and purposes. Natsumi dead. Tims will likely follow suit as basically all of PARIVISION are here. That is a kill for no one with a Sprout. And that's a 5-1 advantage for PARIVISION. This will provide a lot of space for Satanic. Get off to a good start. I've been seeing a lot of Battle Fury on the Kez. This looks like a Deso, though.
Yeah, generally go one or the other. These are the 2 build paths that are the most popular. If you do go for the Ags, you generally see 1, if not 2 Falcon Blades. This is one of the only heroes in Dota that still regularly buys this item. There's like a small subset, I would say, of carries that can do it and will do it occasionally. Kez, I think if you don't buy Fury, you buy this every game. I think those are genuinely the only 2 builds I've seen on a carry Kez in high rank. And yeah, the Diffusal, I guess what he's aiming for here, because Battle Fury you could probably get away with when the early game's this good, right? Like your Enigma and your Prophet clearly are having great games, so you could probably play the slower path. But maybe the mindset is just, we're gonna just roll them and play the tempo item. And it's not like you can't farm, right? Because you have this built-in farming mechanism in Echo Slash, so you're still going to... That somewhat resembles a Battle Fury in a way. It'll be okay. You don't fall off. It's not all or nothing. Like, let's say Ursa going Diffusal instead of Battle Fury, and you're like, okay, I didn't get 10 kills.
Right.
Now I lose minute 30. Kez will still... You'll still keep up. It is faster with Fury, but this is still good enough.
And how does he perform late game, this hero?
That's...
Do we have enough data?
I'll be completely honest with you about Kez. I still feel like I've played a lot of games both with and against this hero, and I still feel like I don't really get it. Like, I don't truly get when exactly the power spikes come in and why there are games where Kez just looks absolutely unbelievably godly, and then there's other games where it just falls flat.
Is that not a player thing?
I guess to an extent it's a player thing, but it's also, I think it's also just the hero's design is so, how to say, it's so knife's edge the whole time. You mess up slightly, you get 100 to 0. You press your perfect Mortal Kombat combo with like 7 inputs in 1 second, and you one-shot a hero, you know?
Oh, nice impale from 9 class. Satanic. Looks like he's going to live.
Yeah, 9 class will sidestep. Oh, they're going to turn on them.
Yep,
Profit.
hits too. There's the Echo Strike as no
Oh,
one
no.
TP's in as well. Yopaj, you are dead, my friend. No one with another kill to his name. 5-0 start for this Nature's Prophet.
But that's something I'm expecting in this tournament to maybe get some better insight into. I don't know how popular Kez is going to be. I mean, this game he got overall first picked, right, by PARIVISION. It's just getting a better feel for what teams run it, why. Because obviously we've got some data since it's been in CM, but I also think it's just by nature of how this hero functions, I just think it is a little bit of an enigma, really. Just when exactly it's good. And I wonder to what extent the pros themselves are like, this is such a good Kez game, you know what I mean? Like with a lot of carries, you're like, oh man, I can totally see why this is the carry I want to play this game. Kez, I don't know.
Well, like you said, they first picked it, so he just felt like playing it, maybe.
Yeah,
there was no data.
That's it.
Just bans to look upon. By the way, Midas picked up from Nico. What do you think about that?
I don't love it, I have to say. Well, I criticized his Satanic last game, and then it won them the game, so maybe this Midas will pay off big. My biggest concern here is the pacing. When you go Midas on a Baden and you're playing with Chen, and then your Primal Beast clearly isn't having the best of games, I wonder if you're just going to end up kind of bleeding out while you farm. Like this looks extremely slow from OG. This is not how you play Chen, right? Where your heroes go Midas and you're just playing passive on the map, but I guess by now maybe they've already made the call that we're not going to look to fight much.
Easy pick off for 9 class. That's the second kill now off the back of Vendetta.
Queuing up Dagon. One of the things I really like about Nyx is his build versatility. A lot of players will just default to Dagon every game, but this hero has quite a lot of flexibility because of how Carapace works. Sometimes Yules can be amazing. You can get Force Staff. You can even buy Auras, actually, as a support, if you want to.
But Dagon's more fun anyway, so
yeah, it poses an insane kill threat with Prophet, right? It's just so strong. Those two heroes together can kill basically anybody except TA. I think even a Baden is at risk because Nyx can do so much damage on the opener that you can force Aphotic Shield really quickly. Then you can kill him off after.
Well, Deso almost done for Satanic, and will likely be looking for even more objectives with that minus armor. I mean, they have Enigma and Nature's Prophet, so the push should not be an issue for this team at all. Which begs the question with OG's choices in itemization, it's slowing it down, it seems, with the Midas. How do you defend these buildings going down?
Well, can you?
Maybe that's part of the strat, just not contest.
I think
they're at item 3.
Some of the matchups in this game are pretty tough for Primal Beast. You're good against Prophet, but Nyx makes it really hard if you don't have BKB. You're just going to get Carapest on your Pulverize because you kind of have to go Ferocity, right? The facet for the bigger AoE. It makes it so easy for Nyx to just walk into your ult and just Carapace it and just stop it immediately. He can catch you in your tracks on the charge with the same ability. He can also do it with Impale, as we saw earlier. So it's hard for Primal to look for fights when Nyx is around. And that's just that one hero. Enigma is also quite an issue until even when you have BKB, that can be tricky. And if that wasn't enough, Skywrath Silence, it's not easy. This was a game where Yopaj needed to get off to that hot start in mid and farm up a storm like Jenkins was talking about. Stack the waves with the camps and just double farm. He just didn't do it.
Yeah.
And now, oh, that's a misstun.
Yopaj
He's still
harassed.
dead, though.
Mystic Flare upon him with the...
It's enough.
Okay, that is enough. Ducalis gets the last hit.
Oh, I would love to see Ducalis by Shard here. I'm curious if he does this. He's playing as 5 Skywrath, but he's maxed out Arcane Bolt.
That was a little baby grappling claw there for Satanic. You'll have to use the ult, one of the two, of course, to try to get away. Snowball's coming for him, Nico. joins the party. Nice parry for the time being, slows him down, gets to the other side of the ice shards, and, well, with that last grappling claw, it's enough to get away.
Space.
No.
Yeah, space for this tier 1. PARIVISION, 5K lead in the driver's seat. And likely not going to stop anytime soon. They've obviously spotted this Midas.
Ducalis had the perfect amount of gold for a shard, but he's going Kaya. I feel like shard on this hero is actually very, very good when you're in a position like this. Skywrath's Achilles heel for pretty much the entirety of its existence has been inability to farm. Like, it's always just been so bad at clearing out waves and camps, but during all the downtime in a game like this, if you have shard, you farm quite well all of a sudden. So he could probably exploit this and actually become very rich, but he's going for the Kaya instead. It's more of an early power spike item against the bigger payoff of the shard. Perhaps he's also just hoping to get the shard for free. That's obviously the dream.
Fitty.
Into the pit.
Dota Plus loves PARIVISION this game, number 2.
Yeah, well, it should.
They heard Jenkins and Lacoste, and they went the opposite route.
Yeah.
Pretty good choices. Now, the Roshan should be a freebie for PARIVISION as well.
Yeah, we said it was an analyst panel, but we didn't say what they were analyzing. So.
True. And they're going to force Nico's ult out, and away he goes. Not really much of a threat. Going for the Orchid after the Midas that he picked up. Actually, I think it's done. Is that enough of a kill threat to do much? I mean, you're going against an Aegis now. Your initiation, I mean, Primal Beast does have Blink, but it's Blink without anything else at the moment. Like this is a hero, if there's a BKB hero in the game, first one that comes to mind for me at least, Primal.
I genuinely believe OG cannot team fight until he gets BKB. I think it's not possible. I just don't see the path to success. Your TA doesn't have damage yet because she went Dragonlance into Blink, so there's no Deso. So you're not really bursting anybody. You're not taking that much advantage of drinking buddies either. Abaddon, yes, he has the Orchid as you said, but can't really do the damage himself. And then your support duo is Chen Tusk, right? So yeah, I think you're just waiting. You're playing keep away. You're trying to bleed out as little as possible and get the BKB onto Yopaj, and then in my eyes you get one try. If that fight fails, you probably just honestly lose the game. It's not looking good. They're gonna smoke here and try to catch a moment of opportunity, and this might just work if they run into DM here, who's all in his lonesome. So that will be a nice pickup for them, and obviously the dream scenario is getting the kill gold onto the Primal Beast, since he is spending very valuable time here making this move. And they'll get him.
There is the initiation onto DM. Easy kill. Nico gets credit for it.
That was a nice detail. They went in, they instantly Midas the Centaur creep.
Efficiency.
That's right.
Night Class is going to spot out Nico.
Well, then that Centaur couldn't mess up their play by somehow canceling the Pulverize.
Yeah. I mean, I wonder if... Oh, I was going to say, I wonder if he's going to get the shard on the Nyx, the break, and he already has it, actually.
Yeah.
So they can actually burst the Abaddon.
Do they have a silence? They have Skywrath silence, yeah.
So I mean, silence with break.
Yeah, the two supports can kill Abaddon. That is a rare sight.
It's a cool... I mean, the shard sometimes is useless, right? It's just completely game dependent, but this game, if used in conjunction with the silence...
Yep.
Remember when you could buy Doom? Remember when Nullifier used to mute items?
Oh my god, don't remind me.
You go Orchid Nullifier, and it's literally Doom.
Don't remind me.
Fun times. Nullifier got like 5 reworks. It's actually in a pretty good place now. Old man thoughts.
It's I think Nullifier is a weird item because it's like it feels like there's a position in Dota that likes it and one that hates it. I don't think supports like Nullifier. Like, you never really buy it, and it always messes with you, and the carries are just happy it exists because then they don't get owned by Ghost Scepter and Force Staff, right?
Yeah.
So it almost feels like a necessity that there is an item of this kind, but the build-up is still somewhat weird. But yeah, the current version of it is probably the fairest and best we've had.
I think it's really hard to counter, though. I will say that. Like, is Lincoln's the literal only thing you can do?
Get BKB.
Yeah, but on Necro, you really want to go BKB?
Kind of have to.
Sucks.
DM will get the shard, so unlucky for Ducalis. Would have probably liked it. The Enigma shard is still good. It's you're never unhappy to get this on Enigma.
Well, this will be a nice pick-off for Nico and company. Getting a lone little Skywrath mage.
It's something.
It is. Deso picked up for Natsumi. This is one of the latest Desos on a TI I've ever seen, I think. Mainly because they go for it a lot earlier.
Yeah, it's not that out of the ordinary to go Blink Lance and then Deso, but it's definitely not one of the fastest. Oh, he's being hounded by 9 class here. And yeah, keep in mind, 9 class can always see him in meld.
True.
Because of the innate, the Nixth Sense. 400 radius effectively gem, but
that was
only against
originally,
heroes.
I think, 300 radius. And my god, was it useless. So hard to
It doesn't
use that.
sound like much to give it 100, but it actually is quite meaningful. Everything that has to do with radius in Dota, you know, it's just a formula, Shane. It's just math.
Yep, keep talking about it.
Yep.
I'm sure somebody's getting excited.
Yeah, money bags.
Oh, hell yeah.
Give them some more radius for picking them up and suddenly...
Global range.
Oh, that sounds very fair.
Maelstrom for no one.
Yeah, going a different... Well, I guess it's kind of standard, to be honest. Was there... Did Yopash go Mjolnir last game? I'm trying to remember. I think he did,
but
right?
he didn't go Blade Mill, I don't think.
No, the Blade Mail is the different part, but the rest is pretty standard. Yeah, and the Blade Mail is kind of working as a pseudo, just a deterrent for Primal Beast in the earlier stage of the game, but obviously when he gets BKB, he won't really care about it. And it's also not that good against TA, so honestly, I don't know if no one really got that much out of this Blade Mail in this game, but I also don't know if it's that important, at least for now. He's still going to ramp up quite nicely.
I haven't seen a single black hole this game, actually. I haven't even needed it at all.
No. But I will say OG are doing a pretty good job at just stabilizing, right? Yes, they're behind, and yes, they are losing a little bit more on GPM. But it's not like a total beatdown, where this game could have gone completely out of control if they had tried to take fights they couldn't take. They've made the right judgment call of just playing keep away, and now there is a potential avenue here. The BKB has now come out.
Oh my.
Abaddon with the... Oh, yeah, Natsumi. That's an easy pick. Yeah, Skywrath actually doesn't really enjoy this matchup all that much either.
We'll
Getting
have to get a Ghost Scepter at some point if
it's not the most
wants
fun.
to avoid that. And Satanic about 1,000 away from finishing the Aghanim Scepter.
Yep.
Where would you rate this Ags, Synderen? In your arbitrary tier list?
Yeah. I mean, it's definitely one of the better ones, without a doubt. It's, again, not to sound like a broken record, but when it comes to Kez, I just...
It feels like it's a requirement, though, right? It's more...
Yeah. It's extremely powerful, make no mistake. I just wonder if there are builds where it's not as much of a requirement as we think it is, just because it's feel good, you know, where players want to get it because you're like, okay, now I can use all my buttons more easily, but it comes at the opportunity cost of this 4,200 gold could have been a premier item of another type, right? Where on some heroes it's inherently really obvious why the Ags is valuable in a game. This is just always good on Kez. So do you just have to buy it regardless of matchups when you go at Deso? Maybe you do. Like maybe there's just no discussion and it's that good. But like I said, not really much of a Kez player myself. I think it's one of those things you just have to play some games to really feel just how much this does for you. Obviously, it is very, very good, without question.
Well, things have slowed down a bit here.
Yeah. Again, honestly, this is kind of good for OG. I thought this was going to go worse. With how the first 10, 15 minutes went, this could have easily gone
That's a PGL thing. The Tormentor above the Roche? That's not... I was checking my game. Like, when did Dota update this?
Oh.
That's awesome. That should be in the game for sure. Nice impale onto 2. Tims is dead. Nico already having to use the ult, but of course he could blink away. Unfortunately for Skem, he is in somewhat vicinity of Satanic. Pops his ult, actually. Is that enough to get away? No. Grappling Claw upon him. He's dead. Pulverized, though. This is a little bit of late initiation, but DM is dead, so cannot use the first black hole of the game as Satanic now pairing some. Uses the Raptor Dance, and now we'll be able to clean up Nico. So it was a long fight for Nico's life, and eventually he does end up dropping, but it's a 3-for-1 advantage PARIVISION still. And the important thing for them is Black Hole wasn't wasted, so they'll still have that at their disposal.
Yeah, they might actually go and force a Roche with it too.
Hey, Ducalis, again, feeling the wrath of the TA.
It's finding a couple of picks on him. He was having a clean early game and then has bled out. Effectively half of the enemy's kills are on the Skywrath Mage, but they're not really that consequential. Now he's going to buy the Ghost Scepter, so that'll be a solution, at least for now. Yeah, you'd imagine this Roche is just an insta-go for PARIVISION, considering, as you mentioned, the Black Hole being up, but they need to realize it's available first. And obviously OG know, so they can start planning around it. And we did see the promise in that fight, by the way, of the Primal Beast, right? You get the Pulverize onto Enigma, and then you have free roam. There's nothing really stopping you during it if Enigma is taken care of. They couldn't fully isolate Kez afterwards, or it could have got really interesting for OG. But again, if nothing else, it's showing some promise of what their lineup is able to do now that we've got to this point. Oh, he's in there.
Already using the BKB.
This is bad.
Too fast, though. Has to onslaught away, but they do find a little pesky Nyx assassin. Gets taken out quite easily. Satanic, though, again, popping Nico's ult super early as no one will heal him up back to full. Not sure if that was intended. But now OG on the run. Despite having the number advantage, 5 versus 4, the BKB's down. That's a lot of damage applied to the Nature's Prophet, but the Mystic Flare is there to finish off Nico. No one does drop in the end, though, so still 2 dead for PARIVISION. Numbers advantage OG. There's the first Black Hole of the game. It's going to get canceled as Yopaj getting extremely low. Satanic grappling claw upon him. Yopaj dead. Natsumi killing some neutrals in the meantime. I believe this fight has potentially ended.
Pretty much flawless spell casting there from Tims, but not enough. He got the snowball into canceling the Black Hole, he got the punch to cancel Raptor Dance, and then he pulled away the Primal a little bit with Drinking Buddies, but it's not enough. And this will indeed be the Roche now for the side of PARIVISION. And the big difference maker there is the BKB of Primal was wasted, right? Like, if he has this in this situation, and it wasn't used on that initial chase down around the enemy secret shop, perhaps this is a totally different story, but obviously PARIVISION are jumping on that opportunity knowing that BKB is down. And in fairness, it could have been even worse for OG, because I think the overkill on no one with the Orchid was pretty much... He didn't die by much there against the Bloodthorn. So they might have not even got the Prophet, and it would have been real bad. Now,
are you safe? You're in your base. Are you safe? Grappling Claw, Satanic, Echo Strike. Bow. Skem will live. Okay, Satanic. Are you safe now? You get punched into the air. We'll be fine. Has the Aegis, of course.
This is
Natsumi,
all over the place.
Considerable damage to no one. Yeah, very chaotic fight to start things out. Looks like he wants to use the Aegis, and OG are happy with that exchange. DM, though, coming in from afar. Still 68 seconds for Black Hole, though. So Aegis consumed basically for nothing, and with that, OG full team smoke.
They found 9+. And the bigger one.
Onto Enigma. DM is dead. Trample does finish the job as Natsumi. In the midst of all of this, Mystic Flare used as well, but not that much damage. Tims does die to the hands of Satanic. Impale. Borrowed time from Nico. He's going to turn his sights onto no one and said will heal up as a result, but now he's getting melted by Satanic. No one drops shortly after, though. Lots of back and forth, tons of trades in these fights. Not a clean fight for either team. Who came at it advantageous this time around?
This feels like a good OG trade, right?
Yeah,
Easily.
like
they gained 2K. They... I mean, they're kind of getting there, and this is where that whole Kez thing is going to start coming into play for me, where you saw in that fight, Satanic, he stays alive, but the output just wasn't really there. If you have to use your stuff defensively on Kez, the fight was kind of just a little bit of a mixed bag where, yes, he does some damage, but he can't truly commit because the threat of getting hit by a stun into just TA mauling you is a bit of a problem. So effectively, you had to TP in the Prophet there, and he becomes a lightning rod, and no one ends up sacrificing himself. So it wasn't ideal for the side of PARIVISION, and I do want to commend OG a lot on their ability to find DM. I think that's been the reason they're still in this position in this game where it's definitely within striking distance of winning the game. Is these 3 times that they've got DM as the entry into the fight. Right. If they don't kill him first and a black hole comes out, I just don't see it, you know? But done a good job. It's going to get harder now. DM has the Lincolns now against Pulverize. We get another Tormentor for the Radiant. This one will go to Kez. So now he lifesteals from the Impale of Kazurai Katana.
Interesting.
And also he can stun with it.
And of course, let's add more mechanics to this here.
Yeah.
What can't he do? He has a silence, he has a stun. He has damage.
I'm trying to put myself in the position of a player that is new to Dota. What hero do you think is more difficult to understand, Invoker or Kez? Because I think it's Kez.
I actually think it's Kez as well.
Even though Invoker has 10 spells.
Yeah, but all the spells are very simple.
Exactly. This is just very, it's just convoluted. There's a lot going on, and it's not. I also think with Invoker, part of the reason it's easier to learn is that it's very distinct what's going on, right? It's very visible. Chaos Meteor, Ice Wall, all these spells, they're very distinct. You can see them in fights. Kez is just like these little Raptor Dance you can see, and Echo Slash you can see, okay? But all the little details can easily get lost.
Well, we're stuck with him for now.
Yeah, when is the last time a hero was removed? That was in Dota 1.
Dota 1.
In... I'm trying to think
You
what
mean
the last...
permanently or just for a while? Because Wraith King was removed for a while, remember?
Oh, that's true. Yeah.
For ceremonial purposes. Or Skeleton King, sorry.
I'm trying to think who was the last hero to be removed in Dota 1.
Are you talking about permanently or they?
Yeah, permanently.
Oh,
a hero that was put in the game and then was then deleted.
I could not name one.
I mean, Gambler might be the last one.
Oh yeah, I forgot about Gambler.
He might be the very last one.
Yeah, what a stupid hero. Scat initiated on by 9 class. No one makes his way over as well. An eventuality.
Making them work for it.
Yeah, he's pretty freaking fast, but guess who's faster? Satanic and his 20 abilities at his disposal. He's almost done with a Lincoln Sphere.
Yep.
And I assume DM was all... Oh, he's actually already finished one. All right, so Pulverize is going to be a lot harder to pull off. Tim's inside.
A snowball.
Sprout. He has the Ghost Scepter. Buy some space. Nice snowball to the north. Punches the creep in frustration. DM kills him off. Yopaj, though, finds a little 9 class action. Lawsuit.
I was just going to say... well, is Takala's finally getting his revenge? No, it's just going to poke. So, I was thinking about, so in late game situations, what Kez is probably the single best carry at is being better at being PA than PA is. He has ridiculous single target burst. So when he isolates a key target, he can take them down faster than pretty much anyone. But in this game, the primary targets that will most likely offer themselves up are TA, who has Refraction, and might get the 25 talent for it to make it even better, and Abaddon, who you have to silence to kill. So as far as Kez matchups go, I think OG really understand what this hero does late game with how they've drafted this to try to give themselves core matchups that are not the most obvious for Kez to kill. So perhaps this won't be one of those like super explosive late game Kez performances, but maybe we won't even get there.
Yeah,
this siege is successful.
Explode as you say that. Rocks are thrown, though, but there's Roche's banner. Now the creeps will be invulnerable, so this tower will fall. 30 seconds for Tims to come back to the fray. Does have his buyback if they want to force a fight. Lincoln's applied to no one, so Yopaj is going to have trouble getting an initiation. But that does mean that, well, it depends on whose Lincoln's that is, actually. If it's DM's, you can technically initiate on top of him. Meanwhile, Nico, his ult was forced, but he does get a kill for it. And there's the pulverized initiation. DM looking for the black hole potentially. He's already at half HP, taking a melt strike. He's ethereal, but he's dead.
This is
Yopaj
real bad.
destroys him. 3 dead for PARIVISION on the doorstep of OG's base, and they are punished very hard.
Oh, that was crazy. Just how much damage and how quickly they went for that play. They got the range barracks, so at least it's something, but I didn't mean it in the sense of, wow, PARIVISION really royally screwed up there, but that was just such a... That fight went south so quickly. It was bad after a second. The moment they got the pulverize off, that fight was kind of over, actually. So got to be careful with that Lincoln's usage. And again, the play around this from OG has been really solid. You see, the moment this gets procced or expires, they just get in there, get a full value pulverize. Enigma is dead, and the casualty, the collateral damage on Satanic got nothing done. That right there is the duality of Kaz that we all love. It's just like,
for sure.
There's fights where you're like, this hero is just the most ridiculous concept ever. And then there's fights like that, where he gets hit by literally anything and just dies and did absolutely nothing. And you know, 7K lead, this late in the game, it's starting to matter less and less. It's they might just get him here.
One?
They
Absolutely.
will.
Huge kill for OG.
Uh-oh. So here's the thing.
And
like,
Roche is up in 20 seconds.
We can look at the numbers all we want. Whenever a fight like this happens, it is going to affect you. Not necessarily negatively in a mental way, but you're going to have to address what just happened and find a solution. This OG are definitely, it's advantage OG right now in terms of just having found a key fight and being able to snowball down lanes and now getting that profit kill too. You can tell they want to go for it.
Yeah, if they scout this out, this would be an incredible Roche take for OG. They have the Deso.
They know it's up, so.
Okay, this is if they can get it cleanly, this would be very big.
Oh, 9 class is dead too.
9 class, it's going to force the BKB out of the Primal Beast. Yules is going to mitigate a lot of this damage, but still the bug has been squashed as Satanic uses 1 skill out of 20 and now will run away.
I wonder what Satanic was even thinking going for a grappling claw there. Like, you're not playing this fight. There's no way, right? 3v5?
He's thinking about going in. They do have...
They have Blink Black Hole.
Yeah, the Black Hole's now up.
I mean, there is no way.
All right, they're backing away, so this will be a freebie for OG, and this equalizes things. Feels like the opposite of last game, where
TA 25 now, so has the refraction charges for a grand total of 10. That is really bad news for Kez, who was already struggling to get through the 6. So Natsumi with a big lead in that department now. And Primal Beast, it's not going to be long before we see that big item that Primals love to get, Refresher. One of the heroes to buy it earliest in general. Sometimes you can even see Primals get Blink, BKB, and then Refresher straight up. He does have 2 intermediary items here with Shivas and Eon Disc. So Yopaj with the Disc, that's some decent protection against getting Black Hole comboed. He can feel very confident with a Refresher that he will be able to get off 2 ults. Octarine Core and Abaddon, man, these items just keep funneling in.
what can they do when DM gets the BKB? Because then it'll be Lincoln's and BKB. Very hard to stop. Blink.
Blink punch?
Punch.
It's still punch.
On the other side.
It's, yeah, they can blink punch. I just realized Ducalis has a meteor.
Huh.
Were they that worried about pushing? I mean, I get the mana efficiency of this item with the mana regen amp and stuff, but this feels a little bit...
Oh boy, Eon Disc does proc. And now the drinking buddies at his disposal to be able to get away, but that's a BKB down now.
He has the
Still
shard,
advantage.
so he could still fight with Refresher Shard if they want to.
That's true.
until he gets the orb that is nice to hold on to. And with Natsumi DD, they might actually still, yeah, they're in there. This tower is, oh my god, that is gross.
Easy pickings for OG. 2K lead now from PARIVISION, was double digits at some point.
I think this would be a great time to see that shift in win rate expectancy if we didn't already, because this has been, we were looking at 75% for Radiant. What was it, like 12 minutes in or something? And yeah, 16 minutes in. That
61
is
now, okay.
Yeah, I don't know if I guess the reason this win probability is the way it is that Dota Plus always really likes Enigma's chances late game, right? As it should.
And it has no freaking clue how Kez works.
It's not part of the math. It's just, it's actually considering it's 39% 4v5, because Kez is not calculated. It loves Enigma that much. But yeah, I think that's a pretty reasonable expectancy. Maybe I would give OG a little bit more edge, because I just think ease of execution is with them.
Yeah, but Black Hole, you know?
Yeah, Black Hole is the great equalizer here, but you have to hit a big one. I don't think PARIVISION have what it takes now, specifically because of Kez's core matchups, to just win a fight head on without a Black Hole. Like, Kez can't just go and assassinate the enemy carry and, oh wow, we just won the fight. Because 10 charges of refraction, you're just not getting through it.
Yeah. Well, 9 class looking for a potential opening. But these refraction charges, like you said, something to have to take into account at all times. Satanic, not quite level 25. What are his level 25 talents, actually? Anything big?
Oh, are they going to try to fight?
Extra Echo Slash would be
They look
nice.
like they want to maybe try to fight here with the Nyx backstab angle.
Drinking buddies onto Natsumi. They get the bash. Okay, there's the pulverize right on top of Kez. Satanic, he's dead.
Disaster.
Right off the bat, he buys back into the game as well as DM onto the high ground. He's super low and trampled down as well. That's 2 buybacks now for PARIVISION, which means OG are getting the hell out. They lose Skem, and if that's it, that would be huge for OG. Nice drinking buddies, trying to save. Nice snowball as well.
Yes,
they still have Aegis for another minute. Natsumi
they both got
gets
out?
off the refraction, gets glimmered to the high ground, should be able to get away as a result.
Okay.
Well, I say that, but Satanic is playing Kez after all. Now they're going to surround tactics on this TA, and they will vanquish the carry for OG. It does cost them a lot.
Yeah, now the challenge for PARIVISION is to get an objective.
Yeah.
Because this does not feel worth it if you don't force either a TA buyback or get a lane of barracks. They do have a mid-wave on the way, but you can see Tim's actually dealt with that and got out scot-free against 9 class. Nicely done. So it will only be the top wave that's the threat. Now, can Yopaj cut this somehow? Doesn't look likely. So I think the top melee is lost, but if that's all PARIVISION get, I think OG will be okay with that. They have a very clear path to victory now. If they kill Satanic,
Actually go for this.
they would just win the game probably.
Yeah.
That's the
Will
lane.
be a set of barracks as Nico
Jesus.
won't be using his ult, so still has that ready.
Do they dare to hit mid? You've got to be cautious here, because if your Kez gets killed again without buyback, it's a scary proposition. He definitely can't siege. It has to be no one hitting the towers every time. Kez needs to play at a safe distance and wait his turn. But I just don't think you can really get more out of this. So it was a good recovery from PARIVISION, to be fair. I thought when that initiation came in and they killed Kez and Enigma immediately and forced the buybacks, that they were going to come out big winners there. When all is said and done, it's kind of even. But now, for the next 5 minutes, you would think that they have the overall map control advantage just from the inherent threat onto Kez. Oh, did he not get clipped by the dust? It was close. He's fancying his chances here.
Right.
Okay, poke.
Eon Disc procs.
Fun stuff.
Very annoying for Tims. The long cooldown. How many do they have? They have 2 right now?
Yeah, they have on him and on Primal. Primal can't afford Refresher. We'll have to drop
What
the
point
gem
do you,
for that.
save for buyback, though.
And you do now. So he's close to having that and buy, I think. Oof. Narrowly escaping potential trouble mid on Yopaj.
No one fully decked out at the moment. Oh, he's going to be spotted though. Gets punched into the air.
Find if they
Still
get him.
inside the shards, attempting to TP out.
Oh,
They have the
butterfly!
damage. No. Away he goes.
I think he evaded 3 attacks there.
Yeah, that butterfly really working out.
Yep. And of course, TA didn't go for the meld bash, but for the refraction, so was not able to reliably interrupt his teleport.
Oh, 9 class. Okay, they know he's here. That's a big Carapace stun, though, as Chen is getting taken out by Noah, but there's a huge heals. He's back to full HP, and now the pulverized right on top of the Nature's Prophet. Gets the Hurricane Pike to the other side, but Noah
DM,
is
not
mega
again.
dead. And Enigma dies as well. Instant buyback, though, from No One. Back into the fray immediately. There's a big Raptor dance, though, used to take out Tims. Nico's already dead as well. He still had his ult intact.
Oh, he got refraction off!
And now Natsumi inside the Sprout will fall as well. So a big buyback. Big deal for No One. Question is, can they get any more? A nice impale, canceling the TP. And that is 4 dead for OG. Again, that did require a buyback. Yopaj now trying to turn the tides. He's using his ult now. I don't think this is going to be nearly enough damage to take out No One. And they're just going to turn the tides onto this Primal Beast instead. And that is a full team wipe onto OG.
My god, how are they getting these results in these fights on PARIVISION? It's kind of mind-blowing, actually. Enigma got nothing off. Kez died chasing down TA. I guess they did trade, though, with Prophet. That's just the power of the buyback, but now you've used Prophet and Kez. So the last 2 times that you've managed to string together a counterplay, it was because of just raw man advantage. Gonna see the replay here. No One is dealing big damage. And Satanic, he goes on the Tusk, gets the Ghost Scepter off. You're gonna see a lot of TA on Kez action here as DM will be killed off first. But keep an eye on that. The dynamic between those 2 carries. I think it's pretty interesting to watch. So Satanic gets off the Raptor Dance here and actually goes for the TA in the top right. But okay, I guess, yeah, we'll see it now. Just narrowly gets off refraction to get the counter kill. But running down mid, second lane now for PARIVISION.
Yep, they're going to give it to them. No One blocked off, though. 4-step to the other side of the Ice Shard. So now they're turning these around onto the Abaddon again. Again, no ultimate able to be used. Oh my, that's 90 seconds for Nico. Cannot buy back.
That break plus silence.
Yeah, that is ruining his life. And now this is going to potentially, if they want to continue.
Oh, that's why I was checking the Nyx. I was like, how did he break him there? There's a Conda on Sky. He can do it himself.
Yeah.
He just does everything on his own.
That's hilarious. Conda.
It's funny how this item, I feel like it almost only gets bought against a Abaddon, honestly.
Yeah, I guess that makes sense.
It means Skywrath can press 1 button and just ruin Abaddon's life.
Yeah.
He has to buy BKB, but the question now is that too little too late? Coming to that realization now, 50 minutes in, you're about a BKB away from BKB here. It's a lot of gold. You would get it from a 1-team fight, but as it looks.
My goodness.
PARIVISION want to go for the killing blow soon. I mean, yeah, this
is just like game 1, but reversed.
I don't feel fully confident that PARIVISION have got this one, just because the nature of the previous fights has been they've won off of extra lives. Now they have an Aegis for that, but they still don't have it on Kez, and it will be in the enemy base if there is a fight, obviously. But at the same time, I got this voice in the back of my mind saying, eventually DM is getting a spell off in a fight, right? Like, he has genuinely almost been non-existent in the team fights the whole game. And it's still looking like they might scrape through. I really thought Black Hole was going to be necessary to win this game, given the core matchups for Kez, but
now it's just a luxury.
The Prophet has been able to really... I think if No One wasn't playing this good of a game, they would have been in serious trouble. So really, honestly, stellar performance from him on the Prophet.
He's running out of inventory slots now.
Yeah.
Eats and Ags. And obviously the BKB in the backpack for the Aegis. I guess Moon Shard is
Yeah,
next.
I was just going to say, do you think Ags is better than Shard? It probably is.
I mean, it's the root, right?
Yeah, it's probably better.
Against Primal Beast, yeah. I would say so.
I'm just looking at, he is the carry of the game, right? He's 50,000 damage. You just want more damage, but...
Yeah, but you're eating a Moon Shard, you're getting half effectiveness, right?
Yeah, it's not that good.
You're getting some good night vision, though.
Oh, yeah.
Wait, do you keep full night vision from it?
I think so, yeah.
Oh, my.
Or actually, maybe you're right. Maybe it's half of both.
Well, I didn't say one way or another. I have no clue. But I'll say. You can say I'm right.
Is it all the bonuses that are half?
Yeah, why don't you Google that? Ask ChatGPT.
I'm just going to read on the item. It should say there. Yeah, it gives half. It actually gives less than half attack speed. It gives 60 instead of 140.
Oh, no.
But the night vision is half as well. It's 200. Not really something you really think about with that item. Oh, he's going to liquidate his butterfly for a Daedalus. It's time for the killing blow, says no one. This is a full-on GG push exchange of items, dropping the butterfly against TA. This is him saying, we can finish now.
Oh, yeah. And he can attack from very far away. Tower already dead. No one. They have that Roche banner down as the siege units have grouped up. Trying to aggro it is Nico. Not doing it successfully, though. Very annoying to deal with, and just the chip damage alone almost taking out the range barracks. There's a pulverized initiation onto the Nature's Prophet. Is this enough damage? Absolutely not. Nobody comes in with Yopaj, and now the Eon Disc procs.
Well, they have to be careful with following up because this time around Enigma was unaccounted for, so they need to not get caught in a black hole when they go for the Prophet. Well, that's the first pulverized BKB and disc out of the window. That's the refresher. Trying to bait anything, really.
There's no one. He's brought down to about half HP. I say that. He's super low. They actually burned the Aegis. And very little used. But there's the DM, BKB, Black Hole. Only onto one. He gets decimated from above. So just like that, the Enigma, just like the rest of the game, completely useless. And now they're going to try to turn their sights onto the Nyx Assassin, able to blink out after the Yules, but the Pulverize finds him. This will be the death of 9 class. So 3 dead for PARIVISION, but of course, the important 2 stay alive.
I finally get a black hole off, and it doesn't matter.
It did nothing.
Oh my god. Yeah, the one hero he caught was the Primal who refreshed his Eon Disc as it happened, and TA got to effectively 4-shot the Enigma there. So, yeah. Still, you've got half a melee Rex left, and I still don't feel like OG are in that bad of a position. Am I crazy for thinking that this is still like a 50-50 game almost?
Yes, I think you're crazy.
I don't know, man. I've just got this hunch. Like, they just need one good moment now. They're definitely going to force buybacks, right? At least one. They're buying the Rapier.
Okay.
Rapier and DD on TA.
Okay.
Hide your kids, hide your wife. This is one of those moments where everything could just immediately be taken out.
And that is the building going down. Roche banner. How did they have one of these? What? When did they get that?
They've saved it.
Is that from forever ago?
Honestly, I don't even remember if they had an Aegis themselves at any point, if they stole the banner.
All right, they get the melee barracks to try to help equalize a bit in this lane. But it's going to be all 5 members of PARIVISION up.
Keeping an eye on the Rapier in Natsuma's inventory, making sure he doesn't misclick this and make it into a casting Rapier. That has happened before.
Of course.
Not to him, but it has happened.
Of course. In the history of mankind, everything's happened, basically.
Thank you for your insight.
Anytime.
Yopaj has enough gold for a Hex now.
This is going to be... well, you don't have to worry about that level 25 Treant of old going for this Mega Creep push. He is TPing into their base pretty... faking it. Yeah,
now,
just an annoyance.
This is a potentially really big item on the way for Satanic. He's going to buy himself as soon as he can here. Because the problem he's had in the fights is that he gets initiated on by literally anything, and he just can't fight his way out of it. This is not a good BKB game. Pulverize, punch, TA. There's no point, right? So you have to get another survivability item now this late into the game, and the Satanic here might be enough that he can turn around once in a fight when he becomes the target. So I think PARIVISION would be wise to just buy time for that, just chill, and get there. Would you believe it? I can't believe DM has this in his quick fight, really? Kaya Yasha Enigma. He wants to cast Black Hole faster.
Yeah, very important.
This is where, like, do you not play Refresher? Is it just a one-hole game? Like, can you never get 2 black holes off? Can you never, like, buy an Eon disc maybe then?
I think 2 times 0 is still 0, so...
He did remove it from his quick buy. I personally think Eon disc is the best item here, actually. Right.
Yeah, I could see that.
He's been struck, because if you think about it, the last fight, his black hole would have gone full duration if he had a disc, right?
All right, what's he replacing?
Ghost Scepter.
Ghost Scepter?
Yeah. Or Vlad's, like, whatever. Like, you just, I think you either get...
Satanic allow that, though.
You either get Refresher or disc, surely, right? He has the gold. He could buy either item and almost have buyback with a Refresher. Man, this game is crazy. There's no way I would have imagined this going to the hour mark. That is wild. That is a Poogie sticker.
Yeah. Is it? It's a sticker? It's not a sticker. It's not an emote.
It's a... Well...
It's a new tech in Dota.
It's an image macro.
That rolls right off the tongue. All right, so
Profit
how
level
much
30.
can OG get out of this Divine Rapier? We're coming close to that 60-minute mark as well, where the Helm of the Undyings will have a thing or two to say.
Nyx Axe is a potential game changer as well. That one for 9 class, especially on defense, is incredible. But if you can get set up on the enemy high ground somehow on a push, can also be very dangerous. Tough to deal with.
I mean, he's had that for a while.
Like, honestly, at this point, it looks like the game will be decided in like a 10-second window. Like, either TA blows up the entire enemy team with this Rapier and you just crush them with Primal ults, or you get finally one good black hole and win off that.
All right, can I ask you a question?
Side.
Just gut read.
Okay.
In the history of our casts, or just in general of you watching Dota, when a team buys Rapier, how often do you think they win? As Pulverize, this is a big kill onto no one. They kill him straight up. Natsumi.
That opens up the whole map. You can push out all the waves now. How often do they win with Rapier in our games?
If you had to
it's
guess.
A pretty low percentage, I think.
Yeah, I would agree. It's usually the desperation buy, but
yeah. No, this is
there's potential, obviously.
There's no desperation here. It's just a good item for this game. It's playing to win.
Well, desperation may be the wrong word for this game, but they are 1 barracks away from being down mega creeps, which they could survive through. But
Megas against Prophet is always insanely hard, but it's possible. Doesn't seem like they're going to have to worry about that risk until they get tier 5 neutrals, at least, because he's dead until they spawn. Now, they know Roche is up in 15 seconds here, so gonna try for an invasive play themselves if they find DM here.
Oh, they see him. He blinks to safety, though. Meanwhile, that's a big burst of damage onto the Skywrath.
And wait.
As a dead Ducalis. Nullifier now applied, and that is going to be the death of both supports for the PARIVISION side.
What were they doing out here, actually? 60 minutes in, your mid is dead. You have no vision on the map, and they're just standing. I find the map placement a bit weird. Like, I think you have 2 options there. Either you're actually YOLOing it, where you go for a smoke and you buy back Prophet to fight, or you go and hide in your base, right? Like, you can't play pseudo map control with your mid dead 60 minutes in, I think. So this, to me, feels like a pretty big blunder from PARIVISION supports that could be extremely costly. If OG try to challenge them here and say, hey, do you guys actually have buybacks? They will find that 9 class doesn't. And this is that defensive axe that would have been so good right now. It's just not in play. Uh-oh.
They'll need this tier 2 in the top lane, and then they can go for megas, or at least try to force it. Still backdoor protected at the moment. So Wrath of Nature comes out to be quite annoying, but they do get through the tier 2.
Scam has all the defense
60
items.
minutes now in the game. Nobody's going for the neutrals quite yet, other than no one on the outskirts of the map. It's going to be the buyback onto the Skywrath Mage. 45 seconds. Oh, DM?
No.
BKB looking for the black hole, but does not follow through. That's a big BKB down now. Echo Strike doing quite a bit of
Missed
damage.
the pulverize.
You have to be careful, though, Natsumi. That's going to be the Aegis burn in just a moment. Crimson Guard keeping him alive. He's going to get healed now from the Mist Coil. To the high ground he goes. Still 30 seconds for the Nyx.
If that pulverize goes off on the Kez, that would have been a kill there for OG. So
It looks like it's neutral item time. And this, with, I have to say, if they get Helm of the Undying with TA,
yeah,
Divine Rapier does not drop until you're actually dead, which means theoretically, we're not going to see this, of course, but you could TP back to base, and it drops in base.
Oh, true.
It's cool. But regardless, you get, you know, however many seconds of extra usage out of that Divine Rapier, so a burst kill might not even be enough. Attempted TP, but again, the Pulverize finds no one. Brought down 99 seconds.
He does not look happy with himself.
So now OG's objective is to get these tier 5s as fast as possible while also pushing the envelope. Oh, I say that, but buyback is now available.
Yeah, he just got it.
No one.
Conversely, I think the Helm of the Undying is incredibly strong on Kez. If you think about how the hero works, when you do have this like glass cannon-y assassin, if you do get killed and you still get to get your entire kit off, you might, in a lot of situations, you can imagine Kez dies and then trades himself for the enemy carry, or at least a core, maybe 2 supports in the 5 seconds that he had. It's 5, right? Or is it 6? I never get games with tier 5 neutrals. I always win at 20 minutes.
Instant Deso pick. We didn't even see what his options were.
Yeah.
Divine Regalia for Nico.
Yeah.
And that one has been a bit underwhelming, I have to say, in some situations. His 9 class he's set up.
Bug. Oh my god, he's
These buildings are melting. My goodness. That's 2 sets of racks now for OG. They have officially equalized.
Yes, 700 damage and minus 13 armor. Okay.
Oh, and there's a damage rune. Oh boy.
Oh boy.
Radiant are scanning.
Okay, now he has 1,000 damage.
Now, I was wondering if he was going to go for an Aghanim Scepter at some point so that he can just traverse the map easily. Is Nico getting pursued?
Yeah, that's fair. That would actually be really nice now on TA in this game state.
Yeah, for sure.
Still trying to farm up tier 5s for his teammates, it looks like. The other 4 are together.
Yeah, we have a
in no man's land. He's
for
swapping in
Scam of all heroes, the Chen.
Oh, these are good on Primal.
Oh,
Spider legs are incredible on this hero.
That's nice. And they have a second Fallen Sky for Tim's. And so far for PARIVISION, they're being out-neutraled at the moment. Only 1 tier 5. Make it 2 as no one does get the Helm of the Undying. He's finally going to have a way to have some impact on these fights if he's taken out early.
Oh, this might actually be the perfect one. So you obviously don't know this because it's a technical question, but I don't either, which is a problem.
Okay.
He got the Audacious Helm of the Undying. Is the 80 attack damage part of 1 damage instance with your attack, or is it 2? Because this matters against TA, right?
Oh, yeah.
You kind of want to break through Refraction. If this Audacious attack counts as a separate instance, this could help them quite a lot with bringing Natsumi down.
Yeah, it's going to be really hard to tell.
Yeah, we won't be able to tell, but it's fun to ask questions and not know the answer. I actually really like doing that. I like hypotheticals.
Yeah.
I like...
If you had to guess, what would you say?
I think it is its own instance. That my guess would be that you do your attack and then you're doing an extra 80 magic damage as a secondary effect.
Yeah, I mean, it makes sense. I mean, we've seen it with the, what was that Mystic, man, what was that neutral? The tier 4 that did magic damage that Pango loves so much.
Oh, yeah.
It's funny, I feel like we've had this conversation before.
Yeah.
And we probably knew the answer at some point. And
yeah.
as with all Dota knowledge, eventually will fade away.
I thought you were going to say, as with age, you just forget things.
Well, in a way, that is what I said.
Yeah.
23K lead for OG, 65 minutes in, and it's still anyone's game.
Yeah, the gold doesn't matter anymore. This is just a matter of who has buybacks and who gets the right initiation. Does everybody have a tier 5? No.
Two
do
not.
Skyrath is still missing.
And 9 class.
And 9
About
class.
to get it, though.
Yeah. Yeah, he gets his now. So, how many Helms of the Undying? 1, 2...
Oh yeah, the DM helm is pretty nice.
That one is actually the... You know, we were talking about the Kez. This might be the bigger one.
It's true. Yeah, now that he has Refresher, it's a pretty big deal.
Wait, you don't refresh Helm of the Undying, right?
I mean, it doesn't say you can't, so I don't know.
You can't refresh... Like, surely. That would be ridiculous.
I mean, I know that you can't refresh Undying's thing.
Yeah.
So maybe there's a theme.
But it specifically says on there that
it does. That's why I was saying that maybe that's not a thing. All right, I want to see these Fallen Skies being put to use for OG. What was the what are the options here? Because that's not normal for 2 supports to have.
The one on Tusk is great because he can just use it and blink out. So you can start pushing the tower, actually. That's the way it gets in. But they're keeping very strong formation here. Just trying not to
it's a separate cooldown from Blink, right?
Yeah.
Because originally it was not, like way, way, way back.
Yeah, you should be able to just Fallen Sky blink out, I believe.
What's Chen doing with that? Is that just for the push? Damage on buildings?
I don't think you really want to get in that position.
I guess it's just have a blink in it.
To get away from Kez, right? Yeah. I'm assuming. Or Prophet, get out a Sprout. It's like some nice little options, I guess.
They're very tense now.
Well, you can't really get out of Sprout because you take damage from Sprout. So, yeah, I don't know. Like, how is he ever going to use this?
Well, Eon Disc gives you, a little bit of time to maybe have.
Maybe with Disc you can just narrowly get it off. Maybe that's the line of thinking. You're right. It could be.
A lot of hypotheticals. Yeah. And of course, OG. I called you crazy, Cinderin, but in some ways they are at an advantage right now. But the problem is, if you're trying to go for Megas against Nyx Assassin with Ags and Enigma, I mean, that is some disgusting high ground defense.
Let the hammer do it. Let the Fallen Sky of Tusk.
Yeah, just
step by step away. Or this.
Oh, the fight. Primal Beast initiation right off the bat. The Helmet of the Undying is already used. Black Hole is available still if they want to try to use it at the last moments of his life. Nullifier applied. That's going to be a lot of damage, but Natsumi destroys Satanic. That's 3 cores dead for PARIVISION. Just like that, it's a full team wipe. They have buybacks on several heroes, and they're going to have to use them. OG easily win this fight.
I think that 10-second assumption was pretty accurate. That was a 10-second team fight. Everybody just died in the blink of an eye.
Not over yet.
They did no damage on the radio.
Going for the Megas. There's buyback number 1, buyback number 2. And with that, OG going to fully reset potentially. He actually uses the Fallen Sky on the building. It would be nice for them to get these Mega Creeps. They will secure it. And maybe they go back and wait for Roche, or do they just push the envelope here? It's a tough call. Natsumi feeling pretty safe. There's now a Divine Rapier for Satanic. These buildings continuing to melt now as Natsumi has the range. Impale going to be a bit annoying to deal with as no one showing himself, but the tier 4 number 1 is dead. Natsumi. Tier 4 number 2 looks to be next. One more right click does it. And now the throne fully exposed, and they have an army of creeps from Chen.
The refraction is so good this game.
Impale hits too. There's the buyback on the Enigma. Doesn't have the black hole, but I believe he still has the refresher available. Indeed, he does. Applying some pressure to Tims. They blow him up easily, and now Nico inside of that Sprout gets fully healed thanks to no one who can't control himself with the right click.
He can still blink.
We'll be able to blink to safety. Divine Rapier still intact for OG, and now they likely try to wait for this next Roche.
They might have been able to finish it there if Tim's got the cheese off, because then maybe PARIVISION overextend a bit too much, but They do finish the kill on the Tusk. It's a very, very small consolation prize. Second Rapier.
A second.
This one he's not going to use, right?
This is for when he buys back?
Yeah,
he dies,
I think it's just a insurance policy.
I guess Ags is just not on his radar.
It's a lot less valuable now that you have Megas, right? Like now the wave problem becomes significantly less of a concern. 9 class.
All right. PARIVISION have to get something going here. They don't have the buybacks anymore.
But this move is incredibly obvious, right? Like, they're not showing anywhere, and the waves are going to start pushing into the base. You just need to chill.
Yeah, on Spike Carapace from 9 class onto Nico. There's an Eon Disc procced onto Skem, but he's going to be fine. And now pressure applied to this Nyx Assassin. 9 class can be fully healed, but still getting right-clicked by Nico. Pops the ult to be able to survive, and that's a dead Nyx Assassin. Crimson Guard applied, okay. Black Hole only onto the 1, and that's a refresher for DM. Can he pull this around onto Natsumi? They do get him in the end. And that is the Divine Rapier on the deck. Satanic picks up a second one. Now he's destroying the Primal Beast. Yopaj is dead. That's Natsumi is dead again. That's a dieback for me. Instantly gets destroyed. And now Snowball going to save 2 for the time being for OG. Is they're in a lot of trouble now. As the right clicks from Satanic are truly stacking up, but there's the Primal ult right on top of that chicken head. He's dead. 120 seconds of no Kez. Now they're going to apply some more onto Ducalis. Trample will be enough to take him out. And
Holy shit!
GGs are finally called. It's not the way that we thought it would end, with a dieback onto the TA with Rapiers on the deck. But PARIVISION are taken out into 2-0. OG wins.
Natsumi TP'd in and died in... Look at him. He TP'd in and died in literally a second to Kez.
What the hell was that?
That was
finish?
a 50k lead, and they were down to 0. And then they bought back all their heroes and narrowly inch out of victory. That was... Oh my god, I genuinely thought PARIVISION just won the game.
Yeah, for sure.
When TA died the second time, but fortunately for them, Primal had just enough in the tank to get the last pulverize off, clutching it up. What a game.
Richard, we have no idea what's going on, buddy.
Well, if you don't, then I definitely don't, Suns fan. But that was a great way to start PGL Wallachia Season 6. I mean, what an... Yeah, go on, do the cinema meme. We all... crazy stuff. I mean, so much to even get into there. But let's just start with the positives before we get into some of the negatives. Just what a great story for this OG team, you know? We talked about... You know, wanting to get off to a good start. PARIVISION might be a little bit vulnerable on day 1 of a tournament. They just took full advantage with 2 excellent drafts in the series.
They did. It was a great start. And, you know, new org, this is how you want to show up. Natsumi, he talked in an interview about having, you know, Seb and No-Tail behind them. It's definitely showing. I mean, this squad is very promising. We did praise them before, especially Yopaj, who did pop off in this... In this game. He didn't pop off in the first, I would say, 10, 15, maybe even 20 minutes.
Didn't in the game before either.
No, he did not have a good time straight up because they did manage to shut him down every single time, bringing in numbers. He's playing against Nyx Assassin. He can't use his abilities. So he's just kind of vulnerable all the time, playing against Nyx before the BKB. I think in this one, he could have swapped it up, going for BKB into Blink Dagger. I think that would be a bit of a better choice, considering that you're playing into Nyx, you're playing into all of these silences. So once you blink in, you're pretty much dead. He was relying on Abba a lot of the times to make sure that he lives, but it wasn't even enough.
I think all the players on the side of OG played really well. It's hard to pick an MVP. So my question is, who is No-Tail or Seb going to replace in this roster? Because this is the first time there's nobody standing out that's not in the category of like absolute MVP for the game. I mean, it wasn't easy for them.
No.
But that's what I like to see.
No, but that's what I mean. That's the best thing about the win, actually, is that there was multiple moments PARIVISION felt in the ascendancy.
Yeah.
OG were able to kind of like tank that, keep their mental strong.
PARIVISION was dominating them for like 30 minutes into the game, right? So
they shut down that Primal. Like, he was supposed to be the big playmaker. You have offlane Abba. This is not a hero that's going to be moving around the map, making stuff done. Same goes for Templar Assassin. She wants to farm until she gets her Blink Dagger, Dragonlance Deso, then she wants to join. So they were playing from behind for most of the game because Primal Beast was unable to join. And then once they got their items, it kind of flipped the switch, and immediately was a different story.
We've got this as well, this Kez chase.
Yeah, the team fighting looked very clean from OG, I will say. Like, at a certain point, once Yopaj was actually online and able to do stuff with the BKB, they were focusing the targets that they needed to focus.
You can see that they're chasing them with 4 heroes, and how crucial Primal Beast is to be able to get that kill, because they just don't have enough lockdown, because it's a very elusive hero. So in most of the fights that we're going to be seeing later on, it's going to be Primal Beast initiating with the Blink Dagger, BKB making sure that he's getting his ulti off. Even though they did have BKB piercing tools like Enigma, he was mostly the guy that he wants to jump in. He wants to take him out immediately.
Yeah, they had a clear idea of how they were going to take the fights. Like, I think you see the very good teams do this. Spirit is a great example of a team that often does this, especially with TA, where they identify that, like, it's very important that in that first, like, 2 to 3 second window, you're insta-killing a hero, right? And then kiting with the TA. Which, yeah, I mean, eventually, like, they were able to do this, but it's like Lacoste was mentioning, pretty much they had to wait for Yopaj to get the BKB before he could go in and do the, 2 to 3 seconds of disable that was required for Natsumi to do the damage. No one was trying. Like, he was doing some pretty good kiting between the Spirit Vessel and the Nature's Prophet. Aghanim Shard, like, I do think the answers to TA were in this game. He eventually went for the Refraction talent, which we were questioning instead of the Meld Bash. But it makes a lot of sense given all the damage over time that he was playing against, going for that. In the late game, it was like, other than the last fight that we saw.
He was level 30 also for a very long time. This was like a 60-minute game. But yeah, their level 25 and level 30s are pretty insane, especially level 25 on Primal Beast, where you have extra 66% of duration on Pulverize. It is insane. Plus, you get the refresher at that time pretty much. So you can disable people for like good 12, 13 seconds if you're just going to be using the combo with the Rush. And yeah, again.
Can't get over this.
Yeah, MVP for a good reason. This is what I like to see. A player who gets shut down in the lane and then pretty much, not going to say solo wins the game, but he was definitely a deciding factor in this one, making sure that he's jumping the right target, making sure
that... Yeah, that's what I was going to say, like, just understanding the assignment. Like, I know what I have to do to win this game. Nothing else really matters as long as I do that.
And the presence of mind to know that your team is also on that same page with you, right? Because it's like, you can jump the right target. You can look for a isolated Nature's Prophet somewhere. If your team's not there, you're just jumping in and feeding. You're just jumping in, wasting your BKB, and then you can't take the next fight for like 70 seconds, right? And this gives PARIVISION an opening into the game. So excellent team fighting from the boys on OG.
Jumping ahead to 48 minutes as well, I know you wanted to highlight some of the items on Decalis here.
Yeah, I mean, we talked about the potential of the break with the Skywrath Mage Silence with the Nyx Assassin, and we kind of forgot about this item that does indeed apply a break that is good. One of the few heroes in Dota that the Konda is good on is Skywrath Mage. And a couple of times, he was able to get Nico on Abaddon himself, like legit just full to zero him, because he would break him, he would silence him, Abaddon can't cast the ultimate, and it made Abba look like a pretty weak offlaner.
Yeah, and Nyx also did Rush Shard as well, so that was the one that also got them the kill a couple of times. He didn't get his ulti off, so yeah, a lot of the things in Dota, there's a lot of, I'm not going to say hidden mechanics, but sometimes you do forget about them, and in this one, it did work out for them for the majority of the game, but in the end, they didn't get the dub. But yeah, I feel like something is also going on with PARIVISION, especially at these early stages of the tournament. OG, they had a super strong performance today, but PARIVISION, they need to shake this one off, and they need to sharp it up.
Well, you were talking about it, the Kez pick, we were a bit perplexed. Is this a first pick hero? Do we want to see Satanic on it? Well, poor win rate with the hero is going to continue, and you can see what we thought of it here. It is the Satanic Titanic.
Yeah, the iceberg is there, of course, in the gold graph. That is, I mean, you got a game with multiple rapiers being dropped, multiple crazy high ground base defenses, and you end up with a gold graph that is like this. And I will say, in defense of the Satanic Kez pick, this one was a crazy game, right? It goes like 60 plus minutes. at that point, you can't really blame the draft in either direction.
That's what you think.
Unless you're saying, okay, maybe if this was like a real carry, we would have ended the game with the gold lead that we had, something along those lines.
He did a lot. He did a lot in the last fight. He got ultra kill as well, immediately removing Temporal Assassin, who bought out, legit disappeared in 1 second immediately after. I also thought that game might swing their way, but they had enough left in the tank with a couple of extra buybacks as well. But I also do not think that this is the first big hero by any means.
No, I don't either. So PARIVISION with some problems. We'll see if they can course correct over the course of the tournament. And we are going to take a very quick break. When we come back, I believe it's Xtreme Gaming and Team Cobra. Looking forward to this one.
The new breakthrough and innovative phone with 1xBet app. With 1xBet app, you can register and start betting in just 1 click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
All right, welcome back. As promised, Xtreme Gaming will be taking on Team Cobra. And we've talked a lot about Xtreme at Wallachia and indeed across the Dota year. So, Jenkins, I'll start with you. Tell us all about Team Cobra, other than the fact they sound like an esports team from 2005.
Well, they were the Peru Rejects recently. That's what they were called before coming into the tournament.
Great name.
But I honestly, maybe... let's say we're talking Parker here, right? We're talking Dark Mago. Like, these are some crazy guys, right? Like,
sure.
So maybe in terms of attitude and playing on certain teams, there's some sort of rejection that's happening. But in terms of play, these guys are they're the GOATs, right? Like, I like that within this region we are seeing the role swaps, like Whisper switching to mid. Recently, Pyke is now switching to offlane. I think it's very interesting because there was like a few years here where SA has kind of stagnated in terms of their performance, but they've clearly identified that, like, okay, we have a lot of talent here. It's just that maybe it's in the carry pool, maybe the mid laners, we need Whisper to go. Like, they're switching up the roles. They're keeping the same players. They're switching up the roles, and it's worked for other teams. So we'll see if Pyke can slot in here as an offlane.
They definitely lack the offlaners. Like, when we think about South America as a region, like, where are the good offlaners? Pretty much it was Whisper, and then you didn't really have them. I think also the golden era of South America was, even though the region's getting better, I think the most stable they looked was a couple of years back when we had Beast Ghost, when we had Thunder Awaken / Thunder Predator, where they were kind of consistent in getting the top 6, top 8 finish at every single tournament, where they were able to pretty much beat every single team no matter what on a good day. Now you have Heroic, now you have these like rejects as well coming out, but this is a team that I said could be potentially a dark horse for the tournament, because I do praise Parker a lot. I think that this guy is insanely skilled. It's just, there are a couple of other things that we need to throw in.
Former Wallachia MVP.
Yeah.
Obviously someone that's had, I think it's fair to say, like a storied career.
It's interesting because when you're looking at like major results from Parker, it really is a lot of like that's it for in terms of tier 1 events. Like, this is the only TI that he's qualified for, and then he had this insane run through Wallachia season 2, and since then he's been on and off teams. There's been the drama. It's actually the other members of the Peru Respects, not the Peru Rejects, which have a very respectable history. And, Dark Mago,
There it is, Fifth, Sixth, as we said.
It was a while ago, but this is when Thunder Awaken, or was it Thunder Predator at this point? I don't know. They were genuinely very dominant, like 5th through 6th. These are some of the best placements, period, for South American teams. El Misho, which is a guy I think a lot of people probably haven't heard of outside of like NASA. This guy was on
this is the South American version of Misha, who was a coach for OG.
Exactly.
Yes.
He was the resurrection of Beast Coast. He did very well. And then, of course, you have Michael, who was on Edge. Probably the newest guy in terms of like coming into the SA region.
Sorry, Jenks, I just have to throw it out there. Did Michael and Schofield ever play on the same team?
Michael Schofield.
Yeah.
I see. I see what you're doing there. I don't think so. I don't know.
I also don't think so. But yeah, please continue. It's very important
Pike,
to throw that in.
Recent carry player. People were saying like the next generation of carry players from South America. Now he's playing with Parker from the previous generation. And then Vintage. Genuinely, probably the most established guy out of the whole roster in terms of results, which is what you want when you have a bunch of crazy kids coming together with good results. Like you want the guy that has the experience, and Vintage has that. Like all those rosters you're talking about, Lacoste, that 5th through 6th placements like that actually had good results for SA. It was Vintage coaching them. So this roster, if there's anybody that can do it and bring the SA region back on the map, it's these guys.
Tall order for them today, though, Dom. Obviously, playing Extreme.
Yeah, not an easy one by any means.
Maybe we'll say Peru, like more Peruvian side, because obviously there's Heroic. But that's Heroic's in a different ball game.
Yeah,
more of a Brazilian team.
Yeah, against a team like Xtreme Gaming, not going to be an easy one, because this is the team that almost won a TI. They were so close, but so close doesn't count, even if you do it multiple times. But change of the roster as well. We are seeing 2 swaps that did come out. We are seeing FY coming in to the mix, who didn't have the most successful 2025 so far.
Yeah, what do you think of that move?
Didn't expect it.
Yeah.
FY, he's a legend, but Jinkyu, he's also a legend. Like I would rate him higher than FY. Maybe FY higher during his prime, but we'll see what he has to offer, because I think Dota has changed so much. Like you need to keep up, especially if you've been playing it for like 10, 15 years. There's always like new heroes, new stuff that you need to think of. And but it's FY we're talking about. So if someone can do it, it's definitely him. But I still have my doubts.
Yeah. And obviously, I mean, another huge story team with so many great players on the roster, as you said. Nearly won a TI, came in for a bit of criticism about that final game, some of the choices
so
there. I know, it really was. I think we all wanted it as well. Like, no disrespect to Falcons.
Yeah, one of the best TIs of all time. And getting also Nothing to Say on the team, who has also seen his fair share of very high placements at tournaments.
A lot of near misses,
Yeah, back in the LGD days. So even though they have replaced some truly god tier players, they have replaced them with
really
good players.
Yeah.
But I think that's what's been cool just about, kind of watching this team in general, and just the kind of, we talked about it at the top of the show, Chinese Dota coming back and having a team that could go all the way potentially at a TI. That was kind of unthinkable in like 24 even, I want to say.
It was.
Yeah. There is, I would say, a stability factor in most of these teams, and I would say that Ame has been very stable, even though we joke about Ame having these crazy picks where he's picking stuff that nobody else wants to touch, but he was definitely onto something. Like this guy was like trying to force the Juggernaut pick for a very long. It didn't work in the grand finals in the end, but it did get them. The way he picks the heroes, the way they play around it, compared to Parker, who's also, like, if you remember his run during season 2 of Wallachia, where this guy was the guy who's like controlling the tempo of the game, his Monkey King, where he basically builds a diffusal blade and then he picks up a gem. Like, I'm not sure if he had shard in between as a carry. I don't think I've ever seen anything like that. And he has also a very interesting hero pool. He was playing like different stuff. He was playing his Bloodseekers at the time. But very, very I think this one's going to be pretty chaotic, and seeing Parker on screen, like, he's in a good mood. That's what I want to see.
What a ridiculous guy, Parker.
He is.
Like, I gotta ask, what? Come on, like, why can he not make more than 3 months on a team? What's going on? And like, to be on a team,
Commitment issues, I would say.
yeah, because then to be on a team, but then you're kicked off the team, but then you're brought back to like, it's crazy. You know,
It's like one of my exes. Just kidding. No, no. I think I did some research, and he was legit playing on like 15 different teams.
Yeah.
He started playing in 2021, his professional Dota career, compared to Ame, who has been playing since 2015, and he's been on like 7-8 teams, and 4 of them were basically LGD, with different iterations. PSG, LGD at the time.
Everyone knows the answer to this question. He's fucking insane. Come on. He's insane. We've all seen the news. We've all read. We've all seen.
It's true, dude.
We all have heard what's been going on with Parker. He's insane. He's out of his mind. I remember back in the day playing in NASA pubs, US East, queuing into Parker, and I was so mad that this guy just kept climbing the ranks. Because in every game, one thing would go wrong. I would pick Pudge off lane once, and he's straight down mid. He's straight down mid. And then I see him again next week, and he's 1K higher MMR. How is it possible?
He plays a lot.
This guy is throwing every other game, genuinely throwing every other game, and he's still climbing MMR.
That's
like,
how skilled he is.
Yeah, that's what I mean, dude. You almost have to, tip your hat. It's crazy.
It's amazing. It's like they say that the line between insanity and genius is like so close, and Parker is one of those people that is right on that line, mostly towards the insanity, but he is so good. And when you see him playing, even when they played against the Tailong Mafia in their recent tournament, you can see that Parker still, he is 10% HP, he is Sven, his whole team is dead, and he's sitting there at the edge of the fight looking to still go in. And it's like, you maniac, just go back. But he manages to always clutch in these situations anyway.
I mean, when he got that Wallachia MVP, his performances were just like, it was carrying.
It was one of the best.
Yeah.
I would say. I've been praising him a lot, but for a good reason. Like that performance that he did have, I would say one of the best carry performances of the tournament that I've ever seen.
Yeah, agreed.
Love the nothing to say Tinker insta ban. Like that's such a
that's a massive respect ban. Yeah, you have to as well.
Yeah, you don't want to get cheesed by that. And then the Huskar, actually Parker has been playing Huskar. So that's
fits his profile.
Yeah.
While this is coming in again, we talked about it a little bit earlier, but where's the carry meta at for someone like Parker?
I think from what I've seen, he's been playing a lot of Sven lately. That's all.
He loves to disassemble things when he's playing Sven with Mask of Madness, Echo Saber.
Yeah.
A lot of clicking, but these are professional e-gamers we're talking about, so that's what they have to do to earn that big money. I think Gyrocopter is also the big one that he likes to play.
Yeah, we'll definitely see Gyro if it's.
We could also potentially see Morphling coming out, because this is one of his signature heroes as well. If you go back to Blast Slam Grand Finals, Pure did play Morphling 2 times in a row. So the hero is definitely back, at least under the radar, not necessarily back where every carry player is going to be picking it.
Especially with Gyro in the meta. It feels like such a solid answer to certain carries.
And you can see on your screen, these are the heroes that they like to pick on the teams.
Yeah, Cobra, they also like Parker playing Nature's Prophet, as we can see there. It's just like one of the most last hits per minute heroes that exists in Dota, maybe the most. And I think Parker in the last Wallachia, even though his team didn't do super well, had like top last hits per minute, period. Like, and a lot.
This guy can farm.
A lot of the carry stats, he was like top 5, top 3, which is, like I said, very impressive considering his team, didn't make it to the finals or anywhere near.
MOUZ as an opener, nothing wrong with that hero. Just straight up team fighter. This is something that other teams also love to do for a good reason. It's super stable. It's much stronger in the lane than most people.
But what makes it special for this team?
For this team?
Yeah.
I don't know the answer.
Dig deep into your pocket of South American Dota knowledge. Who's their mid laner?
Dark Mago.
He
could be playing. Yeah, he could be playing mid Mars. Yeah, there we go. Had to give me a hint.
That's a classic. It's just because we haven't seen the guy in like 2 to 3 years. At least
I
at
see
like a
Dark Mago. I'm like tiny.
Tiny Kunkka,
South America,
Mars.
Even when when this hero was not popular, you needed to play it from position 4 from the mid lane. It was always South American classic.
And Michael will play it as well.
Yeah.
All the South American fours, I think, grew up watching Matthew, the tossbacks on Tiny. But yeah, you always have to be careful of mid Mars when you're playing against Dark Mago. I think there's some pretty interesting builds you can do. I lost to a Mars Aghanim Scepter Satanic the other day, not the player with the items. Very, very frustrating.
He can't buy a win at the moment, so.
It's one of the most worthless Aghanims in the game.
No, that's not true. That's not true. That shit owned me in my unranked club, bro.
All right, you made me change my mind.
It's a good data point.
Okay, I mean, yeah, just very, very solid, well-rounded early draft. Team fight in Pango, scaling as well. You can run it in multiple roles. It's either off lane or mid. Plus
Xtreme
Chen,
Gaming,
run at towers.
They've been watching a lot of Falcons, it seems, picking up Chen straight away, then opening up with Pango.
Yeah.
In the second phase, this is something that Falcons pretty much have been doing for a very long time, and we see the old school combo between
it's so
Mars.
stable from both teams.
Yeah.
Yes.
Oh my goodness, these are two like really not out there, very, very stable drafts. This is honest Dota right now.
Pango doesn't like to play into these heroes. He doesn't like to play into anything that can dispose allies. First of all, you have Cookie, then you have Shard, so he can bounce off of that. And he also doesn't like to play into Mars. You have like 2 abilities that he doesn't like to play into, can stop his abilities from going off with the not Bulwark, with the shield and with the spear as well. So not an easy one for him by any means. And
Yeah,
they
you
also
swap the double jump, right?
Yes.
With the W.
Double jump has been mostly chosen, even for the mid laners nowadays,
Yep.
because even though you are giving away 2 stick charges, it's still good because of the extra damage, extra shield as well. It makes some of the matchups that Pango couldn't really play into, makes it viable again.
I think that is what you said. It's a super underrated element of Tusk versus Pango, that you can throw a good shards and prevent Pango from like rolling. I remember there's a clip from...
Oh, there's always some Pango
It might have been
clips.
Fissure. It might have been Fissure where there was like a Tusk shard save and TP out, and the Pango's just like trying to roll in and can't get in.
We're seeing the legit old school combos.
Yeah, these are...
Snap Mars, lower the armor, then hit them with the shield, and then Scarlet Mage plus Axe combination.
Yep.
And we talked about Parker's hero. This hero does give you that. It's great against Chen. It's great against Skyrat Mage as well, because he has 0 armor. It's just going to be dying to random flak if he's caught inside. And they have a good amount of control. Like something that Gyrocopter does need is heroes to keep them in place. And what better hero to have than Mars?
You gotta ban Morph, right? There's no way you... How do you kill Morph with the heroes on Cobra right now? And they banned Boom as well? Oh, come on. You're not going to give Ame a last pick Morphling into this lineup.
Ame loves to play Jug. Looks good. You can get out of the arena for free. You can get on top of the Gyrocopter as well.
There is the weird bug that always happens where Omni Slash is interrupted in arena. Like he just throws down the arena.
Wasn't that fixed?
No, dude. No way.
No, we were fixing the other stuff
It's
like Pudge.
unfixable. Yes,
Yeah,
Pudge
the
was
shadow
of course,
bugs.
Pudge was such a huge problem. The fact that you could hook somebody out of arena, that was a massive problem. Pudge is too good.
Was a bug, though.
Yeah, technically, yes. A lot of things in Dota were bugs at some point.
It's a feature, okay?
Yeah. So I would be, yeah. If Morphling is left in the pool, I imagine it's because there's some answer to it. Okay, it's not going to be.
Yeah.
So yeah, I mean, Juggernaut is decent. I mean, I will say the Tusk is pretty good against Jug, as you can snowball out of Omni Slash.
Really like the Sand King there, actually. I think that's solid.
So it's, yeah, and it's very solid because it's either a Sand King mid or off lane, or it's a Mars mid or off lane. Like they have the flex between these two heroes based on whichever matchup Xtreme picks here. And they do.
There it is.
There it is.
It's too good.
I mean, it's good against both Sand King and Mars in lane. So it really makes a lot of sense.
How do you feel about the hero overall, though?
I think both of the teams got drafts that they wanted.
Yeah.
I feel like there's going to be a lot of sustain coming out from Xtreme Gaming. You have Chen heal, you have Healing Ward, you have Axe, who's naturally tanky. You have Skyrat Mage with his shield, with his facet. Then you have Pangolier as well. But if you removed the names, I definitely think Xtreme Gaming is a better team. I'm kind of favoring Team Cobra. I do like their team fight, and I feel like Parker on Gyrocopter, he's going to be farming a lot.
I would say for me, if you remove the names, I would say these are like 50-50 drafts.
Yeah.
Like both sides have really good options.
Yeah, it's just about execution.
Yeah, exactly. It's like, you know, you do have this issue of like Tusk and Snowball, the Omni Slash, but then also you have Axe to taunt somebody or Skyrat to silence the Tusk. Like, there's answers in the team fights. There's all the lanes have a way of going one way or the other. So excellent drafting from both captains, honestly.
Yeah, agree with that. I think the Axe as well, you know, they could be big. You can shut down a lot of the... Because they have such great team fight over on Cobra, but if the Axe just interrupts it before they can get going...
Yeah, I think Mars gets Yule Scepter in this one. You're playing against Axe. You have Snowball save as well, so I don't think he's going to be as efficient. I also want to see what he's going to be building on Axe, whether this is going to be... I think Helm of the Diameter is kind of staple because you can be farming and stacking for yourself. It's just too good of an item on Axe. And then whether he wants to pick up Pipe, because I think in this one, it's kind of needed. I don't want to see that like these Blade Mail shenanigans into Blink Dagger. I think he needs to go what 33 does, and he would do in this situation. Just get that Dominator, get that Pipe, and then go for the Blink and go for the Blade Mail.
I'll ask our commentators what they think. There they are. It's Suns Fan and Cinderin up on the big screen, maybe briefly. What do you like the drafts?
I see that Ame picked Juggernaut, so I'm going to go with the other team on this one.
as is tradition. Cinderin?
I'm with you guys. I think both drafts look good. The thing that I'm looking most forward to watching is Axe Skyreth lane. I think this lane is insanely powerful. You constantly spam, you put a lot of pressure, and the opposing lane doesn't really have much sustain, so that's like my biggest, probably, lane to watch.
Well, you can see Suns fans ready for a feast of good carry play. He's just getting ready, so I'll let you get into it. Take it away, gentlemen.
Thank you so much. You can tell I'm getting bored when Cinderin opens his mouth. Sorry about that. Try to make it not so obvious next time around. As we have game number 1 between OG and Xtreme Gaming and Cinderin.
Yes.
This will be a good one. I have a feeling that Team Cobra here are going to be way better than people are expecting. They could be a dark horse.
Yeah. I could see it.
What would you say to that?
I mean, I agree. I definitely think they're one of the dark horses of the tournament. It's a team where the caliber of players is definitely there. So it's a matter of whether they find the right approach to the games, and if their team identity, the meta, is gonna work for them. Obviously, they've, as we can see from this draft, a very different approach to the game in this individual game, at least, than what Xtreme Gaming are proposing. And also, there's a little bit of an X factor where it's 2 new players on Xtreme, right? Is this going to be as good as the previous iteration? It's not like FY or Nothing to Say need to prove themselves, but Dota is more complicated than just having 5 good players. You need to have the right team dynamic, you need to have good communication, etc., similar view on the game, and you need to kill Pyke's Mars, ideally, to get yourself started. Not quite going to happen, though.
You say they have nothing to prove, and that's true to a degree, but I mean, FY took some time off, Cinderin.
Yeah?
Is he still there, you know?
That's, well, maybe
we'll find out in this game number 1. Absolutely. So
the reason I mentioned this top lane is that I think conceptually there's Axe lanes that are really difficult to deal with for certain heroes, and Gyro is one of the heroes that a lot of the time does well against Axe lane, but the problem here is he's playing with a Tusk, and this is what's going to be happening in this lane. Battle Hunger, and then Concussive Shot, and then they're just going to harass Michael a lot. Now, on level 1, it might not look that bad, but once you hit level 2, and especially level 3, if Skywrath goes 2-1-0 build, and Axe maybe goes 2 in Hunger, you can actually just spam your way out of the lane. You just non-stop throwing these spells out on the heroes and winning it that way. Now, interestingly, XXS did not choose to go for the triple ring opener, but rather with 2 gauntlets, so he might not actually prioritize that playstyle as much as I would like to see. Maybe just feels like the threat of the kill with... Oh, since he doesn't have tag team, I actually don't even know if that's that big of a concern. But anyway, he's sustainable regardless, and this should be a lane where Axe farms, and that's the most important thing for that hero, is to be able to stabilize the beginning.
Yep, for sure. Getting off to the early start for him. Blink Dagger, Blade Mail, the likes. That's when he can really start playing the game, but Actually, Michael.
Yeah, there you go. This is the problem.
He
might
get off
just
the
die.
snowball at the last moment and will survive, but still, punishment was had.
I thought for a moment there XXS could perhaps skill call and kill him, but snowball stun is long enough that you can disengage. But it's starting to show the potential issue over here. Now Michael might just choose to run down FY. They're going to skill the missile as well. This will take a while. But
It will. It better be worth it.
But according to you, FY is washed.
I didn't say that.
And he's
fine.
Oh,
whoa, first blood going to Michael.
You're washed. You thought he was safe.
And that's a TP down as well.
Yeah, that's
so
actually extra
the
bad.
long walk of shame for FY. Just got to, give him a couple games to get back, get off that rust, so to speak.
Yeah, I'm sure they haven't scrimmed a single game.
No, this is his first game in like a year, I believe. So, but at the same time, XXS will be slightly happy getting some solo XP as long as he can stay within range.
He did go 2 in Hunger.
Okay.
So he is still trying to go for that direction at least. And he will go for the Helm of the Dominator, which is pretty popular right now. Of course, that will give him some nice armor for the Battle Hunger as well. An added benefit. And yeah, as you mentioned, like with Skywrath dying, you are getting some nice solo XP, which of course in turn will get him significantly ahead of the Gyro in that department. So nice trade-off here,
Coming
though.
back, but not going to be any follow-up here as Parker very low on mana. Parker, by the way, what a fascinating player. Fascinating human being. I feel like there has been no player in Dota history with more drama than him. Feels like there's always a story to be said. Of course, most of them not safe for this broadcast. But it does feel like from afar, without knowing that much information, he's one of the most talented players in the region's history. But it does feel like so much time has been wasted because he just can't, whatever the issues are that arise on the teams that he's been on, seems serious enough that it's hard for him to get teams going.
Yep.
Or at least stable rosters, for that matter.
But as you know, as this team is called Peru Rejects, or was, now they're called Cobra.
Yeah.
Sometimes reject stacks just get it,
Yeah, it's true.
TI6,
It's the chip
Digital
on
Chaos.
Well, okay, fine. I guess.
What
they're all
was
rejects.
what was the name of the team before DC?
What do you mean? That was the name.
Didn't they have a name shortly before that?
No, they were not a team.
Okay, so that they were called DC at first.
Yeah.
But it was a team made up of the players that did not find their way onto the teams they wanted.
They were actual rejects.
Yeah, that was the Rejects team, and then they ended up being the best of them all.
Led by the true reject. And
Sunsfan
then
TV.
Sixth-man true double reject.
Sir Action Slack.
That's right.
Yeah.
What a career he has had.
Yeah. Yeah, it all started there.
El Micho on the run.
He's dead.
Blood Grenade slows him to a crawl, eats a
He's
tree,
fine.
and he's going to be able to live through the day.
Take it easy, Shannon. He was always going to be fine there. He had a Fairy Fire.
Still might be dead.
No, he's fine.
Okay. Well, he pops a Fairy Fire. God, I hope he dies just for your sake. Continue to get zapped by those creeps, though. He's going to have to go back to base nonetheless.
Some space for Pyke, if nothing else.
Yeah.
Now, we haven't really talked about mid lane, but this is an awesome lane for Zanking, obviously. Playing against pretty much any melee hero is just a free lane, so Dark Mago will get himself a nice 40 CS 5-minute mark.
Can I ask you a question?
Yes.
Really important. Pango, is he ever the one that should win a lane? I feel like, to me, at best, it's like a wash. But usually he gets kind of dominated against the range.
I'm trying to think of matchups that have been Pango fair. I feel like Pango does well against Ember, right? So you can ignore Flame Guard because all your damage is physical.
True.
I think there's like very few select melee versus melee matchups.
The burrow to follow up El Micho.
See you later.
Like they'll snag
might
that
be
kill
a
onto
trade.
Nova.
Nothing to say. Double jump.
Yeah,
Jump
another
down.
jump.
Follow through.
Miss swashbuckle, but Rolling Thunder is at the disposal of Nothing to Say. In a weird spot, though. He gets stuck here a lot. And El Micho will find his way into the arms of FY. And eventually Nothing to Say will... The never-ending chase as Nothing to Say finally gets the kill, but boy, oh boy, was a lot of time wasted.
I think this is one of those good clips to post and guess the MMR. Yeah, and then that was like a spell accuracy of 40%. They failed the roll. He missed 2 swashbuckles. Snapfire missed the scatter blast. It's like nothing hit.
Somebody submit that.
Yep. They got it. He got him though.
The problem is you have to blur out the names, and then if you blur out the names, it's obvious. Well, actually, you can change it in the options to be just the hero name.
Yeah, the hero name, yeah.
Okay, that's the play.
I think the thing that is maybe a giveaway there is the way FY approached that with concussive shot into instant blood grenade might be a bit less likely.
Nobody buys blood grenade in pubs. That's true. Great point you made.
Thank you. Oh, I gotta say
Ame on the Juggernaut. Not afraid to bring this out after the last disastrous performance in the TI Grand Finals, game number 5. Oh man, that was hard to watch, I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah,
Nako
but since then...
Yeah, the neutral item that hard counters him was changed, so Omni Slash can be used. But he also didn't buy Aghanim's Scepter, which I think many people thought was a big mistake.
He also didn't buy Diffusal against Medusa, right?
Yeah, there was a lot of weird choices, no doubt. And now he's a living meme. But is this is this his year, Cinderin? TI is going to be in China.
Shannon, we both know that if I predict China to do well, they don't. So I can't. I plead the 5th.
Okay.
On this question, the 5th is right?
Yeah.
Okay, good.
Good job.
Yeah, we don't have amendments in Denmark, so.
That's right. You guys do everything telepathically.
Live in a complete state of anarchy.
Your currency is basically just Danish pastries at this point, if I'm not mistaken. Anyway, back to the game.
I'm just trying to imagine paying for stuff with pastries.
I'm sure there was a time for that. Maybe not pastries, though.
Yeah. How many chickens can you get for a pastry? Or vice versa?
Depends. Is there chicken in the pastry?
Oh.
Like a meat pie.
That's very unlike Danish pastries, but actually delicious.
Dark Mago on this Sand King. Almost done with that Blink Dagger. And see how much Team Cobra can take advantage of that timing.
I mean, looking at the CS, it's actually extremely lopsided, right? Gyro 106 to Juggernaut 64.
So far, so good. I mean,
Xtreme ahead by 30.
Hey, do you think that their play style will change at all based on these 2 new players coming in? It felt like a lot of their games were going late.
I think the main difference is in the mid position, that the hero pool of Nothing to Say and XM were quite different. XM would play heroes like Sniper and Viper a lot. And obviously, you know, also meta stuff. It's not like he was pigeonholing himself, but I think Nothing to Say has a couple of specialist heroes like Tinker, and maybe is a little bit more fond of the Spirit heroes than XM, with the exception of Storm, of course. Oh, he is getting...
Swash was already used, trying to go for the ult, but Nothing to Say is dead beforehand. Nice gank from the Cobra side. They need to work on their team logo. That thing is pixelated. Might be AI generated. Wouldn't be surprised. Players are quite lazy this day and age. As the Tier 1 tower looks to be going the way of Cobra. As Parker makes his way over, has Falcon Blade and Dragon Lance.
Pretty standard gyro stuff. We were talking about in the previous series how Kez, one of the only heroes really in Dota buying Falcon Blade. Gyro is probably the second. Those 2 heroes probably buy it the most out of anyone on pro level. So we get to see both of them today on this stream. So enjoy the Falcon Blades while they're here. You might not see it for many days if the wrong heroes get picked.
Yeah, really exciting item to talk about too.
Actually, I think it is kind of interesting.
Actually.
No, but, you know, it's one of those items where the design of it makes it... It's such a balancing act, not making this item too good or too bad, right? When you make an item like this that does these 3 specific things...
Oh, Parker being pursued by Nothing to Say, has the Diffusal. Mystic Flare doing a lot of damage. Parker's going to live. The cookie will help his cause. Nothing to Say in the Rolling Thunder, not going to go any further. Inside the arena he goes instead with the Mortimer's Kisses on top of X Nova, so the first death is on the side of Xtreme Gaming. So Parker lives, and Cobra defends successfully. Now they might be able to poke at this tier 1. They fortify, so that siege is going to survive.
Yeah, they did bring a lot of heroes up here, so they would love to do some sort of structural damage. Not going to happen, though. In the meantime, Ame is taking out the majority of the bot tier 1, forcing a rotation down that way. So yes, you did get the Chen kill and you did protect your gyro, but it was not for free, to say the least. A lot of rotation, but still looking good.
And Dark Mago silenced up for a bit, but does find the burrow to the high ground. And Shield Rune was successfully taken by him.
Yep. I don't know if we've talked about this on a cast before. I'm surprised that Shield Rune has not been nerfed. It's basically the same version as when it was put in the game, right?
I'm sure they tweaked the numbers.
I'm trying to remember if the percentage barrier and the duration is the same. I think it might even have been buffed since its first version. I always thought it was really powerful, but seemingly it's never really needed a nerf, which is kind of fascinating. If you think about what it does, you know?
Yeah.
He's got
Doubles your
so
HP
much free health,
yeah.
Considering how barriers work and everything. There's pretty few counters to it. But it's...
dispels, pretty much.
It's mainly the duration, right? Because if you think about something like Haste, you're like, wow, it's crazy that you move at max move speed. That has to be broken. But then it doesn't last that long. But the Shield Rune lasts forever.
Yeah. Well, you can write a letter to Ice Rock. Maybe he can get to balancing that in between, you know, the deadlock balance patches and whatnot. So nothing to say. Working on a blink into an eventual Aghanim Scepter. And Ame's Juggernaut has the Battle Fury. Gonna go for a Yasha into the blink. So he went for... Do you have a preference on the facets for Jug? Or do you notice a preference from the players? So the blade form is what he went for.
Yeah. Isn't it mostly blade form that they take?
It used to be exclusively blade form, but I think at TI we did see the other one, which is the being able to attack through...
Yeah.
What was it? Attack through Blade Fury?
You can crit... Blade Fury can crit.
That's right.
You can't attack during it. That would be something else, right?
But yeah, this build with like the eventual blink into the upgraded agility blink, swift blink, very powerful on the Jug. But normally it's always accompanied by an Aghanim Scepter. See if that is on his radar.
I think if you think about it, the thing about blade form that's so nice is that for when you go Battle Fury, every time you're moving from camp to camp, you just get that efficiency, right? Because every time you need to move around, you get a little bit more move speed, and therefore you get there faster. So it's kind of like having... You also see he has the Wind Lace as well. So as he is just moving around to farm, it compounds over an entire game how much extra gold you found by having this. So every single time you're not fighting heroes, this is just the better facet, right? Because you're not using Blade Storm Blade Fury to farm jungle. So there's 0 value to the other one in all of the downtime.
Yeah, true. And on the other side for Team Cobra, Crystallis now up for Parker on the gyrocopter. Now the question is, I mean, I assume Ags is going to be next, right? That's kind of the standard.
Yeah.
Doesn't have it queued up right now.
Yeah, I think Pike, Crystallis, Ags sounds good. Oh, it's BKB. Okay. Well, he's going to do one or the other. You generally see both items in sometimes different. I don't really know if I guess he just wants the BKB primarily for Pango, because there aren't that many things he's really dealing with here except Pango. But it's all good regardless. Here goes the tower. I'm really surprised they're this late.
Rolling Thunder, they're not going to be able to defend that tower. They do isolate the Mars, though, with a nice Mystic Flare with the call to follow. Gets cookied.
Oh, that's
into
a good
the arena. Spear onto one, but the death of Mars does come before all this damage. But Dark Mago with a beautiful burrow strike onto 2 with the Mortimer's Kisses from very far away leads to 2 kills for Team Cobra. And Ame, despite being there, no mana. I mean, I guess he did have Lotus for the Omni Slash. Not interested in fighting, though. How does that work with... Wait, which facet is this for Mars? Oh, it's the Victory Feast one. Did they fix the other one?
Oh,
Because that's a pretty hard counter to jug.
Yeah, you might. I'm actually unsure about the vision interactions. I think they were still broken, at least until recently, with the Arena of Blood. Okay, realistically, what do you think they're going to do about it? Do you think they're going to weed out all of the bugs that Arena causes, or do you think they're just going to axe the facet? I think they should axe the facet.
They will remove it.
I also don't think it's good design.
You don't think so?
No, I don't like it. I never really liked that facet. Like, I mean, obviously it's nice to have it when you're playing Mars and the enemy team can't save their allies, but just find it fundamentally a really weird way of giving that. Like, why should that hero have that ability?
I think it's fine. It makes sense too. It's an arena. How can you see over it?
If we're trying to make Dota realistic.
So you're saying from a balance standpoint it's too good, or a bug standpoint?
I think both. I think
because he didn't go for it here, so it must not be the best.
I get that. I mean, it varies. Sometimes Victory Feast is best. Like let's say the enemy team had a safe support or two. I think he would definitely have gone for the other one, right? I just think having a facet to remove enemies' vision, I just think conceptually is just a weird.
There's other abilities that do that in some respect, right? There's the Night Stalker one. There was a game called Heroes of Newerth that had an ability that did that, and it was Beloved.
Dark Lady.
Holy shit!
That's right. That's the one hero name I know.
Oh my god, that's shocking.
Wow. I think we've actually had this exact conversation a year ago, and you were equally impressed then.
No, not a year ago.
Oh, all right.
It was probably just a couple months.
I can also. What else can I name? Chipper.
Oh yeah.
And then Polywog Priest.
Yeah, very good.
I never played the game. That's why this is a bit interesting. Otherwise, I'm just listing hero names. What else was there? Yeah, there was a hero you really wanted in Dota that had. That was Chipper, wasn't it? But there was one more. Was it someone called Bombardier? Maybe. Was that it?
Yeah, he's similar to Chipper.
Yeah. Okay, I'm starting to run out of heroes, I think.
Good job, Cinder, and you are doing great at this Dota cast.
Yep, that's right.
4K lead for Cobra.
I mean, it's been a pretty quiet game, to be fair. There's just been a lot of farming and one or two successful moves. But what Cobra have really done a good job at is taking structures. They've taken 5 towers now at 19 minutes with their lineup to the 3
I mean,
of Xtreme.
How fast do you like Juggernauts to get involved? Because Ame just feels like, to me, very passive player.
I think the hero has to farm this much. You're looking at the matchups as well. The risk reward of getting in there with Omni Slash, you can get punished really hard by punch.
Dark Mago. Nothing to say. He's already at half health. Has to use the Rolling Thunder just to escape.
Is he?
Homing missiles coming for him. How much damage? Okay, he runs into it so that he takes less damage while in that Rolling Thunder. But again, another tower the way of Cobra. Ame, though, is eyeing up this Tormentor. Looks like they'll get that. Although they're scanned out. So they will get it, but at what cost exactly is this going to come? X-Nova. Okay. Well, he gets the recipient of the shard, but will die for it. Ame does get away.
That was a small price to pay. That was pretty close to being super scary, but...
I mean, he has the... I guess Punch is the one counter to the Blade Fury TP. And tell me about Sand King and how impactful this hero is these days, Cinder, because he has the Agnum Scepter right now.
He's still a late-game monster. This hero scales really well. He got nerfed a little bit on the 20 talent at some point, but still, given a good enough lane and a good start and the right lineup to play with, this can become, you know, like we talked about in the previous series, how sometimes late-game puck just becomes almost ridiculous, almost unbeatable in some games. I'm not going to say Sand King reaches the same level, because it doesn't, but among the classic mid-game team fighters that used to fall off, those two heroes have had the same trajectory where they just scale indefinitely, right? Like, you're not worried about going late with Sand King anymore. You can wipe a team at 50 minutes. So, yeah, just keep up the farm, keep up the scale. I don't see any problems really in the late game for Cobra as long as they keep their scale on. I think they're good. Now, conversely, for the side of Xtreme Gaming, I feel like they've got extremely little mileage out of their support duo. This is Chen Skywrath. Skywrath has been in 2 kills at 22 minutes, and Chen has taken tier 1 towers.
Yeah.
There's like, are they going to offer equal output to a Tusk and a Snapfire later on when all 3 cores are farmed? I'm not so sure. So
I mean, where?
A little worried for Xtreme, really.
I guess Pango is their initiation right now. He doesn't have Blink yet. XXS went for. I mean, you talked about this Helm of the Undying, or Helm of the the Helm of the Dominator that's being picked up by Axe right now. What is typically the build after that, would you say? As Parker already going high ground with that Aegis.
I mean,
another 4 minutes.
A lot of the time it's either Dom Pipe or Dom Blink, and then Blade Mail, but...
Epicenter, Dark Mago. The Omni Slash is on the back line. The Mortimer kisses onto 2. Big arena onto several heroes. That's already 2 dead for Xtreme Gaming. The backstab attempt. How much damage were they able to do, though? Nothing to say. In that Rolling Thunder, the Juggernaut, isolated at the moment, gets speared into a tree, gets destroyed by the Rebuke. Nothing to say. Onto the high ground. Gets off the Swashbuckle. Has to TP back. As Dark Mago not able to finish the job, but, well, the damage has been done. A nice spear. Going to be able to be used to isolate FY into the death. And Team Cobra came to play today.
And so far, this game does not even look remotely close. They've beaten them at all aspects of the game here, Cobra have. They won the laning stage. They're out-farming them. They're out-maneuvering them. They've taken more towers. They took the Roshan. Now, the wave will finally now connect in mid, the wave being 1 singular range creep, but that's all it takes. Parker on his classic gyro. 330 CS minute 23.
I'm telling you,
wild.
This guy is one of the most talented players in the scene. It's just all the other things that are the problem. If he can stick to a
the
team...
teammates, you mean?
Yeah, of course. It's always their fault. But he is supremely talented. 2 Battle Hungers applying to him right now. They get the full set on the bottom lane. And they're going to get away with 3 minutes left on the Aegis. I mean, they can afford to do this. They can fully reset, get their items, and then go for another push with the Aegis still having a comfortable amount of time left.
Yeah, if he could somehow refill right now, I think they would go high ground again. But it's a little bit difficult for him to get back to that range, so maybe he's going to have to settle for farming it out with the remainder of the 2 minutes on the Aegis. Unless they find some sort of a pick with a smoke, I think high grounding is maybe a little bit too difficult. But I will say, back to the Axe, now that we've seen this play out, honestly, I don't even know what he could buy to make this better. I just think inherently the Radiant lineup is very flawed if it doesn't do well early. You just have damage issues. Pango needs to get multiple items before he really does damage. Axe without a dagger is not a damaging hero, really.
Yeah, Parker.
So
Kinda wants to use the Aegis here pretty soon. Aegis, or sorry, the Barracks. Okay, initiation now from the Mars. That's going to be an easy kill onto XXS to start things out. Nothing to say. Rolling Thunder with not much follow-up. So Cobra in very prime position to potentially end this game. A good Mystic Flare, not quite enough to finish the job. Instead, the Snowball saves into the kill onto Nothing to Say. This is going to be 2 lanes of Barracks for Cobra, and probably more to come. Parker, Aegis, a minute away. Looks like it'll be burned here. So much done with this single Aegis.
Ame is pushing top.
Yep, this is, we've seen this before. Even if they get a Barracks up there, who cares if you're Cobra? You're going to get mega creeps. Melee Barracks extremely low already, and this is a 25-minute...
Oh, his Poogie fled!
Oh, that's very sad.
Oh.
Mega creeps for Cobra at 26 minutes. My goodness, this was a shellacking.
Oh, you're talking like this game is over. Hold your horses.
Okay.
Might still have 30 seconds left.
All right, very good. This looks a lot like the last time Ame picked Juggernaut.
No, this is way worse.
How much damage has he done this game?
How much damage could he have done with any hero? I feel like if you want to blame anything here, I don't think it's his performance or his pick. I don't think this is a Juggernaut issue. He has done 2.6k damage, which is very low.
Second lowest in the game.
But I think the overarching issue here is of a different nature. Like, you don't get Mega to 26 minutes by picking the wrong carry hero, right? Like, that's not...
Synderen, why do you think that when I say something like that, it doesn't mean it's all his fault? I'm just pointing out a fact that he's done nothing this game.
Right.
You got a problem with that?
No, I mean, you're right.
He's farmed. That's
correct.
Really it.
That's correct. You're not wrong.
I mean, the thing that we talked about in the past, I'm not saying this is the case here, but Chinese teams, historically speaking, have had a hard time kind of adapting, right? They used to have just one play style. They've gotten a lot better since the old days. But for me, Ame, it feels like it's a bit one-dimensional. Am I overreacting? Like, it feels like if the patch is good, then things are going to be really great for him. But like Team Falcons, for example, any patch, they can be really good.
Right.
Like, I don't have any doubt that they can adapt.
So what I will say is that in general, the games that Ame plays do indeed follow the same pattern. But the question is if that is because that is the only way he wants to play, or if it's because the team builds around the idea that that is how they should play with him as a carry, right? Because you're absolutely right. You don't see him play games like Skitter does, right? For example, he just doesn't play that way. But that doesn't mean he's incapable. It might just be a decision you're making as oh my god, nothing to say.
Nothing to say. Rolling Thunder into nothing, and that is going to be the death of XXS as Cobra are putting Xtreme in their place right now. Epicenter combination from Dark Mago. And FY will take a tumble in his own base, and now the call down as the rest of Xtreme skitter away to their fountain. To no avail, though. They are dropping like flies. The only death for Cobra was the Snapfire as GG's come out. The game won to Team Cobra in dominating fashion. And there's the Omni Slash. That probably doubled his damage for the game right at the end. And there's Parker and his bad manners, Cinder. We'll see if Ame has anything to say about that in game number 2.
Here's the silver lining, Shannon. It can't really get much worse than this for Xtreme, I think. It was just very inactive, very incapable of making moves, and when they did try something, it failed. So, I guess you're going to say back to the drawing board.
That's right. That was a shellacking, Richard.
I love that you're bringing that word back. It's great. We love a shellacking. Xtreme obviously didn't enjoy that shellacking at all. But what a story right out of the gate. We've had one series that delivered an underdog victory. We're halfway to another one.
This is great.
Yeah.
we love these. Yeah, and it was a complete stomp. I mean, that was like not even close. I will say one thing that I noticed from watching Team Cobra's replays was, I don't know, it did seem like their fundamentals were really good, which I'm going to be honest, kind of shocked me. It kind of shocked me because in the SA region, other than Heroic, we haven't seen much from them in a long time. But when you look at the players that are on this team, it makes sense, right? And I actually think the support duo does a lot for this team. And you could see it in this game. Like, you don't win a game in like 20 minutes without the support duo doing a ton.
Yeah.
Something Synderen was worried about the spam coming out in the top lane. We never really felt it because they laned so well on side of Cobra, because you have Flak, you have very low armor on Skyrat Mage, so he gets hit by that. You also have on your side like very strong position 5, position 4 as well. They were ready to make any kind of moves when they try to make moves with Pango as well. They were always ready. And it does feel like... even though we liked both of these drafts, it did give a slight edge to Cobra. I think this one came down to execution. If they played it again, I'm sure, like, even the same drafts, like it did happen during the Blast Slam.
The run back.
It definitely wouldn't be like this. I feel like they understand that they misplayed their lanes. They misplayed, like, they didn't play around the Pango, because he had a very good timing on this Diffusal Blade. It's just that they never utilized it.
Yeah, I mean, and Synderen made that point right at the end. He said, they were very inactive. And it's kind of not typical to see Xtreme play like that, right? I mean, usually, if anything, they try a bit too much, I've found, in the games that they lose, right?
This is one thing that I was thinking about, having nothing to say instead of XM. Like, XM's heroes are all really easy to play around. There are some, like, toxic mid, and nothing to say is toxic mid. It's just not the same, right? It's like... Tinker is maybe his toxic mid, and to be fair, Pango is like a hero to play around for sure, but it's like Xtreme has always been about play around Ame, you know, 4 Protect 1 with Ame, and you're now introducing this player that plays more of, it's about him, right? It's about Nothing to Say's game. So they now need to also learn to play around Nothing to Say as well as Ame.
We can take a look at kind of where it started to go wrong. 'Cause it did start to go wrong very early. We're looking at 10 minutes here, Lucas.
Yeah, they did stack a lot. The difference is one of the stacks on one side was taken by Axe because they did stack. I think they had like 9 stacks, but on the side of Cobra, they had 6 stacks, which Sanking did take, which did mean that he had a pretty good timing on this Blink Dagger. This is Phase Boots, Bottle, Wand, and the Blink Dagger 10 minutes into the game, which is going to be resulting into a kill on Pengo, who, as we said, has a good timing on the Diffusal Blade, but he was not expecting this to happen, that they're going to be able to get the kill. And another one that results in another tower kill on top of that is that Parker joins in the mid. They are playing with the catapult as well, and something that Jenkins did say is that they're playing really good with the timings that they do have and playing with the supports. And something that we pointed out during the draft as well is if they get the initiation going, they have Snowball save, they have Cookie, and Mars is so tanky naturally that it does allow him to actually get the arena. And we saw it in like 10-11 minute fight as well, where they initiate one Cookie, kind of saves the day. It gives them just enough time for the rest of the team to get close, get the arena, and get a couple of kills out of it.
That is something that I saw from a lot of the replays. And once again, I was questioning it because they have been only playing in the SA region, so you don't know if it's just because they're playing against less good teams, but their fundamentals seem to be very good. When they have a timing, they pair the right heroes up and they will run at a tower. Like Parker going mid there, for example, that's a high skill thing.
It is.
Like his job is not to do damage. Obviously, the damage is going to come from the Blink Dagger, Sand King, but Sand King's not going to do shit to towers, right? So you need a hero to show up that's going to hit the tower after you get the kill and get the objective. So it's really cool for me to see that they're able to execute that against a second-place TI team. Like, that's a big deal.
Oh, for real. And, you know, they took a team fight draft. There was some really good team fights executed across this very short game. This is 22 minutes, I think.
Yeah, I mean, this is like right at the end,
right at the end
of the game. But you can see from Pyke the jump in with the arena and the spear back onto Axe, who didn't have a Blink Dagger. Actually liked the Axe build, by the way. Going for the pipe, didn't end up doing much.
This is what we said that he needs to go, and he also wanted to get a Crimson Guard to mitigate most of the damage coming up from the Gyrocopter, but it just wasn't enough. Like, you could see something Snurren talked about is Juggernaut. He didn't deal any damage pretty much in this game. Most of the damage did come out from the laning stage, and he was sitting at like 2,000 damage, which is not where you want to be. But I do have to agree with him that it's not like Jug's fault completely, because they kind of lost the game earlier. They try to go for this pipe, but 2 Blink Initiators and another strength hero with a Tusk, double saving support, who did have Glimmer Cape and who also did have mech available, I believe full Guardian Greaves at the end of the game, allowed them to not even die. They only managed to kill 1 core inside of Cobra.
Yeah, I mean, it was just a crazy one-sided game. I mean, really hard to kind of like even find any positives for Xtreme in that one. But obviously, this is the big story here. We highlighted this guy as how's he going to fit in? You know, what's he going to bring to the table?
Yep.
And, you know, just executed the game plan perfectly.
His execution was perfect, and I think the itemization was also perfect. Honestly, from all of Cobra, like, you have these items that are very explosive. They want to group up and push early. They go for Greaves on Snapfire. Tusk does not go for a Blink, even though he's against Jug, and you can snowball the Omni. So you'd think you want to go for a Blink. No, he went for a Vlad's. He went for a Solar Crest. Like, they went for group up, run at you, push the towers build. And that's why this game ends at like 22 minutes and not 40, is because they had all these support items.
Final thought from you?
Seems like we are speeding things up on B stream as well. We had so far 3 20-minute games.
We were just talking as well about how the average length of the games is like 40 minutes.
What's happening?
But seems like teams realize that they can speed things up, especially with the itemization that you pointed out, like getting these drums, getting these Solar Crest, Glimmers, and mechs and such, allows your carry to pick up first Aegis and just end the game with it.
Yeah, crazy stuff. Right, we've got a quick break coming in. That was extremely bad for the Chinese team. We'll hope that they can course correct after the break.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
Hello, everybody, and welcome. I am here with XXS from the incredible Xtreme Gaming, coming in post-TI, your first big tournament after post-TI. How are you doing?
就感觉是一个新的开始哦。
A new start. All right. I feel like enough time has passed. We may talk about this. How are you guys as a team after TI? Most teams would be extremely excited to get in the finals. Were you guys happy? Sad? You recovered?
当时能打进去，其实还挺开心的。但是，其实，在比赛中打到20-30分钟的时候，我们其实已经感觉我们好像赢了。其实打完的那一刻并没有那么激动。
Let's talk a little bit about the drama of TI. You know, the Chinese community was doing a lot of calculations. They were saying you guys had the lowest amount of break ever in all the TIs. If you had more time, you would have destroyed. You think they're crazy? You believe them?
我觉得休息时间短肯定是有影响的，因为我们有些人几乎没怎么睡觉，但是再来一次，如果有更长的时间，我也不敢说一定会改变结果，因为我觉得我们就是水平差不多的两支队伍，所以最后还是有点看运气吧。
Very, very humble of you. Well done. Let's talk about Shanghai. Were you surprised? TI, next TI in Shanghai? Does this motivate the team, or is it just another TI? Don't really care.
就动力和压力都有吧。一方面是不用坐飞机，然后不用飞很远就可以打比赛；另一方面就在自己家主场，如果8强就回家了，可能会被丢烂番茄吧，就这样。
Oh no, the Chinese fans, man, they're crazy. They're still crazy, huh? But you've had to have a lot of support after TI, though. A lot of Chinese fans were probably super happy, right? It's been a long time since a Chinese team made it to the finals.
因为我们赛前不太被看好吧，所以大家对我们期望比较低。在输了以后，大家还支持的比较多的，所以挺感谢他们。
Well, low expectations are over. You guys are one of the best teams in the world. You've been watching other teams play. Falcons ain't here this time, so you guys just gonna win this tournament? Is there no hope for anybody? Are you still the best?
也没有吧，就新队伍大家肯定还是要磨合，所以最后打成什么样，我也不太确定。
Come on. You know you're still got it. You've been here for so long. You know you're one of the best in the world. There's no expectations for you guys to do well, you don't think?
不是很确定，因为我路人排到俺妈，他说我只有马尔斯和人马，所以我现在也不确定我是个什么水平。他说我只有2个英雄池。
Okay, well, Amar's a psychopath, so that doesn't really matter. So, no big deal. Okay, you're an interesting guy. In old interviews that I listen to, you talk about when you're not playing Dota, you actually like to play other games. When you're not with your team, you hang out with friends. This is a foreign concept to many Dota players. You have friends outside of your team?
感觉问题有点奇怪啊，但是朋友肯定是每个人都有的嘛。
That's not true, all right? There's a lot of guys that when I talk to other Dota pros, they say, when I'm not playing Dota, I'm hanging out with my teammates, or I'm playing Overthrow. There's not a lot of guys out there that play other games and do social activities.
什么意思？就是玩别的游戏，就现实里吗？还是玩别的游戏
？Both.
我是一个特别懒的人，所以我放假一般不出门，可能连续10几20天不出门，就在家里和朋友玩别的游戏，就这样。
Oh, okay. What do you play?
就魔兽世界或者 CS 吧，就类似这种游戏。
Hell yeah. Are you any good at Counter-Strike?
还行吧。
Decent. Have you tried Deadlock? Shooter and Dota?
就对于一个新游戏不太了解，所以玩起来有点累，后来就没玩了。
Okay, fair enough. Well, a man that still considers himself humble, not the best in the world, even though he is, as we all know. A man that has friends and plays other games. Truly an incredible person. Thank you so much, and we cannot wait to see how you do here at Wallachia. Any final words?
Thank you.
Thank you, my friend. We'll see more from this man and the rest of Xtreme Gaming here at Wallachia Season 6.
Yes, welcome back. Xtreme Gaming versus Team Cobra. We're moving along at a brisk pace. We are already into the draft. So obviously, one to forget there for Xtreme Gaming. It was an execution problem, not a drafting problem. Just one of those things. Can happen to anybody in a best of 3. Time for the reset, guys. So what happened?
Yeah, I want to see slightly more early aggression coming out from them, even though they have not been known to be early aggressive teams. Like if we go a couple of years back, this team, they kind of put themselves in a spot where they lose the early stages. They're down 5-6K, then they win the games. So I feel like a lot of the times this team does try to push the limits. It feels like they're testing out the waters to see if they can actually do it, especially in different metas. But this meta is really punishing, and we already said that teams are speeding things up. So I want to see something slightly different, and seeing the opener for Team Cobra. I like that. This is something that Xtreme Gaming would do, because Centaur is extremely strong. It's a strong laner, especially if he's paired up with another position 4, like a Snapfire, something that gives you another stun, extra bit of a damage as well, so you do have a kill threat, but also double auras. Like you're building into Pipe, you're building into Crimson Guard, not necessarily getting the Blink Dagger. And on the other side, there's a Dragonite, your favorite hero, Jenkins.
Oh, it's so great. It's so
because
great.
Of all the cool stuff that you can do.
I wonder if you're leaving this in, what is your like proposed answer to the hero? I mean, I guess on one hand, DK can lane solo against anything 1v2, so you just say, all right, we'll just throw the Centaur in the bot lane, and maybe Cobra picks like a roaming support, and Centaur just cuts the wave.
Totally ignored in the previous draft. Not picked, not banned. Just left.
Yeah, which is shocking, because it's a very strong hero. The early game is incredibly easy. It's a carry or mid that will win any lane pretty much alone, and then the late game scaling is just it's incredible.
It's an insane hero.
The amount of damage you do with like just regular dataless build. I know people are going to like Armlet, Mask of Madness. They're going for the pure Dragonite build. That's good. Mid lane, Blink Orchid into Bloodthorn also does incredible scaling damage.
And here's more damage. Extra bit of a sustain coming out for him. Extra bit of physical damage as well. Everything Dragonite does, if we're talking about the green Dragonite facet, is physical. So the reason why he scales as well, lowering their armor. And I feel like this Dragonite can also be played with the red facet if you're playing against high armor heroes like Morphling, like Terrorblade. So you have the options, but most of the time it is green Dragonite. And there's the Snapfire. Super strong against Dragonite. Against Tusk, you can go over the shards as well.
Love this pick.
Love the animation as well.
Only physical damage.
Yeah, the multi-suck.
From the side of Xtreme now. Yeah, the multi-suck is very strong here. Because the thing is, like, just saving somebody with the Crepify and then the suck into DK, he's always going to go on one guy. Even Tusk, like, his abilities are AoE, whatever. He's also focusing just one guy.
I don't think this draft would look the same if Xtreme Gaming didn't ban Mars in the first phase, because they had first pick on side of Cobra. I don't think they would open up with the Centaur, because XXS, he's one of the best Mars players out there with Amar and Collapse. But it did allow them to pick the Centaur. They did ban Ursa on their last ban, which is very bad for Centaur to play against. And then they just paired up. They did remove 2 of the supports that are very good against Centaur, Glimpse, and now you don't have to worry about the Mars that they banned, plus Bane with the Fiend's Grip, so your Stampede's not going to be as effective. Just even a casual Nightmare kind of negates what Centaur wants to do with the Stampede if he's using that to save somebody on the other side of the map.
Ooh, that's a very solid pick. I mean, that's one way to turn essentially just make the Pugna not useful. You cannot heal and Decrepify and save somebody into the AA Blast. It's very good with Ember because you have this like long-range poke, Searing Chains plus Sleight of Fist into an AA Blast is a lot of the time a kill. And I think that Cobra was actually setting up for Gyrocopter. I think they wanted to go Pugna plus some sort of like hyper carry. The one that we see right now is Gyrocopter. but you can't do it into Ancient Apparition. It's just not good. It's like a preemptive counter to a lot of the stuff that Pugna likes to play with.
Before I would say maybe they wanted to go for potentially Carry Muerta. I know that he loves to play it. Parker just enjoys playing it. Plus also the combination with the Pugna as well, where you can always attack, you're getting healed. So AA is going to be shutting down any kind of potential combos that they wanted to do. But I like the cheap, very easy, simple to execute combo with AA, low cooldown abilities like Searing Chains, Dragonite, Stun, Shard. So
it makes it so easy to
I don't
play.
think he's going to be having a hard time landing Blast in this game.
Do you just Sven here? Like you, instead of playing around like healing and playing some long fights, you play around...
I like the idea.
Instant burst.
If you're the one who's getting the jump, you don't care too much about Dragonite using his Dragon Tail stun. There's like
even
one
Tusk
BKB.
save is
it's
too slow for a Sven.
You can delete AA as well. Not the strongest lane, like not the partner that Sven wants to play with. It's like Pugna. There's not really a big combo. It's just like try to secure me as much CS as possible, and then I will go to the jungle for 10-15 minutes and come back with
we haven't even talked about where the Dragonite's going to go, right? I mean, like...
It's most likely carry. There's potential that they swap it to the off lane, but Ember definitely in the mid lane, so they kind of use this Slaughter as a response to mid Ember Spirit, which is a pretty bad matchup.
Yeah, and this is another Dark Magoo classic hero. He likes to play the melee offlaners mid lane. Why is he not playing off lane instead of Pyke? Actually, it's working out for them. It's working out for them. But
he's playing these offlaners from the mid lane anyway.
Yeah, true, exactly. So it's a classic for him. That means that they think that they have 3 potential carry picks for Parker, and they wanted to counter Ember with this pick exactly. I wouldn't. How does a DK do mid against a Slardar mid? Is it worth doing some wacky stuff with Ember? Probably not, right?
Nah, I don't think they want to. Maybe if it was a different team, I would say maybe they would want to play some off-lane Ember, but they already picked 2 supports as well, so you can't really flex Ember to position 4. So I think it's just going to be stable things. They're going to be looking for XXS's hero. And yeah, I still like the Sven. They are banning out these late-game carry heroes that Dragonite doesn't like to play into, which do build into Butterfly as well, Medusa and Terrorblade. I think maybe there's a good case for Templar Assassin as well to be picked, but then you're building into Deso. There's a potentially idea that you are building into Mjolnir. This is something that Mikke was doing when he was playing against the Illusion heroes, against like Morphling, etc.
Okay, there's the TA. Yeah, Darkseer ban, taking out what is considered to be one of the best options against it as well. It has the same like jump and burst ability that we were talking about of the Sven. Like you can always jump in, burst the AA before Tusk can save, but it's not like they don't have ways of peeling off the refraction, right? Like Ember, DK both have lots of damage over time. AA also damage over time.
I like the synergy as well, because like if you're going Deso, and you probably should because it's overall better item. I mean, you're up getting that item 99% of the time anyway. Opens up all the objectives on the map between you and Slaughter. Like Dragonite's extra armor is not gonna be really doing much. Like this is like minus 30 armor. 20 minutes into the game we're talking about, so no one's going to feel comfortable playing against it.
Yeah, the 3 minus... I mean, they have 3 minus armor heroes. This is effectively a minus armor draft. This is such a shit Pugna game. It's so hard. It's so hard. He's playing into AA. He can't save anyone.
I want to rewind the tape to where we were when it came in. We were like, yeah, multi-suck.
Multi-suck is so good.
Decrepify, save someone. It's terrible Pugna.
We were enchanted by the multi-suck potential, but it's just not that...
It's easily done.
When you're in that situation, it's not as good as you fantasized about. But the Tidehunter does come out. This
old reliable.
Yeah, I mean they certainly win the team fights now. It's like a scuffed version of Mars Arena versus the Centaur, where you can't ult and run away if everyone is in a massive AoE stun. What's the lane gonna be? It's gonna be Tusk plus Tide. I don't think that's going to win against the double ranged of TA plus Pugna, but also if they go for like wave cutting shenanigans, I don't see a way that the Pugna and the TA can stop that. So I think at the very least, Tide will get a lot of farm in this game.
Yeah, I like the Tide pick. I think this is going to give them the team fight that they needed. It's also going to give them a frontline hero that is going to be soaking up some damage for Dragonite, because Dragonite in this one, he can definitely die with all that minus armor we talked about. So Tidehunter is going to be the front line, and there's not really a spell in this game that Tidehunter is going to be afraid of. Like, he can take off everything pretty much. Kraken Shell, great against Slardar, great against traps, all the slows as well, all that minus armor. It's just probably going to be gone, and I want to see what the itemization is going to be, because they don't have that much magic damage. So I think Vlad's, and you might actually skip Pipe in this one, because there's no magic damage other than Pugna and Snapfire, which is not the greatest.
Yeah, I think Vlad's is definitely solid. Then Blink Dagger, play around like bursting people with the Tide Ravage plus the AA Blast. Yeah, there's not much to deal with Kraken Shell. You're totally right. Like there's no good break buyer on Cobra either. What are you gonna Silver Edge TA? I mean, Parker will do it.
He might do it. Yeah,
he'll do it eventually. But this is like 5th item. You know, there's nobody who can get like an easy phylactery into Conda.
All right, then, guys, it's now time to throw you over to the most argumentative couple since Brangelina. It's Cinderfan.
Wow, that was very nice. Thank you very much. I take that as a compliment. Of course, I'm Angelina.
You would.
In this scenario.
Okay.
Because she's awesome.
Oh. Okay.
You don't even know who they are.
Yeah. I do.
Are you sure?
Yeah.
Okay, who's the other person?
Brad Pitt.
Wow. Have you seen a movie from Brad Pitt before?
Probably.
All right.
Let's
name
see.
one. Name 3 movies. I think that's not that.
Name 3 movies.
Yes.
Do they have to have Brad Pitt in them?
Yes.
Oh, now it's
That's
harder.
the whole point. They're paused. By the way, in case the chat is wondering, they did pause the game so we could have this discussion.
Yeah.
So go ahead, Cinderin.
See you later, nerds.
Okay. I am so bad with actors. It's really funny. I mean, I haven't watched that many movies, but even the ones I have, I don't remember what actors are in them.
All right. Keep it up.
Gladiator.
Nope.
I also haven't watched it, but I was hoping he was in it. Maybe he did.
He is in a movie kind of like Gladiator, actually. It's a
Maybe
very
he did
bad
a
movie.
cameo in Minority Report.
Nope.
Okay.
You seriously can't even name a single one?
Let's see.
That's insane.
Oh no! Looks like we have a fight breaking
We're
out
not
in the
casting
mid lane.
until you name a single movie. That is so bad. Oh, XXS. He's going to get hoof stomp with the cookie. This is going to be a tough kill. Don't think they're going to get it, but they do tickle him a bit in the process, as Cinderin will continue to just be dumbfounded by the easiest question to be asked in quite a while.
It's so funny, isn't it?
It's pathetic is what it is.
I think it's funny.
It can be both.
Okay.
All right, so you just give up then.
How about this? You name 5 movies that Brad Pitt is in, and we'll see if I've watched any of them.
Okay.
And it needs to be some of the more known ones.
Fight Club.
I've not watched that.
All right, the movie that you were probably thinking of with Gladiator was Troy. Terrible movie.
Oh, that's right. But I also haven't
Absolutely.
really watched that.
Okay.
I think it was maybe on a monitor.
12 Monkeys is probably his best movie.
I have not watched that either.
I know.
Okay.
Ocean's 11.
I have watched Ocean's 11, I think.
Okay.
And I didn't want to cheat because the
Nothing to
producer in
say.
my ear was saying Ocean's 11, 12, and 13 as he was really trying to bail me out. But I'm an honest man.
Good.
So I didn't take. But yeah, I have watched Ocean's 11.
Okay, good job, Cinderella.
There we go. All right, so that's 1.
Oops. Dark
is
Mago
close.
does have to be a bit careful. Nothing to say very low. Of course, there's no way to get through that Flame Guard as Dark Mago with all the physical damage.
This is actually a kind of interesting lane situation to get into. You don't usually see Slardar and Ember trade this aggressively this early for both heroes to drop low, because on paper this is a really good Slardar lane, right? You're against another melee hero, you're against a melee hero whose defensive layer is magic protection, which you don't care about at all as Slardar. So this lane should go well for Slardar down the stretch. Obviously it was taken here as a counter pick. But when both heroes get this low this early, Slardar is actually potentially vulnerable. to a level up from Ember. Like, let's say you hit level 3 and you surprise him with like 2 in chains or a 2-point flame guard that's ready and you can stick on top, whatever. As it stands, though, I think Dark Mago with the Fairy Fire and the regen from the river is more than okay now.
Yeah, when they came out with this facet where you get this extra regen in the river inherently instead of just through like Ags or whatever.
Yeah.
Mid lane Slardar, that's cool, man. That's really cool.
This lane should, for all intents and purposes, just be over now. Like, I don't see conceptually what Ember can do anymore.
Yeah.
He's going to take CS with every Flame Guard, but when that's on cooldown, Slardar just runs him down. Like, you're watching it right now. It's kind of like Ember playing against Necrophos, which was a classic lane counter a couple of years back, where every time you try to approach the creep, Necrophos goes onto your high ground, uses Death Pulse and hits you twice, and then he goes back to farming. And Slardar can kind of play it the same way. It's the same logic with the regen too. Just like Necro, you can't be harassed down by Ember. You just play in the river, you have a bottle. And yeah. The reason this is concerning to me and why I'm putting so much emphasis on it is that I was looking at this Xtreme Gaming draft and I feel like Ember has to do quite a lot unless Ame starts playing active, which was what you were criticizing, that he doesn't do that enough. If they're going to play this Dragon Knight largely just farming for the first 20 minutes, and Ember loses lane hard to Slardar, like, who are you playing around?
Yeah, that's true.
It's like, Tide is not going to be that guy. Your support duo, it has kill power, but you need levels. So, really, it would be good news for Xtreme Gaming if they could get nothing to say off the ground here, but it's going to be tough. He's sitting 9-2 against 18-12.
Yeah, that tends to happen when you're hard countered in lane.
It's tough. It's going well in the other lanes, though, for Xtreme.
Yeah, Ame 19-7 in this early stage of the game on this Dragon Knight. He did go for the Corrosive Dragon, so he'll have that minus armor to go along with the Gush from XXS, and of course the panel already talked about the minus armor on the other side, so itemization for both sides are actually kind of similar, with as El Micho will be taken out, it looks like. So first blood to Ame. As Dark Mago stuck inside the shards. Nothing to say, would love to get this rune, but the Nether Blast zones him out, and Dark Mago ends up getting it anyway. Now the bash onto FY, and this is going to be the death of the Tusk. Tuskar himself.
According to, he was already washed, but in the river, it's definitely the place to be if you want to get there.
I think if you're washed, then you can never unwash.
Oh.
But FY, I said he's rusty. You can get rid of the rust, you know?
I see. But probably not by going in the river.
Nah, probably not.
It's not really the place to do it.
Cookie to try to save his own life, but El Micho will be dropping anyway to X Nova. So this lane going quite well for the Xtreme side.
Yeah, it's conceptually really powerful. Dragon Knight plus AA. You have a long duration level 1 stun, guaranteed connection against a melee hero. You put the Cold Feet on top and go to work. Obviously, Cookie can help disengage. But yeah, with Tusk there's just nothing to do.
Mid lane gank attempt onto Dark Mago. X Nova is here as well. Not able to get the kill though. Dark Mago with that extra regen is A-okay. Will eat a tree. Be back up to full HP in no time, surely.
Now it's a big commitment bringing all these heroes over.
Nothing to say. It does have to worry about the Crochet. This is where the level advantage is extreme. I mean, that's a full level advantage, actually, from the Slardar via, or Slardar versus nothing to say is Ember. There'll be a fight for this 6-minute Lotus, it seems like, along with the power rune. It's a regen bot. Dark Mago does get it.
Okay, now, surely they can't do anything about him mid when he has this rune as well.
Yeah.
So I think this should just be the abort lane call from Xtreme. You just have to accept it. Play around the other heroes that are having the better game. And Ember just has to fend for himself and try to find a way to get levels. And what you can do is when you have 3 in Flame Guard, you could stack the hard camp into a double camp and then farm that with Flame Guard. I'm actually quite surprised that Nothing to Say has not done that for himself. I feel like that's a pretty standard way to approach losing lanes as Ember. Otherwise, maybe a support could have done it for him. But as it stands, he's kind of just hovering around the lane and just getting bullied. And this feels really bad.
Yeah. Yeah, still only halfway to level 6, where Dark Mago
Show's waiting in the
maintaining that
wings.
full level advantage. The question is, how can they get on top of him? One crush will do it. I think that's the start right there. And Elmisho with the cookie available if needed. We'll use the Scatter Blast. A nice dodge from Nothing to Say. It might not matter, and indeed that is the case. Elmisho gets the last hit, FY under the tower.
This could
along
be
with
more with the
X-Nova.
regen rune.
Yeah, absolutely. Going back in is Dark Mago with the crush. He's standing a lot of damage, but a Ravage coming in from XXS who TPs in, so it costs them a lot of time and resources, but they do finish off the mid laner for the Cobra side.
That's a really important Tide TP. All three of them die if he doesn't show up there on XXS. Slardar was able to play the outskirts of that fight and just run one hero down after the other. But with the Ravage coming out, that's the end of it. Obviously, that's a big cooldown to use, but, you know...
Is that a...
The first Ravage generally doesn't really...
What is this set? Is that from the Monster Hunter?
Yeah.
Okay. It looks like it does not belong in Dota at all.
It's,
the art style is just totally different.
It's inspired by a movie called How to Train Your Dragon.
No, it's not.
Brad Pitt is playing the main character.
I'm surprised you could even name a movie.
Yeah.
That's surprising.
That's right.
I guess it does have the name Dragon in the title.
Yeah. Whatever you're implying with that, it's probably untrue.
Okay. Wasn't implying anything. Pake on this Centaur.
Pike.
Pike.
Uh-oh, mid. Again. But this time they have the levels. And he's frozen to
does
grab.
Get frozen, and that'll be the death of the Slardar.
And the Pugna.
And Mr. Michael will follow suit to the grave. So double kill for Nothing to Say, desperately needed, as we've talked about ad nauseum.
Yeah. They get his 6 and an Arcane Rune, and then the whole power dynamic just shifts. Slardar does not have a regen, you have a rune, you have your ult. Different ball game, and this rotation from the supports immediately is going to pay off in a big way. So much more so than in game number 1, this looks like Xtreme are a lot more eager to get stuff done.
Indeed. Stampede to be able to get out of dodge. Can't really decide who they want to go on top of. It looks like FY was the target. Attempted TP.
Success.
We'll be fine. That's a lot of resources. I mean, this is
That's
all
5
5
heroes.
members of Cobra.
That's easily an Extreme. This is an Xtreme Gaming win for sure. They force Stampede and 5 heroes bot. And all they lose is their Tusk. And they're going to likely be trading towers here. So Dragon Eye is just going to head up top. Together with Tide, they will make the tower exchange even as well. Ame is going for the pretty standard carry Dragon Knight build here. It's going Mask of Madness into Armlet.
Another gank attempt onto Dark Mago, and he is going to get cold feeted. Nope. But they have the Earn Charge applied. He's still in the river, but now he's outside. Could deny himself potentially if he needs to. The Earn Charge, oh, that is so close, but he's going to live. As FY will likely be the return kill. Gets off the snowball, but good attempt with the ice shards, but the cookie counter, Elmisho should finish it. You would think so, but you would be wrong. You'd be a moron to think that he wouldn't be.
He might still get him with the
Scatter Blast does hit as expected. Why dies?
I like the drama though, the suspense, but deep down we both knew that was a kill the whole way.
That's right.
Of course.
Never any doubt. As Pike, also known as Pake by some, working on the Blink Dagger. Actually, no, going for the pipe. So goes Helm of the Dominator, basically the axe build we saw last game.
Same item build as the axe of the opposing team, but this time it's on a hero that needs dagger a bit less, I would argue. So, and also they have a mid Slardar, so the luxury of knowing that your mid hero can play as the true initiator makes it a lot more appealing to not buy it yourself. And I mean, this is just such a good pipe game, right? AA, Ember, going magic build, Tide, Ravage. Even some, actually, none of the DK damage this time around, but also some Tusk residual. It's just good. Like, you wanted this game without question, so don't mind the build up here for Pike. XXS is level 10.
Huh.
by the way. While this is quiet, he's just quietly been farming up there while this has been happening. Of course, not the top level in the game. That does belong to Parker, and a free farming TA will just get there. But he is 2 full levels ahead of Centaur on Tide. That's kind of crazy in a game where neither hero has died at 12 minutes. So it goes to show just how much.
I do want to ask you a question, though. Based on the last, I'll even give you 2 years.
Okay.
Typically speaking, who has more impact?
Brad Pitt.
Is it Centaur, who's Brad Pitt in this scenario, or Tidehunter?
Brad Warden.
Who is me. El Micho onto the tier 2 tower. Will be chased down by Nothing to Say.
Well,
using some remnants.
Heal.
And he gets decrepified, but to no avail. And now Michael is going to get AA blasted, so that'll be both supports dead for Cobra.
I think in this situation, Tide easily more impactful, I would say.
I didn't ask about this game. Last 2 years.
Just in general,
yeah.
The 2 heroes in this type of game state, or just which, like, what was
You know what? Forget it.
Was the question whether Tide or Centaur is better?
I genuinely don't care anymore.
All right, that's how I felt about the question.
You could have just answered whatever instead of analyzing it and then overdoing the analyzing it.
If you didn't want the answer.
I just wanted something quick and we move on.
What is wrong? Like, now I'm going to second guess every time you ask me if you even want the answer.
If it takes you that long to answer, then
I was giving you time to call the play on screen. That's how this works, you know?
Oh, that's not what it was.
Uh-oh, Parker. That's a big fine.
Be a big kill. Searing Chains applied. Gets punched into the air. Outnumbered 4 versus 1.
To answer your question, though, it's Tidehunter.
I would disagree with that.
Okay, I don't know what the question was.
I know. Because it's objectively correct what I just said. But keep it up, Cinderin. You're doing great.
Working on it.
That's why you get paid the big bucks. Ame, in the meantime, gets paid the big bucks to lose Game 5s in TI. Mortimer's Kisses will finish the job onto him. It might cost El Micho his life, though, and nice shards.
Yep. FY's back.
Indeed.
He warmed up after game 1.
Yeah, that's all it took. That single game. Dark Mago with a nice steal. Can he get away with murder, though? Does have to worry about the tusk.
Pretty likely. He's got blink, but the Tide might cut him off at an awkward angle. No, nice blink upwards.
Dark Mago.
He's good.
Way too quick. Now he's in the river. He's certainly gone. Look
and
at
he's
Xtreme.
dodging the Ember. Beautifully done.
Yeah. Perfect play. So do you agree? They pick Pugna, and then the panel talks about how it doesn't look like a good Pugna game anymore.
Yeah.
What can he do, Cinderin?
It was good against the first 2 heroes in the DK Tusk, and then it got triple counterpicked after, or at least double. Ember and AA are atrocious matchups for Pugna. I mean, all he can do in this game and what he should be doing is buy single target utility items to help his teammates. Just standard support stuff. Glimmer Force, Solar Crest if he thinks it's good, which I think Glimmer Force are both better here, even though Solaring TA is very nice. And try to be clutch with Decrep when it matters. Because at the end of the day, there's still more physical damage than magical damage in the Radiant lineup, especially if you Decrep post, let's say, like AA blasts and stuff. So, and also it no longer amplifies on allies anyway, so you might as well do it whenever.
Ame did destroy Michael in the meantime. Oh, this would be a very, very big kill. They actually used the Ravage for it, and that's enough damage. Dark Mago, into the grave you go. So 3K lead for Xtreme.
I feel like XXS just has this ability to get in these positions on Tide. I don't know if it's because they pick it under really good circumstances or if it's just that good, but
I think he's my favorite offlaner.
Tanky. Or so farmed every time he hits Tide.
Yeah, he's one of my favorite offlaners, for sure. He's always showing up. Usually it's on Centaur, though. As we saw in that interview, 2-hero pool. But Tide wasn't in that pool, so looks a little bit bigger now.
2-hero pool, but 10-friend pool.
Nice crush into the bash. Nothing to say, though, has the remnants up.
Well, Xnova will get that.
Out. Parker, Melt Strike is enough to delete Nothing to Say. as FY will try to delay the inevitable with that snowball.
This is really awkward for Xtreme.
Lots of misses, though. Good attempt with the trap, but FY will live. Mortimer's Kisses trying to keep Dark Mago alive.
Oh, he needs
a
a
lot
good
on top
toggle
of
here.
Ame. Does get hit. Toggling again.
He missed the last shot.
Dark Mago wants to continue the pressure potentially. No, we'll try to back away. Instead, they'll cancel the TP of XXS. So they don't get the prize possession in Ame, but they get the kill onto XXS, who is kind of the hero of Xtreme this game. And now into the Roche pit they go.
Yeah.
That's a big
nice
A blast, though.
movement there from Mago to get out of the pit.
To say, Remnants in, wants to finish off Pike. The pipe is now activated.
He's just
oh
dead.
my god, nothing to say, evaporates.
Oh, this is real
And now
bad
that's
news
gonna
for Xtreme. My
be
God.
a definite Roche for Cobra. And they take the lead with this.
Yeah, easily, and it was a nice nice sidestep from the starter, anticipating the Ice Blast coming, so he walked out of the pit, doesn't become a kill for Ember. And not only do they get the Roche, they get a couple of bonus kills there to boot. And they'll take over the enemy triangle. They have this really nice aggressive ward in the triangle right now, which is exceptionally powerful for TA to play around. It's a nice area to place traps in and just sit and camp and wait for a support like AA to walk up and just one-shot it. You're gonna see here, like this, Ember cannot deal with this amount of damage.
Minus armor is insane.
It begs the question, is this a good game for Ember to even go this build? Like, should you go 4-4-0? Because I think the Flame Guard is pretty weak, but maybe he had to get it to farm in lane. But, so maybe something like 4-4-2, I think I would have liked to see. Because he can't leverage Flame Guard anyway. He can't walk into TA Slaughter ever, right? You're just going to die. So, I don't know. It's possible that that would have been a better direction for him. Because the problem with this build is you only get to use chains whenever you throw a Remnant, and otherwise you have to come up close. But with more points in Sleight, you can actually out-navigate a hero like Slardar quite well, but with one in Sleight, it's just 10 times harder. He'll get there eventually, but this is a really pivotal point in the game where the Ember and Dragon Knight would like to at least stand a fighting chance, but it doesn't really seem like they do once the full force of the Dire show up. It comes with the asterisk that there was no Ravage. I think that's maybe a little more than an asterisk, to be fair.
True.
But we'll see. Now there's going to be an Aegis, so which one is stronger of those two?
So just a 2K lead for Cobra after being down, I want to say it was about 4K in favor of Xtreme. So flipping the script, as it were, is Ame in the cover of smoke right now. He's been a lot more active. Of course, it is a different hero. I mean, I look at Juggernaut as a hero like... Is it not a good hero to just participate in fights? That's used to be the identity of the hero.
It very much depends on the lineup you're facing, because Juggernaut has atrocious stats early on, so you're just so fragile. So if you're entering fights, you really need to make sure you get kills. And Omnislash is also not a very good ability level 1. So he's just a little bit awkward to fight on early, and if it fails, the repercussions for the hero are massive. That if you fall behind on Jugger, the hero's just not good. So I guess what I'm trying to say is the risk-reward of moving, you need to feel very confident that you're going to pull it off. Okay, open up.
Man, gets Hoof Stomp, Stampede to fall. The TPs are still coming, though, and before they even come, that's a dead Centaur.
Well, let's
Those
see if
TPs
Xtreme
were
get
for a
That's
big
good
crush on the 3 with the Mortimer's Kiss is just blowing everybody up, but the snowball is going to keep them alive for the time being. The Ravage to follow. Nice Decrepify to keep the Slardar alive, as Parker's actually all alone at the moment on the high ground. He takes out FY in turn. Nice nuke onto 2 as they try to run away, as XXS is taking a lot of pressure off the rest of his lineup, just tanking up this damage. Will attempt to TP, he's fine. So they do get Ame, though, on that Dragon Knight, so it ends up being a 3 for 2. Melt Strike, not quite enough to kill off Nothing to Say, has that damage rune. And still with the Aegis for a little less than 2 minutes. Nothing to Say is just slowed to a crawl, but will eventually get back home.
Still another good result for the side of Cobra. Get the couple of key kills they need, and Ame just doesn't seem like he can really stand his ground. Now he's going to have this BKB, which will help against the stuns, but I'm still concerned that he pops his BKB, he gets Corrosive Hazed, and honestly, he might still have to run away. Like, they've very much counterpicked this first pick DK, which is reminiscent of the very old game from 1.5 hours ago, where Kez first pick got double countered by cores. This is a similar logic where you're showing this this core hero as your very first pick that has not a lot of weaknesses, to be fair. Dragon Knight is really strong this patch. There's no doubt about it, but obviously if you have enough physical pierce, that is one way of attacking the hero, and you know what you're going to get when DK gets first picked. He's not going to be flexed to anything. Just like with Kez, it's a hero that's worth countering because you know it's going to be a core. So, I think...
Is nobody playing him in other lanes?
I mean, it is playable both mid and off lane, so yes, you can flex it between the core roles, but you cannot really flex it onto support, right? So the investment of countering DK with TA Slaughter, especially if you get a bonus good lane, which you did with Slaughter into Ember, I think is just kind of a no-brainer to run this. And Ame is queuing up Nullifier, so he wants to deal with the Decrep, which makes sense, but obviously that comes at the expense of not having an early Satanic or AC against all this physical damage. Wonder if he's even going to buy AC. He doesn't queue it up. Like, this is one of the few games where I would maybe really advocate for it, because you need to swing that balance of minus armor.
Yeah, but the problem is when the other team gets the AC.
Yeah.
Just cancels it out.
Well, not quite.
Shiva's is getting pretty close for XXS. Like we talked about, I think Shiva's AC, so like these armor items are going to be the name of the game for both sides.
Makes you wonder if XXS is going to buy all three. Vlad's, Shiva, and AC.
Dark Mago gets clipped by the AA Blast and will tick away.
Find.
Nice kill for Xtreme.
Now he has BKB, so that won't be possible next time. Ame pops the dragon form and then doesn't go in.
Has the 9-second BKB and working on the nullifier, it seems.
That's right.
Did you say that?
I might have.
Yeah, well, we've been here before.
Yep. Uh-oh. XXS. Is he going to be able to play his way out of this one? The answer is no.
Has Ravage, but...
It's way better to die than to Ravage, though.
Yep, for sure. So Parker getting a nice valuable kill, has 14 stacks on that Deso, and pretty close to finishing the BKB.
What do you think about the fact that right now, the Dire team knows with more precision when Roche will spawn than we do?
Wait, say it again?
The Dire team knows when Roche will spawn, but we don't.
Yeah, that's weird, right?
They know it down to the second. We have to read this arbitrary clock to figure it out. What do you think about that?
It's weird, yeah.
Yeah, okay.
I'm not sure why.
That's how I felt.
We haven't done anything about that.
Oh.
As Parker will do something about that
later,
instead.
that's more Deso stacks. He's up to 16. We haven't really talked about that, but...
I literally just talked about it.
You haven't really done it, though.
You make fun of me for not listening to you. It's a two-way street.
You caught me once.
Okay, Ame pops the BKB. Nice steering chains onto several heroes for nothing to say. As XXS, he does have Ravage, but Cobra will back away. I get the little prize in the AA.
So when is the Roche spawn roughly? Oh yeah, we don't even know until
we have to wait.
We don't even get
the
we don't even get the marker.
No.
It's interesting. So let's see. Okay, that's about a minute and a half.
Yep, really cool. Love that clock. Tier 1 tower taken out in the top lane. Crystallis for Parker, which will be an eventual Daedalus. Actually has the recipe as well, so it's just a Demon Edge away. He's in the area of the secret shop.
And they have full map control, which is the big thing here. You're playing a lineup that has such strong assassination potential between Slaughter and TA, and you keep placing traps. Feels like it's just a matter of time before someone slips up. The one guy you don't want to jump is Tide. Pretty much anyone else, I think, is fair game when DK's BKB is on cooldown. And if nothing happens, well, Pugna will be put to good use with the Nether Blasts onto the tower. Needs one more of those to go. Nice pre-glimmer to prevent the slight chains, and Ame will get a deny. That's all he's going to get for his efforts. He's going Butterfly.
On Ame?
Oh, he's queuing it up at least.
Huh. Interesting. They get the Dragon Tail with the AA Blast and the Ravage onto 3. Dark Mago and Michael dead right off the bat. And the rest of Cobra on the run. Now Misho will eventually be spotted, so likely a third to fall in this engagement. Nice pickoffs from Xtreme.
Now the unfortunate situation here for Xtreme is that this is probably a little bit too early to be able to get Roche. So they're gonna scout it now. Well, maybe they get lucky enough. Is this enough time? Like 15 seconds? See, X-Nova's gonna ping it now, but they are going to try with tag team. This is obviously huge if they can get it. They might just barely. Ooh,
Parker's in the area. Here. Smoke up now too as Pike. Yeah, they're gonna go for this. And Ame's no longer in dragon form either. They get the stop onto the TA in the north, and there's the belch from Roche, so now they can no longer take it. FY is going to be the first to fall here. Doc Marco still had the BKB. Ame blinks in to get very aggressive. They will take out Michael in turn. And now attempting to run away, but Parker kills off Nothing to Say on the other side. And this is certainly a disaster for Xtreme as they attempt to run away. XXS will try to bring them to the other side to save the rest of his team. Double kill for Parker, and now Roche will be Cobras.
Yeah. They couldn't kill it fast enough. This was my concern, is that they're going to try and they're going to fail, and then it's way worse than if they did nothing, because obviously they've committed their big spells, so if this fight ever breaks out, it's only going to go the Dyer's way, and Parker will see it fully maxed out. Not quite yet on the death, so still a couple of charges to go before that's capped, but finds another couple of kills, gets the Aegis, and now effectively we're back to the game state before the fight that Xtreme just won. The gold is back to 8k, you now have the Aegis. And sure, it's not high ground time just yet, but you're firmly in control of the game as Dyer. I'm once again going to keep coming back to those traps. When you're ahead on TA, it feels so good to just play the opposite, or the enemy side of the map as much as possible. He's almost 25. Those solo kills, I mean, what?
Yeah,
DK
advantage
is level 19.
Yeah, that's not even close. That's crazy.
This is actually bizarre. Like, he's 25, DK is 20, and Ember is 17.
Yeah, the
Parker is
really
insanely far ahead. Which one's he going to take, though? Meld Hit Bash is kind of interesting against the Ember. But the refraction instances should be incredible against DK, as Pike will be taken down by Ame. It's something.
Yeah, indeed.
Butterfly pickup. Parker still hasn't chosen, by the way. Really pondering this one. He will take the refraction. That's what I thought he was going to do.
It's the safer choice.
Yeah. I think what maybe swings him mainly in that direction is just the carry-to-carry matchup. That against DK, the extra 4 instances is crazy. Because DK doesn't have a natural way of getting that much attack speed to really pierce through it, even though he has, you know, a Butterfly, which is one of the better items for it. It's still way too tough.
Does he not have poison attack on the DK? How does that work now? It does damage over time still, right?
Yeah, but you need to... Whatever damage over time source you have, it needs to pierce through the barrier, right?
Yeah, that's true.
TA changed so much in that patch. You remember right away, it was super broken.
Yeah, yeah.
The first version of this barrier refraction first picked every pro game. Like, this hero was just insane. And then it got nerfed a couple of times and reached a reasonable threshold, but I would say personally, I miss the old refraction because I thought it was more interesting. That it was like, it could block any number of damage, but at the same time you could counter it very easily with specific things. Now it just, you know, some of the good old counters like, say, Venomancer or Batrider, you need to pierce through the barrier tiers first, and it just makes Tia's matchup so much better for her. just like strictly better. There were other ways of buffing that hero, but then retaining that part of refraction that I thought was it.
Write a letter, Cinderin.
Oh, I'm just old man yelling at clouds at this point.
Yes, you are. You really are.
Yeah.
Welcome to the club.
Mm-hmm.
The Fight Club.
Oh, yeah.
Featuring Brad Pitt and Edward Norton.
Edward Norton.
Yep.
He's the guy who made Norton's internet security, right?
No, that guy was insane.
Oh.
Literally.
Okay.
Like batshit.
Maybe it's a family thing.
Yep, that's not a common name at all. You're right. Looks like Sheepstick is what XXS is eyeing up on this Tide. The next item. Still a ways away.
Hmm.
I was expecting... wait, does he have Shard right now? Oh, he already has it. Okay.
He doesn't have enough mana for Refresher, so I guess he has to... He kind of has to do an intermediary item, but... Yeah, I guess Scythe might just be the best.
There's a minute on this Aegis, and Cobra haven't really done a whole lot with it yet. But there's a Dragon Farm from Ame trying to force the issue. Parker already has to pop the BKB, and this looks like a runaway sequence for the Cobra side. As a Ravage expended just for Dark Mago. That's the Aegis down.
Yes,
Can Cobra fight? Mortimer's Kisses right on top of the Ember Spirit. Nothing to say. Remnants very close nearby. Nice dodge onto Dark Mago. As you can see, DK, Ame, he's slowed quite a bit. As Dark Mago gets in really deep, but he's all alone. There is no teammates nearby. They get the Force Staff, but he might tick away
live
the Ice
of the
Blast.
Glimmer.
It's going to be
fine.
close. Looks like he's good to go.
Okay, just farming some creeps. That's fine.
Yep.
Okay.
He's fine.
Checking the Roche. You're a little bit early, buddy. Just taking cover.
I mean, what do you think about the Aegis? They didn't get much out of it in general.
I think that was pretty good for Xtreme.
Was it? Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I'm talking about from Cobra's side.
No, they absolutely wanted more than that. But this is what happens when the fight opens onto the TA and she does not have the Aegis on her, right? It's the downside to putting this one on Slaughter is if TA does become the initial target, she has to BKB defensively and then kind of is uninterested in fighting afterwards. So that ultimately cost them their Aegis against a Ravage. And with that, it's probably a good chance that Xtreme will be able to stall this game out for a bit. And then the question is, what key items are going to change the state of affairs truly? So Tide switched up and is now looking at a Nullifier. So they want... Maybe the communication is Ame doesn't feel like he has a slot for it. So they have to buy it on other heroes. You could technically buy one on Ember, but he's going Yules. AA, obviously a fantastic late game support. But I guess it's actually okay. If they stay afloat like this on Xtreme, this is still possible. Next Roche is probably where it's at.
Bold statement.
Yeah. Very safe one.
It's a very Cinderin statement.
Hmm.
You agree with these odds?
Yeah. I think that's pretty fair. 2-1 for Dire.
I wasn't sure what to expect. I mean, what were you thinking about Cobra coming into this tournament? Dark Horse potential?
Yeah.
So you were expecting them to do well?
No, Dark Horse potential. Like, if you ask me in this series, I thought Xtreme were going to win 2-0 before today. But I think Xtreme have not looked that good in this series so far, and I think Cobra have definitely exceeded my expectations. But I'm not, like, shocked that they were able to take a game or maybe the whole series here, because these are really strong players, and when things click, we've seen Parker win this tournament before, obviously. About a year from... But yeah, more or less exactly a year ago was Wallachia Season 2 in October 24.
Oh boy, that is a lot of damage on the Pike.
He died.
He died, I think, 3 times over, as FY now.
Now, do they want to fight regardless? They have the buyback, and they're kind of posing like they're planning something here. They will.
Yeah, Dark Mago jumps in onto Nothing to Say, but he is very fast. BKB already activated from Dark Mago, gets the 4-step to the other side of the Ice Shards. Nothing to Say. Continuing to pursue, gets the Searing Chains only onto 1.
That should be the end of that.
Yeah, but really the big deal is they got that second gem from the Xtreme side now. And they should be able to get the Tier 2 as well.
Slaughter BKB expended. Yeah, that's a pretty good sequence for the Radiant. Wonder where Parker goes from here. I mean, he's basically capped out, right? Like, what can he get? Ags and Moonshard, is that it? Is there any item replacements that make sense? He just got the MKB against the Butter of Dragon Knight.
I mean, eventually, if you want to go the Divine, then Daedalus go, or not Daedalus, the
yeah, he could swap Deso for Rapier, I guess. That's pretty much it. I think the rest of his inventory is perfect, so...
Yeah, he hits pretty hard right now if he can just get in position.
And this is a matter of get Corrosive Haze on hero and hit it twice. That more or less is a kill. Not on Ember anymore. He has 41 armor.
I feel like
but
this
the
would
supports
be
just vanish.
This would be an incredible Ags game for Centaur. The cart with Parker inside.
He does have it queued up.
He does. Okay, awesome. He's halfway there actually. So.
Yeah, it's definitely good.
Okay, away from the Dream.
It's also a good, reliable save against Dragon Tail in general.
Yeah.
Just hero gets initiated on. It's a very clear counterplay. This is bold.
Yes, it is.
Oh, this wraparound might just work
Xtreme
really well.
On the other side of the pit. That's Pyke. Okay, they're going to use Mortimer's Kisses to force them out of the pit. They'll be successful for the time being. Ame has that dragon form at the ready. And like you said, this second Rosh is, or is this third Rosh now? Whatever Rosh this is, very important in this game. Ame continue on in the pit. Rosh is at half HP. Shiva's to give a little bit of vision from Nothing to Say. And there's the dragon form from Ame. Now they're on a bit of a timer. Pyke inside of the pit, goes for the hoof stomp into the crush. That's a lot of damage, but the Ravage comes in onto 4 heroes, but the damage is done. Michael, first to die, instantly buys back, but Nothing to Say drops really hard to Parker. As the Centaur stun locked in place, goes for the D-ward at the last moment. Ame is hitting so hard though. El Misho's dead. FY follows suit to Parker's right click, and now double buyback from the Cobra side. Onto the high ground, Ame trying to take out the TA. Parker's dead. Ultra kill for Ame. And they should be able to get the Rosh as a result, as this is a reflected snowball. And this will be a dieback for Pyke. It's just like that, Xtreme take a huge fight in their favor. That's 3 buybacks for Cobra, a dieback on the Centaur, and now Rosh for Xtreme.
They got so much out of that Ravage. That was perfect from XXS, getting the 3 heroes, forcing BKB afterwards. And also a nice detail there with the Ember Shard, obviously. Nothing to Say threw out 3 remnants before the fight even began to try to cancel blink dagger angles from Centaur. You can see there's one on the stairs and one off on the right. And even though he does die himself, probably not the initial target you really want to find. I think the dream fight for Dire is to kill supports first, but they weren't visible in any sense of the imagination, just no way to find them there. And that is pretty much the entire lead gone and then some.
Oh yeah.
And the Rex.
Oh yeah.
Dragon Knight is a monster.
Oh, they're going to go for Throne, potentially. They're at least going to poke at the tier 4s.
Push is really
They're going to try to force this buyback, and there is a buyback available for the TA. 15 seconds, though. They'll get the 1 tier 4, and we'll see if they can get the full racks as well. Tier 4 will remain for the time being, actually. But it is deniable. It has a full lane now for Xtreme. They have all the goodies of Rosh, so Aegis, Cheese, Refresher Shard. Don't have to worry about that dragon form being down anymore.
Yeah, interesting choice to have the Refresher on the DK instead of Tide. Because with the Shard, he has enough mana.
I mean, I would say the Ember Spirit would be the best.
It's also good on Ember. Yeah, they're all good.
Ags. The problem for Nothing to Say is he has been dying a bit, so Aegis to keep him safe. So just like that, Xtreme taking pretty good control of this game now. It's been a pretty entertaining series overall.
I don't know how entertaining I thought the first game was, unless you're a fan of beatdowns.
That was really fun to cast.
That's good. Got to talk about your favorite thing in the world, movies.
Did we? That was this game.
Yeah. It's been an entertaining series. So. Parker?
What does Parker have up his sleeve?
This fight is extremely difficult to play for, especially now. That's just a dead
Pugna is having some issues. Will die. You gotta get out. The Nightfall away for Parker.
It's very difficult for the Dire to approach this fight because you can't go on the Ember since he has Aegis. You can't really go on the DK because you're not able to kill him fast enough with 4k health, Satanic, and Butterfly. And the Tide is an awful target too. So really, you're looking at... You have to make smoke wraparound plays and catch the supports, I think. Like, see if you can take out the A before Ice Blast, then you have much more staying power with your tanky frontliners of Slardar and Centaur. Otherwise... see if they even get the chance to make set play.
Yeah, it's a 5 versus 4. That's not including the Aegis and Cheese. Ame forcing the issue right on top of Parker. Gets punched into the air, but the Force Staff, though, gets forced back to the other side. Now there's a big Ravage, and that's the death of Parker. Buys back instantly, though, as Ame having free reign. As Refresher, that's another BKB and another Dragon form, as this Slardar will be taken to the grave as well. Has the buyback, though, will have to expend it. The Ancient fully exposed, though, and Ame is just going completely ham on top of it, as Pike and Parker jumping in to try to delay this as much as possible, as XXS with the Refresher himself has another Ravage if he needs it, but really, they're going to use it. But this should be the end of game number 2, as they're going to go for the kills instead of just finishing the game. Ame attacking so quickly as Parker gets dropped. Double kill for Ame, and game number 2 for Xtreme Gaming.
Yeah, that was a back and forth affair. It was looking really good in the mid game for the side of Cobra, but that one decisive fight a few minutes ago for Xtreme really sealed the deal, and felt like after Ame got the Butterfly, it really changed the dynamic of the game a lot. It was that item, and it was the Shiva on Ember, and all of a sudden, they couldn't really burst the heroes fast enough anymore. Xtreme, every single fight got all of their spells off, and after that was a possibility, they just outlast Cobra, essentially, with their mid-game tempo.
What he said, Richard.
What he said, indeed. Yeah, well, actually, it's what we said, because I think we did a good job of highlighting how strong Dragon Knight is when he gets into those late game situations, and definitely a factor in this one.
17-2. What a hero. Like, what a hero to scale like this. By the way, I do want to point this out. I love the itemization coming here from Xtreme. They were so sure they needed to counter this minus armor strat, which I agree with Cinder, and they did eventually, that they had 2 Vlads. They had a Vlad's on Tide, and they had Vlad's on Ancient Apparition. I did not expect Vlad to be this good of an item that you get 2 of them. But it's like if one of them dies or if one's standing too far away, you have another one. You need the armor.
Both supports having Solar Crest as well, Butterfly on Dragon Knight. This is what happens when you have all physical damage, when you have like one type of damage. And we talked about Tide's itemization before the game even started, that he doesn't need to get to Pipe because there's really not that much magic damage on their side. Like Pugna and Snapfire, these 2 supports are going to be focused throughout the whole game pretty much.
Gentlemen, I've just been told, apparently we're having an audio issue. So we are going to go to a quick break while we fix it so you don't have to listen to it at home. We'll be right back with our next segment.
The new breakthrough and innovative phone with 1xBet app. With 1xBet app, you can register and start betting in just 1 click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
Yeah, welcome back. Sorry about that. We've done a hard reset of everything. So without any further ado, we will get into the scheduled post-game sequence. Again, we were talking about Dragon Knight and how strong it was in that late game, but also how it was a more typical Xtreme Gaming draft in the sense that it was that 4 augmenting the 1.
It was.
They itemized around that.
Richard Lewis.
Yes.
I would like to make a bold prediction.
Oh, okay.
Dragon Knight gets banned.
No. Wrong. I believe Ancient Apparition will be the highest win rate, most picked hero. If you were to calculate the ratios,
okay,
it'll be a high win rate, contested hero coming into the next phase of the playoffs. We're talking about how dog shit it. This is the second game. It's won today, and it's not even close.
Look good.
It looks good.
Looked pretty strong.
I don't think it's a hero, but anyway, what we'll do, we'll take us all the way back to the early game.
Early game. Very good for Xtreme Gaming.
It was.
Like the way it started, especially the way NTS played. He was popping off. They were playing, like both of the supports were playing around him, which is something that you want to do. We did point out that they had these like cheap abilities, low cooldown, that they're going to be ready to jump in. Dark Mago was on the receiving end multiple times. He doesn't like to play into shards. He doesn't like to play into searing chains. So NTS, he gets a double kill, and look how aggressive he's playing. This is, I believe, 15-ish minutes that we're into the game where they're diving underneath the tier 3 tower. NTS knows that there's no slaughter. I think he showed on the map, and also Centaur, he's not going for a blink dagger, so he can be as aggressive as he wants to, has the backup of the Tide. This was when he was playing extremely well, but there were a couple of slip-ups as well in the mid-game.
And that's exactly what they didn't do in the first game. I mean, we said they were just completely stagnant. They weren't making moves around the map, and obviously they came out, you know, hyper-aggressive right at the start.
Yeah, nothing to say always manages to clutch like that on Ember. I feel like that's always what they go back to, and when it's like, oh, we need to have a hero that's doing stuff early. Then okay, well they got him. Unfortunately, Cobra was actually playing very well around it for a while. There was the kill that they set up onto him in the mid lane where they camped his Remnant with Parker, of course, and then they go into Roshan, which forces him to make it even more ballsy play. He tries to go contest the Roshan by himself and ends up going down twice in a row. That was quite devastating for Nothing to Say. Obviously, eventually, it goes the other direction, but this is like what Cobra put Cobra ahead for the entirety of the game.
Well, at that point, I think we thought, wow, it's going to happen. We're going to get the 2-0.
Yeah.
Things are starting to turn around. We had this fight at about 20 minutes as well that we've got coming up here.
Yeah, it's pretty much a photocopy of the first one. I mean, a little bit different because this one, Xtreme, was trying to take the Roche away from Cobra because Cobra has Slaughter RTA. Like, these are heroes that you want to play around the Roche pit. That's why we saw so many fights here. But this is what Lacoste mentioned, where the later and later this game went, Xtreme started to get the answers to the minus armor strat with like the Vlads, Shiva's guards, things like that. So they could just kind of like kite out the fight. This was not one of them. They did slowly go down there and lose the Roche again.
Because they used Ravage to get like 3 big kills, but 2 of them were on supports, 1 on the core, which did allow them to reset because they the fight was slightly more on the left side of the map. So it took them good 15-20 seconds to get into the Roche pit. They didn't have as much damage to kill Roshan as quickly, which did allow Cobra team to reset and come into the fight and clean this one up. At this point, I thought the game
it looked to be done.
It did look.
But then we have this at 39 minutes.
Another Roche fight, of course.
Yeah, this fight is like on multiple sides happening as well because Dragonite is going to be going ham in this one. Like, you can see them being split. Nothing to Say is going to be dying in this one. Parker getting a godlike, but Ame is completely right-clicking, getting the Solar Crest multiple times on him and just cleaning up. Like, they're not focusing on him by any means. And then you can see that Parker, he gets isolated against the Dragonite. One slow, one stun. He's just going to die.
Can I say the difference between this fight, by the way, and the previous one that we watched? Is that in the previous one, Pugna was the first to die, right? They used Ravage to kill Pugna, which usually you'd think, oh, this is good. You want to kill the backline support that's doing the saving. In this fight, they completely ignore him until the very end because it is an awful Pugna game. You're playing into Ancient Apparition, so there's the Burst, there's Nullifiers, so you're already taking off the Decrepify. You have all this minus armor, so you don't want to Decrepify enemies. Like you said it, Tide doesn't need the pipe. Pugna's the only magic damage, so they just ignored him, and then they win the fight.
Yeah, I mean, it was that simple. And of course, as we said as well, you know, sometimes you just have to revert to type, do what you do best, and this is the guy, this is the star, you know, and give him a hero he can use competently, he can have impact on the game, and let him do his thing.
Unlike Jug in game number 1, like he was very active on his Dragonite, moving across the map, getting these early tower killed as well. Love the itemization, this butterfly, and also the upgraded blink.
Swift blink,
It gives you so much armor. Like you're basically sitting on 70 armor, which is insane to think about when you're playing against Slaughter, when you're playing against Templar Assassin, Solar Crest, double Vlads that they did have protection from the Ravage. I mean, we talked about on the pre-show, we did mention Dragonite. This hero is just too good right now. It deals insane amount of damage. It has so much sustain as well, especially if you can throw a couple of buffs on him.
Crazy stat gains as well. Like that's the crazy thing about Dragon Form, the minus armor, the splash damage that he has, is that you can build these items that make you like unkillable and tanky, and he still has enough damage to 1v1 your carry and win. Like, he didn't even have a Daedalus in this game. He's not even like fully optimizing for damage build. Butterfly is not fully optimal for damage on DK, but he has so much minus armor, he has so much base attack damage that just getting the BAT improvement and just getting the agility and the attack speed, like, that's legit enough.
So yeah, probably how this is going to pan out then across the series. In game 1, DK completely ignored. Game 2, picked, destroyed. Game 3, probably a ban coming in.
Yeah, whoever doesn't have first pick in this one needs to remove Dragonite. This hero is just too good. It's kind of a no-brainer. It just plays itself. You're always going to get the farm on the hero. You have a strong laning stage.
It's not risky at all.
No, it's really not that punishable.
Good flex as well if you get it as well. Can be played in multiple.
Yeah, it's not like the Kez, where you see the Kez first pick and it's like, oh, okay, what's gonna come out here to counter this? Tell me a counter to DK that's not Timber. And Timber's banned every game. It's Timber. It's just Timber. And even then, like, I don't think you care that much.
Yeah, agreed. So, obviously, we tie up the series. You can see a little bit of a mental reset there for Team Cobra. They know they were definitely in that game. at some point.
They definitely were. They were definitely up so much, up to 10, maybe even 12K at one point of the game, just unable to close it out. I feel like they put a lot of eggs in one basket because Centaur, he's really not a damage dealer. His damage numbers are kind of the lowest in the whole team, almost lowest in the whole game. He only dealt 12,000 damage. Tusk dealt 10,000 damage, Ancient Apparition 15,000. So he's soaking up a lot of damage, but most of the damage is going to be coming out from your Templar Assassin. Pugna, actually, like his damage numbers are insanely high in this one. I mean, it comes down from the Healing Ward, of course, from the Nether Ward, 22,000. So somebody needed to step up, I would say. It's not that Centaur like needed to build Daedalus to deal damage or Shard or anything alike. It's just the combination of the heroes and the way that the game played out itself.
This is a feeling I just have towards Centaur in general, is that like there seems to be a caliber of player that plays Centaur, somebody like Collapse, where it looks really good. It looks like the best hero in Dota, doing a ton of damage, frontlining, unkillable. And then the Centaur where you just look like another support. You know, and yeah, Blink, Stunner, good ult, like, it's still good utility, but it doesn't pop off like a Collapse Centaur, for example. And Pyke is a completely new offlaner, right? So, okay, well, they're going to go for it again.
Well, there's one hero left in the pool. I think he was dealing extra bit of a damage because of that new set that came out. Sometimes it does feel like it. Same goes with Earthshaker Arcana. I swear, you actually deal more damage when you have that equipped.
Don't start the conspiracy theory.
These are the.
This is confirmed.
These are the exact same. These are the exact.
I am
fans.
really surprised at this.
What are the chances that we get a blast
style,
the blast
run it
style
back.
thing, run it back?
Yeah.
Because people see that and everyone's egos kicks in and they're like, okay, they did it. The best of the best did it. Let's do it.
I don't think it's a good idea, but
it was a close game.
Never mind. Ember banned.
Oh, there you go. Well,
Okay,
it can't
yeah,
happen now. Ember's gone.
See, that makes
They
sense
blinked
to me.
first.
Yeah, that makes sense. Now Xtreme, they've won the mental game. Oh, you're afraid of our Ember. All right, okay. And Tusk. I mean, yeah, Tusk was pretty insane in that game. Good to see FY back on the Tusk, actually.
Tusk King, as they like to call him. Snapfire did a lot.
I was going to say, actually, we've seen a lot of Snap today, and it's been very effective.
Yep. Having that cookie, having Force Staff as well, multiple defensive items, the Glimmer Cape we saw in game number 1, Glimmer, Guardian Greaves as well, plus the cookie. It's a lot of healing that comes out.
Ludicrous laning, too. Like, playing against, with her E, you just go 1 point in E, that's it, and then with her innate, it takes you to like half HP. I don't know a hero that can lane against Snap. Every time that I have seen a Snapfire go for Q first, it's almost always been regret.
Yeah.
Almost always. I mean, sometimes you already have a very strong laner. Like if, let's say, you're laning with DK, you don't actually need to play to win the lane. You can be a bit greedier. But yeah, Snap is the insane hero. The fact that you can one-shot a creep wave with the level 10 talent and the cookie Aghanim Shard is very strong. Okay, Centaur plus SD, a classic combo. Grabbing somebody with the SDQ into Centaur Stomp. It's a ton of damage. Also an okay hero to stack for as well. Like Centaur is more than happy to clear some small ancient stack or like a hard camp stack. SD loves stacking.
It's also a save hero against Dragonite when he goes in, fulfilling the role of what Snapfire did in game number 2. I was maybe I hate this hero with all my guts. I wanted to say Rubik. It could have been potentially a good Rubik game. You have a good laning partner. You also have Snapfire, good spells to steal, great against Dragonite as well. You steal Breathe Fire with the Fate Bolt. You're basically reducing their damage by 50%.
Marcy, where do we think we're going to see that?
This hero is usually banned for a good reason.
Yeah.
Helm of the Dominator buyer, that scales extremely well, comes online so quickly.
You're thinking core Marcy? Because I was also thinking maybe they could run some like Marcy plus Gyro, something like that.
Yeah, it's doable.
Safe lane. Run the 5 Marcy. Because I know like SD Marcy is a pretty nice support duo. Marcy to get in there, provide the stuns, the like running around the laning stage and ganking. They're a good ganking duo together as well. And then SD is like more backline save type hero. But they have options.
They need something against this Puck. They don't have enough. This is very easy setup for Xtreme Gaming. Coil plus Kisses are going to be killing hero on pretty much throughout the whole game. You have enough damage with the Witchblade, reducing their magic resistance as well. It's just so good. I'm talking about Parasma. Once you get to that point as well, you have ET as well with his aura, BKB piercing tool. This lineup from Xtreme Gaming kind of plays out itself.
So it's Dark Mago. Is he just gonna whip out the tiny here? Okay, they go for the Parker TA. Okay, it's similar to the Gyro in the sense that you love playing with Marcy in lane. You know, it's a lot of kill threat, a lot of damage. It's a super carry to buff with Marcy spells as well, and then you have the ranged melee pairing, which feels really good.
You think there's a chance this Templar Assassin's played from the mid lane?
I don't know. If you've Parker on your team, do you really want to give a mid Dark Mago Templar Assassin? It's just a player thing for me. Like, I would say you go for one of like the melee Puck owners, which is like tiny. Kunko's a bad hero, so I don't think Kunko.
What about the Void Spirit?
I like Void Spirit. Yeah, I mean that can go both ways though. Like Puck coiling Void with the DK damage, and coil into Kisses is pretty strong.
It's a good Puck game. Like, you don't have anything to disable this Puck with. Centaur's stun is really not that reliable. He's not building into Blink Dagger by any means. This is a must-have pipe game. You're playing against Snapfire plus Puck. So, but you also need some kind of a control. Like, until TA gets the trap silence, Puck has a pretty free entry to the fight.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's virtually nothing that kills Puck right now. They need a hard answer from the mid lane. I mean, Huskar would have been great, but is banned in the first phase.
That Dark Mago tiny.
I'm leaning the Dark Magoo heroes. I mean, they banned out the good ones in this meta, so maybe he just goes into the back pocket. Oh yeah, we get to see it. Cool. I'm not sure it dumpsters Puck as hard as it.
I'm not sure if this is that good of a hero anymore. Also, there's like a bit of a new tech, I would say, with the itemization, something that people have been trying out with this Octarine, Yule Scepter, Wind Waker, maybe get a Force Staff to push people out of trouble, to push yourself out of the trouble. But again, if he goes for this type of a build, they might be running into the same issues that they did have in game number 2, where a lot of the damage was coming out from Templar Assassin, and I feel like they need another damage dealer.
Do you just like... Okay, Tide is out. What's another big, fat melee offlaner that's strong? A lot of them are banned, actually. Axe? Do you whip out the... I mean, Darkseer is also available against TA, right? Unless I'm blind.
Yeah, he's in.
I mean, otherwise, it's not the greatest Darkseer game, though. Then, would you run like the Darkseer plus ET in lane? Yeah, I'm definitely leaning Axe here. You do have save and SD, but like it's very good against the TA in lane. You take off the refraction charges with Battle Hunger.
They do have jump. We saw Dragonite picking up Blink Dagger and like relatively in the mid game mostly, and then you have Puck as well who builds into a Blink Dagger. So I don't think the Blink initiation is going to be a problem for them. So they don't necessarily need to have that. It's always a bonus when you have that from the offlane.
You think maybe some like Underlord archetype is better, just a hero to build auras, group up around? Okay, Bristle. Yeah, that's an aura buyer in this patch. Right, it's like we saw in the earlier series today. Soul Ring into pipe build. It's good. Bristle will also build a Lotus Orb, which is very good against.
And then he starts scaling with the Lotus Orb with SNY, and then he becomes another core. I mean, this is ET Dragonite. Dragonite already has a built-in minus armor, and then you have Snapfire, you have Bristleback plus ET. They kind of upgraded for what Cobra wanted to do in the second game with all this minus armor with Slaughter. They're like, you know what, your idea is good, but we're going to make this even better.
I still feel like DK is pretty unanswered here.
Yeah,
Michael needs like an Aghanim Scepter really early on. I guess that's the answer is Shadow Demon. But he's like Shadow Demon against Puck, right? You have this hero to jump in, and at the very least, even if you're not killing SD, you can silence him on the back line. It's not like it's a free SD game. Like, they're, of course, going to identify this counter as well. So, okay, you've one singular counter to our overpowered hero. We're going to use our backline jump to kill this hero.
They need to snowball. Like, this lineup from Cobra, they need to get the ball rolling. This Tiny needs to be getting these tosses into the Parker so that he's dealing the damage. They need to be the ones controlling Roshan, because if they lose like one Roshan fight, maybe a second one as well, like Xtreme Gaming just takes it, and this lineup scales so much better compared to Cobra's.
Mm. Yeah, I'm looking for the big Parker pop off, get some kills early in the lane. Feels like that's the win condition.
There's the only counter to Bristle is also the Shadow Demon. So I feel like all Xtreme needs to do is in the fights, deal with SD, and then everything else will work itself out. And it's a very, very easy game for them, unless Cobra can snowball. I agree. They have good Roche take. They can do what they did in the last game.
All right, thanks a lot, gentlemen. It's time to get into the game, brought to you by Cinderin and the man who hates eclipses, Suns fan.
That's a new one. Thank you very much. I've actually never seen an eclipse, so he might not be wrong. Not enough information quite yet, Cinderin.
Well,
Welcome
if you've never seen one, you probably hate it.
Welcome to game number 3. We have Team Cobra versus Xtreme Gaming. This is a Swiss format, Cinderin. Talk to us about that.
That means that you need to get 3 wins to get through to the next stage, and if you get 3 losses, you're out.
Wow.
And in every round, you play a team that has the same score as you, which today is 0-0, because it's day 1. Tomorrow, it will be 1-0 and 0-1.
Yeah, and first series, we were dead wrong on who would win. In fact, it was the literal opposite. We thought it was going to be a 2-0, which we were right about. It's just the wrong team, where OG took the victory. This time around, we thought this might be a 2-0 for Xtreme based on, I mean, the fact that they haven't really played a tournament and they have 2 new stand-ins, or not stand-ins, but 2 new players. Of course, we know who FY is. We know who Nothing to Say is, so we weren't worried, but they looked really bad in game 1. Game 2, though, they looked quite good, and they are replicating some of that draft, at least for Ame, but the Dragon Knight, who does get a little bit more active early. Whereas for the other side, they actually remain with 2 heroes in Parker's TA and Pike Centaur, but it didn't work out in that game, although it was quite back and forth.
I love the Radiant draft in this game. I think it's my favorite draft of today, just in isolation, just looking at what it brings to the table for itself, disregarding opposition. It just looks really, really stable and strong. Great scaling, really clear initiation, good team fighting, and then you have players on trademark heroes. Like you've got the X-Nova ET, which I would say he's probably the best player in the world on this hero, in my opinion. You got FY Snapfire. Like, I mean, I can mention literally every player hero here, and it's one of their best, right? So they got all of their good stuff, and the lineup makes sense. Now, for the other side, for Cobra, it's a Dark Mago Tiny, which is a classic. This is his best hero of all time. Probably wanted to play it specifically because he knew he was going against Puck, and this is one of Puck's worst matchups in the lane and in the game. But I'm not sure this matchup works the exact same way that it used to. I think it helps Puck a little bit with curveball, and also the way Puck scales nowadays. I think Tiny's window for winning this matchup is narrower. So I would expect Cobra to really, like the panel said, Cobra needs to get the ball rolling. I think if this game follows the trajectory of the previous one, they're going to lose. They need to get further ahead than they did in the second one.
And looking at Xtreme's draft, that is quite a bit of minus armor, Cinderman. You have DK Corrosive Facet. You have Goo from Mr. Bristleback. You have the Little Shredder from Snapfire. And if you want to count it, X-Nova's Natural Order, although you need to be up close and personal with the hero itself, which isn't always the case. So expect a lot of armor items coming out from Cobra's side.
At the same time,
onto XXS with the meld as well, but El Misho, he's going to get cookied to death as FY will claim first blood in this game number 3. Now Parker getting forced out. That's a lot of damage under that tier 1 tower.
Gonna lose his courier too. Yeah, I agree. You probably want to see some armor items from the Dire, but the problem is I think they also need a pipe. on Centaur. I just think it's a total no-brainer item this game. You're playing against Puck, Snapfire, and ET. There's just too much magic damage to bypass that item. So who's buying the armor items?
Yeah.
Because you could buy Crimson Guard potentially, but I think the pipe is just too good. So are you going to buy like... I don't know. Like, it's kind of tough, right? I don't think Marcy is really the type of hero to buy good armor items for the team. Tiny mid. Yes, you can technically get AC, but it's...
Doesn't fit.
So, yeah, their lineup does indeed need armor. Maybe Lotus Orb is just the one it's going to be, right? But that only gives you armor.
Yeah.
On the Centaur. But obviously
maybe a Vlad's?
Yeah. Who buys it, though?
I don't know. Yeah, it does feel a bit awkward for Cobra's side. We'll see. As you talked about Dark Mago on that Tiny. Mid lane versus nothing to say is Puck.
Break even for now. It's good enough for Puck. You're happy to break even in this lane.
Gets off the Avalanche, a little extra damage with the tree toss, but nothing to write home about. In fact, the Illusory Orb doing decent amount in turn. So you'd say that this is generally Tiny favored, as X-Nova has 3 stacks of Shadow Poison. Michael brings him down.
But just strictly as a lane matchup, it has... I think this has always been Tiny favored, but I don't know if it's changed recently.
Oh, this would be a huge kill. Cookie right on top. Nothing to say gets the kill onto Dark Mago.
Actually, such a clean Cookie, too. Dodged the Avalanche with it. Very nicely done.
Yeah, panel kind of talked about it. Feels like Cobra have to get off to a pretty good start.
Not the case so far.
Trouble.
All 3 lanes are 3 happy cores on Xtreme Gaming, having the top 3 CS in the game. And that's... I don't know, how do you feel about Marcy 5? I'm not a fan. I think in Pro Dota especially, the margin for error, in my eyes, is just pretty... I think it's pretty small. Like, obviously, the bodyguard is insane with certain heroes. There's no doubt about it, but... I just think there's like a decent subset of games where support Marcy just falls behind and never really finds her footing again.
Oh, that was an unfortunate attempt for Cobra. Well, they're going to get a round of damage onto Ame, but not enough to actually bring him out. This is the old school combo of Shadow Demon Centaur, Disruption, Hoof Stomp with tons of damage, but weren't able to make it work there.
DK is one of the guys you probably don't kill with it.
Yeah, it is a tough one. I don't know. Marcy, I know I used to be a big hater on Marcy, but I know the Helm of the Dom made a lot of difference for the core Marcy, but in terms of this support, it does come down to how much you can get out of the rebound facet. Because we've seen games where you don't need to get that early blink on Axe, right?
Mm-hmm.
Can the same be said for a Centaur? Maybe. I don't know.
I mean, technically, yes, but look at what you're rebounding into. Coil, ET Stomp, Snapfire.
Yeah.
It's not easy, I think, to play the Marcy in this game offensively. I do think it's the right choice. If you pick the hero, I think 5 is probably where you put it in this game, but the question is, should you even have picked it to begin with? That might sound crazy, because this hero is rated really highly. I think it was one of the most pick-banned heroes at Blast as well, so it is very good. But I just think there are certain games and certain situations where, as a 5, I just don't believe in it too much. And the problem here is, let's say you're playing TA plus Marcy, which can actually kill a lot of offlaners. You just can't kill the one you're facing at all. Like, Bristle is never in danger against this lane.
Yep.
Snapfire has even been able to leave. You saw FY gank mid, and in the meantime, he's still farming up top on XXS. So, just in terms of overall strategy, this is a really well-crafted game from Xtreme so far. Doesn't look like anything's going to be changing soon in that regard. It's going to nice triple stack here now from FY. So Bristle might start going to work on this, and this would be a level 6 for XXS if you could farm all of it. This looks to only be the hard camp for now, though, not the Ancients. That'll be later. Can you not farm Ancients at level 5 as Bristle?
Yeah, why not?
I think you can, right?
Yeah, I think so.
I wonder why he's opting to do it
Smoke
like this.
from Cobra. They're going to connect onto XXS.
Oh, he breaks them and doesn't get caught.
There's the haste. Dark Mago had that bottled up. There's the avalanche into the toss back into the Ancients.
Oh, I have Ancient stacks. Now he might farm them.
Now this will be a tough situation though to try to contest. Hastings going to be running out shortly as the nothing to say puck. 1-0 start. Not going to bother with this. Goes back to the lane. Dodges the avalanche as well. And the rune will be top, so should be secured by Dark Mago, and it's the Arcane. Oh, nice cookie. Initiation on a Parker. Gets off the refraction, but there is the save from El Misho. Stampede from the other side. Dark Mago still quite fast. Avalanche, toss up. There's the coil, though, and oh boy, they are getting punished hard. Cookie to secure Dark Mago's death. So 2 dead in favor of Xtreme already. 4-1 advantage for them. 2K lead.
That was a lightning fast response from NTS on the puck. It was insta-TP. And beautifully countered that play. It looked quite promising. You get the Stampede and you get the Avatos 2-hero combination, but the counterplay was too quick. The damage isn't there. Tiny needs levels before that starts becoming lethal, and he's only level 6. NTS is 8.5 on puck.
Yeah.
So a level and a half ahead of the Tiny, who just cracked 7 now, is not what you bargained for with this mid matchup.
FY just needed to get warmed up, Cinderant.
Yeah.
That rust off. 2-0 start for him on this Snapfire.
Nice and early Arcanes.
Yeah. Ame looking to go for the same build as last game, and why not? Because he completely dominated that Mask of Madness on the Dragon Knight. And nothing to say, will be a eventual Witchblade. And there is the cosmetic that we've seen from another game in Dota now. I've seen this big dragon, you know, the one that is for the Ancient. You've seen those videos?
I mean, I've seen the dragon in game.
Yeah.
What about it?
I've seen it by the Wisdom Shrine. I don't understand. Well, how does that happen? How do you proc that?
I'm not sure what exactly makes it go there when.
Yep, coil. Echo Stomp to secure the kill. Nice disruption to delay as they actually TP in to try to contest. And the rebound is successful. Amnesia, I say that, but the Mortimers finishes the job. In fact, they get a second kill off the back of that. Now Stampede, Parker, closing the gap on a Nothing to Say. Can't connect fully, so it doesn't get the slow as Nothing to Say. Has to go to the other side, looking for a high five in the meantime. And we'll jaunt into their base, TP away safely.
Styling on him.
Yeah.
While all of this is happening, it's a totally free-farming Dragon Knight, so you're not really winning anywhere in this game.
Yeah, not a good start for Cobras.
Cobra.
And I mean, what can they do here? If you lose the lanes with this lineup, what's the play?
You have to play around Tiny's levels. I think get him to level 9 or 10, and then look to try to make Avatos combination kills with ideally the TA, and if she's not available, one of the support 6s will be nice. So yeah, getting there, making sure you get Unleash or Demonic Purge will definitely be a help, but and have to be kind of that's the really tricky part about this game is what core is easy to kill. The answer is none of them, and who can you realistically get with a clean execution? You know, ironically, the easiest kill for their lineup might actually be the Dragon Knight of the 3 cores, right?
Yeah, that's kind of crazy.
Like, because the puck you need to come. If you have a dagger on Tiny, it's different. Like then maybe then you can get Avatos into some sort of Marcy rebound or whatever and chain stun and burst. But until that point, puck can probably react. Bristleback is going to be way too tanky. Is that a blade mail he's got now? Yep. So he's even going to kill them now when they do it.
Yeah, I mean, last game...
A bit of a checkmate right now.
From Cobras, it's 2 of the same 3 cores, right?
Yeah.
But the big one missing is the Slardar, and that kind of opened it up to be able to kill off these tanky heroes, and you don't have a support that really does anything in terms of damage, right? Especially not for, I mean, look at Snapfire just on the other side. boatload of magic damage, whereas Shadow Demon, it's kind of slow prodding and more of a save hero than anything else. Marcy kind of being used as a save hero as well. To get up and close personal as a position 5 with the Unleash. Like, are you really doing that much? Needs items. Speaking of items, Ame now has Armlet. Oh, there's 5 Sisters underwears in the game. Oh. That one's still in the game somehow.
Yeah.
Your favorite neutral of all time, I think.
I mean, it's become less and less stupid, but still not my favorite. I'll say that. I mean, obviously, there are certain games where it's just too good, right? TA is the prime example of a hero you want this against.
Yep.
TA and Sven. It was the same with the old Sister Shroud, and it was the same with, what was that tier 2 called beforehand? That gave a guaranteed dodge.
Think about that for a moment. Coil, though. Oh, that's a lot of damage applied to nothing to say. So good turnaround as the Earth Splitter deletes a creep. The Mortimers to follow. Not enough for a kill on the side of Xtreme, so big kill for Cobra.
Let's see if they can get the... Getting tower damage here is tough, right? You're going to try it a little bit with Marcy, but the Glyph, yeah. The item from before, of course, being a Gossamer Cape, Shannon.
Oh, very good. You had to Google that, or?
No, I just remembered it, actually.
Okay.
Named after your favorite actor, Ryan Gosling.
Yeah, that's right. So instead of Cobra getting that tier 1, it looks like Xtreme will get the tier 1 instead.
Yep. Yeah, they're a little bit better at it. It's not really a...
Just a bit.
Not really a fair fight. Who's better at pushing tower, Dragon Knight or TA at this point?
I'm trying to look at upsides for this lineup on Cobra's side. Like, even the Roche Pit. You have TA, which is great, and then kind of nothing else to provide.
It is just really good at skirmishing. So you've got to find a way to enforce that playstyle. The problem is, I would say in modern Dota, it's really difficult to enforce skirmish as the way the game gets played if you do not win your lanes. Because then the enemy team can kind of just choose what playstyle they prefer. If all of their cores are happy, they can choose to farm, they can choose to make moves, they can choose to group up. Whatever they feel like, as long as the vision is there and you're pushing out waves, it's hard to make the enemy team fight you if they don't want to. The first time that you can truly do that is at the Tormentor at 20 minutes. Unless you have a lineup that does really early Roche, which the Dire does not.
Yeah.
So Xtreme can just be like, okay, well, if you guys want to skirmish, we can just like bleed out a support here or there if you want to break smokes or whatever, and then the cores can just farm. And you can reach the timing that you're looking for. Now, in this game, I don't even know if they're necessarily going to shy away from it because they're this strong on the right heroes. But they have the choice, which is the important part.
I believe XXS has not picked Centaur or Mars in this series, Cinderin.
Yeah, that's correct.
According to Amar, that's all he picks.
Oh.
I think this is a statement from XXS. Maybe he refuses to pick those two heroes now because of Amar. And maybe it's a really next level play by Amar just to kind of ban those heroes out, get in his head.
Now, the really next level play is then also not participating in the tournament.
That's right. It has literally no prevalence whatsoever because Falcons aren't here. But this is the long play, Cinder, and you see the genius?
Well, he's technically training Xtreme to play new heroes.
Dragon Tail. Nice rebound save. Our splitter will miss as a result. And Mortimer's kind of wasted as well. XXS is going to get Demonic Purge tossed back into the fray. Oh, that's a lot of damage. It's going to be a trade for the Tiny, though. So 1-for-1 to start things out. I'm not going to say we'll find the distance. El Misho being pursued by the big old Dragon Knight. FY gets the cookie onto the high ground and actually gets killed off by Parker. Very nice alignment there.
2 back-to-back Psyblade hits there. Clean. Yeah, that was Blade Mail in action, though. Tiny took so much damage from going on Bristle. They did kill him in the tower, but the immediate trade still, that wasn't all that bad for the side of Cobra. I mean, with the way the laning stage went, being only 1k down here, I think is honestly okay. Like,
not bad.
The bigger concern for me is, like, if they just retain this game state for another 10 or 15 minutes, I don't become increasingly hopeful for their strategy overall. So I don't think this is good enough to be even. The question is, can you find more fights like the one you just did in the near future? Trying to get another snap kill here.
Disruption.
Looks likely to be successful.
And the toss back from Dark Mago into the rebound. With the cookie as well.
Oh, that Snapfire.
A lot of force movement.
Toss into rebound into cookie.
Good stuff.
Bouncing around. All right, tower for Parker. Also got his first stack on the Desolator. About to get a second, it looks like.
X-Nova. Yeah, he is getting gone on and destroyed. El Misho just wanted to be a part of the action.
Almost lived courtesy of the Sister Shroud. Needed one more dodge.
Now blink for Ame, so BKB halfway there. And that's when he's going to want to truly participate in the fight. And the question is for Xtreme, what does that align with? Nothing to say. He's just starting Octarine now.
Yeah, so that's not going to line up. Bristle Shard, I guess, which is nothing to scoff at.
Yeah.
Maybe ET can get the Solar simultaneously, which is... or I say ET, I mean Snap. The Solar... Putting Solar on DK in this game when he has BKB is going to be extremely powerful. Might even win just a straight-up fight against the TA this time around because there's no Slardar, like you said.
XXS, Demonic Purge, getting Meld struck, has that Blade Meld. Of course, the Refraction takes care of that completely, but the puck taking massive amount of damage, finally gets the phase shift off, nothing to say. Oh, he gets hit by the Marcy just at the last moment and taken out in turn.
That's a good splitter.
2 dead for Xtreme. They have lost TA on the Cobra side. It's a big toss back, not enough for a kill quite yet, but a double hook stomp from Pyke into the rebound as El Misho pops the ult, dies right afterwards. Ame with the double kill. Gets off the breathe fire, but eventually is taken out. And in fact, this is a full team wipe for Cobras.
That's what they needed to find, and they did it. I think the key difference maker there seemed like Nothing to Say got caught off guard by the TA trap silence. It made all the difference. The puck got so low before he could cast any spells, ends up getting killed, and that breaks the fight wide open. That is the dream find. They have a Lotus on Bristle. Maybe he wasn't in range to go for the silence, or the communication wasn't quite there. But that is very, very big, the Cobra side. And this is also potentially going to lead in really nicely to the Tormentor. Because now there's no Earth Splitter for a bit, there's no kisses. And you kill it extremely quickly with TA.
Oh yeah.
Is on the wrong side of the map to do it right now though, but would be surprised to see Parker not gate up top very soon and try to take the area.
Yeah, this find onto Puck was that rebound.
The rebound was necessary.
That was
too. That was clean. That was really good timing.
That was so sick. Dark Mago keeping his space and getting off several tosses in the fight. Very impactful.
Dire's middle tower is under attack. Dire's courier has been
There's the Torm. So, free shard for Michael.
Ah.
He can dispel Puck Silence. He can dispel Goose Axe, which is actually really nice against the shard too. If Bristle is going to buy that. He's currently not queuing it up after all. Anything else to purge here? Nothing major. But it's also a heal. It's always nice.
Oh, is he actually going at? Oh my god, he's almost done with the Ags. Jenkins was talking about it, how
That's
this
massive.
would be a crazy item to get, but I mean, based on his tone, felt like it was going to be an unreachable goal, but he's going to get it.
He's 3-1-7.
Yeah, that's pretty insane. So, gets that second charge, and Demonic Purge will break, which obviously against, I mean, both DK and Bristle, kind of insane.
It's godly, this game. Absolutely godly.
Break 2-for-1 special.
It's very likely to become the X Factor
silence
if they were
with
to
that.
win.
Oh, and the hoof stomp to follow. They perfectly align that. So a kill onto Nothing to Say. Set up again by Parker's trap. This has been a thorn in the side of Xtreme. Able to get that silence off from global range.
This is such an insane timing coming up. Axe on Shadow Demon and the Silver Edge on TA. They're gonna get both of these in a minute from now, and they get the Roche. I mean, X-Nova is gonna try his best here, but I just don't see this without Puck. They're gonna stall it one stomp here, and then... Oh, they actually gonna try?
Are they? Ame actually gets right into the pit, getting in really deep, pops the BKB as well. He's now alone in the pit, trying to finish off Roshan. Pike in there with the hoof stomp, but the snatch is there for Ame. Claims the Aegis for himself, just walks in without anybody else, and just takes it. And now the full team fight is coming. A rebound right on top of the Snapfire. Coil placed onto 2. El Misho's the first to drop a big double edge onto 2 heroes. Pike doing a ton in this fight. Aegis is now gone, and now you're a human again, Ame. Can you continue to fight? That'll break it up. I just genuinely can't believe he just walked in. And they just, I mean, Echo Stomp was on cooldown, so...
They went for it 4v5, but they knew that during BKB, the Dragon Knight is going to be fully safe. So it works out. It's not clean by any means, and they lost the Aegis, but this was still better than not doing it. And the Demonic Purge, unupgraded for now. He's still missing the Blade of Alacrity, and now he has it in live, but in this clip, I think his Courier might actually be dead at this time with it on. Because if he has Ag's Purge, maybe they just kill DK in the pit.
Yeah, possibly.
But can't commit for him. This Psyblade lineup is super clean too. So, yeah, when all said and done, I honestly don't think that was even that bad for Cobra, even though they lost their Aegis.
Yeah, they gained net worth, I do believe.
Parker looking for a backstab. He's going to find Bristle with his Silver Edge.
Yeah, more breaks. More breaks for you, Mr. Bristle. Attempting a TP, but is taken out eventually. FY dies as well.
This is high ground territory. 40 seconds and you're at the tier 2. You have Unleash running, you have a TA. Uh-oh, Xtreme Gaming. Oh, they're actually not going to press this? Okay. Well, then it's not all that bad. Looking for Puck here. We'll find the Avalanche, but Invis Rune. Protecting, nothing to say.
6K lead for Cobra. Taking good control of this game, nothing to say. Resorting to some shenanigans, but a nice Yules from Dark Mago. Gets the Avalanche as well. Phase shift. Nice attempt with the cancellation of the blink, but nothing to say. Gets to the high ground, should be fine. Definitely the most annoying hero to chase in the game. Well, looks like Ame again is going for the butterfly. What do you think? Gonna force out MKB from Parker.
Yeah, I think it's good for the same reasons as last game. This time there's no Slardar that you're blocking hits from, but still mitigates some tiny damage. He's mainly just buying it for the TA matchup, obviously.
Yeah. Well, the breaks to start things out. Already at half HP, and there's the Demonic Purge with the right clicks from afar. It's not enough.
Hello.
You can just see, though,
it's also just
how much potential there is with this pickup from the Shadow Demon.
It's nothing committed, which is the big thing, right?
Yeah.
You can just go for that, and if the enemy team is going to respond with lots of stuff, you can just be like, okay, we used a Demonic Purge charge and a toss. Nothing major, no ults needing to be expended. Oh boy, is this okay? Big Lotus was needed there.
Yeah, it has the blink, should be fine.
So he'll get out there.
I say that, Dark Mago's in the vicinity.
Surely.
Yules, Avalanche, toss up, dead. Nice pick off from Cobras. And with that, a 9K lead. Of course, they can't go for Roche. The Aegis already consumed. It'll be a while. They're just going to run down this last tier 2, it looks like, in that top lane.
And I think we've reached a point now for Xtreme where you have to find Shadow Demon. It's not that straightforward anymore as it was before. You either have to find Shadow Demon or you need to play for your next round of items. I think current fights are very unlikely to be successful because such a big chunk of your damage is coming from DK and Bristol, and they both get absolutely crippled by this one spell. With the 2 charges and with the additional saves that their team has, it's so difficult to isolate and kill a target for Xtreme right now. Can just get rebounded away, they can get disrupted, they can even get tossed away. Stampede is like 4 saves, along with Pipe Crimson. Good luck. Maybe you have to farm. It's definitely not the dream. Now this item helps. Just complete it. The butterfly for Dragon Knight. And they will actually smoke with this. Considering it a timing, can't say I find them favored in whatever they're going to run into, unless they get a clean engage and significantly outnumber.
Parker's BKB being delivered now. Big power spike for him. Can actually just extend his fight. And almost a blink for Michael on the Shadow Demon. On a killing spree right now, by the way.
Michael's huge this game. Absolutely enormous.
And Dark Mago, Octarine finished. My
Love that.
goodness.
I think it's the best item he can buy here. This guy's a master at work on this hero, so expect nothing less. There's the smoke. So,
and look at that timing on Blink as well for Centaur. After going for every aura in the book, feels like.
Yep, the Vlad's on the Marcy, so have them all more or less.
Could see him wanting to go for AC potentially if this game continues to extend. Not the most traditional item on Centaur. Smoke popped. Parker on the low ground. Getting off the avalanche and yeah, rebounding away. Not in favorable position there. But they could just push bottom and force them back. And looks like that's what they'll do. High ground attempt number 1 as Dragon Tail to start things out right on time. There's the rebound to keep the TA safe. Now the coil applied to several heroes. Nice disruption, but the Marcy is dead. BKB pop for Parker as he attempts to get away. Looks like he's going to leave the rest of his team to die. So this fight's just over. Cobra lose 3 heroes. And Xtreme not really giving up much at all there. Parker, is he actually? What's he doing here? Could maybe snipe out X Nova for a quick hit and run.
Is Ghost Scepter. He's just going to cut the wave maybe? So that's pretty much the dream scenario for Xtreme, and that's why it's always so hard to go high ground, is the way your formation gets broken when you're fighting there. Dragon Knight goes in and starts it, Marcy has to bring out the hero with a jump away, and then they get to combo Earth Splitter and Coil. As soon as the supports become vulnerable on Cobra, their lineup falls completely apart in these fights. It's so important that Shadow Demon gets to play freely, and that Marcy does. But that time around, Xtreme found the right targets. They punished. Now the immediate counterplay though. Go for the Elder Titan. He's gonna die. To Demonic Purge. Class attempt with the TP out with Ghost, but not gonna happen.
The lead not extending too much here for Cobras, as that last fight gave Xtreme some breathing room, perhaps, to try and extend this game a bit. I mean, when it comes to late game, just looking at the lineups, do you favor one side or the other?
I still think on paper the Radiant lineup becomes too strong. I think this is a game where late game TA will have her work cut out for her against Dragon Knight, ET, even Bristle when you get there. For now, this Silver Edge is going to be really good, but it will lose its effectiveness when both DK and Bristleback get their Satanics.
Yeah, what do you think about this Silver Edge when you already have the Ags on Shadow Demon? Is it overkill?
I would say so, yeah. I think Daedalus would have probably been better, or Revenant's Brooch if you wanted to get some earlier, cheaper value against these high armor targets in DK and Bristle.
Oh, avalanche toss onto the DK. Michael is there. Try to get off a Demonic Purge with that break. Rebound away from El Misho, nothing to say. Creating some space in the meantime. Gets off that phase shift, forcing the BKB out of Parker as well. Silence onto the puck, but he has the rest of his team at the ready. Now the Centaur in a lot of trouble. Dragon Tail applied, and now he's going to get rebounded again for this save. Almisho's all over the place, but Pyke only so much HP to be able to withstand this amount of damage coming out from the Xtreme side. And that Dark Mago is off the Avalanche, and there's the Yules to keep him in place. So a second kill for Xtreme.
In the meantime, Parker immediately left and goes to push out waves and farm, knows that fight was forfeit, and will just do his best to prevent Xtreme from getting objectives off these pickoffs. While they are nice, they're not leading to anything bigger. But this was 2 core kills this time rather than the supports, and Rosh is spawning in 25 seconds. They are aware that he must be spawning soon because this is about max timer. So they will start setting up in the area, and yeah, it's starting to reach that point now where the Cobra lineup really needed to get a good teamfight win and this Aegis before the lead that they had is kind of vanishing. I mean, it is gone, honestly. This 4K is inconsequential in this game. At this point, it's about, can Shadow Demon get purges off, and can you kill the heroes as they are purged? Tiny does not deal that much damage, right, as a mid. So Parker has to do the brunt of the damage. Tiny and Centaur are mainly control and survivability. And Marcy, as a 5, has not built items to hit.
Dragon Tail. Okay, it's going to be dodged with the Yules. There's Dark Mago. It's going to turn into a good old-fashioned team fight. Coil and Assembly Heroes. Parker pops the BKB. The break onto DK. Ame healing up with the Satanic, doing so much damage. He does not get taken out. 2 dead, 4 Cobras, make it 3. Ame lives thanks to the Satanic. That was as close as it gets, and now the Rosh will go the way of Xtreme.
That's one of those situations where maybe he gets one dodge less on the butterfly and he dies. Instead, he heals to full, kills 3 heroes, kills the Rosh, and this game is looking more and more Xtreme by the minute. Such a strong timing to have the Satanic there, and they were so close. I wonder if we can get a replay of that and just honestly look at the butterfly at work, because it feels like this might have been possible. So disruption first, and then they get the purge, the stomp from Centaur. Oh, he was on 5
HP. Wow.
He was on 5%. No, even less, like 3%.
Crazy.
They take him down there, they win that fight, they get the Rosh. This is a matter of 1 attack from TA. This is why we don't laugh at 1+1 armor, guys. It's actually, if DK had 1 less armor there, maybe he needed 2. He would have died.
I was going to say 1 armor, I don't know.
It's kind of close.
So tier 2 now in favor of Xtreme. They have the Aegis, Rosh banner as well. And Ame has his ult available for a little poke action if they want to partake, and they will. And what can Cobras do here? They get the relocation with the toss onto the Bristleback with the break on top. Gets cookied. That's the Aegis, just like that. And now the damage being applied to Ame. He's going to shrug it off for the time being. As now the rest of Xtreme hightailing away. Do we want to continue? Towers down, Rosh banner onto 2 siege units, and there's the Mortimer's Kisses to try to give some space.
Those kisses are buying them the racks, more or less. 1.5 racks plus glyph, specifically because nobody can blink against the kisses. Now Parker will clean up this wave, and they'll take their victory and back off. And yeah, so Bristol swapped away from the Satanic to get AC, but now he's queuing up Satanic again. Almost 25 on Dragon Knight. I guess both of his 25 talents get broken, right? I think so.
I would think so, yeah.
Yeah, they should. Yeah, they both get broken. So technically these talents actually do nothing if Shadow Demon is on the job. Pretty rare that we talk about 25 talents and they might do literally nothing in a fight, but this could be that type of game.
What if you could buy an item that makes you unbreakable, but it obviously it's a whole slot dedicated to that.
BKB.
Well, there's some things that go through.
Yeah, of course. Demonic Purge, for example.
Indeed.
I don't know. I feel like Break is already not as popular anyway, when you think about it. Like, how often do the Break items get bought? There are games where Break is good, but I don't know if we need a dedicated anti-Break item.
Who breaks their items in your pubs?
Oh, for that.
I'm just kidding.
I think I think part of the reason Nullifier was introduced was just that there was no counter to Force Staff, Ghost Scepter, Glimmer, right?
Yep.
At the time. So that was introduced by necessity, but I don't think there's the necessity to counter Break that would introduce the need for a defensive item against it.
I guess the closest you could get is status resist, right?
Yeah.
We have seen S and Y on
Bristle has
backs
one
before in this game as well.
Yeah.
Looked after the fact. Even game in terms of net worth, but it doesn't feel even at the moment.
It feels extreme favored. And Gaben agrees by 61%.
61.
Yeah.
top tower has fallen.
It does
Another
just...
game of back and forth, though.
I think if the Dire... Oh, hang on.
Oh, boy.
This would be a big find.
DPS test right here. BKB with the Satanic as well. Ame gets bashed, gets killed. Big, big kill for Cobras. And the DPS check was in favor.
He doesn't have buy.
Of the Dire.
Parker is drawing a straight line down top lane.
Yep, he sure is. How much damage can they do in 80 seconds?
They probably recognize that he can't have buyback because the freshly bought Swift Blink. This could be a game-losing mistake here from Ame if this gank leads to Rax. Now, it's not super easy to push into the Radiant lineup. There is the ET Stomp. There's slowdowns from Snapfire.
That creep's not even close right now. They have to go through mid lane right now.
They are getting the wave in there. They will absolutely do their best to force something here. Another key item picked up. Aether Lens now for Shadow Demon makes his life a lot easier.
Oh, yeah. All right. Creep's close enough. Parker can start going to town on these buildings. 40 seconds for Ame. There's a fortification.
The mid wave died, but the top wave is coming in fresh. They're not killing it off. This should be a set. Can they get more, though? 20 seconds? They're probably just going to settle for this. That's one gank.
Parker. All right, they force out the second fortification, so there's not going to be one for a long time now.
That really? That's a bit dangerous.
And 5 seconds with Ame, and that means exit the premises for Cobras.
But maybe not too much. Like, you can still keep this strong map position by playing around this triangle area. Tiny got the power rune. There's no immediate objective that you need to worry about. You will be the team that knows when Roche is up. So I would have really liked to see Cobra maybe not spill out this much onto the map, but maybe keep a stronger position on the high grounds. God, Parker's huge. I just realized he's 10k up.
10k up. That's
obscene numbers.
I mean, he is ridiculously good.
Do you think there's something about his, like, he's just best in this biome, you know? He's just levels up in Romania for whatever reason. He was insane.
True.
At Wallachia Season 2. He was easily the MVP of the tournament. Just seemingly every single game was just an S-tier performance the whole event. The stellar stuff, obviously, at that time was playing for Heroic. Smoke break.
I call. Oh.
They get the hex.
Not available for Pike.
No follow-up.
Nothing to say. Still A-okay. Ame pops the Dragon Form. Now applying some pressure to Dark Mago. Going to the south. Gets the Glimmer off. They could surround him if they want. Nothing to say. Focusing on the Shadow Demon. Those Dark Mago pops the BKB and now runs. Looks like he'll survive. Nothing to say on the cliff for the time being as well.
No deaths.
But BKB's down in mass.
That was the Centaur Hex reveal, I do believe. So, nothing to say we'll be aware of this for the upcoming fight. He has to counterplay this risk. Anything else big on the docket? Satanic completed for Bristle. For the side of Cobra, nothing really to write home about, I think. I was wondering where Marcy was going to go at this point. Hex is queued up.
And Ame's out of space, unless Armlet becomes something else. I guess Treads become something else.
Yeah, what does he get instead of Treads here? He has Swift Blink, so he will replace the boots, but... Did you just go Daedalus? Probably, right? Or is there some sort of special tech against TA? Is there any world that you buy Manta? Probably not.
You talked about the brooch. I think this is the conversation we had, whether that does 2 instances of
I think
it
does
not.
1. And I was also told the Audacious one is also only 1 instance of damage.
Okay.
So I don't actually know if you can modify your attack in any way to make it 2 instances, except like Maelstrom. I think that is still 2 separate ones, because the proc is a Chain Lightning that doesn't modify your attack. So I would think that's 2, but even that might be wrong. I don't know.
MKB?
I think MKB is 1 instance. No?
I don't think so.
Yeah, I mean, that arguably should be 2 as well, right? But
I think so.
It should be the same logic as Audacious, though, right? It's just added magic damage on top. So if 1 isn't, the other one also shouldn't be.
Yeah, but this is Dota, so...
That is honestly
One was
the
coded
best
15
counter
years ago.
argument. That's true.
Nothing to say with 5K in the bank right now.
Yeah. Nullifier in his quick buy. Tired of this Ghost Scepter on Marcy, the Glimmer on Tiny. A lot of players here would go the Ags route on Puck instead. And just try to coil and kill supports. But maybe the Glimmer is just proving to be too much of a problem. Pretty tense late game, though. This is still one of those games where any misstep... You saw that one catch on DK led to a full lane of barracks, even though they had to wait 40 seconds for the creeps to reach base. We're kind of in that spot here where you slip up one time, you might just lose your entire base.
The baited illusion. They force out Ame's ult. That's a pretty big deal. If you wait however many seconds that lasts for, you can force a fight. And without his ult, he is not the same person.
Yep. It's a relatively narrow window. Have 40 seconds only of downtime.
I mean, surely you play around that.
You definitely should for the Roche pit, right? It's just, it's not that easy to just go in and kill Roche against the heroes you're facing. Even if Dragon Form is down, there's still going to be ET Spirit, Puck, Poke, Snapfire.
Yeah, I would think you force a fight before you go for Roche in
Yeah.
this case, if you can find that window.
Well, the Dragon Form's about to end, and they are drawing an arrow here, so the path is clear. It's so hard for them to get up here, though. Like, how on earth do you access this high ground? Puck is just non-stop spamming vision out of the tree line with a gem.
Yep. You got 30 seconds in human form. Can he force a fight now? Doesn't look like that's the case.
Nice attempt from Mago, but a good reaction.
Yeah, more delay tactics from Xtreme. So Ame effectively has his ult for this next fight. Is going S and Y.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, that's good too. Yeah, I like it the more I look at it. Pretty good.
Status resist against the break.
Yeah, get the move speed that you lose from your treads.
Yeah.
It's not. Yeah, it's solid.
Parker. I find that Roche is close to half health at the moment. And it's going down very slowly. They get the Hex initiation onto the puck. Nothing to say is dead. Has the buyback if he wants to try to get back in this fight. Parker and company right on top of that. And that was Pike's sheep stick on the Centaur. And Dark Mago now has a haste rune. They're going to get the break onto the Bristleback. Already at half health himself. They're going to buy back onto the puck. Is this enough damage? No. Bristleback will live for the time being. Meanwhile, on the high ground, Parker keeping his distance. They have the coil onto a couple of heroes. There's the avalanche from Dark Mago onto this puck. They really want this kill. Into the back. Into the stun. Do they have the damage? No, not yet. Phase shift to keep him alive. This would be a dieback for nothing to say. But he is going to be super healthy at the moment. And now Dark Mago will die instead. That's going to be buybacks in tow coming from Cobra. Everybody using it. Nothing to say. Very deep. Gets the Sheep, or gets the Shivas off as Ame. Healing up thanks to the Satanic against Parker. He's next to the cliff. He is going to drop past the buyback instantly as well. And with that, Xtreme attempting to get out of dodge. The avalanche from Dark Mago with the toss to follow. Doing a decent amount of damage. Nothing to say is dead. That's a dieback on the puck now. 2 minutes out of the fight. X-Nova going to use the Ethereal Ame. Okay, they're going to get the continued stun onto the Centaur as XXX trying to create some space. As Parker now finally catching up close. Ame still in human form. There's the toss back. Parker, he's the one that gets tossed back instead, fighting from the low ground. He has the Divine Rapier, by the way, as X-Nova taking a punch from Parker. Easily gets that kill. Ame is stuck in the tree line. The rest of his team is going to be, no, pops the Dragon Form, gets the blink off as well. Not be able to do too much damage to Parker. Instead, turns his sights to Dark Mago instead, and he dies. Ame going to continue on as they will find El Micho next to that secret shop location. 2 dead for Cobras. Make it 3. No way to get back in the game either, so Xtreme with 4 members up surely should be able to get the rush. But look at their base, by the way. Tier 4s are starting to take quite a bit of damage from these creeps, but they're going to go for Roche first. And there's no contest coming from the Cobra side. Lots of buybacks, lots of diebacks.
That's... When all is said and done,
come out ahead.
Big win for Xtreme. Yeah, they lost their puck twice, but it's just the amount of coordination, the amount of resources that the Cobra team needs to put into killing the puck twice opens up the fight so much for the Dragon Knight. But at the same time, you kind of have to deal with this puck, or it's just going to control the fight and ruin your backline. So one of the executions there they had was really, really nice with the toss back into Centaur Stomp. That almost killed Nothing to Say, got him very low, and then they got him on the back end afterwards.
Oh yeah, they are going for the full throne right now. BKB and Dragonform pop from Ame there. You see the Divine Rapier for Parker trying to do as much work as he can, but it's still only 2 members for Cobras. Ancient exposed, and now they turn their sights to the TA. Divine Rapier on the deck. And Pike will be the last remaining member of Cobra, but not for long. Divine goes to the Elder Titan. Why not? Xtreme Gaming take this 2-1 in a very entertaining series.
This was a really nice game. I think both teams at different moments in this game played very well. I think there was some standout individual performances, just clutch spell casting, good movement. Yeah, this was honestly pretty high class. I will say at the end of the day, it does go Xtreme's way, which is what we were assuming it would go in the late game, but there were a couple of times there that Cobra were in a much stronger position than we were expecting.
Yeah, for sure. So Ame does not pick Juggernaut again and wins again, Richard.
That is the most important statistic and data point of this series, I think, Suns fan. Excellent work there. Excellently casted as well. Lots of fun. You know, one of those games, again, much like Game 2, back and forth. You know, I think the exciting thing about Team Cobra is they were very much in this game against a TI finalist. Like, you know, it could have been 2-0, could have been 2-1.
In a very close TI finalist as well. Like, this was extremely almost won. There's another universe where we're calling them the TI winners.
Yeah.
And
absolutely.
Cobra's taken it to them. So, yeah, good for them. But I think it goes the way most people expected.
I think this third game, it looks closer than it actually is. especially if they can close it out in 30 minutes. Like, as we said, this is a better overall scaling lineup from Xtreme Gaming. They just need to survive. They need this Dragonite to come online. As soon as he gets 5-6 slotted, the fights are completely different. You can see him toggling, you can see him standing his ground, basically tanking 10,000 damage and dealing 15,000 damage.
Which will bring me to the question I'll ask both of you. Obviously, we highlighted the Dragon Knight in Game 2. Obviously, it's easy to say in retrospect now, but I mean, a mistake to let it through again, maybe?
I would say so.
Yeah?
I think this hero is broken. He was broken in this game by Shadow Demon Axe, by Silver Edge on TA, but still not enough to be able to... Like, because this is a lineup that doesn't just rely on Dragonite. You have Puck, who also is dealing insane amount of damage. You have two, I would say, saving supports as well. You have all these buffs that you can throw with the different items, with the Glimmer Capes, with the Solar Crest as well. You have Sleep from ET, you have Cookie as well, extra bit of healing coming out. In the end, he buys a Divine Rapier, but it's still not enough. Dragonite is just too sustainable of a hero.
I feel like if you're in a scenario where, like, this is twice in a row we saw the TA Rapier against DK, where, like, you are consistently needing to get Rapier to out-carry a hero. Like, just don't let it through. Like, I respect the boldness of letting it through, because I think that everybody knew this already, right? This is not surprising coming into the tournament that DK is OP. We saw it in the previous tournaments. We've seen it in pro-level pubs. And I love the way Ame itemized against the breaks, by the way. Going for the Sanjin Yasha this time, having the status resistance to deal with it. Satanic plus BKB, we saw a couple of times. He was able to survive with all the kiting abilities that you were mentioning, Lacoste.
It's very important as well when you have Dragonite in the team that you are getting extra bit of buffs for him, because what he wants to have is extra attack speed. He's building Butterfly again. He's playing into physical damage. He's getting his Blink upgraded, and also the two supports, Solar Crest, then you have Drums on top of that, AC and Bristle.
Look at his neutral item, Lacoste. Loses TI to this item.
And then he picks it up.
And he goes, I'm getting this every single game. I don't care. This thing's OP.
It's definitely a meme.
I'm amazed he can even bring himself to look at it. You know?
Yeah.
Yeah, but obviously, I mean, like, you know, Xtreme Gaming were the favorites. Bit of a janky start, but I still across the second and third game, I really liked what I saw from them. I think they're, you know, it was a bit of a wobble at the start, but they are back. They've stabilized.
Yeah, I agree. What do we think about the Centaur in the last two games?
Not convincing.
Yeah.
Like, he's there, he's soaking up the damage, but that's about it.
Okay, and what about Tiny? The Tiny mid, he had this very interesting item build, right?
Yeah, we can take a look at it, actually.
Like,
got it ready to go.
Blink Dagger, of course, standard, but going for, of course, he was not Slaughter in the game. This is from the previous game.
Yes,
but which was a very normal item build with BKB. But in this game, he went for the Glimmer Cape, the Yule Scepter on Tiny, like basically playing like a support. And what I worried was like, okay, are they going to get to the late game? This is very all-inning on Parker, like 1v5 carrying the game. And they did actually get to the late game. So it was a decent item build. It worked out. He eventually went for an Octarine core and did start scaling. So I like this from him.
It's fine if you recognize that you can close out the game early, if you can actually win the game. But if you feel like you're going to be losing one fight, as we said when we saw the draft, you lose one Roshan, the game kind of flips. Even with you having 10, 15k gold lead, it's just not enough for you to be able to get away with this type of an item build. So I think I would love to see slightly more scaling. Sure, the item build did work, but in the long run, you're going to fall off so quickly.
Yeah, and I'll stay with you, Dom. Obviously, we talked a lot about Parker, the kind of, you know, mercurial talent.
Yeah, I mean, he did good again. Like, this is the item that usually you don't see. I really like how he itemizes in most of the games. He's just, I would say, on a completely different level. He's buying what is necessary. I don't think he's following any of the guides or anything alike. He's just so good at recognizing what needs to be done. Picks up the Silver Edge in this one, which does allow them to get a kill on Bristleback. You can see how quickly he melts. And this is with Meld. This is with Shadow Demon Aghanim Scepter as well. You might be tanky, but you're not going to be as tanky. And something that Jenkins also pointed out, these SNYs that are going to come out, not as quickly. He just finished it on Bristleback. Dragonite's going to be buying it slightly later. But they recognize what the problem is. They had, I would say, good 10-minute window to try to close out the game, but failed to do so. It's not an easy. I would say this was like between 25 and 35. They had maybe like 20% chance to win the game.
Yeah. Final thought from you? my old chum?
Well, I'll also say Bristle had a good showing today so far. Right? Two games we saw him. Both of them looked kind of unkillable with this like utility into late game build. Looks good.
All right. Well, congrats to Xtreme Gaming. They managed to course correct, and great talking to you over the course of the day. For now, though, we're going to be swapped out. We're going to take a quick break, but don't worry, there's more Dota coming up soon.
The new breakthrough and innovative phone with 1xBet app. With 1xBet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
Hello, everybody. A treat for you here today. We have the god himself, Mr. Collapse from Team Spirit. Hello, hello. Yeah, wave to all the cameras. The whole world wants to see you. Good to see you, man. You guys been doing absolutely fantastic. You win the Riyadh, and then after that,
we suck.
Well, not suck. Third, fourth is not bad, but for you guys, it is interesting. What's going on? Can we have a real discussion? What's up?
We're still trying to find the connection between each other, because we got a new player in our team, and we had some problems on the last TI, also between each other. So we're just trying to play like a team.
Gotcha.
I would say, yeah.
There's been a lot of teams in Dota's history that have won a lot, but then they kind of fell off, and people don't really consider them a threat anymore. But uniquely, this is not a thing with your team. Every single tournament, everyone's still gunning for you. They think Team Spirit can win this one, they can beat anybody, no matter how well you're doing. Do you sense that? Because that's what I get from watching these.
Sometimes, maybe, but if we are in the super bad form, like it was on the after the TI that won Tundra,
like two EWCs ago or something.
Something like this, and we had a new mid player, Laro. I think we were in the this situation when we were playing kind of bad, and also we were getting struggled with the Laro hero pool, and it was kind of a tough situation for us. So that was a period we were no threat for everyone.
Okay.
But by the time goes, we go on to Riyadh, and we won. And also we go for the international, we also won. And after that, I think people already getting used to that feeling that they are scared sometimes. I don't know. I'm not playing against the Spirit, and I'm kind of happy and kind of sad.
Yeah, I mean, it's just, you're a very interesting team, because there are some lulls where it's like, oh, maybe they're not a threat, and then you will just win a tournament so dominantly that people just seem to always consider you this scary, scary team. Even if you don't feel that way, do you feel like you're scary right now? Would you be scared of you?
Maybe.
Maybe?
Yeah, we need to play. I mean, we're on the tournament. I want to play the first game and decide, am I scared or no?
Okay. You're always very antsy at these things to just get down and start playing there. Let's talk about your team now. You guys feel like you're gelling a little bit more? Have you been working on this since the last tournament, or is this kind of a proving grounds? You're hoping to gel here on the spot?
We were still working on these two problems, and I think we're gonna change something. Not the someone.
Whoa, jeez!
No.
An exclusive interview!
Stop.
No.
We're gonna change something.
Okay.
In our drafts and in our gameplay, so it will be better for us.
Okay. And everyone's safe. That's very good to hear.
I'm not gonna risk. Like in the game, no more risks for me. No more tasting limits.
No!
My team told me that I had no to risk. Like in
Collapse. No, don't be a boring player, please.
I'm gonna be a like super safe player.
Ah.
Yeah.
Dota's dead. We lost Collapse. Boring Collapse. It's over, man. We're cooked. God damn, that's the most depressing thing I've heard.
No
this
more
year.
risks for me. I'm gonna be the super safe player.
You're a nerd.
Then I'm gonna be also the safe winner.
That's great to hear. Thank you so much. For all the teams watching, Collapse, don't worry about him. He's going to be the safe lane boring here. Thank you so much for that exclusive interview.
You're welcome, guys.
Exclusive.
You can rest now.
Don't concern yourself with Team Spirit. All right, great. Well, as always, Collapse, such a pleasure to see you. It's great to see you at another Tier 1 tournament again, kicking some butt. We're excited to see the Team Spirit return to form. Any word out there for the now very depressed Collapse fans that you just lost, saying you are going to be a boring safe lane hero?
Time to farm, guys. I don't know what to say. Like, yeah.
Time to
Don't miss me, like the old me.
Okay. All right. Well, a sad day for us all. Thank you, Collapse, for coming. As we will see more from Collapse's new personality and the new Team Spirit coming up at Wallachia Season 6. See you soon.
Yeah, hopefully we'll be able to provide with a gigantic bucket of salt to add to that, because I don't think Collapse could ever lose some of the stripes that he had, the old Collapse, as they call it, in terms of action. Welcome back. Of course, you're watching PGL Wallachia Season 6, and we're here for the second half of the day, and Team Spirit will be featured in our upcoming series, and they'll be going up against Yakult Bros. And to talk all about it, I am joined by two wonderful Dota 2 minds. We got Gunnar, we got Tigov. Tigov, how we doing?
Doing splendid, great, fantastic. Back at another Wallachia. Some might say the best format that we have in the Dota calendar. Some might say
some
not
might
biased.
say it's being taken over by many other tournaments. So some might say you're.
There are some copycats, but naming no names. But no, yeah, I do love a good Wallachia. I feel like there's always seems to be some type of moment in either the Swiss or the playoffs that, due to how many games they play, the teams just create these beautiful moments. So I just hope, I cannot wait to see what the moment is for this Wallachia.
Yeah. And Gunnar, on this side of the studio, because normally you're playing
It's my
on the
third,
other side.
but first as a talent, which it's fun. I actually like being talent. You get to watch the games. You don't feel bad when you lose, and like don't want to watch the tournament anymore. So I probably will watch the finals of this one, which is a bit of a change. But yeah, I'm really excited. I also like Swiss because it makes every game matter.
Yeah.
It's the ending of the group stage in some other tournaments gets a little boring because you're like, oh, these teams qualified, these teams didn't. But now it's like everyone, especially when it gets to 2-2, it's like every game matters.
Every series matters, and a lot of series have already mattered as we are halfway through the day. Half of the game's been played. Let's take a look at what happened. First of all, we're going to check in with Stream B. We have two streams going on at the same time, and on Stream B, they are speed running through this day. Tigov.
Yeah, and putting it bluntly, I am already scared for Chinese Dota 2, right? They came second at TI, Arme, unlucky brother. But when we look at the events post-TI, I thought this might be, the time in which they look towards XG and go, you know what, let's try and level up. And unfortunately, that hasn't been the case. We've got Raw losing 2-0, we've got Tidebound losing 2-0, XG barely beating Cobra, a team that has been in and out of multiple SA qualifiers, not as if they're the dominant team. So the fact is 3 Chinese teams, 1 barely winning, 2 getting 2-0'd. I'm a little worried, but again, day 1, like you said, Swish.
Swish.
I
like Swish.
Swish. That event, there's a lot of time, but I am scared for Chinese Dota already in day 1.
Well, today they had a little bit of betting showing on this stream, on Stream A. So let's take a look at what happened here, because it was a lot more close here, Gunnar.
Yeah, I think all the series were, like the last 2 were pretty exciting. I thought the OG was really fun, that it was actually... I don't think many people expected it to be a 2-0, especially for OG. And then I think the series that we just saw, Xtreme Cobra, was really close. I think Parker kind of showed a lot of his carry potential. He bought Rapiers, I think, in 2 of the 3 games. And it's been really fun to watch Stream A.
It has been. I mean, you guys know that already, and that's why you're here, and we are going to continue having great Dota 2 coming your way. So let's focus our attention on our upcoming series with Yakult Bros and Team Spirit. With Team Spirit, the team that we know a little bit more about. We know a little bit more about how they're coming in and what they've been doing, and we also know that they have the tendency to make it out of group stages, Gunnar, because this team, it is consistently top 8, top 6 this year.
Yep. I mean, even the roster has been pretty consistent. They've kind of had their core players. The big change was their 5-player Miposhka is taking a break, retirement. And, we have the Panto, who was just on Aurora recently. He's been on a few other teams. And so far, I think they've done okay this season, but it hasn't really been to, I would say, what Team Spirit expects. They're a tournament-winning team. They've won 2 TIs as an org. They've won 2 EWCs. And so far, I think 5th, 6th isn't terrible for kind of a new-ish roster, a new almost captain player. As you can see, they got 5th, 6th of the last 2, but I think they're expecting more here. This is something that they want to win this tournament. At worst, maybe top 3, but I think it's decent results.
Yeah, I think critically for Spirit, when we look at some of the games they've played, they are really good still in laning. Like Panto joining the mix, it's not as if their laning's weaker. They just don't have clutch potential anymore. Like there are some moments where Collapse or Yotaro might step up, but on a team level, you don't see that that aura around them. You don't see that hype where like Panto in certain moments, or like Miposhka in the old days, Miposhka would have an Ench with a right-click build, or he'd have ET where he'd hit some like perfect ult, But with Panto, it feels more tempo-driven, laning-driven, where the team is moving in a different direction.
Yeah, because I think in the past, Spirit was the team that always felt no matter what the game state was, they could win.
Yeah.
Like they're down 20k gold, and you're like, oh, okay, well, it's 40,
Spirit,
50 minutes. The game's really close, guys. Like no matter how down they are. And I kind of agree that it's now more, I don't know if they've found themselves yet, if they're still looking for their identity. But it also could just be they need to grow into their own new team. I think losing position 5s, I think, have a lot of impact in how teams play. There's a lot of you think Snaking with his Chen on Falcons and all these players. Even when Poshka plays like the Enchantresses, like you said. And so maybe they have to adapt slightly to Panto's playstyle, because I think he's definitely a bit more aggressive, like early game kind of position 5 player, more modern.
Maybe that's also where Collapse comes from, when we heard him just now talking to Slacks, that he is going to be more safe. And, that fire that you guys are describing, the comeback team, it's just also just a change of style from the whole team, and not just because there's a new +5.
It's just a scary thing to try and follow, because you don't really know how Panto as a player really helps with, let's say, the discussions post-game or how they deal with losses, right? And like we see his hero pool, I think critically a lot of those top-level heroes on the top row are trying to be lane winners, right? If I look at add a new player to a roster, I want to see him try and crush the lane, because then it simplifies all the shot calling after. Yeah. I'm not trying to say that he's like picking easy heroes, but I feel like he is the lane winner style of player, at least from that hero graphic we saw.
I think that's a lot of modern players, like a lot of the, I don't want to say like young new players, but in pubs, a lot of people just kind of default to let's just pick the heroes that win the lanes. Like, let's pick Jakiro, let's pick Disruptor. You want to win the game early because it's easier. It's always easier to win the games early than hope for a comeback. Yeah. And we'll see. I hope Spirit, I think they're always a fun team to watch. And I kind of hope that they get that almost fire back and start winning these games.
Same. Let's see if they can do it against their opponents this afternoon in Yakult Brothers, because Yakult Brothers also had a change. Their change is just a lot more recent, Gunnar. That's literally last week or so.
Yeah, and so their new position 5 is Tianming, which he has not played a competitive game, I believe, in about 7 months. So he took a little break. And their story is a bit different this season. They've kind of struggled a bit, more so compared to Spirit. And so hopefully for them, changing their 5-player also gets them to this at least top 5, top 6 level, at least comparable to Spirit.
Yeah, and for Tianming at least, it's like in 2023, that was like his biggest season on Azure. They got 4th at TI. They did win a LAN, a tier 1 LAN. So it's like, he's got like the kind of tier 1 understanding within him. The thing with Yakult is whenever I look at the roster, it's just, they're good in qualifiers. Whenever they get to a LAN, I'm expecting them to be finished by the end of the group stage or the first day of the playoffs. Like, they've yet to really inspire me as a team that can really cross the line and actually like step up to be a top 8. They are, unfortunately, the bottom half of any LAN they qualify to. And again, that can change at any minute, but I don't have high expectations until I see some results.
Yeah, and seeing both of the newer additions head-to-head here, it is going to be, especially this first best of 3, I feel like for both of these teams will set the tone a little bit. A lot of eyes on these two, Tigov, to perform very well.
No, of course, as when you think about what a 5's meant to do, right? If a 5's having a bad game, your vision's going to be bad, your smoke breaking is going to be wrong, like it falls apart very quickly. So as much as I think in the end of a game, you hype up the carry, the mid, the offlane, what they did, often the unsung hero is always going to be the 5 player. So yeah, I think it will be quite nice if we are able to find little moments of brilliance from either of them, because the poor old position 5s are probably the most disrespected role, I think.
From one position 5 to the other.
Yes, thank you, Shiva. Yes, you're picking up on what I'm putting down. Yes, we need to praise these 5s more. Yes, exactly.
It does make me wonder though, because what we mentioned earlier is like Miposhka has gone, and one thing that we always said when we talk about Team Spirit, like especially obviously before they won even their very first TI, is that they have such a nice balance of experienced players versus new players. And I know now with 2 TI wins, you know, you can't call the Team Spirit players inexperienced anymore, but I feel like they still lose a little bit of that dynamic. And I know that they always talked about Miposhka not in a dad form, but like Big Brother idea. And I don't know if Panto can be that. And I don't know if they can, I don't know if they're going to be fine without. I don't know. I kind of feel like the training wheels came off. Is that weird to say?
No, I'd agree. It puts a lot more pressure, I think, on Silent, because when Miposhka and Silent can problem solve, if Panto as a player is more of a yes man to the rest of the team, some of the solutions that need to have that definitive, no, that's a bad idea. If Panto is more willing to go, thank you, Yotor, it's a great idea, thank you, Collapse, maybe, then it can be more difficult. And that's where I think Silent as a coach needs to try and be maybe even more mature in these situations to see when Panto's maybe not being the captain of the team compared to like a friend of the rest, right? But again, these are things that we'll just never know until the players speak for themselves.
Yeah, I feel like the team dynamic might be more of like 5 equals. Yeah. Other than like, oh, this is our captain. Yeah. Like, sure, maybe he's the captain. I don't really know what they're. Do you know who's? I don't know if we know. I don't know who's
so it's Panto and Silent. So Panto is
clicking the buttons.
Panto's button clicker, and then Silent's just talking. So it's still those 2.
So I think obviously you'll still have your captain in that sense, but there's always a level of. I think there's definitely teams you can see the differences. Like especially in the past, I think there was more of this like captain figure in like old school Dota. You think of like Puppy, like this guy was always the captain of Team Secret. Whereas nowadays, I feel like a lot of the teams are more kind of like 5 close-ish players. Like they're all pretty similar experience, similar kind of value they bring to the team. They all want to talk a similar amount. So I think this team kind of has to transition more like into that new modern Dota.
Yeah, like critically, that's a point more like in-game. Obviously, everyone speaks to the point of their pat spikes. So, like the discussion we're having here is like out-of-game, replay analysis, draft construct, like all this type of stuff. Like that's the things where captains still exist and you don't have the same. I think a lot of people nowadays, they don't expect to be one person talking in game. That's like some 2014, 15 Dota where it's like, do this, do that. And everyone's like, yes, sir, sorry, sir, we're going. Like that doesn't happen in Dota.
No. There's one other thing. I mean, obviously we're talking a lot about the position 5s because those are the most recent changes, but Yakult has had another change since TI, and that is their offlaner. They have Zeal as an offlaner, and I feel like we've seen Zeal in a lot of different teams by now. And he's always decent, but he's not yet had the standout performance that I think we kind of sometimes want to see, Gunnar. How do we feel about this latest edition or semi-latest edition, I guess, for Yakult?
I think offlane, especially right now, is actually probably the most important role for this team roster. So the team as a whole has kind of struggled recently, so it's hard to say. And I think this tournament it's one of those questions that, was it a player issue with their old 5? Because the patch is going to be the same. Effectively, it's pretty much the same patch as all the post-tournament TI patches. And I definitely think offlaners, like if you look at all the big teams right now, I think their offlaners have this immense amount of impact. So there's definitely eyes on him for me. Like I want to say the storyline of, the new 5, but I don't know, seeing the offlaner, I want to see him actually have this like high impact in the game, pick his heroes, be confident, because there has been times in the past on the different teams I've seen him, he looks good. I'm always like, this guy looks good, but on this team, I haven't really seen it yet.
I want Zeal to be happy. He's a bundle of joy, a lovely lad. But when I think about what he's laning with, which individual, Baboka? My guy Baboka, he griefed so many lanes recently, right? So just to put reference, right? He's playing Storm support, Lycan support. There was a period where Yakult, they were trying to draft as if any hero could be 4. Technically, PVision showed that 9+ can play any hero 4, right? You pull the correct wave, you set up the right wards. But my guy Zeal, he was just getting absolutely griefed, hammered, destroyed by his laning partner because Baboka in the draft was like, don't worry, guys, I'll play at 4. And Zeal's just like, can I play with a real 4, please? So I do feel like there has been some attempt of creativity from Yakult, and Zeal has had
emphasis on attempt.
Attempt, yeah. And it has really impacted, I think, Zeal's ability to pick certain offlaners. Because on MOUZ, when he was playing in like the tier 2 European scene before MOUZ popped off with this new roster, Zeal was there. He looked very stable. He was playing Beastmaster and Mars and all the expected heroes. But now Zeal's moved to Yakult. He's laning with Tide 4, Pudge 4, he's got Timber 4, Lycan 4. Of course, that's scattered with some traditional 4s, right? But Yeah, unfortunately for Zil, he is having to try and refine himself with a very creative 4-player in Baboka.
So do you think that they should try to get Baboka to play less creative?
I mean, okay, so if I want to recall Yakult's previous results, it is a sea of red, right? It's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. It's like 18 losses, 2 wins. So I do feel like there's a element of needing to find some grounding in both draft and play. Of course, you can pick one, but Zil does so well in games where he's set up to do well. But because of how Yakult approaches drafts, then the easiest option is Baboka, brother, chill. All right, you got to just stabilize first before you get
pick
creative.
like Snapfire, pick Hoodwink.
Yeah, like
maybe that's where Tianming comes in as well, because the coach that they have listed anyway, and as far as I can tell, is still Yakult, who is more of a manager style coach.
Yep.
That means that they need that experience, and potentially Tianming brings it, and he'll take on the drafting role, and he'll say, actually, Baboka, this is what you'll play instead.
Yeah. The thing is, it's actually really conceptually, I would love for a team to be able to do what Yakult is doing in the draft. The idea of like you pick some heroes, you see problems, you change roles. Like it sounds what Dota should be, like unlimited creativity. The problem is the play doesn't match the mind of their draft. So then you have this like dysfunctional looking lineup because, of course, macro gameplay.
Well, okay, so how would you compare it to like PARIVISION with 9 class? Because they do something similar, right?
Yeah.
Where they kind of have a 4-player that plays the Slarks, he plays the Slardars, he plays Nixus. Like, sure, some of them are getting more common, but he kind of always plays these, out of meta heroes.
The thing with PVision is all of their 4s have some element of mobility and way to like prolong a fight or open up a skirmish to like utilize his positioning, right? Like after wave pulling and setting up for a very consistent offlaner in DM, he's going to be able to get that extra ward, D ward, or like with Void Spirit support, he like jumps in, he can then like disseminate back out. Like there's quirky things to do. When you look at the creativity from Baboka, it's less about kiting and being in annoying positions, and it's more about just, haha, we won the draft because you've countered a support now, right? It's, I think, very, very different in that nature.
Yeah, I think it was something Fly told me once. I don't remember if it was Fly or Steenie, but it was when you pick a hero, even if the other team thinks it's flex, you should not think it's flex for the most part. Like you should know if we pick Storm Spirit, it's going to go 4. Because it kind of changes the dynamic of your draft. Like, sure, even though it's kind of weird to play Storm Spirit 4, you know what it is, and the other team's worrying about it. Whereas I feel like 9 class, when he picks his hero, both teams kind of know what it is.
Yeah.
Sometimes maybe you worry it's a flex, but 9 class knows he's playing the Slark. And maybe that's their issue, that they're kind of last minute flexing it. Like, they get to like 23 pick, and they're like,
who's going to play?
I got it, guys. Just give me the Storm. So maybe it's more just confidence and or planning in their drafts that they need. And then they can set up, like, okay, we have this Storm 4. What offlane do we need to kind of balance it out?
Well, speaking of planning, let's see what the teams have planned in this game as we are in the draft. Yakult on the Radiant side, Spirit on the Dire side. And we already got the Naga Siren picked up first with an answer of the Pangolier from Team Spirit.
Naga Siren, of course, still very popular. Of course, it was the the hero of TI, still the hero post TI. I would argue that it is relatively figured out now in regards to respect the song reset and the ability to set up. So you need a lot of skirmish. Play on like low cooldown. Don't lock yourself into that one fight, i.e. like a Ravage. Make sure you have cheap stuns, low cooldown spells. Pangolier, of course, is a very good option because you can just roll through the song, cancel TPs, have a Blink Dagger. So I think Pangolier is just a very nice option. And it does play into both skirmishing lineups and the fact that it does provide the team fight.
It's also flex. I know we talked to hopefully.
Oh, here we go.
Okay. I think mid offlane is the most stable flex kind of between any of the any 2 roles in the game, because a lot of the heroes do overlap what they do, and they kind of, especially with modern Dota, offlaners get a lot of gold. So it's not even like you're throwing it to the wolves with a low gold hero. Like Pango mid and Pango offlane are going to have very similar amounts of impact. So I think it's fine. And like you said, I think it's a pretty solid hero versus Naga. And it sets up for these ranged 4s that hopefully Team Spirit will at least pick. they'll pick a standard hero for Rue.
Yeah, I mean, 2 are already removed. 2 of those range 4s with the Jakiro and the Pugna out. Or range 5s.
Yeah. There's still, I would say Snapfire is probably the hero that Spirit will pick.
Yeah. Snapfire is like the most kind of generic right? You just got Monomer Kisses, you throw it into the song from high range, you don't really care.
Minus armor is good with Pango in the lane.
then technically also like you mentioned already, the Hoodwink. Like this, all of the big fours.
Yeah.
If you pick them here, no problems at all. If you want to go more towards maybe what Panto's playing, you can go with like a Disruptor that he's been going for. Glimpsing against Nagasiren also good. The issue with that is it kind of exposes your draft. You're picking a 5 that can be punished very easily from a 3 and a 4 position pick that is yet to be revealed. So I would prefer to see the 4 position.
Yeah, I would like just like a very basic like Hoodwink, Snapfire, maybe Sky. And Snapfire is kind of the most. I think it's the strongest 4, honestly, of the patch, especially because people flex it to 5. Its laning is strong, its damage is strong. It's pretty tanky. It gives you everything.
It's also the fact that the shard and also gives healing, and then you get the double cookie as well. So when you think normally, like rewind the clock on Snapfire, you get to this like mid to late game, and you become kind of one-dimensional based on the utility you have. Now you've got double cookies with like, was it 250 heal as well?
I want to say it's 125.
Ooh,
I think it's
half of what I. Oh, you know, I'm gonna go check now. I feel like I've oversold it.
It's still good.
I need to check.
But I also think the big thing with Snapfire is it scales really well if the game ever goes late. Like level 25 is a pretty crazy timing, and like you push out waves, it just kind of gives you. It gives you exactly what you want from a 4. Like there's nothing more you can ask.
I mean, it was the first hero you guys mentioned as well, so it's like.
All right, what is it?
200 healing.
All right, so kind of in the middle.
Kind of in the middle, yeah.
We're both right.
You were both right. Well done, guys. Sticker for you.
I will always say that I play Dota on the vibes, because obviously like there's many different types of Dota players, right?
Me too, Gunnar. Me too. Just say.
Sure.
There's
go
like
on.
some people who always go for like the numbers, and I just want to confess that like the way I play Dota is like I need to experience it to then get like a gauge on it, you know? Like I like playing Dota going, it's around 200. It might be like 175, 220, but like my gut will always be roughly in like the ballpark.
What does your gut say about this Skywrath coming out for Yakuto?
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, that's it. That's your
Yeah.
gut.
Yeah,
Is that how your gut? Is that where your gut
It's
sounds
like,
like? It's just
yeah, I've had like a light lunch, feeling quite good. You know, I don't feel too bloated. Just a casual Sky. Ancient Seal is a really stupid spell in certain lineups, right? Like Pangolier, when you initiate, if you get a bit too greedy with Rolling Thunder, you don't really itemize for yours, Lotus, or BKB too early on the hero. That's more like a 3rd, 4th item. So yeah, Ancient Seal in the correct scenarios, amazing.
Well, we did see today it's 0-3, so they maybe it's not yet played in the right scenarios.
Or teams are ruining the win rate.
Intentionally tanking the win rate.
Yeah.
To get the hero buffed.
Yeah.
Because, of course,
The patch is going to be soon-ish.
Today.
Eventually.
Yeah.
Today,
it's
tomorrow.
Today, yeah.
5 minutes from now.
Yeah.
They're going to have to restart
We're
the draft for
joking,
the
guys.
patch.
Are we joking, though?
We'll never know.
I am.
I am.
All right, we got Enchantress coming out, so hopefully this will be a Panto Enchantress.
Yeah.
And then he
why
can
you say hopefully? As opposed to...
It's a Yatoru Enchantress. Watch out.
and then he can show us that, you know, his Enchantress, right?
His Enchantress is very good.
Poshka.
I would say, when I think of him, I kind of think of Nagasiren and Enchantress would be his top 2 for me, and maybe Jakiro. But I feel like Jakiro's not that easy to stand out on. But definitely his Enchantress, he's very good at kind of rotating on the map, securing his lane. Even the gates, I think, are very important with the meta.
Yep.
And pair with the Terrorblade.
It's just, Spirit is going, thank you for drafting your heroes. We are picking counters. Like, every pick feels like they're responding immediately to what's being faced, right? You got the Nagasiren, we pick the Pangolier, then we go for Snapfire. You take Slardar Scarif Mage, you've got Enchantress, that naturally is quite tanky. Untouchable as well, Slardar cannot just one-hit you. A lot of the Slardar kind of MO in Dota right now is find the weak supports, break them instantly, kill them instantly, and then play the number advantage in the fight. So Ench is that answer. And then also you have like the Dispel on the sprint. Like you got all little quirky things. So
There's some heavy minus armor coming from Yakult Brothers.
yeah, they're going to enjoy going to Tormentor and Roshan.
Doesn't Terrorblade have like tons of armor?
30 armor at level
10.
Yeah.
armor. Vibes, don't forget.
So they're already preemptively countering that. Well done, Spirit.
Well, it goes both ways, right? Like you're either removing Terrorblade's biggest strength if you have enough minus armor,
Okay.
or he has too much armor and then you feel bad.
Critically, Yakult is playing more on a kiting style of fight, right? Like the stuns and spirit is quite lacking. You've got Rolling Thunder, Cookie, and then depending on what creep Enchantress goes for. But that's not epically big team fight. So a Weaver, Hurricane Pike, you get Deso, you can bait out the meta, disengage. When meta is on cooldown from Terrorblade, then you can look for the fight.
I think they're definitely going to play for a Slaughter Blink. Like you kill a guy and then you run away after
Yeah,
the cooldowns.
exactly.
Then
Yep.
you kill the next guy, then you maybe reset with a song.
Yep.
Kind of
It's very high execution style of lineup.
Yeah, it's hard because when you think of Team Spirit, Yatoro is going to pull up with a Dragon Lance, press meta, start hitting your tier 2s, tier 3s, and you're like, oh, my abilities are being hit. And that's when the game gets hard. So I think, have they picked Tinker? I don't know if they're a Tinker team, but I feel like Tinker could be kind of cool for Yakult Brothers.
Do we? I don't think have we even seen much.
We haven't seen much Tinker recently, but it's kind of an older school counter to Terrorblade. You have the Naga as a save. You have Vision with the Slardar ult. Even the Weaver bugs. I know it's kind of out there, but I've been seeing Tinker pop up here and there in the pubs, and it looks pretty strong.
Well, the difficulty is that it will be Team Spirit with the overall last pick.
Yeah.
So if they do end up going for Tinker, it might just be countered still.
Do we think, though, the Slardar should just get thrown to mid? Do you think Slardar laning into an Ench and Terrorblade?
What would you rather pick?
Right now, I feel like Slardar to mid, and then...
I just don't know if I see like a offlaner that... Yeah, because the thing with when you do those swaps, you're like, oh, let's move Slardar out of this lane. I think the hero that replaces it needs to be good. Because if you pick another, it's fine. At that point, just put the Slardar there and then pick a good hero from mid. So usually in these situations, you ask both of your players, you're like, which of you sees a good hero? Like, which of you really, really feels like you want to play a hero? Because that's more important than, well, let's just kind of like soft swap the Slardar to mid just because we can.
If we're going for more kiting, then I'm leaning maybe Centaur is a decent option for Zeal. You have the burst lane with the
my only worry is Centaur always feels a bit low damage sometimes to me. With their draft, like there might hit a point in the mid game where they just don't kill heroes.
That's a one watermelon.
I feel like Tide might also have those issues, but the difference is he's tankier versus Terrorblade.
Sure.
So he can actually survive that lane and maybe be more aggressive. I'm still concerned for the same reasons, but I like it more than the Centaur.
The thing critically though is Tide can open up the fight like the Weaver can, where you can go in, tank one spell, reset. As long as your cult play on that on all their heroes, they do have a very good lineup to try and punish the timings, right? If Raw's on cooldown, if Meta's on cooldown, Tide can tank it, Slardar can tank it, Weaver can tank it. Like, all of them can do something to open up the information, right? So, yeah, not opposed to it.
Okay, now here I think the Pango just goes mid. Like, sure, it's kind of annoying, but I think he'll have a much better time mid versus Slardar than versus the Weaver lane. That lane can get kind of rough. And I want...
Unless there is something very good to play against...
Yeah, it's like you don't really want to play Queen of Pain in this game versus Slardar. Invoker also looks pretty bad. Like all the random ranged heroes mid don't look that strong. I think something like an Axe could be really cool.
Ooh, or they still want to do it.
Pain. So my concern with it is it's not that good versus Naga or Weaver or Tide. Just because they kind of hunt you down and they do a bunch of damage, and or you don't do the damage to kill them early game. But it's a good lane for Slardar.
Yeah, I think Spirit has just identified that your cult needs like good lanes to feel like they can play out this game. Tide's very static in nature. Slardar in a losing lane is very, very sad. Yes. And then you have Naga Siren, who also needs people to do stuff. She doesn't independently go, you know what, follow me, I'm taking the fight. You're kind of waiting. So it's like if Slardar has a bad lane, Tide is just farming, and then Naga's waiting. You kind of just, it's very dysfunctional. So I think their read is just shut down Slardar, and he's like the big connector of all the cores in the game early on. So if Emo doesn't have a game, what game do they have?
The team fighty game.
Yeah, I definitely think this is a kind of like what you said, a laning stage game, that the laning will matter a lot, because I actually do like Yakult's draft if they make it 15 minutes in an even game.
Yeah.
Like if they get the Slardar Blink Shard at like 16, 17 minutes, Tide gets maybe a Vlad's or a Blink or whatever kind of items he wants, an Ag some people buy.
Yeah.
The Weaver's a decent game. I like it, but I kind of feel like Team Spirit might be able to run the game really fast.
Yeah, and keep in mind, it is Yakult on the Radiant side, so you did see that. Flipped around, but we'll obviously show the game as it is. But first, we're going to show you two fresh faces in the studio. Well, I would say fresh. It's not the first time you guys are here in the studio, but welcome back, MLP and John. How are you doing?
Oh, we're very well, Shiva. How are you?
I'm doing great. I get to see you guys' lovely faces on the big screen. Are you excited for today? Do we have any favorites based on draft, John?
I would say I'm leaning towards Yakult. I think I like that tempo they bring out with all of the minus armor. I think there might be some issues maybe catching out some of these slippery heroes as well. So if they can execute on that, capitalize on this timing, and end up with good lanes, then it could easily be a little bit of a bounce back today for China.
A bounce back. I think that's what they need. MLP, what are you hoping to see?
I'm hoping to see some action, Shiva. I couldn't care less who wins. I just want an exciting game.
I think we will want to see an exciting game, and I know it will be exciting with you guys' voices, so let's head into the game.
Well, thank you so much, Shiva. We do get into it, Jonathan. Game number 1 here between Yakult Brothers and Team Spirit. What are you really expecting, John? I mean, these panelists, they talked about the laning stage being very important in this game one. Do you kind of agree with that sentiment?
Yeah, I can see some of those issues coming out. Like if you have a rough time on Emo, delayed blink timing, your initiation's not going to feel great. I think the one saving grace for Yakult in the bigger picture is if you do manage to get some good EXP flowing onto someone like, say, Ming this game, you get that Naga Song up, you're going to have a lot of stall coming in here from Yakult. And I don't think they taper off too hard into the late game. The damage scaling coming in with Tidehunter plus Slardar plus Weaver, all this minus armor, it's really going to make it tough for Yatoro to just feel like he's stable enough to tank these direct hits. And you've got enough magic damage as well to do some work here with a Skyraft Mage on hand. So there's a lot of questions Spirit has to answer here later on.
Emo already taking a bit of damage, but does get the banner in for himself. It's going to be a 2-for-2. No, it's going to be a 3-for-1 trade in the favor of Yakult Brothers. So a nice little start for them to get things started. Do you think any particular... Sableye in the mid lane with the sticker. Do you think there's any particular lane that we really need to keep an eye out on? Like, I mean, I'm sure Emo's lane, of course, is going to be ultra important because you are the guy connecting to the side lanes, but any other lane you think that's quite important here in this game one, John?
I'd say this lane for Zeal as well, it's going to matter a lot on the Tidehunter. Like, yeah, the mid lane's always going to matter, but you've got the durability here for Emo. We heard the panel talk about that the Slardar should have a pretty decent time here in trading up against the Quap. You're not going to be able to outpoke because of that innate on Seaborn Sentinel. So you're always going to be able to sustain nicely on Emo and contest the runes quite nicely up against a Quap, even with that blink. I think the one lane that can maybe be a little bit more make or break is that Tide, right? Like Zeal on the Tidehunter, he can manage the Terrorblade quite nicely. You know, you've always got that Anchor's match, you've got that inbuilt durability, you've got the early Gush to help you clear some creeps. But you can also just be a little bit slower in lane. As every time Yatoro starts to get this Metamorphosis up, with the threat coming in from Panto, you're not all too tanky in the laning phase for Zeal. So there's a lot of pokeback potential here for Yatoro, and I think that's, again, one thing that will hold you back. Like, Emo's lane's important, but this Tidehunter's lane as well, for this timing into Vlad's, into Blink, into the durability, into the aura, for that utility of the team, it's also going to dictate the big part of how aggressive will Yakult Brothers want to play if their Tidehunter has a decent or bad game.
What about that bot lane as well? I mean, you've got this Nagasara of Tianming, you've got the Weaver of Fly against, of course, this Pangolier and the Snapfire. John, do you feel like this lane goes either way?
It should still feel pretty good for Fly overall. Like, this is a range versus melee matchup for Pango, which isn't the comfiest. You have this cookie combination that can come off as well.
John
here
Ming?
from Rue.
Wait, he's gone for Rue. Fly is going to join in, and Rue, he's in the middle of nowhere. Gets a Fairy Fire off. It doesn't really feel like it'll matter, though, as Fly able to secure first blood, and probably the best start you could have asked for here for your Yakult Brothers.
Yeah, and this is probably their strongest lane as well, right? Again, you can't really leverage the cookie combination too hard. You're not under constant threat here for Team Spirit, sure. And you can cookie out as the snap. You've got the shield crash, the swash away here for collapse, but trying to be aggressive onto Fly, it's just hard to see that happening. Gap closing onto this Weaver, close enough without the bodies of Tianming running forward on that Naga. And with all that space for the Weaver, I think, again, discarding this conversation about mid and top, if this Weaver has a decent time, we have seen Weavers pop off quite fast. You know, you get Falcon Blade, you get an early Javelin, or to build up into Desolator, or even the Urn, if you want to play really high tempo, and you just start to rotate, right? Like, you hit this first Siege creep into mid, sometimes you have a good Weaver game, you show up, and you just start to find these kills. And that is one more way to snowball here.
A bit of damage on Panto, but of course he's just going to heal through it. Zeal's going to go for a quick creep pull for himself. Panto going to try and make it as hard as humanly possible, but of course Zeal going to be perfectly fine. Mid lane, of course, Emo starting to get quite low here up against Lal. Obviously, it's not the most fun against the Queen of Pain lane. And we did hear the panelists again say Emo's lane going to be pretty important in this game number one. So far, he's having a pretty good time in terms of CS, but certainly the harassment is starting to add up a little bit.
That it is. I mean, you're starting to get more points into that Shadow Strike coming in here from Laurel. The damage is starting to pile up, but again, Seaborn Sentinel, you just sit in the river. It doesn't really hurt you too much here on Emo. He did have to ferry out a salve, but he's got the double bracers, he's got his stick up, he's not under any threat, and again, he's got rune control at the very least, and being able to maintain some advantage with water rune. So again, it's not a bad time here for Emo, in fact.
He's going for Lal. Lal does get the blink away, kind of just waited out a little bit, but now Lal, the one looking a little bit unhealthy, and of course Emo with that sustain in that river, going to be perfectly fine to stick around and continue applying that aggression. Lal, I don't know if he can really risk for the water runes here, because Emo's having a look around to see which one he wants to go for. So Lal being a little bit hesitant to try and go for either. Fair enough, Emo's not really budging either, just sitting in the mid lane as bottom. Collapse Does cop a fair bit of harassment as well. Meanwhile, mid lane, Lal does end up going down. Emo able to dive past the T1 tower to secure that kill. Panto, though, gonna try and punish, try and at least take away the water rune, and he does deny it off. But if you're Emo, John, you're very happy.
That you are. You still have another water rune, that there is ward coverage here, so you can get control of that for Panto. But you're at the point where this Weaver bot lane can be left alone. Again, this kill threat onto the Weaver with Cookie combination with Shield Crash, not the most feasible. You always have the Shikuchi away, which we're seeing here. And that just allows a lot of leverage out for the side of Yakult Brothers. They can just easily work around the lane. I mean, Team Spirit has to try to relieve some of that pressure and just kind of try to work against it. The top lane has been going pretty darn well here, though.
Maybe he's gone a little bit too far. Does at least force out the Metamorphosis from Yatoro and won't really be in too much danger. And have the help of Panto around here, Yatoro, so you do get the Metamorphosis forced out. Speaking of Yatoro, though, top of the CS board as per always, and it's kind of the one thing that you kind of get a little bit afraid about for your Yakult Brothers is this Yatoro, man. He just tends to farm really well, John.
That he does. And there's not much Zeal can really do, right? Like, it's hard to walk up with Anchor Smash when Metamorphosis is up. Your Skyrath can't really deal with this early on as well. You have a lot of regen coming in. They're pressuring that tier 1 quite hard.
Got a little bit too excited. Enchant from Panto going to make life pretty difficult, and Seal will end up going down. Yatoro now already starting to focus on that top tier 1 tower with the Enchanted Creep. And they've got it. They've got the Siege Creep there as well. No defending this one. It's a nice quick tower take if they are going to commit all the way, and it looks like they will. And the greatest thing about this, John, is now Panto, he can just look towards the mid tier 1.
Yep, can start to apply that pressure, and this is the early tempo that we are probably looking for a little bit on the side of Team Spirit.
Look at the setup. They're already ready for it. Ruse here. Scatterblast, though, gonna really be on the mark. But I do believe now all the attention from Team Spirit should be applied onto Emo in the mid lane. You do have Panto rotating as well, but it doesn't really seem like they see the opening yet. They do have the Hurricane with the Wild Ring Ripper. They could try to push Emo away. They won't yet, as Tianming gonna scout out Panto. They'll go for a chase onto the Enchantress with the reel back in. Panto, though, tanking through all of it. Emo in trouble as well. Emo's gonna go down. Panto survives. He walks out of there. And Tianming trying to walk out to boot. Lal on the chase, has him. Should eventually get the kill, though. Tianming making my life as hard as possible. In fact, Lal maybe jumping a little bit too far forward. Will end up trading his life away, but does secure a double kill before he does so.
Yeah, that's not a bad trade for Team Spirit right now. I mean, again, you saw how rough that lane was for Laurel early on. They relieved that pressure. All of what you said, top tier 1's taken. You have the room to rotate around. There's still not much recovery for Zeal. At least they find this freebie on the Shrine fight. Desperately needed here by Zeal to get some EXP going. And that is the one pain point right now for Yakult Brothers. We were talking about the importance of mid, but having a slower time on this Tide Hunter as well. Again, this timing into, say, a Vlad's or a Blink is not going to feel great, and there's not much you can really hope for.
It's a lot of damage here from Lal. He'll barely survive, and perhaps a deny from Emo will ensure that Lal gets nothing for this. Nice timing here from Emo just to be in the right position at the right time. From that side lane's not looking too active right now. Perhaps a bit of action to break out down at bottom, but even then, it's still Fly you're trying to chase down, so chances are you can't do too much. Collapse. He's actually the one getting jumped, but here comes Yatoro. Tries to go after Tianming. Tianming trying to walk away, but the blocks are there from Rue. And eventually they should have the Naga Siren, but a Fly, he will be too challenging. They won't even bother trying.
Yeah, I do like this movement out from Yatoro. Again, trying to utilize this early aggression with his damage with his own pretty much free lane. It is optimistic to look for that full kill onto Fly, but again, you're just forcing the response out across the map here from the side of Yakult Brothers, slowing down that pace a little bit, threatening on the Weaver. Your supports aren't finding as much EXP as you'd want, although you are inching towards level 6 now for Baboka for some kill threat once that's up. Your resets are still a long ways off here for Tianming. Still 4, I'm about to hit 5 at least. You would want that song up to maybe save you from some dicey spots, but this is the point in the game where, again, for Yakult Brothers, it is high tempo, but you need items. You need that Blink, you need a Vlad's, you need some ore, you need a little bit more output on your Weaver, and you need more levels up on your supports, and you don't necessarily need to wait all that long on Team Spirit. As long as they've got their spells ready, they are kind of set to go. They are, you know, you still need some build-up, of course, but it is comfy enough that Yatoro, again, can just afford to make all of these moves across the map, although some pressure up top here.
I mean, they're trying, but Yatoro is just going to casually walk out of there. You don't really have the lockdown for him at the moment.
No. You really need that blink up. We haven't really seen Emo be active outside of mid. And it's just down to needing blinks. He did have a great mid lane, but again, it's just time. Maybe into that 11-minute mark, 10.5-minute mark, you start to get comfy into that blink timing. You start to get those connections we're looking for with a Weaver. Right now, Team Spirit, they've been pretty good at trying to manage that. Again, it's been really sneaky around with Panto getting a lot of use out of that Wild Wing. Ripper still holding on to another one here, looking for opportunities. And all you can do in your Yakult Brothers right now is just kind of seed ground. Waste some time, make sure you're not giving away any kills. You could still hold on to the towers if it's not a hard commit from the side of Team Spirit. But the key thing is just, again, work on these two tanky heroes. Either Tide or Slardar gets into that first initiation timing, and then you're set. Yeah, your Weaver's still not slowing down too hard either anyway for Fly.
They're trying bot lane. Collapse, though, just casually just TP away. They can't stop him. Not with these two heroes. He'll be perfectly fine. You do appreciate your Yakult Brothers trying to apply that pressure across the map. It doesn't quite feel as impactful as what Team Spirit have been doing finding these Tier 1 towers, but that they are holding on for now, just getting there after this laning stages. We are going to have a quick pause out for Baboka. I do wonder whether Team Spirit want to try and be aggressive towards those Tier 1 towers again, especially considering you do have the siege creeps now up. It doesn't really feel like it, though. They are quite split up at the moment.
No, and I think that's kind of the way to go. You've got the Terrorblade who can be hyper efficient across the map. You've kind of got Collapse soaking some of that attention down bot, just shoving in onto the Tier 1, buying space for a little bit of that recovery on Laurel after, again, a little bit slower of a mid lane for him. And you're just kind of happy that way. There's no pressure coming onto Yatoro. Nothing came out here from Zeal in the laning phase. So you are going to hit this timing where Manta's going to be up on Yatoro. That takes away the threat, of course, of the Skywrath Mage here, of a lot of your single target control on the side of your Yakult Brothers. And it'll just provide a lot more opportunities for Yatoro to try to be that menace in the middle of these team fights. And the question now is, if you do reach that point, uncontested into Manta, you start to get more items up here on your Terrorblade, you get that recovery out for Laurel. Can you still be confident enough with your Blink initiation? Are you going to be tanky enough on the side if you call? They just don't have the aura buildup, right? Like, you look at Zeal's items. He's got that solar, he's doing pretty fine for himself. Still going into that Vlad's.
They might need to have some answers right now, John, because Panto has indeed rotated for that mid-tier 1 tower with the siege creep timing, and with just the Ench alone, you can get this done pretty quickly. They will bring Emo back in, and that should be all she wrote, but Lyle's still being a bit of a nuisance. Meanwhile, Yatoro, still perfectly fine, is forced to retreat away from that top tier 1 tower for now, but of course is going to be very safe. Mid-tier 1 does take a substantial amount of damage, but is going to survive ultimately thanks to Emo. And so we still sit at a very even game, 4-4. Yakult's going to go for a 3-man smoke up at the top lane after the tier 1 tower. You'd love to find Yatoro trying to farm, and in fact he is going to make his way over to the top lane as they will jump right in. Yatoro, he has no chance. They'll pop everything to ensure he gets bursted down immediately. And certainly the right decision considering the TPs were incoming.
Yeah, that's the kill you want, right? We were talking about how free it was for Yatoro to just sit back and farm. Some pressure on mid as well.
Yeah, lol. Getting ensnared up, now silenced. He's in a lot of trouble, and Emo able to secure the kill himself now on the Slardar. Yakult Brothers, they're starting to heat up. In fact, the blink is on the way for Emo now. He just needs to put it on the courier.
Yeah, and that's where it gets scary. Again, you've got the confidence now to just jump in with a Slardar. You're seeing that minus armor come into play with a Weaver plus the Slardar later on. We just saw Slardar tied. And just a gush, plus some running around here from Fly. Just the Javelin alone is doing a ton of work already. And the question now for Team Spirit, like, yes, you're still getting this tempo out from Yatoro. You've got recovery coming in for Laurel. You've got the defusal timing lining up here for the Collapse. The big question is, at the end of it, if you try to go into these 5v5 team fights with all of this control, how do you fight into just Weaver?
Mid lane again, Lal, this time around able to get away. Kiss is committed just to ensure they disengage successfully here, Spirit. Tianming, of course, going to be perfectly fine. Never really got the ensnare off, though, onto Lal, which does cost them the kill in the end. But at least you don't lose anything on the way out, either.
You're happy enough. Again, if you think about it, that's Team Spirit's one of 2 teamfight spells. All you really have are Kisses and Rolling Thunder in terms of trying to control a wide area for a prolonged time.
Oh, Skelly's here, John. There you go.
Yeah.
On tower. Nothing you can do about it. Tianming's going to try and deny. It's a pump fake action here from Panto. Anyway, it is a nice deny from Tianming, but you got what you came for. You just want those tier 1 towers gone, open up the map a little bit here for Spirit, and that they will.
Yeah, it provides a little bit more protection for the forward ganks, of course. Maybe some leeway to sneak around here if they try to fish around for a kill. You are still in a very good game state for Yakult. Like, you look at the net worth, not that high. You know, Yatoro is still running away with the game right now in terms of net worth overall, but you have suffered on Laurel and Collapse. That recovery hasn't really kicked in. And again, now the threat of teamfight's just massive. Song to reset, Ravage in 17 seconds, Blink initiation, plus the Echo Saber being built up here by Emo. There's just a lot of ways to tackle the side of Team Spirit now from Yakult. Like, it's not even the longest cooldown team fights if you go outside Ravage. Just a Blink Slytherin Crush, go down the line with a Shard as well. You're going to be melting faces. Heck, I'd actually like to see Zeal down the line after some of this Aura item build-up. It feels like a really good Ags game here for Tidehunter. Just that AoE gush, even more minus armor. It's just obnoxious for Team Spirit to have to look for an answer because, again, you look at Collapse, he's not going for any Aura items here.
Certainly is not. Certainly is not for now. The Yakult Brothers keeping up the good work. Of course, Yatoro is still top of the net worth board, still just kind of uncontested in that realm of things, which is pretty classic for his TB. Of course, Fly doing a very good job of keeping up as well. 3rd place right now on the Weaver. Really not too many attempts at the life of Fly, but it does make sense. It's just kind of impossible to actually catch him at the moment. This Collapse could actually be the target they hope to go for. They'll silence him up. Collapse juking out the ulti out from the Sky Wrath as he is still walking away. In fact, Fly forced to pop the time-lapse to get away, but now they're rolling Thunder in from Collapse, going after Tianming. They might have to at least give up the Naga Siren, and that they will. Tianming will stay back to sacrifice himself. And that might just be the bottom tier 1 tower gone because Yatoro's here.
Yeah, not going to take too long. A missed opportunity for Yakult. And you're starting to see maybe some issues if you're not connecting here fully with Emo. Right, the reach of the Naga Siren isn't particularly amazing with Ensnare. And you just need that additional hold, that additional time. In fact, Emo, again, even with a Blink, outside of defending on mid, hasn't really shown himself just yet. Again, maybe wanting that Echo Saber up to have a little bit more of that burst damage potential. But that priority of farming is just costing them some opportunities on the map. To be fair, though, it is a slower game. We're at 6-5 at 15 minutes in. It looks like Yakult Brothers does want to hold back on that tempo, get that build-up they'd want, get some early items up and running first. Like the Aura item build-up for Zeal is almost complete, going for the fight first.
The chase onto Emo. He's going to be all right. He's a quick boy. The pressure is starting to get a little bit heavier here from Team Spirit. Lol jumping in again. Sonic Wave and the kiss is committed, and Emo, he's gone. There's no surviving that. You love to see it from Spirit. Feeling a little bit more excited here in this game number 1. Yakult Brothers just unable to really contest these initiations.
No, and that's the big kill to take, because again, the threat of fight is on Emo, even if he hasn't been fighting. Like now, you're 1 hero down, you can't really counter fight, you've got Ravage, sure, but that's your furthest reach. You don't have that follow-through for the Crush. You don't have that threat of the Corrosive Haze either. I will say, as they catch out one here.
They do. Fly, he's a big target, and he never gets a time-lapse off. The stun from Rube perfectly timed. Yatoro to take that kill. Well, Fly, he's the one guy you don't want to see dying right now in Yakult Brothers.
No. He's got to carry that damage for the team. His farm build-up is still good, but again, you compare that to Yatoro and how fast, terribly it can clear the map. Every single loss of net worth is just going to hit you that much harder when you're trying to play, again, a little bit faster on the side of Yakult, even though, again, it's not showing up just yet.
Autumn. And can they actually kill Collapse? We've seen this before. They're going to jump in. Mystic Flare is out. The cookie will save for now as Emo diving very deep for this. Collapse, he's still alive, but eventually they do get him. A very nice kill from the Yakult Brothers. It's like Panto is trying to come in from the side, but Panto getting caught with his pants down is going to get taken down surely, but the Wisps are just healing him up so much. Panto still alive, still walking away. Can they actually just not kill him? Emo trying to chase him down, reel him back in. There you go, Panto's gone. It took a while, Jonathan. They'll get the job done.
Takes quite a fair bit of time. You know what I will say? I wanted to point this out. Boboka does have his Kaya.
Okay.
Does help out a little bit there. You know, and we've seen some Sky Rat mages start to dip into this. We've seen more supports go into that Kaya build up early on for some output, and does help the Sky quite a fair bit. The mana region as well, fixing some of the issues. And it is kind of keeping the game on. You can see how much you can stall here for Panto if he is the target you jump on. Like, it's a lot of space coming out. Yatoro is free to farm top, still very safe on that Terrorblade. But, again, at this point in the game, 18 minutes in, 8-7, with a 1K net worth lead, very marginal game for Yakult. With the heroes they have, this is a very good game state for them, because again, the pressure that comes in, the threat of this team fight, all of this minus armor is just free real estate as well for Fly when he does join up, or even just for Emo, focusing on the Slardar. That does make it challenging, as they are going for a smoke, but Chan Ming's been left.
Yeah, Chan Ming's been caught out. He'll get the song eventually, but Collapse is still just going to chase him down through the Rolling Thunder. And Lal will secure the kill with the Shadow Strike. His bottom lane, they do find Root. So it's a bit of an even trade across the map. I suppose you're not too upset about that as Yakult Brothers. Go for the bottom tier 1 tower while you're there. It does really feel like Spirit just always seem to have the upper hand in these little kind of skirmishes we have been seeing here in this game 1. And in fact, speaking of upper hand, now they've got Roshan.
Yeah, it's a scary take to give away on Yakult, but they've got the sense to see it as well. Good scan. Ravage is still there.
Zeal. Very important for this next fight. Can't afford to die too early, but of course will be the meat shield for his team. Yatoro, Panto sticking around. Of course, very valuable for Team Spirit to try and swipe this Roshan away, considering you are up against a Slardar draft who wants to take it early anyway. Collapse. Spade out the blink from Emo, but doesn't get stunned whatsoever. Yakult Brothers, they do need to make this smoke now.
That's a sneaky ward, though. Team Spirit saw it.
Nice. That's unfortunate. The thing is, like, you kind of need to make this smoke rotation because you realize that Spirit at any moment could take that Roshan away from you. Zeal's going to have his smoke broken. He'll see Panto. Not quite the target you'd like to start on. They'll have a look around, see if they can find Yatoro farming the northern side of the map, but it's not really going to happen. Perhaps go through the Twin Gates. No, in fact, they'll take the Outpost instead. Or rather, the Tormentor, excuse me, and then go through the Twin Gate.
Yeah, pretty nice shard to get here. Just onto the sky. Just a little bit more damage coming out. A lot more spamming to come in here, of course, especially tied into the Kaya. Lots more vision to kind of maintain as well if you are in a good range. So some utility coming in here for the side if you call Brothers. Yeah, if you're Team Spirit, again, that early threat at 15 minutes when the Blink first came out, when all this threat of minus armor connecting, the team fight potential, it's still there, but it feels less threatening when, again, you're just maintaining this net worth lead on Yatoro. He's got the Manta, he's going for his Hurricane Pike. He's going to have a lot of defensive options to bail out if the team fight doesn't quite go his way, buy himself some time for a Sunder. And again, you've got Laurel, who is keeping net worth parity with Emo, not too far off.
Gonna try for Roshan.
Yeah, Roshan, it could be a quick take. Doesn't quite look like Team Spirit's ready to contest that one.
Or even drop the Mystic Flare on it. They want it done ASAP. TPs are coming in towards that bottom lane, but I do not believe they'll make it in time, and they certainly will not. Roshan is taken. Fly, able to secure the first Aegis of the game. Team Spirit still posturing as if they want to try and force a fight, but ultimately decide better of it. Just farm the triangle instead. And perhaps with this Aegis now on Fly, you could hope to force things. Like, we have been seeing a couple smoke rotations out from Yakult Brothers, especially after we saw the pipe and the Vladimir's offering up on Zeal, but they just haven't been able to find the engagements they've been looking for. Maybe now with the Aegis, you feel a little bit more confident to try and force yourself into these into this mid-tier 1 tower, perhaps.
Yeah, I think they should. They've got even more utility as well. Baboka's got the full Meteor Hammer, some follow-up control if need be, a little bit of push as well. Team Spirit trying to sneak around with a smoke onto mid, though. Not quite going to spot anything they'd want. Maybe if they go further out, Emo would be a nice catch on the left side, but there's a long swing around here.
They're not going to find him quite yet either, Emo. Going to retreat back towards the base. He'll be perfectly fine. Seems like Yakult Brothers well aware this smoke was happening, as they're going to go for a counter smoke now. Off the back of Emo's BKB as well. Through the Twin Gates, they'll go up towards the top lane. Plenty of heroes here from Team Spirit to try and hunt down. Do they find that? See who they can find first. Keep in mind, Zill's about 250 gold away from having the full blink up, but they're not waiting for that. Just playing off the power spike of Emo's BKB, but he's not even there, in fairness. So maybe just the counter smoke here, as they are going to run into Collapse. But it doesn't really seem like you have the initiation unless Lal blinks up to the high ground. They'll see him though. They'll get the silence off. Mystic Flare out the Yule Scepter. Will buy a bit of time. They'll pop the Ravage just to ensure they can secure the kill onto Lal. Eventually Lal just gifting them a kill they probably should have never found.
Yeah, it's always cute to see the Meteor Hammer usage as well from Baboka post-Ravage, just to make sure no window is open, you know, just to get that kill. I will say for Yakult Brothers, before Laurel gave that freebie, trying to make these moves without Emo is dangerous, right? It's either you commit Ravage or you don't find the kill, or you get wiped even, potentially, if Team Spirit are in the right spot. So this split up play from Yakult, it is paying off, but it feels like they shouldn't be getting away with that kind of snipe. Just wrong place, wrong time there for Laurel. A little bit more pressure can start to come in now, of course, from Flyfly and Sieging. For Team Spirit, they're reaching this point where you should start to become a massive threat. Again, Yatoro's had the freest game of his life. Just needs to try to leverage that teamfight potential. And you've got the Blink Diffusal on Collapse for a while now. Like, you have some options to split them apart.
Flyfly, he doesn't see it coming. They got the Rolling Thunder initiation. That'll be the Aegis down. His team is trying to get there in time to help him out. You need Xiangming at the very least with the song. Here they come now with the song set up. Maybe they can look to try and turn this one around. Emo, he'll look towards Collapse. Lal, he'll blink in a little bit too early. Lal, he'll get stunned up. It looks like Collapse has no chance of survival, but Yatoro trying to take down Xiangming, can't find that either. Will go after Zeal instead. Zeal cannot tank through it. He'll go down. A 1-for-1 on the off lanes. They'll try to chase down Flyfly on the Weaver. Lal, he's on his tail. Yule Scepter out. But do you have the control for Flyfly? Well, the answer is certainly no. So instead, they'll go after Xiangming. They'll find the Naga Siren. Baboka now in trouble as well. Flyfly trying to move back in and salvage the situation. But it's not going to work out for him. Team Spirit, they'll find a 3-for-1 trade in their favor.
Again, it's just a little bit surprising how far apart Yakult Brothers are playing. Right, like, yes, this Weaver is highly mobile, but you're sneaking onto a tier 2 by himself, force the time-lapse away. But all of this breaks down because Flyfly is playing aggressive on towers, while the rest of his team is just kind of waiting around the jungle. Right, like, and again, the way they've been playing these smokes, it's not been completely together. They've not been able to leverage this team fight potential we talked about. And that's where Team Spirit will shine. If you will split apart like this, it's a very ideal circumstance for Team Spirit for sure, but it does provide us opportunities. That net worth lead they had down to just 2k, Aegis advantage gone. Not much damage onto the tier 2s to make up for that Aegis usage as well. So for Yakult, I mean, they are still somewhat in the driver's seat, but it does feel like the playstyle required for this draft isn't connecting just yet for the side of Yakult Brothers. We need to see them play together. They've still got Ravage if they'd want to try again. The Blink is up now on Zeal, so some cleaner initiates can come in, but they have to play as a team. Like, we haven't really seen the 5-man commitment or even 4-man commitment come out too often here from Yakult Brothers. For Team Spirit, they see a straggler, they come in, they clean up, they go back to farming. Their cooldowns aren't as long as well in comparison to Yakult Brothers, where you're sitting on Ravage, you're sitting on Naga Song, pretty long cooldown spells in relation to what you have on Team Spirit with a Rolling Thunder of Collapse. So it just doesn't feel like they've managed to really use these clocks all too well on Yakult just yet. It's not costing them the game by any means. They are still getting build up, right? You are going to get your BKB up in Flyfly. Makes that whole combination onto him a lot harder to just maintain. It's going to be easier for him to try to weave his way in and out in the middle of these engagements. But you have given a lot of room for Team Spirit to have a game to play as well, right? Like this early pressure just never really materialized here for the Yakult Brothers in a meaningful way.
Here we go, bottom tier 2 tower now being pressured by the illusions of Yatoro. Got a siege creep there as well, so will be addressed by Yakult Brothers. Meanwhile, Baboka actually finding Panther. Bit of a freebie here for Baboka. Rest of Yakult not looking for too much more. Flyfly is by himself up at that top lane, but I doubt they can really control him at the moment. Collapse, meanwhile, still hanging around that bottom lane, seeing if he can set something up for his side, but it looks like he just wants to stick around to creep skip here, and that he will. That'll be all she wrote for him. He'll TP back to the base. Now Yakult Brothers. 2-man smoke out. Emo and Baboka looking to just pull off the easy combination with the Stun Mystic Flare. Up toward the top lane. Emo. He'll run into Lal. The smoke's broken. Quick blink away. Yatoro, he has enough information to ensure he walks out of there casually. So nothing to come from this smoke for Yakult Brothers?
I mean, every single missed smoke opportunity for Yakult does hurt.
Collapse. This will be a big one. Collapse won't see them yet. He will eventually, but it's all too late. A very nice kill here for Yakult Brothers now.
That's what you want to see. Again, it compensates for that missed chance up top. You do manage to get something, you know, Zeal, he does go for a Kraken as well. A little bit more damage block as well, always important. Just like to point that out whenever we see the other facet on Tide. It is a little bit funny, you know, like it was better as a talent instead of a facet, but hey, beggars can't be choosers.
You're always complaining about something.
I mean, look, when it was a talent, Tidehunter just felt funny to play. Like, you had bigger block damage values, and it was just obnoxious if you played against a carry Tide. It's hilarious, almost, not doing any damage. Still, the side of Team Spirit, they're not going to mind too much.
Emo?
Right? No?
This will be a little bit bad for Yakult if they lose Emo here. Emo's pretty tanky, though. He's going to run right into them. Stun out onto Lal. Lal going to continue the chase. Cookie is actually going to land. Emo, he's in the middle of no man's land right now. He needs a little bit of help. He'll try to turn, but with the BKB TP out, that'll be enough for him to get away. His top lane now, Fly, pressuring the T2 tower. We'll get away with it. Collapse is here to try and set up, but it's all too late anyway.
This time around, the split up from Yakult Brothers is a lot more systematic, I think, in comparison to what we saw from the early smokes, right? They're all doing something on the map. There's pressure on the mid-tier 2 here from Zeal. You know you've got the big hitters down bot, with a Quap focusing on Emo, so you are free to just kind of work the map, and this greed is playing back into Yakult Brothers' way. It does feel like they want to play the map a lot more in comparison to this, say, team fight potential that you do have with this draft, but it's paying dividends. You've got this build up now into the Nullifier for Emo, a Daedalus for Fly with his shard. Is just dangerous times for Team Spirit if this Weaver is just gonna be allowed to run around, which it does seem like, you know, Fly's not having any major issues here. Your build-up in Yator is still good. Yes, he's got the Scotty up. He's #1 in net worth. The Terrorblade's massive, but again, it's coming at massive cost. Laurel and Collapse just have been slightly behind. Laurel a little bit more evened out, but Collapse just a little bit further behind than you'd want here on that Pango with a slower timing into, say, the Ags, into more utility that could come in. And that just, again, plays into Yakult Brothers' plans. The question now is, at some point, you will have to play into that team fight, right? Like the Tormentor is being taken. This could be the opportunity if they do read it well, but it just falls a little bit too quick for Team Spirit's end.
They got the nice power spike here for Yatoro as well. The Scotty's been up, so maybe looking to try and force something big here from Team Spirit. Yakult Brothers know, though, not to be outdone. They are hanging around the top side of the map. Second Roshan now available for either side, as we are going to have a quick pause out from Panto. It's going to be a pretty important Roshan for either side here, Jonathan. Currently, Yakult Brothers, 5k ahead. Obviously, we know the team that is probably going to be able to take Roshan faster is Yakult Brothers. Question is, do they get into the pit? Can they sneak in, Jonathan? Can they avoid Team Spirit noticing?
This is a sneaky smoke from Team Spirit, though, right under that Roche. Good angle as well into the triangle. Might get a pretty meaningful team fight here if they find a good pick off first.
It's a very important team fight, John. Collapse, he'll roll in. Tianming in big trouble. Tianming's gone. That's one down. He'll buy back immediately, though. 5v5 once again as Baboka trying to run away. Lal, though, right on his tail. Meanwhile, Emo, he does take down Rue, but they will find Baboka. It's 4v4 now for this team fight. Maybe just kiting out the Metamorphosis of Yatoro. Just wait it out and force Roshan.
Yeah, it's not got too much time left. Half duration now on Yator. They still have Ravage to play with, and with that buyback from Tianming, the song reset makes it tough to challenge into Roche. You just committed to roll. There's a minute window here for Yakult Brothers to find some meaningful advantages. The issue is, will they want to take that risk? Lifeline's just hanging around here.
I think you kind of do. Here we go. Zil gets the anchor off onto the Quap. She's leashed down. Lal forced the BKB and blink away, and that's even better, John. Now no BKB on the Quap. Feels like a pretty free Roshan to me.
Yeah. Nothing really expended out from the side of Yakult Brothers either. Again, Ravage, Song still available. Can easily take the follow-up fight. Some scouting out from Panto. Wildwing Ripper, at very least. Maybe looking for a deny.
They need a bit more time. They're going to jump in, though. Collapse. No, he can't pick it up. Fly does get the Aegis for himself, and now Collapse in big danger as he does go down the Roshan pit. And the chase does start as Team Spirit moving into that die triangle. But so is Fly, looking for the big one. He'll chase down Yatoro, but they don't really have the lockdown right now. Fly, though, still committing. but doesn't have the backup. Will end up backing off. Doesn't want to give the Aegis away for free either. It's still a very strong team fight from Yakult Brothers now. They can move into that tier 2 tower very quickly, if not even a tier 3.
I mean, I like that attempt out from Collapse. If you get that Aegis installed, though.
Up the dead in the water again, this time onto Panto, so Panto gonna melt to the damage output of Baboka. And I'll tell you, at the start of this game, John, I thought Yakult Brothers, they were playing a little bit too slowly, but it seems like they understood their power spikes quite well, and well, it's kind of like a masterclass now with that Roshan attempt that we just saw. Tier 3 tower under siege here from Fly. Yakult just casually waiting behind the Weaver, allowing him to do all the hard work. Emo has his blink cancelled, couldn't jump in for the stun. Team Spirit, they will successfully at least defend this tier 3 tower.
Yeah, the big threat is, again, Yakult still hasn't expended any ultimates to take that Roshan, to take that follow-up fight. They've still got Ravage, they've still got the Song that can come in. This blink timing as well from Chan Ming can mean that any fight can be reset very easily by this Naga Siren. So your commitments out from Team Spirit have to be clean, have to land into a very easy kill. Otherwise, you're just going to be hanging in the water there, maybe reliant on Collapse or on Laurel with a BKB to try to clean up, which also puts them in a little bit of a firing line, considering what you're playing up against in the Yakult Brothers. I think the key now for Yakult is getting more value out from this Aegis, right? Like, we've seen the pokes onto the high ground. Even just clearing the tier 2 bot would be pretty massive and allowing them to really reach out into the triangle, establish some vision, get some additional control on the map, maybe start to think about the next Tormentor as well. Would be very meaningful to actually get that free shard on Tian Ming, but the additional healing from the Song can just make these fights a lot more painful for the side of Team Spirit if they will hand that objective away. For Team Spirit's end, it's still the same story. Yator is a beast, yes, but your options in taking these fights are still limited. It's still very hard to get the capture of Weaver.
Lyle forced the BKB pretty early on. Sonic Wave out here, but he's gone. Fly with the crit with the Daedalus just takes him out so darn quickly. Oh, it's a bit unfortunate here for Lyle. He hasn't had the cleanest game in the world here on this quap, and just makes it a little bit worse here, John.
Yeah, I mean, that's not the freebie kill that you're looking to give away on the first time. And you're just seeing this threat coming out with Weaver, with a shard, with the Daedalus, the Maelstrom, the minus armor kicking in, the combination's fully there when everything connects. That's not even playing with Gush on hand. So there's still a bigger threat. And again, they're finding all of this without having to commit their big team fight spells. They still have the Ravage, they still have some time in the Aegis to leverage that threat as well.
Even the Shiva's Guard now coming out for Zeal. Things just getting worse and worse here for Team Spirit. You can't even forget, like, you've even got the blink up on the Naga Siren, so you do have some very nice blink song setups if you do want from Tian Ming. You don't really need it right now in all fairness, but you do have it. Fly, he'll go for the tier 2 bottom tower. Keep in mind, they don't have that Roshan banner. It was picked up by Collapse. So you don't have that kind of creep defense with the banner available, but nevertheless, they'll get away with the tier 2. They won't try for the tier 3 tower yet, but you've only got a minute 10 left for the Aegis. I thought we might have seen one more attempt, but it seems like Yakult Brothers might maybe just go for a smoke attempt instead. Just try to gank Yatoro or something like that, but for now, they'll just sit back and farm.
I think you're happy enough with what you've taken here in Yakult. You've cleared out the map. It's going to be a little bit of a high ground defense time for the side of Team Spirit. The threat is always there. You can clear out these waves quite fast on Yakult, keep that pressure on the lanes up, limiting that map space Team Spirit can safely farm in. And again, it's just been very nice and almost tactical out from Yakult. It looked a little bit disconnected earlier, as you mentioned, not playing as a team quite as much, but now it's starting to play into their favor. They can just keep doing this, keep out all the waves out. Yes, you can kind of manage it with Terrorblade quite fine. You've got enough clear on your other cores here as well for Team Spirit, but you're not going to be able to make those aggressive moves. And for Yakult, just knowing that everyone's clumped around in such tight spots on, say, these high ground ramp defenses, the threat of Ravage, the threat of Big Crush, it simplifies their gameplay by a massive amount here for Yakult. For the side of Team Spirit, I mean, there is still some timings. Again, Collapse in his Ags, it's going to be a lot of output. I will say I would want to see a little bit more control come in. Like the Shivas is coming out for Laurel, a little bit more durability, more armor, of course, always important against these kinds of lineups. When you have so many ways of just eating through physically on these cores, it's just a question of how do you stop Fly, right? If your combinations don't land, if the BKB pops open, the Weaver is just going to rip you to shreds, and there's just no easy answers so far from the side of Team Spirit, outside of Collapse just getting perfect rolls every single time. That's been their only solution in squashing this bug. The smoke on smoke doesn't quite pan out, at least some vision being retaken here by Team Spirit on the triangle, but not finding the opportunities again for some of these pickoffs, and even if they caught one, I don't think you mind too much on the side of on Yakult Brothers to lose the fort. Maybe not Xianming with a gem. That would be painful, but you know, you're still in control of the game either way. It will make maybe more annoying for Fly if a gem was up, but not by a massive amount, I don't expect. So again, happy day so far for Yakult. Team Spirit just having to wait for an opportunity. Really, again, where Team Spirit has shined is when they walk in one by one. Collapse forced to roll.
He is forced to roll, but he will get away. But Boca will also be able to retreat by the looks of it. Collapse and Lal trying to continue the chase, but this could really work against them. They're going to find the Quap. Lal, he barely gets the BKB Yules off. Can he blink away in time? He can, but the attack is following him. He's all right. He's all right. He'll make it out. Collapse, not so lucky. He'll go down as now the song set up from Xianming. Do they find the Quap? Not quite. Lal gets away. Ru will go down. And Yakult Brothers just feasting on the lives of Team Spirit, who continue to chase pretty deep into unknown waters.
Down again, it costs, this time around, it costs Yakult Brothers some ultimate, sure. But what threat is there without the roll here from Collapse? He could buy back, roll cooldown not too far off, but now the high ground's open for taking. And they managed to get these gems back. There was a gem on Collapse handing back to Boboka, so they're happy enough. Still fighting away.
Yatoro does have the full Daedalus now, so you got a lot of damage available on this TB, but apparently not enough as Fly, I mean, he's taking a fair bit. He'll time-lapse and just run out of it. They do see the threat of the TB now, but it is really on the high ground. That's the one thing, right? Like, Team Spirit, right now, they'll feel strong on their own high ground, but anywhere else on the map, and they just look very, very weak against what Yakult Brothers is offering. And it's not getting any easier either. Like, Zill's going for a side device pickup. In fact, never mind, he's changed his mind. He wants to go for a BKB instead. But they've just got so much utility on Yakult Brothers. It's just never going to feel like a safe bet if you are Team Spirit.
No. And I think the big thing why Team Spirit feels strong on the high ground is because, again, they committed Ravage and Song. So you're not keen on Yakult Brothers to try to get that jump in. You're going to be playing it a little bit more safe. When they have those spells back up, I think it's a little bit of a different story. Like, yes, you have a lot of ways of dodging out here on Yatoro, but one piece of misstepping, you know, one hero out of position, and you're looking at a rundown top lane. You're looking at rundown racks for sure coming out from Yakult with all of the damage they can leverage. So it's a game of cat and mouse. If Yakult Brothers don't commit their spells, you're going to be playing a lot more evasively. I would argue even in the high ground for Team Spirit, you're going to have to be very cautious with how you look to punish. If Ravage and Song are down, you're going to be looking for those opportunities, but those opportunities are not easy to find. Roshan might be the big one they fight over next, and you can't afford to hand this over for Team Spirit if it does lead to the control of Yakult Brothers later on.
Well, let's see. Still 2 minutes for the next Roshan. They will hang around the pit. Lyle's going to get the bottom wave pushed out. Lyle, of course, going to be very, very careful. They've just been able to find this Queen of Pain multiple times throughout this game, and it's been quite easy to just burst him down every time. There's a group up now from Yakult Brothers. Into the Radiant jungle they'll go. They'll hang around by that bottom Roshan pit. Of course, Xianming keeping the mirror images available in the pit to be able to scout out when this Roshan does respawn. But a 5-man smoke now from Team Spirit. They'll wrap around through that Radiant jungle. Yakult Brothers, they have already successfully retreated. So Team Spirit, they will find nothing. In fact, now a counter smoke out from Yakult. Where do they come from? They're thinking about just going through the Radiant jungle, but Team Spirit, they're already holding ground in that area. Could be a very dangerous fight for Yakult Brothers if they do get caught in this position. Panto going to reveal himself and immediately burst it down. No chance of survival.
No. Could have been worse, though. At the very least, the side of Yakult Brothers is not quite in position to get the big Ravage they'd want. Another smoke out from Team Spirit. This rear position might catch them off guard here if they're not too careful on Yakult.
Keep in mind, they've got the amp damage as well on Yatoro still. He's got a lot of damage right now. They really want to utilize it, at least to burst down one, but they just can't find a good target. They'll wrap around through the rear, but Yakult Brothers very careful with their own positioning, hanging by that tree line on the left side of the mid lane. Team Spirit will reclaim their high ground for now. Lyle, he's going to jump in. Stun is not going to be there in time. Meanwhile, Lyle with the Sonic Wave, not going to be enough. The time-lapse from Fly keeping him alive. Meanwhile, Zil just running from Yatoro, taking all the attention away. They'll lose Lyle. Zil will go down, though, at the very least. And Lyle, he will buy back. But that'll be enough for Yakult Brothers to just get the hell out of there, because Roshan is now officially available.
I mean, there's some opportunities here, right? Like, there is a buyback on Zeal. If they want to commit for Roche, it almost feels like you need that buyback just to have that threat of Ravage. Didn't have to come out in the last fight, at the very least. You don't have that song reset. So your advantage in Roshan is actually not that much, if at all, for the side of Yakult and Team Spirit. They've got a big opportunity to cover that buyback here on Laurel. They're already in the Roche. They've got the damage with Yatoro. The side of Yakult don't seem too keen. In fact, they're looking for a little bit more push from Fly up top. No creeps just yet. He's wanting to trade racks for this Roshan. I mean, it could pay off, but having the secondary life in Yatoro, it's going to be an issue. He doesn't even find the racks. The creeps don't make it in time.
Was that a choice from Yakult Brothers to leave that? Did they know Roshan was happening? Because I almost expect that they just didn't anticipate, considering Metamorphosis was running out. Panto will go down. Props to Team Spirit, of course, of forgetting that Roshan before Meta did run out, because if you did wait, you would just have no chance in hell of contesting against Yakult Brothers. They do get away with it indeed, and you kind of ask the question, is that a worthwhile trade for Yakult to just let it go?
No, I would say no. You gained nothing. And whether or not Yakult consciously chose to do it, I mean, look, that siege onto tier 2 for Fly, he had no one with him. They were kind of spread around the jungle and just farming up, maybe trying to wait for a position, but they weren't necessarily right next to the Weaver to help out with that siege. So they should have had an idea, you know, at that point. If they're not fully committing, expecting a fight, they should have an idea that the map is kind of open for Team Spirit without that threat. And this Aegis is going to matter a lot here for Yatoro. How much value can they take out of it? How much can you play with this pseudo 3 lives you have with a Sunder on hand here for Yatoro as well? The difficulty for the side of Team Spirit is, again, those wider team fights. We see what happens when you catch one off guard. When even Fly at this point just barely has enough HP to weather the storm. But if the side of Yakult Brothers again gets that jump in with Ravage, gets the song off, and then it's just also a very different story. The issue for Yakult Brothers, though, is that Team Spirit has not given these opportunities for the big 5v5s. They have been playing more skirmishy. They have been forcing Yakult to actually drop the Ravage onto one. The song bailouts only catching out 1 or 2 heroes as well, mainly the supports. You're not getting maximum value. It's still a 19k lead coming out here for Yakult, but it's at this point where does that 19k matter too much? You know, again, Yatoro is still #1 net worth. Laurel and Collapse are behind, yes, but they've got their key items up. Right, you've got the refresh shard up, you've got the diffusal ags up on Collapse. Laurel, for his part, has been doing a ton of work with that Jianming.
Will be okay for now. Does pop the song, but is still being chased down. And with the Sonic Wave out, that'll be all she wrote. Jianming does give a gem away. And Team Spirit will reclaim the Dire Triangle. It's a happy days for Spirit. They'll take whatever kill they can get. Again, plus a free gem for themselves. The Yakult Brothers, you're in this weird position now in this game 1 where you just try not to throw the game back the way of Team Spirit, but Team Spirit kind of the experts of clawing back in these style of games, and that they certainly seem to be doing right now.
There they are. I mean, again, they've just been maybe a lot cleaner in finding these isolated heroes, although.
If they could find Fly, be absolutely massive. Fly, he will Sukuchi away. They've also got the opportunity for Emo, but they haven't quite seen him yet. So they'll try to cut off Fly, but Fly will go towards the Twin Gates instead and should be just fine to get away. And that he will. Team Spirit, do they want to chase him down? I think they do. They'll go through the Twin Gates themselves, perhaps, and try to go for this bot team fight. Not going to be quite as easy as it once was. Of course, Fly is back with the rest of his team. Spirit still hanging about, still trying to force this fight with 1.5 minutes left on the Aegis of Yatoro. Just seems like Yakult Brothers very disciplined, not wishing to give the opportunity over to Team Spirit. They will just continue to completely avoid the dire side. And unfortunately for Spirit, it's starting to feel like this Aegis is going to be for naught.
I mean, Yakult Brothers have had such a good read as to when Team Spirit are hunting for that smoke, right? Like, they've been positioning themselves well on Chan Ming to break the smokes, force some issues out, just kind of bail out, not looking for the fight into it, actually, for the most part here in Yakult. They've been very hesitant as well to look for something big on these engagements. And again, it's still working to their favor. Map is still leaning towards their way, 19k advantage, but it's just becoming less and less meaningful. Now you've got the full side of Vice on Laurel. That is going to cause issues for Fly when that initiation kicks in. That is enough time to burst that Weaver down. I think Fly has to be very cautious when he does play far forward now on this Weaver, because again, the solutions are there. Could be a nasty reveal here as well for Laurel if he finds him, but doesn't quite reach into the right spot. Still, this game is getting a little bit more complex for Yakult Brothers in comparison to how theoretically simple it was earlier on.
Collapse. Gonna move in. Smoke broken. Fly gonna see him. Doesn't really want to borrow this. Collapse though. Gonna pop the Rolling Thunder and try. It will force the BKB TP away from this Weaver. You spoke about Scythe the Vice. We do also have one on Baboka now as well, so a bit more utility from Yakult Brothers' end. Of course, Yatoro in the meantime did pick up a full Satanic on top for the Terrorblade. So a lot of items coming out. We are almost 50 minutes into this game. 5-man smoke from Yakult. They'll move into that dire triangle.
Yatoro? He's in the back.
Find Yatoro. Do they see him? They'll jump in. Side the Vice, Ravage, everything being committed. Yatoro, he's got no chance. No buyback available for Yatoro. He bought it the Satanic. And now Lal. Lal in trouble again. Lal is gone. No buyback for him either. That's actually a dieback committed for the Quap. And Yakult Brothers don't know about it. It'll be at least one more lane of barracks, if not just Megas incoming. You do have the buyback gold now available for Yatoro at the very least. The passive gold is enough. But even with that, you don't have Lal for another 100 seconds. It's a long time.
They're going for the end?
They should. Yakult. They'll go for the Jugular. Tier 4 towers under siege. One already almost gone. Jump in. Panto in trouble. Yatoro still holding on. Will buy back now. Looks to commit for the team fight. But they don't have the lockdown yet, though. Collapse, he'll move in. He finds Zil, but Zil's a tanky boy. He might just buy time for the rest of his team to find a way back into this team fight. Zil still surviving. Here comes Jianming with the song. You also got Fly there trying to dish out the damage onto Collapse, but they do catch Yatoro with that song, though. They don't really want to borrow of him. Meanwhile, towards the south, Emo trying to jump in. Zil's still going. Collapse now rolling out of there. Fly dropping low, but he's not dead yet either. Everyone will walk out just casually, but Team Spirit, they will hold on to that middle barracks. They will buy enough time for Lal to respawn.
Yeah, and that's key. Again, like, this Quap is holding a lot of their control, a lot of their damage is on Laurel. Not really damage, but again, that initiation to counteract the Weaver. You see that threat coming in. I love this from Zeal, just going for the Anchor Smash affecting Buildings talent. I've seen a lot more players go for the Gush looking for that offense, but just having that threat in the push, these towers just melt. And how much you can just drag these the armor values down, and with how hard your Weaver hits, that threat to end the game is still there. So yeah, you're still going to get some time to reset on the side of Team Spirit. Yes, Laurel's going to be back up, but you've got Ravage coming off cooldown now as well here for Zeal. He's going to be set to kind of get into it. Heck, if they wait long enough, double Ravage is also a big possibility. He's only about 400 gold away from the full refresh on the Tidehunter. And that double Ravage could be what destroys this game for the side of Yakult. It could be the way they close it out. Just this massive AoE stun that you don't really have an answer for on the side of Team Spirit, especially if you don't manage, if they just get jumped. Like, even just a one-man Ravage on Yatoro, you'll take it. Or another kill onto Laurel opens up this game in a massive way, opens up that end game for them, the path to victory for Yakult. And for Team Spirit, again, it's still a very skirmishy game. Like, you have to look for isolated heroes. You have to be able to maybe force Yakult to feel a little bit too comfy, right? Which is what we've seen a couple of times, where they're comfy, they're confident enough to just push by themselves, scatter around the map a little bit more, and then you get that opportunity in Team Spirit with a smoke. Of course, there were a lot more times where the smoke just doesn't connect, but it does feel like that is their best bet, because when it comes down to the big 5v5s, if the initiation's just right, it feels just a little bit simpler for the side of Yakult to have a favorable outcome. The resets with a Naga Song plus Shard, the Ravage being up. I mean, again, it's just scary control to play into. And in a late game scenario, control is massive. Love these neutral choices as well coming out. So many Outworld staffs, you know?
Oh.
Just a lot of ways to stall time.
Top lane? Oh. Collapse, he won't love that. He'll go down, gem on the deck. Yatoro, though, gonna show up. Will protect at least the gem and the top racks. What do you mean you like the Outworld staff, John? What's wrong with you?
I mean, like, it's smart. You know, I hate the item. I think it's boring.
What's wrong with you?
But it is smart. It's frustrating when you have to play against 3 of them, you know?
Have some shame, John. You can't call these people smart. Don't ever compliment these people. Outworld staff users, I would never. I don't think I've picked that thing up once. Not once, just out of pure pride, Jonathan. I'll never do it to myself.
Oh, it's so funny. I still remember people said it was the memeiest tier 4 when it came out for us. I was like, no, it sounds pretty dumb.
Yeah.
Dumb in a good way, like strong. And here we are.
Fly, he's also very strong, Jonathan. Top racks is going to go down very quickly. They'll try to just move in for the racks rather than the tier 4 towers this time around by the looks of it. Range barracks in the mid lane, going to go down very fast to boot. Fly, he'll get caught out by a rogue Cookie, but there's no follow-up to it. Very hard fight to force his Team Spirit now. You've always got that big counter initiation available from your Yakult Brothers whenever the hell you need it. Mid-racks still being targeted. Team Spirit still looking for a way into this fight, but just waiting for the collapse to respawn here and help out. They'll leave it be. 2 racks is down. Yakult Brothers more than happy. They've got a Roshan on the way. They've got an app damage rune, of course. Gaben's Blessing available here for Yakult Brothers. And if you're Team Spirit, I mean, I don't think you can afford to let this Roshan go the way of Yakult Brothers, but if you lose the next fight, it could be pretty awkward trying to defend your high ground. In fact, a Divine Rapier now from Yatoro. He's had enough, Jonathan. Yeah, I'll do the damn job myself, he says.
It is scary, though. Again, one good Ravage, one good crush into the back. If you find that Terrorblade, yeah, it's just game over. You don't have too many saves on hand. It's not like we're seeing a lot of Wind Wakers here to stall as well from the side of Team Spirit. They will try with a Hail Mary smoke. This flank could be good, but look at the positioning for Yakult Brothers. They're ready.
Oh, they're gonna jump in. Lal, he's already gone. Emo walking away from Yatoro. Fly going for the man fight, but does time lapse out of there. Lal down for 90. No buyback available on him.
That BKB commitment from Yatoro. Yeah, again, this Ravage, it's all you need now. Zeal. They should have Roche control. There's no protection for Yatoro with that Divine. He's in a tough spot. He doesn't find value from that BKB.
Roshan, slowly but surely, will walk its way up. Fly got the amp damage rune available here on the Weaver, so it's going to be a very fast process for them. Never mind, the amp damage does wear off, but it won't matter too much. Roshan will still go down very quickly. So 4th Roshan of the game now. The way of Yakult Brothers, they've got everything they could ask for. All they've got to do, Jonathan, is go for one final push for the Megas. And of course, tier 4 towers if they want. Refresher Orb now available for the Naga Siren as well. So the amount of utility, the amount of ways of just getting into a fight and then getting out of the fight, the engagements and disengagements, it's just absolutely unbelievable here from Yakult. It's like, well, what are you meant to do as Team Spirit?
Again, it's just been a hard game for them in finding these angles. Mainly, the main angles in for Team Spirits when Yakult Brothers, again, just gets a little bit overconfident. They start pushing by themselves, they start splitting across the map, and Team Spirit finds the angle for the smoke. We haven't seen that in a while. We haven't seen the side of Yakult play too sloppy in a few moments here. And again, that's kind of what you're banking for at this point for Team Spirit. There's just not a lot of outplay potential for them unless you kind of take risks, right? Let's say Laurel jumps in, kind of gets the side of Vice usage just to find a kill, sacrifices himself to enable Yatoro to start to clean up. Maybe that's the way to go. Take away some of these initiation tools, like kill off Zeal, or even just Chan Ming, primary targets for them, considering how hard these resets and controls can go at this point in game. Easier said than done, of course, considering the map state right now for the side of Team Spirit. And Yakult Brothers, again, they've been playing pretty clean. Like, the early game, again, wasn't as quick as you'd expect, but they play that smart, slow, steady style nicely. They avoid all of these smokes out from Team Spirit. They start to connect once some of those early spikes were set up, and now maybe go hunting a little bit with that smoke. Very obvious where Team Spirits hang around, of course. They should have a nice angle in to try to end if they want.
Looks like they're going to try and wrap around with the top lane, perhaps. Team Spirit, they'll wait by that top tier 3 tower. Yakult Brothers indeed just going toward that top lane for now.
Dire are scanning.
Scan out from Team Spirit. Not going to find anything quite yet, apart from a Naga mirror image. Spirit, maybe feeling a little bit confident, but Lal, he's got to be careful. They're in a position to jump him if they do want, they will. Side Device is out, Lal is gone. He's just not having a game in this game one. Flyfly, though, has been caught out on the Weaver, but gets his BKB into the time-lapse off. Song committed as well from Tianming, holding down Yatoro. Collapse, he'll try to move in. Yatoro, a sitting duck right now, but they won't jump in yet either. Tianming, almost dead, but not quite, as Emo now jumping in to try and save the day. A nice cookie, Flyfly! He'll lose his first life. This could be the setup Team Spirit have been looking for, but it seems like Yakult Brothers, they will look to disengage, or do they? They'll jump back in. Side Device out. Who have they caught? It's going to be Yatoro. He's forced to fight this one up, but the Ravage just locking him down, and he's gone. But his Divine has been lost. He'll buy back, but you're fighting without all that damage. Flyfly's got it now. They'll move in onto the Snapfire. Rue, not really anything he can do about this. He'll just get deleted by Flyfly. Emo to jump in onto Panto. And Panto, he'll be all right. But how do you defend now? This Collapse also losing his life. He's got buyback, but it just feels like you're lacking a little bit too much here for this game one.
No, doesn't feel like it. Gonna hold out for one last fight. The Megas have been up, and I guess the one saving grace here for Team Spirits, the kill shot here for the Yakult Brothers might be a little bit harder to find. No Ravagers yet, no double Ravage threat, no double Song threat. But
I mean, they've been asking for the white flag to be waved here by Team Spirit. Team Spirit unwilling to do so. Tier 4 towers now down. It's just the Ancient completely exposed. Azil just holding everybody back. How do you force this fight as Spirit? They're trying. Collapse. He'll move in. Yatoro being targeted by Azil has to find a way, but just cannot. He will go down. Lull is back up. Sonic Wave out to Flyfly, but there's just no damage. No. There is no damage. Azil's buying Dagons now, and that'll be GG. Yakult Brothers, Jonathan. Game number one showing up, and as I said earlier, like I felt like to begin the game they were playing a little bit on the slower end, but turns out they understood their power spikes and it all ends up working out for them.
Yeah, I think a couple of key things came out there for Yakult Brothers in the early game. Like Emo had a good early start. Maybe Zeal had a little bit of a rougher start, but it didn't matter with how much you were getting from Flyfly in his lane as well. And the key thing was that mid. Like the panel said, if Emo has a good game, there's going to be some tempo to play with here later on.
Well, speaking of panel, we've got one on hand. Let's head back over to them and see what they have to say.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, guys. Emo did have a good game. And he did get the opportunities Spirit had to counterpick this Slardar mid. And they picked it with the Queen of Pain. And already from the very start, Gunnar, you said actually you did not like Queen of Pain here. And I think we saw exactly why.
I think even the laning stage didn't go as well as he planned. Emo he went a cool build. He went double bracer. You mentioned he bought a salve, which was pretty cool. And he survived the lane. And they kind of hit that mid-game timer where it felt like they were just kiting. Like they were doing this skirmishing playthrough and just kiting Team Spirit out pretty much the whole mid game.
I mean, you're already going to see the team fights, right?
Yeah.
The idea that this was the one.
I think this was Team Spirit's
good one. Yeah.
Yeah, this was Team Yakult's, I guess, like mistake where they kind of like fought into the Terrorblade here. Like they press the song, they go in, they commit, they really want to take this fight, and obviously when you're fighting into a Terrorblade, this guy's a tower. So look, he presses his meta and he does so much damage in this fight that Yakult kind of ends up having to run away. And I think this was kind of Team Spirit's one big team fight that they... Well, eventually they start having to run away.
There we go.
But I think when you kind of compare it to later in the game, this was like their lesson that they learned for Yakult, that you can't fight the Terrorblade. And then for the entire rest of the game, it was Yakult would run in, they would click like one or two spells, maybe get one kill, and then after that it was just retreat. Just like this guy pops meta, let's leave. We have Song like here on this high ground push. They got, I think it was a Queen of Pain buyback, and they killed a Pango because they chased a bit too far. And they go in, they do these pokes, they force out some buys, they force out the meta, and then it's just run. Just pressure BKBs, get out, and they kept also out farming Team Spirit because of this.
Yep.
They're just like delaying the game, just waste your cooldowns, waste your spells, and if you look at the net worth in this clip, like it's Terrorblade at the top, and then it's just all Yakult Brothers.
I mean, Spirit very quickly propped up Yatoro to have to do everything, right? Yeah. Even here, like he's getting picked off mid, sure he has buyback very shortly, he then uses it to give a little bit more life for Spirit, but I think critically from the two big team fights we just witnessed in the highlight package is Yakult didn't truly respect Terrorblade adapted on the fly to then be able to close out the game. So I'm hoping for Yakult, at least in the next game, in future games, they don't have to have that in-game experience to then adapt. That's already a sign of like worry a little bit. But the fact they adapted, not many teams can do that. They often just fall short and lose the team spirit. But yeah, the way that Yakult did recover and utilize their draft. Like in the draft, we're saying we love the fact they have Slardar, Tidehunter to go in, poke a spell. It was a very high skilled lineup. If they ever make a mistake,
and they executed it,
and they did execute on it. So I think Yakult. Again, I have my reservations. I'm not going to shy away from that. And I think in game 1, they showed that with these Baboka on normal heroes, they can be a competitive team. Specifically, Baboka on normal heroes.
Yeah. And it is a game 1 of a best of 3, so who knows?
There's room for it.
Yeah, he can convince his teams like, guys, we're 1 game up.
Let's have a little more fun.
Let me play that Lycan 4. Yeah. God damn.
Maybe, but tasting victory obviously will feel very sweet here too. I do want to point out though, I mean, we talked about the position 5s before the series started because both of them are new-ish. Tianming literally a week old on the squad. But we also talked about Panto, and that lane with Yatoro and Panto is the only lane basically that did well for Team Spirit. So that's a good thing on the side of Team Spirit, surely.
Yeah. I mean, he's looked good on the team. He still looks good in that safe lane. I don't think he really feels out of place. But they did... I think it was a drafting issue in this game. It felt like they didn't really have the catch that they needed. And again, that's why I didn't really like the Queen of Pain. It didn't really enable the Terrorblade. And I feel like always with Team Spirit, you kind of want to enable Yatoro. Like it's always been this, I'm going to get a Rampage. Like he got so many Rampages at their first TI win. And you kind of want to give that player like his star. And I feel like they didn't really give him the ability to win the game for them.
Just pick one more stun. And I think they could have won this game. Like put one stun, either like replace Ench for a stun, but then you might concede lane, or you have Queen of Pain replaced for a stun. Also probably be good, but again, you have to get through the lanes.
Yeah, and you have to win some fights, obviously maybe get yourself an Aegis. That's nice always, isn't that, T?
Yeah, you talking about Tianming, I think his positioning here, of course, he was very good. I like Spirit, they're utilizing the Ench creep, sending it in, then Collapse goes for the Aegis still. How many times have you seen Collapse steal an Aegis? Not this time, because Yakult were trying to stop Spirit from winning the game. They knew what they had to do, because critically, again, in that highlight, again, I was yapping, but the Naga Siren instantly ensnared the Pangler. He jumps over, they already know what's happening. If he doesn't hit the ensnare, Collapse probably is going to be in a better position.
There's a better chance.
Yeah, better chance to right-click it, right? So I think Naga, great reaction. Spirit, thinking about the small things, get vision with the Ench creep. Collapse going in. They are probably one of the best teams or best players at stealing Aegises. We don't have the stats for it, but I feel like Spirit probably is going to be top 2, top 3 teams at doing it. So yeah, very cool stuff.
All in all, I feel like this was a very cool game 1 of this best of 3 series, and I think going into it, I personally thought it was going to be a little one-sided actually towards Team Spirit, which it wasn't, which obviously means that for Yakult Brothers, this is a very good new start, seeing Tianming with the squad seemingly having found Gunnar fresh breath.
Yeah, I mean, I'm hoping for good things for them. I want this team to do good. I think they've always been like I don't want to say like a fan favorite, but I feel like they've always just been a fun team to watch.
They are, yeah.
And I think this game was good. Like kind of what you said, they did adapt. Like sure, it's a bad thing that they had to adapt their playstyle in the game, but I also think it's a good thing that you can adapt in a game.
The self-awareness is like...
Yeah, it's a good thing where, okay, we made a mistake. Our bad, but we have to do this. And then they executed it properly, like very, very well. That was the only time I think they made that mistake the whole game. The rest of the game, they kind of kited perfectly. I don't think they really lost many fights overall. And it more felt after that fight, Team Spirit was just like, okay, what do we do? Like there's nothing we can do.
Just to try and play the other side and to stop you from going, you know what? I'm sorry for talking. My apologies. Shiva, you had the look. Fine. No, you sure? Can I talk?
You can for if it's not too long. You just wanted to make a quick counterpoint now.
Little counterpoint is if Spirit's draft had that extra stun, that mistake would have compounded to them probably losing the game because draft. So yes, maybe, no, who knows? That's the joy. Stay watching. Again, Shiva's about to do that cool thing a host does and then progress the show.
Well, you guys are both talking about adaptation. You about Team Spirit, you about Yakult, and that's the thing that we're going to witness. How do they adapt in the next game?
The new breakthrough and innovative phone with 1xBet app. With 1xBet app, you can register and start betting in just 1 click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
Hey everybody, we are here with Zeal from the Yakult Brothers. How you doing, boss?
I'm doing great. Happy to be here.
Happy that you're here too. Let me know if I got this right. In last TI, you're playing for MOUZ, and then you in your free time, were coaching Yakult Brothers, is this correct?
Basically, after I lost my qualifiers in MOUZ, I went back home and I helped Yakult on the coaching because we are replacement invite for the TI. I pretty much just spend my free time coaching them.
That's super fascinating, mostly because, please don't be offended by this, I thought the off lane was for the dum-dums. The stupidest guys carry, obviously, but then right under that, it's usually the off laner is the drooling dude. You seem to be the smart guy on the team though.
Not really, I just thought that I just teach them basic stuff like hit creeps. Basically off laner's brain. Just hit creeps.
Okay, let's talk a little bit about TI then, because you're kind of tangentially associated with this team. They get this really weird opportunity to replace Gaimin what was that like? Can you tell me what it was like for the boys on the team, what it was like for you?
From my perspective, it was of course I just lost TI, I went back home, I was resting ready for next season, don't know what will happen. Yakult messaged me asking me whether I want to go to Germany. I was like, well, for what? I thought it was some trip or something. Then he said for TI, and I'm like, are you kidding? So basically that's my point of view, and he said that I could tag along as coach or something, then I agreed on it.
So was that, you think kind of high stress or kind of oh shit, hell yeah, let's go, no pressure at all?
A little bit pressure, but it's an opportunity. Pretty much the stress was waiting for the visas because we might not make it.
Okay, so you get brought in as a coach, you get to watch the boys, help out. You must have done something right, because now you're on the team. What happened there? How'd that happen?
So basically after TI, the team wanted to kind of stick together in some way, and I was coaching them and they asked if I want to try out for them, and I have other offers, but I chose Yakult basically, yeah.
So talk to me about the Seb maneuver, as I like to call it, the coach into infiltrating the team. Is this a difficult maneuver? Is this an easy one? Do they respect you for your ideas? I mean, how hard was it?
It's not really hard. Basically, I just told them, do you guys want to play me? And let's go.
Let's go! Does it feel weird though, saying I'm watching you guys play and I think to myself, I'd be better on this team. I mean, what is that conversation like?
The conversation is basically in my own brain. I don't really say it out, but I prefer to be playing, of course. I'm a player, not a coach.
I gotta talk to you about this guy, Yakult, all right? I've been hearing a lot about this dude. He's been around for a really, really long time. But you said that he just messaged you out of the blue. Everybody in this team seems to know this guy. He's so prolific, you named the damn team after him, the Yakult Bros. As my research has simply shown that this is some kind of probiotic, disgusting drink from Asia. Who is this man? How did he get this entire team formed around him in his honor?
Basically, Yakult is also a very good drink.
No, he's not good. I tried it.
Trust me.
Okay, whatever.
So, how do you know him? Is basically he was managing IG.
Yeah.
So, if you realize that all the players that came into this team is basically ex-IG players, from different eras.
Sure.
So basically he just messaged and asked if we want to play together, and we needed a team name, so we just put Yakult Brother because all of us know him.
Okay.
So yeah, basically that.
How you guys feeling coming into this tournament? Any teams that you're looking out for? Any teams that you're excited to face off against?
I'm just excited to face off against ourselves. Just hope that we play how we we used to play and how good we play. Hope we do well in this tournament, you know.
Well, we're excited to see your addition onto the team again and have you out here fighting. It's going to be great to see how you guys perform. Big support for you guys and all that you guys do. Any words out there to everybody watching, the new Yakult Bros fans?
To everyone who is supporting us, please don't bash us for our losses. We are trying our best, even though the result might be mediocre, but I think hopefully we will upset some people.
Okay, genuinely one of the most depressing addresses to fans ever. Please don't make fun of us for losing. Come on, brother. You got good fans out there. How about some cheer for us? How about we're going to do great?
Okay, you guys can continue cheering for us. We're going to destroy all noobs.
That's my shit. All right. Well, out to destroy all noobs in this tournament. I'm sure you guys will do fantastic. Thank you for your time. We're going to see more from Yakult and the Bros here at Wallachia Season 6.
I'll make it a little bit more spicy. He said, I'm going to destroy, and we're going to destroy all noobs. They did just beat Team Spirit, so in my head somewhere, Zeal said the Team Spirit's a bunch of noobs, and they're beating them. And they did so in step 1. Let's see if they can do another step here in this best of 3 as we're getting ready for Game Number 2. That's what he said, right? I mean, he basically said
You
that.
said what the words he said.
Yeah, exactly.
So.
Or specifically, he just hates Nigma Galaxy's offlane, Noob, and he wants to beat him.
That would be mean, and we know Zeal's not mean.
He's not mean.
So that cannot be what he meant.
Other than the fact
He meant everyone's a noob.
He did coach the team and then put himself into the team. So maybe he secretly is mean because he planted the seed of him playing very early on in the roster and then infiltrated his way in and now plays on. So like we don't really know. We need another interview to find out.
Next one.
Maybe a winner's interview eventually.
Yeah. Ooh. I don't know if I'm socially strong enough to ask him these type of questions.
You could try.
We have to write down, otherwise we're forgetting them.
Okay.
What are we at? What's the specific question?
About the whole mean, evil stuff. You putting the pressure on me.
Are you a mean person?
Are you a mean?
Yeah.
Do you have friends? Are you a mean person?
Oh, congratulations on 3-0 and qualifying to the playoffs. I have a big question. Are you mean?
And then he says yes.
Is
and then
everybody you beat noobs? That's another one you can ask.
Yeah.
But first of all, they need to get to that point, and they need to win a couple of series to do so. Let's take a look if they can. Game 2, I'm sure Spirit's got something different in mind for this game, but the sides are going to be the same. So we're still going to have Yakult Brothers on the Radiant side and Spirit on the Dire side. And pick order is also going to stay the same, with Yakult Bros getting pick 1. And therefore, once again, overall last pick for Team Spirit, and potentially they can make a little bit of a stronger case for themselves this time around. In terms of bans, it's looking pretty darn similar right now.
I think one thing that...
Apart from Chen.
Yep, he's there. One thing I've at least seen from previous tournaments is teams that rely more on their mid having impact lean towards second pick, and then teams that don't care about it are utilizing first pick a lot more.
Would you say that Team Spirit's a team that relies on their mid? I feel like
I would
honestly
argue
in their past, not that he's like low impact, but I feel like they're one of the teams that they care more about their side lanes having good games, and like he's more of like a space creator type of mid. So
I would argue both of these teams fit the same bill of not needing their mid to have like all the information, all last pick.
Yeah.
So that's why I think when I see Yakult playing 2 games in a row on first pick, I think I'm happier for them having that. Because they get to utilize the second phase, they get to close it out with a big statement pick after seeing 4 heroes.
Yeah, like I think the Queen of Pain was not really it. They like pick at 24. It's like, sure, it's supposed to crush the Slaughter mid, but it doesn't. And then now in the game, you're playing versus Nagaru, you're playing versus Skywrath Silence, you're playing versus Weaver with a bunch of chase. It just didn't really feel that good. And I'm hoping, I think they should just try to pick Laurels here earlier. Give last pick to Collapse, give it to Yatoro, and just pick him some very solid mid.
Well, they did at least address the Slaughter problem by just straight up banning him.
I think that's good. I think the hero, I've thought this hero is really strong on both mid and carry. It's good with a lot of the current meta heroes, and I think it's just hard to deal with. Like, it does a lot. It's very tanky. And you're banning also the heroes that are getting banned are the ones that are good versus it, which is like the Timbersaw, the Dragon Knight. Like these heroes with high armor, high damage are also just strong getting banned. So you kind of have to ban the Slaughter as like an extra hero because you're already banning its counters.
And the Nature's Prophet will be banned there too, and that means that Chen makes it through and will be picked up first.
With Chen, just critically, you always need to be ready for the 20, kind of like the 17 to 25 minute timing of I have an aura or 2, the correct jungle creeps, and my cores will have items as well that we can ball up and play any objective, be it first Roshan, Tormentor, a tier 2, tier 3. No, probably not tier 3, so that's probably Zealous, but I think that's critically the
advantage. You want to get like a big advantage on the map.
Yeah, exactly. And Bounty Hunter is a staple counter that we have been seeing.
It's a counter, but it gets countered, no?
Isn't in the ball up of the 20-minute timing, that counters the bounty.
Okay.
Pre-20 minutes, in the build-up time, bounty can accelerate the skirmish and the pickoff, so then it can stall out Chen's ability to kind of group his team up, right? So,
I just find it interesting that that's like their instant response to Chen, because I feel like in a 1-to-1, it doesn't necessarily beat Chen. I don't know how the laning goes these days. I want to say like Chen is stable enough that you'll survive versus bounty.
I mean, the bounty will just be able to pull the waves, and then when you pull the waves, your offlane is happy. You get some levels, you get track, you have damage amp. Like you kind of snowball the pickoffs and like the map play, right? That's I mean, the critical thing.
More gold on the map.
Yes.
Basically. Right, so last time in the second ban phase, we got a lot of supports banned out. This time around, doesn't seem to be the case, obviously also because different openings.
One thing to note as well is Yakult drafts a lot with their own experience leading their bans, I feel. Because they're a big Night Stalker team. Zeal plays it, of course, they flex it to Provoker. But then I don't think other teams have banned Night Stalker against Spirit and like in this position. Like when you pick a Chen, I understand Night Stalker can be good against Chen, but it's not like a default pick or a default ban at least. So it does feel like Yakult is maybe leaning on their own kind of respect of the patch rather than maybe utilizing the bans perfectly against the teams they're against.
That also can like bite you, right? If you're banning the heroes that you're good at.
Yeah.
Like maybe Zeal wanted to play Night Stalker late in the draft. So that's like one of the things where it's like, if you think these heroes are good, sometimes you're giving it up heroes that you could have picked later in the draft. It's always like a question of, are we banning our own stuff?
Yep.
So for me, the biggest question is what Spirit's going to pair with the Bounty Hunter for the offlane. They can either go the double melee route where they just like spam pull waves and they hope that Collapse gets a good game by that. And the other one would be these like ranged dominators. I don't really know if Collapse has ever really liked those, but that would be something like Veno, Enigma, something along those lines.
For melee heroes, I'd say MOUZ is like the simplest option. But I don't know if you want to open with that in this phase, right? To kind of reveal it this early. Again, doesn't really matter. They have picked Monkey King, the carry, the mid, again flex.
Could be anything.
I really wish like we always say it's like such a Dota thing to say now in a draft, right? It's been like how many years have we been talking about flex? I'm waiting for the new thing to happen in a draft.
You wanted to have a different word to also say flex?
What if flexing just stopped happening? I don't know. I know. I mean more like I want a new mechanic. You know, a new
draft mechanic.
I want a new draft mechanic.
We didn't even mention that Huskar wasn't banned. He's been first phase banned almost every single day.
Yay, Huskar!
Yeah,
I love the hero.
Love Huskar.
So
Burning Spear, great cauterize.
Give it a nice name.
Well, I have.
Why do we need to need a nice hero?
You just said you wanted new terms. So give a name to a hero that is normally first phase banned to make it through.
I don't know, but I have great news. I have really good news for T. There's a chance that this is a Huskar 4.
That is true. It's Baboka.
It's Baboka. Huskar support is actually very popular right now.
Okay.
And I'm concerned because I feel like this is going to end up being a carry Marcy with Chen. And then it's going to be a Huskar 4.
And also Marcy's available. Like one of the most contested heroes in the competitive seasons so far. I think it's like 94% contest rate.
Perfect time to find a name for it.
You just have to cook.
I'm cooking, yeah.
So we can talk while you...
Yeah, you keep talking.
Yeah. Okay, so... let's talk about the Ancient Apparition. This is actually... Why is it more popular? Because we saw Scam play it in 2 games today as well. Like, why?
I think it's not that popular this patch because I feel like a lot of the current meta heroes do physical damage. So you're not really amping. Like in the past, it was really popular with Ember Spirit. Was a good combo. But now you think of heroes like Slardar, Gyro, Dragon Knight. All these heroes are this like big physical damage, so it doesn't pair that well. But I think in this game, it's very good versus Huskar. It's very good versus Chen. Like it's very good versus anti-healing. And sure, you're not going to amp your team's magic damage, but you're amping basically the kill threat.
Yeah.
And now you don't have a concern. You can jump this Huskar. He'll actually just die to you.
You don't even have to jump him. You can just stalk him with the Bounty Hunter. But this does make Huskar a lower priority, meaning there's a higher chance he'll be plus 4.
Baboka Huskar.
It is, yeah, you're right.
Look at him. He's smiling.
Yeah.
He's like, I can play the Huskar 4.
I would imagine that Team Spirit, I mean, you've seen it a lot in your pubs. I would imagine Team Spirit is the same, so they are very much aware that this is on the radar.
No, honestly, I would expect both teams think it's a Huskar 4.
Okay.
There it is, the Centaur. I wanted to see it in game 1. I'm happy we get to see it in game 2, but when you have so much skirmish in Spirit's lineup, it is really nice to round out with an offlaner, a core that you can just rely on, be the Aura by the Initiator. Because there's so much like poke and prod that, Centaur, he brings that life. And the lockdown from your cult. As much as you talk about how Marcy is strong in lane, Huskar can be annoying in any lane he goes to, it doesn't really matter if after that your team fight is lackluster, right? Like you have to demolish the lane to utilize it. And they go for a Bat Rider.
Okay, so this can be...
Are they just double flexing the Bat and the Huskar to the end of the
They're like triple flexing.
Yeah.
Because, okay, so Bat can be support.
Yep.
Technically, it can be a mid or an off lane to counter the Monkey King. Marcy can go 3... Like, can go off lane, or Gary can go...
Guys,
4.
have you got your notepads out? Because we're about to do some numbers and names.
Basically, every hero... Chen is going position 5.
Chen is the 5. But he also can lane in the off lane or the safe lane, based on Falcon's logic.
Yes.
Yep.
I'm going to be honest. I'm worried because they can do a lot of stuff. And I honestly think the draft so you can do a lot of stuff...
They cook too hard.
Get weaker.
Yep.
Yeah, because unless they know exactly... Like, this Bat Rider is going to be our offlaner, laning with a Marcy. And the Huskar is going to go... carrier mid, which again doesn't feel that good versus AA. It's like you're in this weird position in the draft that you have so many different options that you might just make the wrong choice, or it's gonna put a different hero into an awkward position.
Critically though, your cult, no matter what they do with their laning setup, Bat and Huskar are good laning counters to a Monkey King.
Yes.
So any variation that they have, as long as the Monkey is your safe laner or your mid lane, your cult will be confident in my Bat can go into it, or my again, Huskar could be off lane, like you mentioned. I'm not going to bother relisting all the flexes, right? But I think that is something
I think that was enough complications.
And then, so for Spirit, we're looking at of course they have last pick, so let's not even talk about them. For your cult, let's try and see through this mess of a draft they have at the moment. It's kind of like
I think, to simplify it, they should pick a stun.
Yeah, sure.
Strength hero, some Mars. I really like Mars for them.
It is the Ursa that got banned out by Spirit, so they are still protecting their centaur maybe in a way with that. We'll see where they go, because that also gives us a little bit more of a read of what they think will be the play for Yakult's heroes.
I mean, it could also be, I mean, whatever. I was about to say the cursed word again.
Flex?
Yeah, fuck. I hate it so much.
I like Mars. You can lane the Mars with the Huskar, you can put the Bat mid, you can put the Marcy carry. It gives you team fight. It gives you a stun. It gives you decent lanes versus the Monkey King. I think, what is it? Huskar Mars would do fine versus Monkey. Bat is going to do good versus you. And then here, Quap's already banned. For your Bat mid, you can ban maybe Storm.
But right now, Spirit's banning out with the logic that Huskar
is
mid, Marcy's off lane. Marcy's off lane with Bat being 4.
Correct.
So they're respecting the next fly hero. And again, I'm not going to bother trying to... I agree with, on the simplest term, I want to see some type of stun to tie everything together.
Both those last bans, which is Void and Weaver, make me think it's a Bat offlane. Because those are both carries that survive the lane really nicely versus Bat.
True.
And then that probably means Marcy 4?
You can use workable instead of flex.
Workable.
Yeah, I looked up some similar words.
Thank you. So
the draft is very workable.
Workable. Okay. Yeah.
There you go.
What is it? Malleable or whatever.
Yeah.
This is fun.
Corporate term we can throw run. What we need actually is the little player faces. We need to stick them on the heroes. So rather than us saying it, we just put a little sticky note on Huskar where it's like, Zil can play it, and we put a little sticky face. So then we don't have to say flex, they can just see the flex.
You just have like the different players that we think can
play. Yeah, little sticky notes, and then we can start drawing on it. Production, are you listening? Are we going to get that for Wallachia Season 7? Thank you. Oh, that's hot. Yep.
Okay, so, I mean, I still don't know what they're doing with their heroes. It could be Carry, Marcy, or Huskar. But it's I would assume that the Marcy is laning with the Bat. That makes the most sense to me.
But hold on a second. Let's take 2 steps back. We just said Huskar Bat, no matter what, can counter the Monkey King. Isn't Monkey a laning counter to the puck?
Correct.
So we've gone from hyping up the ability of shutting down, because when you're first pick, you don't have last pick. So picking 2 heroes to follow the Monkey no matter what is a first pick strategy. They've then just conceded it by picking a weak mid hero into the Monkey.
Correct. And now they have gotten their Bat Rider offlane countered by...
And a Baden. So they went from having a lot of
Almost
in
2
their
winning
hand.
lanes.
It's fly on the Huskar.
Sure.
Yeah, so
all right. I'm still stuck in the puck situation here.
Sorry, I just wanted to shout that this
Look,
is a carry
that's fair. We have seen the carry Huskar due to MOUZ and Crystalus. They have
Yeah.
been the big kind of, I'd argue, pioneers of that to some degree, at least in Tier 1.
And it is the pass for Chen.
Yeah.
Oh, it is Baboka Chen. So we were wrong that it was guaranteed
The
a 5. The one hero we said, this is guaranteed a 5. We were wrong about.
Well, I mean, critically, Yakult have gone down a let's try and counter the lane style draft, and at the very last moment gone, let's counter ourselves. So I'm not too much of a fan of like the big picture of their draft. But if they can like find some little laning magic, right? They have a Bat who's on 5, so they have offlane Marcy. So offlane Marcy into Abba. Of course, Marcy can, maybe find some kill there. I'm just still a little bit lost in the source of even lanes, what happens.
I think they're in the kitchen too much with this draft.
Yeah.
We also said how already the Ancient Apparition kind of counters the... Wait, does carry Huskar? You still go armlet, right?
Yeah, you still go. It's the exact same build.
Well, that's atrocious to play against an AA.
Yeah.
You can't buy Armlet for say.
Yeah.
He has to go like Sanj and Yasha probably rush or something.
Or just get really good positioning. All right.
Oh, I thought you were gonna cut it up. Or just
get good. Just don't be bad.
Yeah, I mean,
just dodge the A every single time.
Like that was the end of your
You know what? Fine. Fuck it. Just get good. All right. There's one Ice Blast in the game, Shiva. All right. You see the AA, you know where it's coming from. It's that simple. Just dodge it.
Just dodge.
Just dodge.
Yeah.
Okay.
Thanks.
That's it.
What else? Like, look at their draft. They've got the puck countered by a monkey. There's a Huskar countered by an AA. We have the game already starting. So all I want to know is if Yakult win this, it's going to be beautiful.
Okay, well, if Spirit win this, we're going to have a game 3. I don't think anybody can complain either way, especially not listening to John and MLP.
Thank you so much, Shiva. You're far too kind. We do get into it. Game number 2. Jonathan, nobody enjoys listening to us. You know she's lying. You know she's lying. Anyway, moving on, Jonathan. What we won't lie about. These drafts, Jonathan, I tend to agree with the panel for once. I don't know what your Yakult Brothers are doing with this draft.
Yeah, I'm not sure either. I think going Huskar core up against a AA in the game already is not going to feel particularly great. I think your lanes are interesting, to say the least. You could say this puck last pick from Emo is a little bit of a curveball as well.
Oh, shut up.
You know, a little bit of a
Shut up.
curveball being thrown up on this highly adaptable draft, I suppose. Certain words, we're playing with words, we're learning more, reading our thesauruses.
Can we get caster cam so everyone can see how revolted I look right now? Jonathan, are you a dad? Is there something I don't know about you?
Yeah, you never know, Mikey. I don't know. I have no comments on this subject. No comments as well on the runes as they just trade 1-for-1. Baboka is really enjoying himself.
Quite literally a comment you just made, Jonathan. Mid lane, Zeal and Baboka. A lot of white flags being dropped.
They're enjoying the sticker, man. It is a good sticker.
It is very tilting though as well. If you're in the enemy base and just spamming that, just wave the white flag. Just call it. Press G. It's so simple. Just
They're planting it on themselves. Are they telling themselves to surrender?
No. No, not at all, Jonathan. The game just started. Why would they do that?
I don't know.
Mid lane, Emo and Lol going at it. Lol, they did talk about this. Should have a bit of an advantage here in the mid lane because you are playing monkey mid. Emo, for now, will be perfectly okay. You don't have any points in the Jingu Mastery. But as the levels do go up, Lol should have somewhat of an advantage.
Yeah, it ends up being pretty much around this timing on the Boots of Speed for Monkey. You gap close, you hit him a couple of times, you hit the puck a couple of times, you feel good. We've seen this happen in the past year. This matchup has really shaped up towards the Monkey King. Some pucks can outplay, but it is in general just Monkey favorite. So Laurel should have himself a good time. What's interesting is seeing how the side lanes go. You know, how much value can you get out from Zeal along with Baboka on that Chen up top, up against an Abaddon. You know, Marcy tends to enjoy trying to bully out these softer targets. Going onto the back line of an Ancient Apparition is a little bit tough, so it's hard to see that early aggression really panning out there. Again, we're just seeing the mid. It's a really rough time for Emo, but this top, it's not an easy lane for a Marcy to try to play with early rebound dispos, right? Or even just trying to play with this Satyr Convert that you have on hand for Baboka. Panda's just going to be standing a million miles away. You've always got Yatoro around with the Aphotic Shield. I suppose mana burning Yatoro and taking away the Aphotic Shield early on is one solution.
They're going in. Rebound is out. The Yatoro, who'll happily turn around now with the cold feet uses of Panto and Zil. He's dropping very low. In fact, they'll have him. Panto able to secure first blood, but Boca now also in danger, being body blocked up perfectly by Panto. But Boca forced the Ferry Fighter to ensure he can get away, but the cold feet is out. Panto looking for some vision, but Boca's still running, but they've got him. Panto, a double to kill to get his game started. My goodness, what a player.
Yeah, and again, it's just down to how are you supposed to play aggressively there on Zeal? Didn't quite have the level on rebound, had no way out. This AA a million miles away is just going to be poking you for so much damage, and there's really not much you can expect there from Baboka. That kill as well, Panto dying right before the TP of Zeal lands in. He doesn't get any sort of bonus XP for himself to play around with. I'm surprised that you actually get Bodyguard here on Zeal at level 2 instead of the rebound, even as a safety net. So that same aggression is still well and truly available for the side of Team Spirit as they're poking again onto Yatoro.
They are. They'll try another time. Yatoro, though, still able to walk away as the turnaround. Panto, he's the big problem right now. Zil, able to get out of range of the AA. Baboka going to have to sadly give his Satyr away. But certainly rough times right now at the top lane for both sides, you'd argue. I mean, Yatoro hasn't had the best start either, but it seems like they are getting the upper hand just barely. Speaking of upper hand, though, mid lane, Lal, he's also just barely had the upper hand, at least in terms of CS here, Jonathan. Emo still keeping up quite nicely against the MK.
Those 9 denies will hurt for Emo. Just lagging a little bit behind the EXP is not going to feel too good. Level 6 timing for Laurel is going to start to pile up. He doesn't even need a Wukong, so we've seen a lot of players start to go into more of your Jingu or just getting maybe an extra point in the Boundless, looking for a little bit more pressure out. And this is what you'd expect from mid anyhow, right? Like the Monkey King timing here with the early Orb of Frost plus the Boots of Speed means you're not really going to be able to take an aggressive stance on Emo. He might still have some rooms to play with at the very least with a bottle up, so there is still some topping up and staying in lane. Up top again, we're seeing Rude this time leave that bot lane. Get an early rotation out here. Level 2 on the bounty, not the biggest, but you also have Chan Ming showing up for a mess up top as well.
Trial lane versus trial lane situation already 4 minutes in. Stick around for now. No kind of setup happening quite yet. Ru trying to move in. We'll see Tianming eventually. Still very early to try and force this kind of engagement here from either side. It does feel like you might have a bit of an upper hand here on the side of Yakult Brothers at this top lane if the fight were to break out. But the Batrider has now left the building. Tianming no longer around to help. Ru now can confidently start to think about moving in, and that he will. They'll try for Zil, who's already committed to dispose. And Zil, he'll be chased down. He's looking for a rebound out. He will find it just barely, but the chase will continue as Ru will have another stun available, and Zil does end up going down to Yatoro. Tianming makes it there in time to see his teammate die.
I like this read from Team Spirit, right? They're applying pressure onto the Marcy in a lane that Marcy doesn't really have much presence on. They know the bot lane's just going to be shot. Like, it's a Husker into Centaur. Really not much Collapse can do besides pull the wave and gain EXP. So you might as well sack that lane, keep applying that pressure top. Fly's not getting any extra from this Husker early, left alone. He is farming, but you know, it's going to take a little bit longer for that tempo to kick in. Your mid's winning hard here for Team Spirit. Some pressure coming in.
They'll try for Lal, but there's no real hope. You don't have anywhere near enough lockdown to try for the MK quite yet. They're a bit early as well. 6-minute power runes yet to spawn up. Going back to Fly and the Husker, do you think he goes down the armlet route? Right, because the panel did talk about this. You're up against an AA. He's already got the Helm of the Iron Will. I wonder, do you commit for the armor for this game? In fact, speaking of the Devil, Fly now being jumped, but gets the disarm off. We'll have plenty of time for TPs to come in if necessary, but they will be cancelled. Fly not going to be the easiest target to try and burst down, but they're going to try once again. Stun is out. Fly, he'll Fairy Fire up. He needs a bit of help, though. He'll try to walk into the tree line, Fairy Fire up, but he can't do it. They will find him. Very nice little play here from Team Spirit, waiting for that cheeky TP cancellation, and then just moving right back in.
Yeah, again, back to your point about Fly. He needs that armlet for presence anyway. Look how active Laurel is.
Very active indeed. Not happy with his performance in Game 1. He'll ensure Game 2 is going to be a much, much better time, and setting up another kill across the map here for Yatoro. And in fact, he might go for more, but they do have the vision on top of him. But Boca could try to do something a little bit cheeky here, but he needs a bit of help. They'll bring the puck in. Emo's around, trying to wisdom in 10. More TPs incoming. Emo, he won't see where Lal is yet, but now he will. They'll jump in. The Wukong's command to protect, though. And that'll be the Shrine of Wisdom. Surely going the way of Team Spirit. They are still trying to fight this one out. Emo, does he make it? No, he does not. Collapse and Lal both picking up the shrines now as Emo trying to go after Lal, but Emo between a rock and a hard place needs to back off. Lal now getting the Jingu mastery, looking to try and man fight Zeal, and I think he might just need a bit more help than himself. As Lal with the boundless strike gets Qianming on his way out. He's not dead yet. Baboka, Baboka now in trouble. Lal will find a double kill. And that's gonna hurt if you're Yakult Brothers. That's gonna hurt Jonathan. Zeal, this might hurt even more. He'll rebound out of there and he'll be fine as Lal won't bother trying for an extra. A very strong performance already from Team Spirit.
Oh, this is just a complete washout right now for the side of Yakult. They lose both shrines. They don't find the kills they'd want. They're facing issues into off the sustain from the side of Team Spirit, and you don't have any activity coming in from Fly. Again, this Husker in a solo lane up against a tanky hero. Yeah, he's farming, but he's not finding kills. He's not finding that early pressure. So you're not really winning out massively on Husker. You pick this hero to dominate a lane. Not exactly what's really ending up for Fly. Yes, he's top in CS again. He's doing fine, but just not panning out. And again, this movement here, just how tanky all of these heroes are on the side of Team Spirit. Having an Abaddon with a Monkey King with so much sustain. Having this Bounty Hunter that's just scouting around for free with a free stun as well when he hits. Like, it's just way too much to contend with early on. You can just see how hard it was for Emo to feel confident in even contesting. There's just not enough in the tank here. Zeal's still level 4.
Oh, Fly gonna go down again as well. Lal just all over the map at the moment. You really don't have ways to protect him. Like, prior to those level 6 marks, you just don't have a way to re-engage into these fights. And Lal now almost level 8 on this Monkey King, just completely uncontested, destroying the side of Yakult Brothers across this game number 2 so far. Mind you, we're only 9 minutes in, but it is a bit of a whitewash here for this this first 10 minutes of the game. And well, Qianming might be the next victim as Rue. We'll just kind of stalk him, waiting for Lal to catch up. And I think that'll be all she wrote for Qianming in just a moment. They'll jump in, they'll get the stun off. Qianming, really nothing he can do about it. Be another kill to the MK. And this is scary if you're Yakult. Like, you've got some great mid-game timings with this Husker Puck and this Marcy, but well, you've got to get to the mid-game, John.
I don't see how they do it cleanly here on the side of Yakult at this point. I mean, it feels like, again, you went with this draft. We heard the panel talk about it. This draft felt like they were going for strong lanes. And again, the curveball puck pickup at the end means you end up with pretty hard lanes to play with. Your puck lane doesn't end up well for Emo. This Husker lane, again, is fine, but you give up the advantage. You don't keep Qianming around. You're forced to help the Marcy lane out more.
Oh, those odds are quite revolting as
yeah.
well, John. 13-1 already.
One more?
10 minutes in. Maybe 2 more, John. Baboka set to fall, and of course Zeal trying to find a way out of this scenario, but it's not looking too flash hot for him. Zeal continuing to make the run, but Lal's got him. Hits him from a mile away with his staff. I'll tell you what, Jonathan, I'm not a professional player, but in these kind of games, there's only one key I like to press.
Oh, yeah. I mean, it's 1 to 11. You know, we could wait for the 11-minute mark as well. 11, 11, 11, perhaps, to get all the ones out. 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1.
That's 6 ones, John.
1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1. That's a few ones. You know, we could wait for that point. Maybe you could try to hold out for some hope here on the side of Yakult Brothers. At least the armlet's up for Fly. The question is answered. What? He will go for it.
Well, I mean, that's not a good thing, though, is it, John?
I mean, hey, look, if he doesn't get hit by Ice Blast, it could work out.
I mean, Team Governor said this. He did say all you've got to do is just not get hit by Ice Blast.
Just don't die.
Like right now. Juke it. Fly, juke it. Oh. Well, that's unfortunate.
No. Oh. At least track wasn't up, right? He didn't have the mana. So, was there? Either way, I know. Yeah, there was track. All right. So.
All right, it just gets worse, John.
Yeah.
Just don't try to find a light at the end of the tunnel with this game, I don't think.
So one has to wonder, what was Yakult plan? Baboka looked so happy when, you know, they were closing out that draft. He was like, this is going to be fun, right?
Maybe he just wanted a game 3. I don't know.
I mean, it's looking like we'll end up in that way. 1-12. 5K advantage for the side of Team Spirit. This is set to snowball as well. Of course, you've got the Midas early on for Yatoro, #1. And Worth having a fantastic time on the Abba into the Radiance, into the Manta. Collapse is going to hit this timing as well now. With the Aura build-up on the Centaur, has the Dominator to help scout around. Been really good with his micro as well, pulling the creep waves back. Just giving more farm up. And there's Yakult Brothers literally can't do anything. Like, they are just 5-man jungling at different points of the map. And I'm trying to think of like power spikes they can even play with. Maybe a BKB timing on, I don't know, Zeal perhaps starts to feel good. You've got a Shining Light and Emo. Puck can always try to solo carry a game. Witchblade coming out, but we're talking about really late game Puck. I think that is your shining hope. It has to be Emo. He didn't lose out too hard.
They're going to try now. They'll find Rue, so this will be a bit of a freebie for them. They'll be more than happy with anything they can secure. And of course, of all people, Tian Ming finds the kill somehow on the Power Rider. Wasn't even trying for that one, but nevertheless, he'll get it. And again, any kill's a good kill right now for your Yakult Brothers, Jonathan.
Yeah. I mean, they've doubled their kills in the past few seconds, so, you know, it's a ray of hope. It's a sign of life for your Yakult Brothers. You know, maybe they ran out of Yakult. Like, I don't think they stock it up. Maybe they brought some in for themselves. They've got to chug some down.
Are they even sponsored by Yakult? No.
It's just Yakult's name. You know, their manager Yakult's name.
Oh, I see. Well, thank you, John.
It's a good drink. I disagree with Slacks. It's a good drink.
You know I don't like that drink, John.
Have you tried it?
It's a scam, John. Lol. We'll talk about it in a second. Lol's been caught out. This is a huge kill if they can get it. And they've got it. Lol. Underneath vision. Will get taken down, and that is massive. That's about almost 1,000 gold going to the way of Fly.
Yeah, no, that is significant. That's going to be the Force Staff coming in a little bit quicker. An important tool to actually have a game on Fly. He is still a ways behind in comparison, of course, to what you have in Team Spirit, but Laurel will not feel all too chuffed about giving away freebies like that. Still, another.
They certainly do. Suddenly, Yakult Brothers waking up here in this game number 2 as they do take down Panto. Collapse going to show up. Rue is there with the tracks going out, and Baboka should get caught, though he's trying to be a bit of a nuisance, though does get stunned up and does get taken down. Rue also in danger, but will survive. Toro will be there with the Aphotic Shield to ensure of it. Though again, the position Yakult Brothers are in, I think they're more than happy to just find a kill and trade 1-for-1. You know, you're buying a bit more time for Fly to catch up. You're starting to see these mid-game spikes kick in for this draft of Yakult, and for Team Spirit, yeah, they're still ahead by 5k, but a couple more mistakes like Lol dying by himself, and you might find that lead gone as Tian Ming will get caught. No chance of survival for him.
Nah. Nice little tasty track kill. I suppose that kind of compensates for bleeding out a little bit. And I do agree, this is overall decent for your Yakult Brothers. It's still not the game state you'd want. Obviously, it's going to take a little bit more. I think the key thing for your Yakult Brothers is, honestly, you kind of just ignore Fly. He's still going to do some work, but the real game carry now is Emo and to an extent Zeal. Right? Again, this BKB timing on Marcy is going to be massive. It's still a long ways off for Zeal, but once you have that up and running, you know, you have more utility on your Puck with the damage that she gets as levels go on. There is a considerable threat because you don't have that hard hold here.
That's being threatened right now. He hasn't backed out quick enough, though. A nice Hurricane away will give him just enough distance to pop the Stampede and get the hell out of there. They'll take at least the dominated Creepers. Rune out, going to intervene. Will start to lead the charge for the rest of his side. Looking for Zeal perhaps down that bottom lane, and Zeal not realizing just how much there was around him. Will go down very quickly to Lal. Not great news here for Yakult.
No. Again, the key heroes in this game is the Marcy and the Puck. You are slowing down this BKB timing on Zeal significantly. You are giving a lot of free space out to Fly, who does get tipped by Panto for whatever reason. The Halberd, I believe, is set to come out relatively soon, or at least the Sanj, if he's building into that. And again, it's a start. It's something. He is getting surrounded.
That he is. Lal, gonna get started with the Wukong's command. Does hit the Boundless Strike, but not within the Wukong's. Fly, gonna be perfectly fine as there's no Ice Blast to throw out here for Panto. Mid lane. Collapse, not able to quite land the stun here onto Emo. Still happy days for Team Spirit. 7k ahead, still controlling majority of the map. While still having a look around that far western side of the map. Meanwhile, Fly will run into Panto, but doesn't really want to take the risk in forcing a fight by himself.
No. You run up, you get ice blasted in melee range. It's not a fun time for Fly. So not really the hero you want. Bit of an opportunity here.
He's going to lose a couple creeps here. Take the triangle back off the side of Yakult Brothers. When you've got this kind of a lead this early on, you just want to try and choke them off the map the best you possibly can. Don't give them that recovery time and gold that they need. I'd say once the BKBs are up, like for example on Zeal, you might want to try and force a big smoke out. BKBs are going to allow another big spike here for the side of Yakult. Lol's going to find Zeal. But doesn't really seem to want to try and initiate on the Marcy. Instead, mid lane, they'll find Baboka. Ice Blast will get the job done. Meanwhile, Zeal jumping in onto Lol, who's already dropping quite low for the Stampede, allowing him a way out. Zeal still surviving, though they do find Lol. The Monkey King is gone. Panto now in trouble as well. Fly just doing so much damage. But here comes Yatoro trying to go for the fight against the Huskers. Fly trying to walk away, but it's not enough. Panto, the bane of this man's existence, takes another kill into the Husker. Is Yatoro chasing down Emo, not quite able to keep up. But they're more than happy to just continue the chase slowly but surely onto Baboka. Baboka gone a boot. Not a great fight whatsoever for Yakult, though Zeal, he is still cleaning up somewhat. It's a 3-for-3 in the end. Certainly in the favor of Team Spirit, but it's still not the worst case scenario here for Yakult.
No, I mean, the buyback on Baboka's maybe not the most significant. Stalls out this mech timing. You are still seeing some issues. I was a little bit surprised of the commitment from Panto for that kill onto Baboka with a blast. And not catching Fly out does give some big angles out. It does sacrifice Laurel, and that's the one thing that salvages this quite a big way for Yakult Brothers, just being able to catch out that monkey in the end. But again, playing into this AA that has Bone Chill, all of the spells being thrown from a million miles away, you're just so squishy on the Husker. Unexpectedly so, with all of this minus strength coming in. And for the side of...
Emo goes down. We'll find him. Well, Fly in danger. Ice Blast is perfectly going to land, and there's just no chance of survival once that is there. That's the Team Spirit once again taking over, and GG's called.
Okay.
There you go. There you go. People call me crazy. People always say this MLP guy, he just calls GG too early. Jonathan, I know. Trust me, I know. I've had many of these games, John.
No. This, I mean, look. Again, they threw a curveball on themselves with a draft. I think the puck pickup just, it really ruined the synergies of everything else, right? Like the potential of offlane Husker with a Bat Rider, maybe that does better. You have something else on mid that can deal with a Monkey King. Instead, Laurel has a game he runs away with, rotates onto the 7-minute Shrine of Wisdom, ruins everyone, doesn't even die, and it's just out of control from there. Your Husker laying down bot as well for Fly really didn't do much to a Centaur solo. No. Like, you need the Bat Rider camping with you to burn him down, but because the offlane was so shot up, you just never had that presence.
No, you certainly didn't, Jonathan, but we do have the presence of the panel on hand. Let's throw to them and see what they have to say.
I cannot remember the last time I've seen a sub 20-minute GG. I feel like is in this patch, can we remember, do you know any game that went shorter or similar length than this one?
I mean, most of the exciting games I remember are like 60 minutes.
Yeah.
I think every game is average 40, 45
Yeah,
minutes. That's a long
the
patch.
game length went up, if anything. And even stumps were like 25.
What was this one, sorry?
Like 19 point something?
Something, less than 20.
Yeah, 1940 something, I think.
So for the competitive season, the shortest game that we've had was Aureus versus Falcons, and that was a 19-minute 31 game. So whatever this was, because I kind of closed my eyes. At like minute 17, 15, I was like, let it end, you know? So I don't know the exact time, but in the 19, there's only been one 19-minute game so far in this competitive season.
That's mad. I mean, okay. So a lot to break down.
So much.
A lot to break down.
Yeah.
I mean, do we want to kick it out straight away? We're looking at some highlights first, see what happened this game. Well, a lot of things happened on the side of Team Spirit, though, Gunnar.
Yeah, it was basically just constant aggression. Like they're fighting the 7-minute Wizard Rune, they're constantly scouting with the bounty hunter. It ended up looking really good. I was a bit questionable for it during the draft, but I think he found the Huskar a few times with these pickoffs. He always started these fights. I think he had a lot of impact, and it kind of felt like Yakult never really had the opportunity to make like their own choice. They were never like, hey guys, let's fight on our terms. It was always, oh no, Team Spirit's doing this to us. What are we going to do about it?
Yeah, no, it's kind of devastating, especially because Ancient Apparition, relatively weak laner, but if you can catapult into the game behind other cores, you do feel really quite explosive. Monkey King, Bounty, they did that beautifully. And then when you have these three heroes kind of connecting into the Abba lane or the Centaur, it's just going to feel really good, right, in how you played. And for Yakult, the damage they have outside of the laning aggression they bring is quite lackluster. It's locked behind items and they're a very traditional game, but with the speed Spirit was playing, it's not a game Yakult can ever play. Like, you have Huskar into AA, you have Puck into Monkey, you got Bat into Abba.
Crazy thing is, Abba went Midas, too. They won this game with a Midas on their carry.
Yeah,
for
sure.
It's a sub 20 win with a Midas.
He was in it for the long haul, okay?
Yeah.
I did just double check it. This was 9 seconds slower than the fastest game so far. So it's second place.
A bit disappointing.
It is second place, but no records were broken, at least. But still, like, the fact is, we just don't get games this quick.
In
this season,
but like it's been a while.
It's just jarring. I don't know what to do. I'm not used to this type of post game.
I think for the teams, it will be quite, a surprise as well. It's like, okay, we just got ready for the previous game, and now we're getting ready for the third one already. Obviously, nice for Team Spirit that they have a good shot to still take the series if they want to. We also have the standout player being Panto. I think he was put in a very nice position, and it was very nice of Yakult Brothers to put that Huskar in the carry role so that Panto could have an extra good game on the A as well.
I like the Blink Dagger. Of course, there's a Puck and a Bat, and if this game was to be more closer, right? AA dying is a critical thing. So I love the fact that he did think about Blink Dagger, because you just hide in the tree line, you really wait to find Huskar, then you commit. So even the small things like Panto thinking about Blink, sure, it's a snowball game, you can buy any item, right? But I like
it just secures the kills.
Yeah,
like it guarantees that he has one job, which is to ult the Huskar, and he'll do it.
Yeah,
he'll be able to do it every single time. Now, we said that during the game, it did feel like Yakult did not have a choice on when to fight and where to fight and how to fight. All those choices were made by Team Spirit. There has been a portion, though, in the last, give or take, half an hour where they did have choices. And they made some. And they felt the pain of those choices in the game itself, Tigav.
Yeah, do you want me to do the thing now?
Yeah, if you have it. I don't know if you have it.
I do. I have the thing. I'm going to the weatherman. So as a British man, I do love my toast. All right. And all this time we've been talking about cooking and overcooking. And to me, I feel like Yakult, they overcooked, right? And I feel like we need to visualize this. We need the people to understand what is an overcooked draft. So again, I got my toast, an A1, not very lightly toast. I personally, I'm kind of like an E4 kind of guy. I do like a light bit of toasting. But as you see here, right, at the start of the draft with the Chen, with the Huskar, we're kind of sitting around like an A5. There's potential in the lineup, right? We lock in the Bat Rider, we're drifting more towards an E5 of the draft. Things are beautiful. They're cooking. But then they pick up the Puck. The Puck, suddenly a draft that was looking to be good here, all the way down to an I9. Right? So when you say people are overcooking, they're doing too much in the draft. One little Puck pick can send your beautifully toast that you want to put a butter on, your peanut butter spread, your jam, your everything, your TI winning, you can easily burn it very quickly with one pick. So when people talk about cooking and overcooking, that's an I9 draft right there. That is burnt toast. This draft from Yakult, putting it bluntly, shit. Never again. No one wants burnt toast. Back to the panel. Thank you very much.
I think I'm an F3 kind of person.
You're an F3?
Yeah.
Yeah, well, that was the worst draft I've seen competitively for a long time, and it looked like I'd forgotten about my toast, and I never want to see it again.
It was pretty bad.
Do you like beans on your toast?
I do love my beans on my toast. Yeah, a little bit of cheddar cheese on top. But not every day, guys. It's like every once a week, maybe.
That's still
that's
more
a
than
lot
I
more.
want in a lifetime.
It's just in a lifetime.
I don't like beans. Okay?
Sorry. So you don't like beans.
I do
don't
like
the Colts
beans.
draft.
but not on my toast.
But it's a baked bean. It's so different. There's like tomatoey, richy
I do
goodness.
not like tomato sauce, so
You're not
I know
selling this to her.
beans, so you're like, baked beans are like, ew, no, not for me.
Okay, well, share that energy because what you're feeling right now for baked beans
Yes, you're
is my
feeling for the
feeling for game
draft.
2. Like, I have nothing to
Your
say.
visceral reaction.
I'm flabbergasted at what Yakult has done to
Okay.
themselves.
I will say, a game like this, gonna tell me if I'm wrong, for Yakult Bros, it'll be so easy to
And you just throw it out. You
forget
just
about
throw it out the window. You're like, oh, oops, guys, made a little mistake. You can make fun of it, whoever like searches the picks. Like sometimes you make fun of your coach. You're like, I don't know this guy. Like, look at this draft. And then it's really easy, especially because the first game I feel like they just outplayed them gameplay wise. Like, sure, I think we liked their draft in the first game, but it wasn't like, oh, they only won because of their draft. So now you go to this third game, you're like, okay, guys, let's just pick normal heroes. Crazy idea. No Baboka. I would have preferred the Baboka Huskar, to be honest.
Yeah.
And just have a stable game and stable draft. And I think if they do that in this third game, I honestly think they've played better overall.
Okay, well, we're gonna find out if that is going to happen in that third game. Stick around.
The new breakthrough and innovative phone with 1xBet app. With 1xBet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
You are watching PGL Wallachia Season 6, and we are here with still our third series of the day. We got Team Spirit, we got Yakult Bros, and we're going to that third game because, well, mostly because Yakult kind of overcooked, seriously overcooked in game number 2, and that was not an even game. We had one of the shortest game that we've seen here in the studio regardless, with just over 19 minutes, and I'm sure that everybody will have a clean slate going into game number 3. And that means it's time to start talking about what will be different compared to game 1. Because basically, Teaguff, game 2 didn't happen.
No, didn't happen.
Didn't happen.
And like we just said, if there ever was a time for a team to react from a game, it's the easiest one, right? When a draft's like that atrocious of an ending, you can just simply go, it didn't happen. And I think for Yakult, at least, in like the tournaments I've been watching them in, it's like their play is good, but their drafts are inconsistent, so sometimes they don't get to show off what they can do because they have to fix problems elsewhere. But if they ever fixed their drafting and they were consistent, they would be a scary team. They would be a team that would rival, you know, the playoffs, get to top 8, you know. But again, it's just drafting isn't their strong suit, and I don't know if they have a coach. I feel like every tournament I see them, they've always got like, their manager as a coach. But if they ever was to go, you know what, let's lock in a proper coach who wants to do drafting, who's doing stuff, I think that is the next step for this team evolving, because they get to the events, but then they always find some moments like this, unfortunately. But they're very good.
Good players.
Yeah,
good mechanics. I think their ideas in the game are pretty solid.
Yep.
Yeah, I think a lot of these teams that end up in this weird position of being like top 8, top 12, They like have some success, they don't. I think a lot of it breaks down to just like consistent drafting, which when you see the best players and the best teams, obviously it's way easier to draft when you have like your identity. You know, you can be like a Team Falcons, you pick your 3 strength heroes.
Yes.
Your Tundra, you pick your Zoo or your whatever. And I think finding that identity and finding these players that are consistent and picking their heroes is kind of that one step that makes the difference between being a consistent top 4 team and being not one of those.
Yeah, every player just basically has to have 3 or 4 heroes that are their go-to that somehow all link together, regardless in which kind of
I think
you get them.
Honestly, every player, if you can play 5 heroes very well, you can win a tournament. That's all you need. You just need a hero pool of 5, because that's 25 heroes per team almost, and that's pretty much enough to win any tier 1 tournament.
Sure, and if the enemy is second pick and band 4, you can just pick the last one.
Yep.
So yeah, makes sense.
But it's also just people aren't just going to see like, oh, he only picks those 4.
No, of course not.
It's not like that cut and dry, but just the idea that you have to have this identity, I think, at Dota now. And it's really cool with the new like Heimamar pub, that all that pubs are hidden. That I feel like you have this ability to have your own identity that doesn't really get scouted out. Like you can just do your own thing. You don't really need a smurf anymore. And
never smurf, guys.
Smurfings are not allowed in Dota.
Yep.
Banned.
Like that blog post.
Thank you.
Will be banned.
Yep.
We will ban you.
We personally.
We personally.
Imagine if there was like a weekly announcement. We have banned like every...
We got a talk show. Hey, Fika, who did you ban?
Well, there's this one guy that ran down mid. You know, he did it relentlessly. Yeah. Actually, there is annoyingly. So I stopped playing ranked about 4 or 5 weeks ago. So we're the draft soon, I'm sure. I stopped playing ranked, hit 13k, happy days. You know, I want to take a break. A random rank 2000 immortal has taken my name and is actively like griefing games. But they just like, because I'm not on the leaderboard anymore, because I've stopped playing ranked and it disappears. Some guy just stole my name and is role playing being me.
That's sick.
But he has a thick accent.
Sick in a good way.
Yeah, that's cool. That's cool. I hope I run into him.
So to the guy who's doing it, who's like 2,000 MMR lower than me, but on the leaderboard, please stop running down mid using my name and fake. Like, again, he uses Mike and I have a British accent. My guy does not have a British accent. So about smurfing, please don't do it. Also, identity theft, please don't do it. Of course, the draft is starting here.
And that is cool. So
that is very cool, yeah.
We got, again, so there's a change. We got, again, the size the same, but indeed the priority is different with Spirit first picking.
Ooh.
Change it up.
Change it up. So we still have what in the pool? Slardar, Huskar, Chen.
Yeah, the Huskar. Yeah. It was looking really good last game.
We did see it first phase banned in a lot of the games today. You know,
it's a good hero. I think it's honestly better as a support in some games, especially if you pick it early. But
there's a lot of options, but critically, Spirit opening up the Slardar. Again, they've played it both on Lao and Collapse, and you know we already have high praise for the hero.
I have fallen in love with this hero for the last 2 months.
Good.
I just think that it fits very well with other strong heroes. Itself is a strong hero. And so kind of when you find the meta heroes and you find a hero that complements them and is meta, you just want to pick it because it sets up for so many different things in the draft. Even like he can go mid versus Storm, you're happy. He can go off lane, you can ban for it. It takes objectives. Now in Dota, there's 2 major objectives. There's Roshan and Tormentor. You do both. So it just kind of sets up.
Because those are time sinks, right? Where you have to drag your heroes to an area that you don't want to be. So if you can turn that from like a 20-second objective to like a 10-second objective, random numbers, don't hold me to it.
Yeah.
It is going to feel really good. For Emo, at least, knowing he's picked up the Storm Spirit, you see the Slardar, like you already mentioned, like you know you can play that lane. There is still room for...
I would say the Storm's like slightly favored, obviously because it's a melee hero, but it's not... It's like a 50-50 matchup, which, again, I feel like as the Slardar, you're content with.
You're happy, yeah, exactly. Yeah. When I see these 2 heroes in mid lane, I'm expecting both to get what they want. It's more about rune contest. Is there a fight near a tower where either can TP and suddenly turn the tides on that engagement? Like, they're the things I'm looking at now. And of course, both teams can utilize that by getting strong side lanes to feel like these mid laners can have more purpose.
I think they almost want similar identity heroes. Like both people want Skywrath, Hoodwink, Snapfire.
Yep.
These like kind of stuns and or damage, kind of ideally both, because they're both fast heroes, they're both mobile heroes. You kind of want to be able to lock them down, burst them in either Slardar Blink Stun or a Storm Pull.
But that's where I want Yakult to open this phase with, let's say, like a Jakiro, right? Now you have the Storm matchup to mid that you're happy with because you picked it. You get a Jakiro to set up for any carry down the line and to cover yourself from the offlane Slardar. Like, this is a type of draft setup that gives me confidence once again in your cult.
Yeah. I think the only other angle would be just want to take that strong 4 like the Snapfire.
Sure.
Away
Yeah, if they
from-
want to steal it, yeah.
Because Team Sphere wants one of those heroes. Like, let's say they ban, Skywrath here for Team Sphere. They ban the Jakir, actually, so good call. But I think now at this point they kind of they don't have to force that type of hero. They can pick this more like defensive 5 probably, because none of those damage supports are banned. Even if Team Sphere takes Snapfire, now you get Hoodwink or Sky. Like, you kind of get whatever options you want, and the only reason for them to steal it would be if a few of them were banned and the pool is limited.
Yep, and Shadow Demon is quite nice in general against Lado, right? When like you initiate, as long as the Shadow Demon is not getting jumped, you can banish, you can then dispel. Like
The Purge is good versus
Yeah,
those.
exactly. There's a lot of nuisance that Slaughter kind of doesn't want to play into. Of course, there's always going to be the argument where damage could be a problem in the early game. From Storm in your mid, SD in your support, these are heroes that often can feel like they still need that extra +1 from someone else. Again, you've already mentioned multiple 4s that fix that through the Hood, the Snap, Sky. So maybe that's where your cult can find some of that damage. Again, with offlaners, the Tide's still available for Zeal, Mars is still available. There's a lot of the anti-pick-off offlaners in play.
I like the Mars if we get there.
Mm-hmm.
I think it's good for Sarter because Sarter ends up getting this like Ags build where he has status res, and you can't do that versus Arena. Like Arena just exists there in the fight.
I'm sad we don't see Silencer anymore.
I am happy we're seeing numbers.
Yeah,
Can I?
Was I going crazy, by the way? Because I saw that as this draft started, and I didn't know if the numbers were there before, so I thought I was going crazy.
I don't think they were.
I'm a big fan of numbers.
I'm a massive fan of
I love numbers. Do you love numbers?
Numbers are great.
Yeah, I mean now it's like if I say pick 14, it's not as complicated.
I agree.
Yeah.
I think that's the main reason why I love them.
Yeah, no, because I know when you're talking as a team, when you play these tournaments and you talk about drafts, like it's so ingrained in you. You're like pick 8, pick 13, and you like have it in your
17
brain.
combo.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But then I feel like a lot of the time it gets like confusing when you just have like the draft. It is nice.
Yeah,
love it. So Pug now 15.
Ooh. You're spoiling it.
Wow.
Yeah. I mean, we've been told not to say numbers before.
Now we can.
Yeah.
It's a good sub duo. You have save that works for Shadow Demon, which not many saves do because you can't purge the snowball.
Sure.
You have a lot of burst damage for the Storm with both of them. The Pugna Ward's really strong versus Storm. And I think also it sets up for either the Pugna can lane with the Sarter or the Tusk can lane even with the Sarter, or you can just like it's a lot of like flex between the two supports. They can do whatever they want. So it opens up their draft pretty nicely for Spirit, and then Yakult pick the Mars. And they pick Phoenix, which is probably one of the best support matchups versus Tusk. So I also like their kind of response.
I'm going to keep my eye out for the Mars vs Pugna. So I'm pretty sure when Mars takes Bloodsport, Pugna can't channel
The
life
facet
drain.
that reduces vision.
Correct, yes. Thank you. But yeah, Pugna can't life drain due to some weird...
Yeah, there's a bunch of random mechanics with that arena.
So I'll keep my eye out to see if that actually is a thing still.
Hey.
That's where it goes for Anti-Mage.
Anti-Mage versus Storm?
Yeah, it's Anti-Mage versus Storm. It's Anti-Mage versus relatively low pressure in lane, right? Phoenix's damage over time. Anti-Mage can just disengage from that.
They could lane the Shadow Demon there. I don't know if that is much
yeah.
better. You can like disrupt into Spear and at least burn the Aim's mana.
Yeah, but then can't Anti-Mage just not.
Skill mana burn.
Yeah.
But then you're an Anti-Mage with a mana burn. And then you have zero pressure on the Mars.
Sure, also true. Yeah, I think that'd be, again, a really cool kind of thing for your cult to maybe consider, right? I think Phoenix Mars, I'm expecting Battle Fury to be a decent timing. Shadow Demon Mars, like you mentioned, there's a world where it could get delayed by a couple minutes, but I still need other people
It's good.
to fix it.
He'll still have a very solid lane no matter what he does. Especially because I think at this point you probably put the... So the cool thing I would say about this, to go a little more in depth, is if they end up putting the Shadow Demon top, that means that the Phoenix is going to go bot. And then that means that if the Tusk is a 4, you're laning Tusk versus Phoenix. So it's kind of like...
And it's Slaughter. So it's like double.
So it's like you don't really want to double up the Phoenix counter. So it's like this Phoenix pick looks really nice to me. I think just because of the Tusk and the Sarter, it just like opens up their draft to have stable lanes. Like we asked for a stable draft, stable lanes. That's kind of what they're picking. They're picking pretty normal heroes, a pretty normal draft, and
so his last pick for your cult looking towards like an Ursa then, like a hero that can buy Nullifier to deal with a Pugna, that can always itemize to kill an Anti-Mage through Basher,
I would say
Nullifier.
Ursa's pretty solid. maybe a Sven, depending on what happens. I know Sardar can be good versus it, but it's also just a bunch of damage burst versus the anti-mage. There's also Abba. Oh no, Abba's banned actually.
The thing with your cult is there is still a fear, I feel like, in the mid game that outside of Mars Arena, if Storm doesn't have any items, or he's still chasing his item, he can never truly commit to a fight.
Because of the anti-mage, yeah.
Exactly. So you're kind of in this like limbo of, if your carry can't be explosive, so Sven, like we're mentioning, it could just get a little bit awkward where you're always chasing an item, and now anti-mage has no pressure on him because everyone's waiting for that next one to come through. And they do ban out the Ursa, yeah.
And then they also banned the troll, which I think kind of also somewhat fits that bill. It's like anti-mage can never man fight a troll mid-late game. And it's a good lane versus Sardar. So they're kind of banning these high physical damage carries, I would say.
And based on the draft from Spirit right now, I'm leaning towards another offlane picked up. I just want to see the slide on mid. I feel it's like it's the most comfortable role.
I think it's a slightly better mid than offlane. Just because you have like the river to run around, you get the runes, it's a lot of just control.
Every time we say that, every time we said that, it's Queen of Pain. Yep.
Yeah.
Game 1 and game 3. Oh.
How do we feel about Queen of Pain versus Storm doing also well, I would imagine?
Good lane matchup. It's a better Queen of Pain game than game number 1. I like it more this game, but...
When there's no real control for your cult, it's going to always look fine, right?
Interesting.
You'll blink in, she'll be able to like throw some spells down. You might die inside of a spear combo, but if you're tanking the spear combo,
hopefully
Tusk is free, Anti-Mage is free, Sardar's free, right?
And you have the Pugna to save you. So you have a lot of... They have like utility for the Queen of Pain. Like both supports kind of have save, they kind of have damage. So there's not a lot on the Queen of Pain shoulder, which I feel like there's some games that you feel like, oh, I have to do so much damage, I have to survive everything. It just feels like a nice, solid draft. And then the Luna gets picked up, which I think it's good and bad. It's not amazing versus Anti-Mage in a 1-to-1, but it's very good versus Pugna. You burst through the decrep. So it's a pretty interesting pick. And I think it depends on how kind of they transition to this mid-game team fight.
Yeah, the lane will be so important, right? Luna needs to farm well in lane and make sure that she creates like the Manta timing, the BKB timing, like whatever build she goes for, like Manta Butterfly, that has to be a statement. Like she can't just casually enter the game. Then you'll have problems.
No, she has to join those arenas, especially when the Storm is not yet up to par to face the anti-mage, as you guys were saying during the draft.
Yeah, also, so the recent build, at least in pubs, has been pretty much like Ag's second item on Luna, like second or third. It's kind of Manta into Ag's. And I think that's probably the build, but always the concern is when you go like this slightly magic build, you're versus an anti-mage.
Yeah. Like as much as I again, the pre-Manta was also like the Dom, Manta, Ags. I'm scared that if you go slightly off build, like magic, you got problems. I hope for physical, but it's not the pub style, so we'll see.
We will see, but first we will see some commentators on our screen. Hello guys, how are you doing?
Hello Shiva, we're doing pretty well. We saw this AM pick, we're a little bit concerned about Team Spirit, but apart from that, we're pretty well.
Yeah, I mean, you guys are very well rested, I would imagine. I mean, the previous game was maybe a little bit shorter than what you're used to.
Yeah, it was a quick one, a little bit of a blitz. This one, I think it's actually a little bit more back and forth. I actually think the AM pick works wonders here.
Oh, you don't.
So, I mean, it's against Storm, right? Like, that's the one time it's acceptable for me, so it should be fine.
You guys don't like anti-mage. What's wrong with anti-mage, guys? It's not that bad of a hero.
Right, yes,
it's okay.
It's trash. It's trash.
Okay.
Okay, well, we're going to see
if
it is or isn't in our game number 3. Let's take a look.
Thank you so much, Shiva. We do get into it. Game number 3 here between these two sides. Jonathan, there'll never come a day where I like this hero. There'll never be a day.
Hey, wait. There was a time when there was a certain player on a certain team called Motivate Trust.
Yes.
That used to pick anti-mage.
Yes.
You liked it then.
Have you noticed that team's no longer around, Jonathan?
Yes. But there was a day. I have proven you wrong.
That same player.
There was a day.
He also played Arc Warden, Jonathan, and I hated that hero too.
And he won with it.
Yeah.
If not win, he'd lose in 120 minutes.
That's right.
So you have to respect that, Mike. Still, it's not this game, and I feel like, again, for Team Spirit, this AM game is not bad. Like, you have a lot of things to jump into. The control is somewhat there as...
Yan Ming. Quick egress dive away, forced to level up level 1, but won't matter. He does happily get the hell out of there. Yakult, they'll go for a bit of a chase, but nothing really to hope for. In fact, Team Spirit now, maybe looking for another first blood attempt, waiting for the creep wave. But Boker and Fly are ready to try and block, but it's not going to really work out in their favor as Rue That closed the gap, and now the body blocks out from Collapse to try and set the creep equilibrium. But Boca now being chased down. Stun is going to land into the tag team, but Boca being slid up quite a lot, and First Blood will indeed be drawn by Collapse, who probably will die on his way out, but not before they find Tianming, surely, and that they will. A 2-for-1 trade already in the favor of Team Spirit. You're probably going to be pretty upset about that as Yakult Brothers.
Yeah, it's not the ideal. I think it's a little bit of a consolation prize that Fly does soak that EXP solo on the counter kill, you know, with his support dying first. So at the very least, you're happy enough to have some compensation here on the side of Yakult Brothers.
Toro.
Okay.
Yeah. Nothing to say there, Jonathan. It's not his fault.
No.
It's not his fault. He didn't draft this hero. It's all right.
No. I mean, there's not much you can really expect to get in terms of help from Panto as well. He is a tiny little pugna. There's not much you can do to stop that aggression. On the mid lane, though, Laurel, he had a great time on the monkey. Emo did not have a great time on his puck. This matchup is a little bit more even. There's some good poke. The Quap should still feel good. You always have the static slide to stand back. Emo's not going to be able to leverage Overload as much, so it's not a completely aggressive lane with the threat of Shadow Strike, and that's going to be key here. But early lane management is working out well. And if you can land the static slide Remnant onto the Quap with an Overload, it is a ton of damage that Larla will have to respect as his laning phase goes on.
You've also got to consider the fact that Emo, this is one of his signatures.
Oh, yeah.
One of the heroes that you and we used to love watching Emo play. That and I want to say is Invoker, but his Storm certainly something to behold, and already trying to really give it to Lal here in this mid lane. Lal, of course, returning the favor now with the Shadow Strike spam. Emo, don't make me look stupid, Emo. Emo, he's all right. He's all right.
Yeah, but you know, now you're going to be missing a wave, maybe 2 waves now, walking back to the lane. A huge advantage for Laurel. He's going to have Water Rune control as well at 2 minutes. Double top up here for the Quap. No denying from the Storm. So it's a massive win for Team Spirit. And again, that feels like what you'd expect from all of these lanes outside of the anti-mage lane here for Yotor, which again, hasn't been the comfiest. You're dealing with physical damage coming in. You're dealing with easy setup, just like that. And there's not much you can really hope to do for Yotor in the lane, right? Like, again, you've got a Pugna support. It's not really going to stop the spell spam, and there's only so much you can do here as AM.
There's something about AM getting mana drained by his illusions that just makes me so happy. It really does. Panto, a trade here with Boca. Yotoro trying to get a little bit more aggressive onto Zeal, but certainly has to be a little bit cautious. You saw that disruption to spear play. As the levels do go up, you start to get a little bit concerned you're just going to have no mana in this lane to blink away as Yotoro, and it could be a pretty big cause of concern for the next few minutes.
That it is. And again, you're going to have to try to juggle around all of these resources quite finely here and show a lot of respect for that easy setup combo coming out from the Yakult Brothers. A slower start for Yatora. He's still finding the CS, though, at the end of the day, right? Like, he's 14-0. He's having a little bit of an easier time than Fly on the Luna. Slightly behind, but more denies at least to speak of here to slow down Collapse just a tad more. That is, I guess, one advantage for that bot lane in comparison to top. You've got that ranged advantage for Fly, you've got the early magical poke, you've got this Phoenix to cover you with Fire Spirits, so there's no direct threat onto the Luna. Right? The 2 melee heroes up against a Phoenix doesn't feel great, up against a Luna really doesn't feel good. The Fly should have himself that good ramp up. I am curious, just like what the panel was saying, what Gunnar and T-Gov were saying, whether or not this is going to be the Manta Ags Rush kind of game, which is what Luna goes for nowadays. But Boca?
Very nice salve, just out of range of the Nether Blast. We'll make it out. Well, Yotora ends up losing his courier with the Gloves of Haste on it. A little bit annoying for him. Mid lane, still things going pretty well for Emo, especially considering he had to make the walk of shame back to the laning stage, but still ahead in terms of CS. Lal is applying a lot of pressure here with this harassment, but it seems like Emo not suffering as much as you would have first anticipated. It does seem like he might be forced to go for that Banner and bottle refill, and that he will. Props to Lal, at least making life a little bit challenging for Emo, but ultimately, Emo still finding plenty of CS here.
That he is. I think the one thing to take away for Team Spirit is that, again, mid lane matchup is ending up a little bit more even, so for Yakult, that feels great. For Spirit, you're not too upset, because again, you're going to hit level 6 in Laurel. There's going to be kill threat that lines up. The key thing, really, for Team Spirit is just how much can you get out from Yotora in the laning phase. He is bottom in terms of CS for the cores, but not by a massive amount. And this will kind of grow wider as the game goes on, of course.
Set up very nicely here with the disruption onto Panto. They've got help incoming though, but Panto has already been killed off as Baboka will be traded off. They'll take the trade. You do have to force Ruda to make the rotation over to find that trade, but nevertheless, I think Yakult Brothers more than happy with that. Zil can just stick around, continue his laning stage on the MOUZ, and there's really just no pressure being applied for him.
No. Again, that's a big thing for the side of Yakult Brothers. You're keeping Yatoro down. This Battle Fury timing could end up being awkward. Again, it's a farm fight between AM and Luna, and Luna's going to win out for the first 10, maybe even 15 minutes, depending on that Battle Fury timing. It's just not going to feel great trying to build up server. You're going to be basically playing 4v5 unless you catch the Storm. Baboka. Yeah.
Danger by the looks of it, and
ugly spot.
Is going to go down. Panto able to secure that one. We'll spot out the stacks being made in the triangle as well. I do like to see Team Spirit making these rotations with these supports now as Fly. Bottom lane being chased down, but Collapse also dropping relatively low to Tianming. Tianming, though, the one in actual danger is Lal, able to secure the life of the Phoenix on his own. It's a nice little rotation here from Lal, even forcing Luna away. Though you don't really find the kill, and in fairness, Fly, he's having a great old time in the CS battle as well. 37-9 on his part. No real pressure apart from that one engagement we just saw.
Yeah, and I like seeing this. Again, Mask of Madness coming out as well. It's going to be big.
He's dropped low, John, but without any mana pool, with no mana left, there's just no damage.
No. I mean, it's a nuisance, but he does have a Soul Ring up. He's got double Bracer, a lot of HP to trade away for that as well. And he had Lotus. So, again, still feeling pretty darn good. And you are slowing down Yatoro to an extent, but it doesn't feel like he's been slowing down fully enough. I think the sacrifices you're having elsewhere are just massive.
Nice counterspell usage here from Yatoro, ensuring the disruption cannot land. Yatoro still not feeling very comfy in this top lane, and I suppose nor should he. AM pretty susceptible early on. Ruin Collapse, looking to perhaps set up onto Fly now with the Corrosive Haze up. TP is ready from Baboka though. More than ready to help Fly disengage if he needs it. Now Fly again, going to be kind of uncontested down at this bottom lane. They do even scan out Baboka, so they know that there's support nearby. Meanwhile, mid lane, looks like Tianming's just hanging around for the 8-minute power rune timing here between himself and Emo. Lal's going to try and fight with this one. Rue's already down at the bottom rune spot, and they do find an illusion. Emo not jumping in will allow Lal to take it. It's just an illusion rune anyway, but they'll try to force Lal to go down for this, and Lal, he's dropping pretty low, but the snowball is going to be there to buy a bit of time as Emo. He's in the middle of nowhere now, and he's the first one to fall. They'll get the trade onto Lal eventually, but certainly a favorable trade the way of Team Spirit as Tianming barely able to avoid the shards that was incoming. And I think you'll be pretty happy with that trade-off here for Spirit.
That you would be. You deny off the early free Galvanize you're getting here on the Storm.
Zil.
A bit more manageable.
With the tag team, this time around they'll have plenty of damage available and they will take him down. Zil to go, Rue to pick up the kill.
Yeah, it's just shaping up nicely for the aggression here on the side of Team Spirit. And again, the key things you have to take away from Yakult is you have to slow down Yatoro as much as possible. The moment you leave that Mars alone with the levels up now for Yatoro, it's harder down bot.
Emo will try for Collapse. Collapse going for a run towards the west, but has no chance of survival as Baboka does secure his life now. They'll look for a pretty early tier 1 tower down at the bottom lane, but with no contest, it's going to be absolutely zero problem here for Yakult Brothers. And it doesn't really seem like there's a trade-off really happening. I mean, you've got a few Nether Blasts being spammed in the mid-tier 1 tower of the Radiant, but they won't quite have the time to try and finish off that mid-tier 1.
No, they are getting a lot of good chip damage off, though. This is a level 3 Nether Blast at this point coming in from Panto. And you still have a lot of free room coming around here for the side of Team Spirit. I think Yatoro, the pressure up top is really alleviated with Rue just camping around with him. He's got the threat of Mana Void now, so it could be a little bit awkward if you will look for a gank attempt, say, from Emo up top. There is potential to turn that around very quickly on Yatoro if you're not too careful. The one big thing you are getting on Yakult is, again, just this free space for Fly. He has that Mask of Madness up. He's going to the Yasha, likely just into the Manta. Whether or not he goes into the Ags, we'll have to wait and see. And that's really what's going to kind of dictate it. And going Magic into the AM is just rough, but it's also the quickest way to play on Luna, getting that Ags, especially with its synergy on Moonstorm with that facet. Like, it does feel necessary to maximize just the free damage you get from her facet. But again, this is an AM. It will deal with everyone else except for Yatoro once he has levels up with all of that magic res coming in from Counterspell. There's also a little bit of a risk, I want to say. Playing Luna up against a Pugna once the ward is leveled up.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, Eclipse is not a cheap spell in terms of mana. It can be quite devastating against you, especially with even just a Lucent Beam spam. If you position your ward just nicely here on Panto, it's not going to feel all too great to play this Luna into this kind of pseudo-area control from Team Spirit.
We're more of a quiet period now. We do have a two-man smoke committed by Team Spirit. They are hunting around the top lane. Zeal is around the area, taking the stacks away, but he's not fast enough. He'll see the smoke break, but we'll need to retreat and let the big creeps be taken here by Lal. Doesn't really have the help necessary to try and force a fight here, Zeal. So they will just let it go. But Boca has made his way over, but he's just trying to set up to protect the triangle as Lal. Invis moving in, will find Zeal now. Walrus punch out from Ruin. The Sonic Wave also committed as Zeal just cannot survive the onslaught. He will go down. Team Spirit looking for a little bit more, but Fly is in with the Eclipse taking down Rune. Meanwhile, Emo, he does find Lal with Boca. So a nice trade-off for the side of Yakult Brothers. A 2-for-1 in fact. Not too bad at all, Jonathan.
No, shaping up nicely. And again, Yakult Brothers split that fight up really nicely. They have to commit so much on the tankiest hero on the map just to kill off Zeal. So you buy yourself a lot of space to run around in here.
Linked in. It's scary on his part, but looks like he'll be just fine. Poison's just keeping the vision up. Is now Fly will be jumped by Rue with the Walrus Punch, but there's no follow-up to it. Collapse trying to make his way over to Fly for a quick slithering crush. Does find it, but ultimately will not be able to find the kill. They'll continue to try. Fly is going to be perfectly fine to escape. Meanwhile, Baboka, though, not so lucky as Yatoro is able to pick him off in the north. They do at least get something for their trouble.
Yeah, they find a little bit of something. That is sapping quite a fair bit of space down to Zeal. He's getting free room to clear out bot, at the very least, trying to get that build up into the Yules. And you are just slightly slowing down Yatoro's timing into the Battle Fury. Flying out now, so the timing is starting to line up. I do like that he's just going into the Manta and Ags. Like, having this Blink upgrade is going to be massive with that additional burn. And it's just going to be a massive nuisance, of course, when you're just going around all over the place, poking hard. Still, this Team Spirit did not find the objective they'd want. You know, like, say, a winning fight up top, into a siege into the tier 1, into the invasion of the triangle. These stacks now going for free to Fly. Look at his net worth on this Luna. Right, like 7k already at this point, a full 1.3 ahead or so up against what you have here on Yatoro, 1.8k above. Like, it's massive for the Luna. This timing into the Manta is going to be great. Yatoro is going to start to catch up with that Battle Fury now, but there's a lot to play with on the side of Yakult Brothers at this point. And for the side of Team Spirit, you've got that Blink and Collapse at the very least. Maybe they can get something out of this with some initiation on hand here.
So they're going to start to move in with a 3-man smoke. Team Spirit running through the river. Not running into anyone yet. Quick initiation for Collapse going to make this very hard for Emo if he does get caught, and it looks like he just may. They do catch him out, perfectly chaining the stuns. And Lal even rubbing salt in the wound by picking up the amp damage room. Couldn't have asked much more.
Yeah, it's just perfect rotation out from Team Spirit. Again, identifying some weak points. It's been a little bit rougher here for Emo. Just not quite having the best of times. His lane, again, is not the easiest up against that Queen of Pain. Being forced out of lane a couple of times. Fly is still ready to go. I mean, the Manta isn't too far off. He's got Eclipse back off cooldown as well. There are opportunities to play with here. They would look for it. Even Zeal has the option to go to the gate if he wants.
They'll move in. Collapse, not looking too flash hot. Will go down. Quite nice and easy with the Demonic Purge available. No Eclipse necessary to be committed. And Fly, I mean, certainly the biggest threat on the map right now in the Luna, at least in terms of net worth. The thing is, you look at the other two cores of Yakult, like, they're just not keeping up quite as nicely as Team Spirit, who have all 3 cores just behind the Luna. It is kind of the scary thing. Like, do you expect Emo to kind of recover a little bit on the net worth crap, or do you think he's even in a state where it's fine?
I'd say at this point it's actually somewhat fine. I think putting all your eggs in the Luna basket is kind of what this game demands. In fact, Flyfly is going for more right-click. He's going for that full Dragonlance, a little bit more spacing, more stats, so it's not a full-on Ags rush, which I think is the way to go. I think being reliant on Eclipse here makes this game a little bit trickier, considering what you have to deal with later on. So this makes a lot of sense. You have to consider as well just how rough the lanes were for Zeal and for Emo. I think it's not too bad with the trade-off you're getting here.
Jumping on the Flyfly, Baboka has jumped in as well. Baboka dropping pretty low, but they'll drop the egg to try and protect the one. Nice Sonic Wave from the south, ending up taking down Baboka as the TP not going to make it from Flyfly. He'll pop the Eclipse, but it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Tianming probably not looking to make it out either. Will Sunray towards the low ground, but it's no good. Team Spirit wiping the side of Yakult Brothers. 4-for-0 trade. And that is not very good news for the Radiant side.
No, it almost felt like they got baited a little bit by that disruption coming in, by that setup they thought they had on the side of Yakult Brothers, with his early blink being up on Boca. And it's just a massive swing back. They had a little bit of tempo coming in, and then you see that movement onto Flyfly. They look for the counterplay, and instantly it just doesn't connect. The timing on the disruption with the wall, with the Mars Arena coming in, just not quite the lineup you'd want, just a little bit too far out for Zeal without a blink up. And if that connects, maybe it's a different story. You pin the Quap, she doesn't get the Sonic Wave off, you get a little bit more out of the egg, you get that area control going, just off by a few milliseconds, and it costs you a lot here for the side of Yakult.
That it certainly does. And sure, you've got this Luna still at the top, but Yatoro now just behind him on that AM, and certainly, again, the other two cores of Yakult just not looking too healthy at the moment in terms of the net worth. The Team Spirit coming back with a vengeance here in this Game 3, looking fantastic thus far. Panto gonna show up on his own here, I do believe. Yatoro is towards the south, and in fact, Yakult, they're not feeling confident enough to try and just chase down the puck. They'll let him walk away. Not quite feeling it. Meanwhile, top lane, I do believe they might be collapsing onto Flyfly. Collapse will jump in, stun is out, Walrus punch into the snowball, and Flyfly, he's dropping low. He'll get the glaives off, and now Emo to rotate over to try and help out, but the Mana Void is going to just do so much damage. Yatoro's there in time. And another team fight looking to be lost here as Tianming will also go down. 3-for-1 trade in the favor of Spirit once again. They might even have a fourth if they can find Baboka. They will not. Not yet anyway. Lal, he will get the vision, but it's too late. But still, I mean, all these fights working perfectly here for Team Spirit. And Yakult, they just don't seem to have an answer.
No. I mean, you need so much more in this Luna to actually frontline against all of this damage coming in from Team Spirit. It is going to be a little bit of a move into the Butterfly. If you find a space for it on Flyfly, that can be massively impactful. It's considering that an MKB coming out here from Yatoro is going to take a long time. Of course, it's going to block off some of Collapse's follow-up control as well with bashes. So you kind of need to play the turtle game just a tad bit here on the side of Yakult. At the same time, a turtle game up against what you have on Team Spirit is just, you're going to be ceding a lot of ground. There's free push with a Pugna. There's this AM that's going to be jumping all across the map along with a Quap. Your hard control. You can only really pin one down, which is also a big shortcoming for Yakult. Having to play into AM plus Quap with only Disruption Spear being your reliable stuns, it's a challenging game. Like, expecting Emo to jump in and get a Vortex is a death sentence almost for the Storm if you're not too careful. So they have to pick and choose carefully here in Yakult.
Yatoro has not spotted them yet, but Counterspell will allow him to walk away into the Manta. Now the Walrus punch in from Ruin. A big Sonic Wave! Lulled in there in time. They're not all dead yet though, but here comes Collapse with the two-man stun. Flyfly in big danger. He'll drop the Eclipse, but can he survive long enough? I think he might. He just might. Collapse will drop. Flyfly still surviving. Gets a double kill. Yatoro's in the chase though. Panto is as well. Flyfly is all by himself, and the Walrus punch out from Rue will hold him down long enough. Double kill for Yatoro. Make it a triple, but Boca also caught out as Emo now, trying to clean up. Will jump in on Rue, but is completely out of mana. And that's not good news for Emo, Jonathan. That is not very good news.
Oh, Emo.
Yeah. Oh, they're taunting him. That's not nice, Jonathan. You see why I don't like these AM players, John? You see, look what they do. They could have just found the kill.
Yeah, nah.
He wants the illusion.
Gotta dance.
He's got to flex.
Yeah, and you know, Panto's just dancing there with that nice little jig and then nice little taunt.
Incredibly rude, Jonathan.
You know what it
Incredibly
is? It's not rude. It's a Team Fortress 2 taunt. Right? That's what you do when you... I don't know if you've ever played that great game.
How dare you?
But that's what you do.
How dare you imply I haven't played Team Fortress?
It's a great game.
It is a great
But that's how you do it. You know, you have to kill and you'd have to taunt a little bit. And, well... I mean, we were talking, you know... You have to admit, the AM is starting to pay off here for you.
John,
I don't know what else to tell you.
John, don't do that to me, John.
It's against the storm.
We've worked with each other for a long time, John. I'd hate for it to stop now. It's like there was an insane team fight. It certainly was. It's the thing as well. Every attempt that you're seeing from your Yakult Brothers just hasn't been working out. No attempts. The rotation's just too quick. Beautiful Sonic wave out from Lyle as well. That team fighting.
Yeah, it felt like Emo was just a little bit too late to the party, right? Like if he was there to get a Vortex off to stall out that one last hit on the egg, perhaps. Again, the game kind of changes. The egg pops, you have the counter control, you have this right-click damage that can come out from Fly, but again, nothing. And then that moment, the taunt dance around.
It makes me sick.
Oh.
It makes me sick. Oh, and Emo, not again.
Oh,
Emo. Just keep going, sir. He's all right. He'll make it out.
Oh.
I mean, he's still got the possibility of dying in the Shadow Strike, but no, he's fine. He's all right.
Yeah, he's all good. He should give his Poogie a high five. I think people have to be aware. You got to give that little thing a high five, Mikey.
You do, John. You do.
Eventually.
So now you've got the Ags up from your Toro, which is fun.
Yeah, it's going to be painful. Of course, the lower blink cooldown's massive, but even just the additional burn to something like a Storm, not going to feel great. Nice quick Roche happening as well for Team Spirit. Yakult Brothers are aware. They are smoked up. They have Arena. They have Egg again. But they have to land these spells properly.
Roshan, it's gone. No chance of having that, but they could still try to force the fight, though. Emo's already spotted. Meanwhile, though, Lyle will get caught with his pants down the mid lane. Meanwhile, though, Emo also being caught. It's a direct trade. A direct trade, and Yatoro's now godlike. Oh, boy. It always happens to me, Jonathan.
What always happens to you? Like AM wins? That always happens to you? How does AM win so much against you?
It's personal for me, John. Bottom lane, Yatoro. He's having a fantastic game, I must say.
Yes.
He's having a fantastic game.
I don't know how you're supposed to deal with him on the side of Yakult Brothers. Again, it's a matter of how do you control him. If you control him, you're allowing Laurel to jump in and out, to do what he wants. If you control Laurel, then this AM is just going to ruin everyone else. You know, it's like there is no easy control. There's no easy way of stopping Yatoro now from playing his game. It had to come from the laning phase. And we saw that a little bit for Zeal earlier on, right? In the early parts of the game, yes, it was kind of hellish for Yatoro to just play farm. There's a lot of physical output. It doesn't maintain. You can't maintain all that spell spam enough to drive Yatoro away. The rotation's also maybe not the strongest coming out there from the side of Yakult. And now you're dealing with a hero that's a ticking time bomb against the anti-mage for Emo. He is going to the BKB to try to mitigate that a tad bit. A little bit of a smoke and smoke. See if they find the angle in this time around.
Oh, they're trying. Jian Ming already spotted out. Nice spear though from Zil, finding the big target, but they just don't have enough. Nowhere near enough, in fact. Emo, he'll zip in, trying to at least pick off Panto, and does catch him with the Vortex. In fact, a disruption. Also catching out Yatoro, but he's perfectly fine as now the cavalry does move in. But Boka's down. Marina is also down, but a big Sonic Wave and the Snowball being committed, just avoiding the whole Eclipse. Now it comes in Rue. He will finally die, but so does Jian Ming. And the jump is Yatoro. Three-man Mana Void, but it's not enough. Yatoro trying to man fight through it. Does he make it out? He does! He does! Yatoro! Disgusting behavior, Jonathan.
Absolutely disgusting. Amp damage lying around for the re-engage in that fight. Doesn't even get a massive Mana Void off. Doesn't even matter. This AM is just cleaning house. Mikey, I don't know how much pain and suffering you're experiencing right now watching an anti-mage win out. But again, if there's any game for an AM, it's Storm tends to be a good one. A lack of hard control tends to be another one. And that's exactly what lined up here for Yatoro. Still has that Aegis for 2 minutes. So much time. They've already taken They're pretty much taking mid-tier 2, just a little bit of HP left. Not going to fully commit just yet. Or they will, or will just do it himself. And the question now for Yakult Brothers is the same question I've had all game. How do you control both the Quap and the anti-mage? How do you enable yourself to play with this Arena Egg combination? I think the only answer I can think of is down the line, Emo with Ags. Right? It has to be this AoE Vortex coming in. It's just, will the game even last long enough for Emo to find an Ags post-BKB? I'm not sure. I don't know. That's a lot of gold he has to wait out to farm for. And even then, it's not a guarantee he's going to land a multi-person Vortex to set up for that Arena Egg to really have some impact here.
Dire are scanning.
Flyfly could get caught again. Radiant Triangle is where he will be, but Team Spirit, they're just unrelenting at the moment. Yatoro blinked in a little bit too early. Disruption is going to be there. The spear will not land onto a tree, though. Yatoro, he's perfectly fine. They'll continue the fight anyway. Emo trying to jump in, but Collapse could not give a crap. Although maybe he might need to against Flyfly. But Yatoro, in the meantime, just taking down Zeal. Has the full butterfly up now on the AM. Things are looking rather intimidating now for Yakult. They'll continue the chase. Yatoro finding a double. He might just be able to 1v5 at this point, Jonathan. Jumping in for the Luna now. Flyfly run. Get out of there, it's not safe. Oh, he's gone, John. He tried.
You see, this is the AM that your AM and Pups thinks he is.
Yeah.
He's not.
You could tell
Yatora
me that
is
again,
him.
John.
You know,
Tell me
Yatora is
that
him.
again. Yeah.
That's him. Not your pub AMs. Don't try this at home for the safety of your behavior score. Wait, especially if Michael Phoenix is queuing at that time, as that's an instant report, an instant avoid.
Instant email to Gaben.
Instant email to Gaben as well.
I send everything, trust me.
I mean, Yatora makes it look good, you know? But get ready to see some AM again, Mikey.
Don't say that, John. Yatoro, mid racks being taken. Team Spirit, they've just had such a brilliant game number 3. Really no contest here for their side. Jump in again, Rue. He's just been fantastic on this task, just constant setups, but we'll have to back off for now as they do secure the mid racks. No contest here for Team Spirit. Yakult Brothers trying to defend without their Luna. Won't really have a chance in hell. And now Team Spirit, I mean, they could just go after this top tier 2 tower and maybe go for a second lane of barracks. I don't really see how you stop them anymore. Flyfly. This could be scary. They'll try. Baboka in with the disruption. They're going to find a stun out onto the AM, but can they burst Yatoro down in time? The Sonic Wave, the snowball! He's bought time. Yatoro's fine. Rue saves the day again. Flyfly's the one to go down. Tianming is gone. It might be time to call it. There it is. GG.
Oh, man.
Team Spirit. Well, my goodness. I mean, I don't know what happened to them in Game 1, Jonathan, but Game 2 and 3, they came back with a vengeance.
Yeah, they made it real quick here in this best of 3 overall. Team Spirit, again, look, you give them a draft where you can kind of go with these left-wing ideas. Right? AM to counteract the Storm. You get some winning lanes as well in the end. The Quap was still left in the pool. You had to take care of so many things here in the draft. And they did manage to take care of all the major ones, right? Taking care of that Ursa threat, taking care of the Troll threat. Made the game a lot harder for the side of Yakult Brothers to clean up. And I think it's almost like a spillover consequence of that game too, where Yakult Brothers was trying stuff left field. Maybe it throws them off guard when they have to play a more standard game, but you know, the side of Team Spirit, they capitalize.
They certainly do, Jonathan. Let me capitalize by throwing it right back to our panel.
A 12-1-11 anti-mage. Core Yatoro coming in, Gunner. Great showing.
Yeah, I feel like he showed the Yatoro we were hoping for. And anti-mage, the casters were not happy with it. I thought it was good going into the game.
So they just trying to hit the casters and
the anti-mage hate.
Yeah, the anti-mage hate. Yeah.
It was one-sided. I think it was some personal experiences that made
some
him.
Pubs, some anti-mages farming 0-0-0. Your throne explodes. But he looked good. He showed up to the fights. And I think kind of Team Spirit turned it around. The second game, I don't want to say like it was a Team Spirit, like, oh, they're Team Spirit. That was more a draft issue on Yakult side. But this game I definitely felt was Team Spirit playing their Dota. Like, they did what they wanted to do. They had decent lanes. They had a decent early game. They took the fights they wanted. And I think, honestly, for me, a big highlight was the support duo.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of the fights, the Tusk had very good saves. The Pugna the ward is constantly just like doing damage, hitting the Pugna. It just felt like no matter what Yakult did, someone would get saved, and you wouldn't kill anyone, and then Yatoro always comes out on top in these fights.
It also helps with Spirit, the fact that they don't need the anti-mage to be in the fight, even though he can join the fight, because you have a Tusk, one of the best supports in the game at amplifying other people's damage, the Slaughter amplifying other people's damage, Queen of Pain, plenty of damage. Like, it all naturally combos well that you can poke, and it means a lot of these clips will be Yakult trying to start a fight and then just getting counterplayed, right? Unfortunately for them, like when you look at their lineup, they need to move to an objective because their pickoff play is quite weak, right? You need your MOUZ or your Storm to go for a pickoff, and the damage is not always there. The support duo, SD Phoenix, they play for the team fight, they don't play for the pick.
No, and then we also saw, I mean, especially in this fight here, the arena was more used defensively rather than aggressively, and then you kind of lose a big part of that team fight that you're trying to do well in. And if you can't kill the anti-mage will eventually kill you, as we see here too.
Of course, it's a difficult position for Yakult. You're kind of laughing because you just see the matchups that they have, right?
Yeah.
And you pick Storm, they ban Puck. Again, Puck's very good against Storm Spirit, just for the coil. Maybe in hindsight, because you're playing against Yatoro, one of the best anti-mages players in the world, maybe in the future they might consider that as a different ban, giving away the Puck instead. But yeah, unfortunately for Yakult, things didn't really go their way, and drafting Game 2, Game 3 just wasn't to the caliber that I expect from a team who's looking to make the big waves in a LAN.
I still think Game 2 was more of a, hey guys, we're one game up, we can try something
So
silly.
this is a 1-to-1 series, we were saying.
I'm saying that
both teams won one game.
in Yakult's book, it should be.
Okay.
Sure.
They should have learned, like, okay guys, now when we are one game up, we're not gonna try things.
But yes.
Not like that.
No, I fully agree. Yeah, in that regard. Game 1 was really beautiful from Yakult. Like the combinations they had, everything they had. Maybe they could put more priority in Slaughter themselves. Maybe, I don't know the pick order and if they had choice, but maybe if they have first pick in Game 3, they can take the Slaughter themselves, right? I don't know if they conceded that or if Spirit had priority. But, again, Tusk, really, really strong hero.
Yeah.
I think TI, we saw quite middling to low pick rate on Tusk, like in regards to all the heroes. And then post TI, he's just shot up. Very, very popular.
I know Fogg was complaining that there wasn't enough Tusk at TI.
There needed
I
to
think
be
the
more,
hero's really good. I think the cool thing is people are starting to do a bit more of the combinations with drinking buddies too.
Sure.
It's not always this tag team. The ones that come to mind for me are Primal Beast lanes and Gyrocopter lanes.
Yeah, so that's a gyro, yeah.
You buff up the flat cannon or you buff up the trample. And I think it's cool that you kind of actually have this like separate playstyles between the two. You kind of have a slightly more save or the slightly more aggressive. And it just does so much with the punch. You have a BKB piercing stun and you have a save. So you kind of have like two.
I was waiting for a really big list, but they're very big things on the list.
Those are like two major things.
They are major, yeah.
If you compare another hero in that category, would be Bane. You like kind of have your soft save with Nightmare, and then you have the BKB piercing, but you don't have the damage.
No.
So it's like in some ways it's a better Bane.
It also does what you meant with Slaughter, right? Tormentor, Roshan.
Yep, gives you more damage with your standard tag team. Yeah.
Yep.
Well, yeah, Rue made Tusk look like a fantastic hero, and we've seen other players do the same. And maybe one of the players in our upcoming series will also do just that and get their hands on the Tusk. Let's find out after a break.
The new breakthrough and innovative phone with 1xBet app. With 1xBet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
for our final series of the day. And we got starring Tundra and Nigma Galaxy. They'll play in a best of 3 to find out which one of these two teams will go to the winning side and the losing side of the Swiss bracket that we're playing out with day 1 right here. And there's a little bit of a difference between the two teams. Obviously, Tundra coming off hot of a LAN win just last week. But I want to focus on the underdog in this series first. Here with Tigov and Gunnar, we are going to dive into Nigma Galaxy, or in particular, into one of the newer editions of Nigma Galaxy here. Tigov, there's been a change.
Yeah, there has been a change.
Yes.
And it's quite a surprising change, right? When you think about the recent success of Nigma Galaxy, I think it's the kind of the glow up of Ghost, being able to find some form, having that pop-off potential, and out of nowhere, he's just been kicked. He's left the roster. And now he's also playing on MOUZ temporarily, right, as a stand-in. But still, I'm very shocked by that.
Ooh,
I
that
don't know.
means because that means they're both on LAN, and they're both here. So that means that at some point they might go up against each other.
They could play against each other.
But on a team level,
yes,
it's quite a shocking change. And also, like for Tier 2000, the guy that they've replaced him with, we have some stats on him. It's quite a weird one because like, statistically, it isn't like the best carry player around, right? Like he hasn't played for like 3 or so months. The games that he has played, he played a Tier 3 tournament, came 9th, 10th in it. 9th, 10th again when he played on Yandex in a different LAN. Also qualified to EWC, didn't do well there. So it's like his previous history, hasn't really played much, hasn't really done very well as a carry on the team he was on. But he does have history playing with both Noob and Omar in
they're slowly,
the Urdu fund.
They're slowly turning into Quest.
Yeah, it's Quest and also Urdu, right?
Yes, but they are slowly turning into Quest at the moment.
Very much.
Yes.
But on paper, Ghost compared to him, it is quite a shocking change. If you, I don't know, again, agree, disagree?
I agree, but I also feel like because we haven't seen TA2000 in a uncompetitive setting, I feel like, he could be having his big anime arc, he could be grinding, and he could be showing up big time.
Yeah, he's kind of the type of player that has been bouncing around these random like Tier 2 teams, I think. That they'll qualify to lands, but then they'll kind of disband, or they'll just like keep, like slowly go below. And I think you were saying he's back with old teammates, and I think so oftentimes when people kind of go back with old teammates, it's like a resurgence. Like they get back energy, they do good. Because I think there was definitely times where Quest was on the up.
Yep. And one thing I haven't factored in is, of course, GH post TI is on his like break, or again, I don't know exactly what's happening there. And now Toby's playing, so maybe the loss of GH and a more of a structured player in the roster, having Ghost that makes sense, right? GH, Ghost. But then when GH disappears and you have Toby, Ghost and Toby might be the same type of player in regards to communication, and then they need to change a shift, right? They can't get a new 5. Okay, what do we do? All right, let's get a more vocal carry. Tier 2000 might be more vocal.
Yeah.
So because of GH leaving, that might also put some other shifts in the dynamics.
In any of the teams that Tier 2000 was with Noob and Obar, has he laned together with Toby in the past?
No.
I don't think
Because
so.
I think Toby was always their offlaner.
Yeah.
I believe. I think his pause 5 is only
the last like year and a half or so.
Yeah, it was like mostly Team Liquid stand-in, and
yeah,
he's been pubbing it for a year, never found a team, and then like you mentioned, he stood
like
in
stand-ins mostly.
Exactly. Yeah.
Yeah. So that will also be a new dynamic. Will be, to be honest, I mean,
it's always funny.
It, right?
It is funny when you end up laning with like a teammate that you just didn't lane with in the past.
Yeah.
Like I had that experience with Wallace. I played with him as a mid, and he was my 4, and then
Yeah.
next year I was like, oh, hey, we're in the same lane together. How's it going?
Yeah.
So it's a fun thing. Like,
it is a fun thing.
Swapping up players that you've played with kind of on the same team, but you haven't done the laning stage with, it's always fun.
Yeah.
Well, speaking of fun, I think Tundra had a lot of fun just about a week ago when they took a championship in one of the closest grand finals I think we've had in a little while, and they are probably still filled up with that adrenaline because that was quite the high, Tigov.
No, yeah, it was, again, a very, very good grand finals. Tundra played very well, Falcons played very well. It was very back and forth. Not to add a negative to it, but my only critical asterisk was Falcons gave Tundra Timbersaw 3 times in a row.
Yeah.
And I feel like 33 across the playoffs was somewhat exposed in the fact that when Axe was banned, and if he didn't have Timber, he felt a little bit more human of a player. But when he has Axe and Timber, of course, it's, he can just take over anything, right? It is 33. So I'm interested to know if other teams coming into Wallachia is going to look at that and go, why not just ban
I would just ban the Timber.
Just ban the Timber, right?
I mean, everybody has been banning Timber anyway, right?
I think Axe is acceptable. Like, sure, he's good at the Axe. He's the guy. Okay, when I see Axe Dom and it's not 33, it looks really bad for on average. When it's him playing Axe, I'm like, it's really good.
Of course.
I still think it's a hero that's fine. Like, you can play Versa. Like, sure, he's good at it, but Timber, I don't think you should give this team Timber.
No, I fully agree. Like, the way that they approach fights, it's always that beautiful layering of when 33 gets to his items, he's always going to be up front. There's not going to be a moment where, oh wow, the supports have caught first. It's always 33 information. The supports play behind that, using the fog, using their high ground, low ground advantage. So yeah, I feel like Timber's got to go. Don't make the mistake of giving it to them 3 times in a row in a grand finals. But
thankfully, it does get banned pretty much every single game.
Yeah.
So that's a good thing.
So in addition to the Timber Saw ban, we want to see an Axe ban, or no? Not definitely, maybe not in first phase, but
I think it's okay if it's like one of those like second phase throwaway bans.
Yeah.
That you're like, oh, they didn't pick 33's hero, we could ban the Axe. But even a lot of the current, like, I think Shadow Demon is kind of popular. It's decent versus Axe. I think there's some solutions to it that you can do. And if anything, I would prefer Nigma more does, like, you ban Timber and then you play your own game.
Okay.
Like, you don't worry too much. You just do standard stuff, because when you start worrying too much about what the other team's doing and like, oh, we have to counter everything they're doing, we have to deal with everything, you kind of lose yourself. And especially for this team that's kind of new in a sense, new carry, relatively new 5, it's better that you just do your own thing and be good at your own thing.
Luckily, they do that really well in the fact that, of course, it's 33 hero pool that we're mentioning. You then have Whitemon being able to pick up like consistently, like Bane, Elder Titans, Jakiros. You've got Ari always getting his Hoodwink, or in a rare case, his Master. Like, all like the staples are there. It's just the slight elements of what's Pure going to play. There also, one thing with Pure is he tried a Lone Druid out in the previous tournament, didn't really work out. He's obviously playing some Ursa. He's playing like Lifesteal. Like, he's still playing a lot of different heroes, but then he always seems to like go back to some staples. So I'm liking the fact that Pure is able to have a bit more freedom in skirmishing or scaling. But I think, to summarize that, I like him when he's on a semi-active carry. When he's hard scaling, I'm a little bit scared for Tundra. But when he's on the I can buy one item and just play into the map, he is such a scary player.
Is there a way, because can we summarize Nigma Galaxy in the same way? Obviously, we have so much more information on Tundra and their players just by sheer amount of times we see them in action. Nigma Galaxy a little bit less so. And have they even defined their heroes and playstyle as much?
I would lean toward, yes, in the fact that we know Noob Omar will be double melee off lane probably, and they're going to be aggressive. And you've got the fact that there's a lot of like skirmish in their playstyle naturally. I'm just worried for tier 2000 because he's not, outside of like maybe like a Weaver or something, he likes to play his Medusas, his Gyros, like his big farm heroes. He's a bit more of a scaling type of carry. So I'm intrigued to know if he's going to be able to play into the system that Nigma has, or if they need to kind of craft a slightly different recipe to enable him. But again, he's not played for 3 months. Maybe he's changed his style a little bit in pubs.
I think Nigma, when they had Ghost, was kind of like somewhat of a 4 Protect 1 team, in the sense of like kind of like Team Spirit-esque. Like not like a hard one. Like obviously Sumail's a bit greedier.
They were like,
but
I think they just had like the ability to do that, but also play. They had like options. I think that's what Ghost provided. And
because when I think of them with Ghost, it's like Dragonite, and like he just scales really hard in the game. He wins the game for them. Like he gets some crazy 1v5, like, and so I think the question is if they adapt to TA 2000, which when I think of him, I think of crazy greedy. Like I think is Naga Siren, for example. It's like you play this game where they're going to be up 30k gold and there's just nothing to do. And it's a slightly different playstyle.
Do we then also, because you're also mentioning that Sumail's also known for being a little bit greedy, do we want Sumail to change up his playstyle?
No, I don't think you ask Sumail. I think Sumail, you like want him to do his thing.
Yeah.
You're like, go mid, go win your lane, go be greedy, carry the game. Like, he's not the type of player you tell what to do.
Yeah, there's been multiple times on like iterations of Nigma where Sumail had a good game, and then like as you enter the mid game, he looks over his shoulders, and there's just absolute despair across the map. It's like, all right, whatever. What can you do? It's just one of those games. I think, of course, when GH and Ghost was on the roster, they had their TI run.
Yeah.
It's because you had Sumo breaking some mid lanes, you had the consistency on the side lanes, that kind of layering everything, and they are just now in the rebuild structure because again, replacing GH with Toby, no one can say that's an upgrade, right? That, being honest, it's a player.
Replacing GH period. Like,
Exactly. It's
maybe
impossible.
Maparshka can do it.
Ooh, there we go. But like for Toby, it's really big shoes to fill, and you know from his transition from 3 to 5, what he's been doing in pubs, his standing for Liquid, he has the caliber of being a good 5, but can he be a great 5 like GH, right? So it's going to take time for that. And then also for tier 2000, like we're mentioning, I have no idea what he's going to do. So I have
X Factor.
I really want to see this game because it is the best test for Nigma. You get to play up against a team that literally just won the most recent tournament. You have all this information. So it's like, if Nigma does well, hot damn, you know?
That's good.
It's good, right? Like, it is, yeah, it's going to be a really informative first series if you are a Nigma fan.
And the matchup that we just saw on your screens, and as we are getting into the draft, I do want to talk a little bit about the Sumail versus BZM matchup, because I feel like both of these players are explosive in their own right. Gunnar, how do you view this matchup?
It's kind of, you know, the best Zoomer mid of 2015 versus the best Zoomer mid of 2025.
Yeah, that sounds about right. There's a 10-year difference. You know what's actually, they are only 6 years difference in age.
Yeah.
It's just how early Sumail
was playing when he was like 15 years old.
Yeah.
But I think it's hard to say. I know Sumail's, I feel like Sumail's more known for his laning stage than BZM. I don't think BZM's ever been specifically like a laning stage player,
No,
like when you think about him.
Yeah.
But I feel like these days, it's so much harder to be a lane dominator mid back than in the past. So I feel like Sumail's lost that like spark. Like he still does it compared to the other mids, but I think BZM's just a bit more consistently high impact in the games, which I think is also a team-based thing. Like Tundra enables him very well with their support rotations, and I feel like Nigma doesn't have the ability to enable Sumail as much, which is why Tundra has so much success. Like all of their players enable each other in a way. Like 33 is able to be this like greedy person, but he gets items and he goes and makes space for BZM.
But the way you're describing it is Tundra will play through 33 sometimes, right? If he's on his axe and he has aura, you play through him.
He won't, but continue.
Nah, I mean, oh
Axe
wow,
or Timber.
hey, these are like what we expected in the grand finals. It's crazy. Good bands, Nigma, great research. But like for Tundra, it's once you break from lane, a lot of the time it's like play through 33. He will be your kind of your anchor to the kind of the early to mid game. And then for Nigma, it's if Sumo's playing his Lesh, his Queen of Pain, you know, any of these, even Nature's Prophet, which got banned out, you play through him, right? It's just different cores that you want to play through in the early game. So again, very different styles, of course. We'll see how they want to approach it. Of Nigma, like we just mentioned, did ban out the big two heroes.
Big two.
Lycan's still available, Beast is still available, Doom, like the iconic 33 heroes, but they have been beaten in the last week or two. So maybe there's some information that Nigma can utilize.
There's a Slardar.
Yeah, there's a Slardar, there's a DK.
Yep.
There's a Primal Beast. I don't know if that Primal Beast first phase ban was very typical for the previous series we watched, but
I think that hero's just like solid, but I don't think you need to ban at first phase. The puck ban I think is a bit interesting. I mean, it depends on what they pick.
Okay.
I'm surprised that it's getting banned. I know they're picking Shadow Demon because, as we said earlier, it's decent versus Slardar. Like you have the Purge versus the Sprint. I think it's okay versus Dragon Knight. Like, but it doesn't feel explosive. I feel like the first pick you always want it to be like, okay, they have this hero. Like this is setting up the draft.
Yep.
They're gonna play, you know, like a Slardar draft. But now it just is like it's a hero.
To counter though, sometimes teams overthink that logic and they always try to pick the big hero, and teams prepare for that. Like a Shadow Demon, because it's like a casual Shadow Demon, it's 4 or 5.
Yeah, but now they get Lycaned.
Yeah, there's Gyrocopter still in the pool, but I agree. It's Shadow Demon can often be so generic that as long as your next 4 picks respect what you're going to get countered with instantly, it's also fine. Like it's not like Shadow Demon first phase isn't breaking their own draft. It's not like I'm looking at it going, oh my god, how do they fix this, right?
Sure, I think it's like solid that it's not an issue causing, but I just feel for a pretty long time now in the drafting, it usually ends up with you just pick the strongest cores as fast as possible and let the supports be picked later.
But Lycan, okay, is very good against Shadow Demon because you always find him with the wolves. You chase him down.
He can't survive.
You can't survive, right? So for Nigma, it's pick up an offlaner that can protect the Shadow Demon, right? In some type of positional way.
Tidehunter, something
Exactly,
like
Mars Tidehunter. Maybe even like a Centaur so you can stampede away and just try and find new position. In the carry role, you want to have someone who can defend a tower to keep your map state alive as long as possible. So by the time Lycan wants to try and do something, he's just hitting a brick wall every time. So there are ways to deal with the Lycan. And there's only one ban available for Tundra. As you enter this phase, they only have the the 12th ban, as you see there on the screen. So they've got one ban, and they need to respect, okay, what's the biggest anti-Lycan hero now? Or, yeah.
I think Gyro is the most common one that people would pick. But even sometimes I see that one ends up not that good because if the Lycan's paired, like the Lycan lane goes really well, which if he's versus Shadow Demon, it probably will. You end up not actually having enough damage for the Helm Dom at level 5, level 6 timing.
Sure.
And the Lycan can just kill you too fast.
It's also a thing with Gyro. It's like if you ever leave lane one time for a rotation and you don't defend your tower, you lose it.
You lose so much map.
You lose so much map, right?
Yeah.
So it really just takes one mistake and okay, Nigma Galaxy. Sorry, Tundra are banning out the Troll Warlord. So again, I always love when you see a team pick a core and then it's like the next ban straight away is protecting it, right? Like you see into the minds of the drafters. And here, Tundra has basically told everyone, when we pick Lycan, the carry we're most scared of is Troll. Other teams, take notes.
Take notes.
Take notes. So what do they want to pair up with it? Like what's still in the pool that they want to pick up right now? It's a Bat Rider. How do you feel about that?
Arya likes it a lot for kill threat. I think critically, Arya is a player. He is I enter lane and he is satisfied when he kills. Like he will wave ball when he's told to, but his main gameplay is I want to get 2-3 kills. I want to get early Helm of Dom on my Lycan. I want to feel good.
He wants to win the lane.
He wants to win it, yeah. Like going even is not a win for him. And
it's funny because I feel like in the old Tundra with Soxa, they were win the lane by going 0-0-0 and being up 5-0.
Yeah, exactly. It is like very much a stylistic shift for Tundra, and you can feel it as well when you watch them play. You can see 33 is sometimes even dragged into earlier fights than he's used to because of the type of players he's with. But yeah, Bat Rider, Flame Break, you bring that Shadow Demon. If it is a 5, you step up one time, there'll be Wolves body blocking you, Flame Break repositioning you. It is going to be a really hard lane for the Shadow Demon.
I think for Nigma, you take your carry here. I think there's not really a point in delaying. Or Mars. I think it's fine if they take Mars here. I know Noob really likes it, but this... It's probably the carry, right? Does he
I can double check
I'm
for
sure
you.
he plays it. Most carry players have had to play it at some point.
I mean, you had to play Bristleback in the phase of when Enigma and Beastmaster were really prominent. The counters was pick Dawn carry, Bristle carry, or Gyro carry.
Yep.
And if those 3 were available, you're happy. If they're gone, you couldn't. But Bristle on tier 2000.
Well, and we don't know what he's been practicing for the last 3 months.
Ooh, I have the stats. The last time he played it was in October of 2024.
That's not that long ago.
The last time he's won on the hero is...
Well, it was competitively.
Competitively.
Maybe fine. Maybe this.
I think it's good. It's good versus Lycan. You survive the lane. Wolves have 0 armor, so the physical damage from Quills is really good versus them. The Bat Rider matchup is okay. You both get infinite stick charges early game, but
you're very happy.
The cool thing is what ends up happening is Bat actually gets pretty low if he ever goes Firefly because they go stoked. I think most of the bats, and so he dies if he chases you because the Quills just start stacking up and he gets too low. So it's pretty cool. There's also a world they flex it and they pick a different carry. I wouldn't like that. I would like them to just keep it as their carry.
Well, I don't mind it as long as they decide on the flex by the closing pick of this phase, right? Once they lock in their 18th pick hero, that's it. We know where Bristle's going. And Tundra just picking up some just staple heroes that we've seen them.
I think Queen of Pain is one of the most vanilla heroes right now. Funny enough, that you just pick Queen of Pain, and
you use a different phrase than I do. You say vanilla, I say generic.
10 seconds remaining.
Vanilla is nice.
Yeah.
Vanilla can be very nice.
Pleasant.
It's
it's still pleasant.
Okay, just when you say vanilla, by the way, you mean it can be picked and it just in any phase, any position, and it just does its job reliably.
Yeah, it's like when I think of it, it's I queue up to I'm in a rank game.
Yep.
I'm mid. I look at the heroes. I'm like, nothing really looks out to me. I look at my mid pool. I'm like, I'm just gonna pick Quap.
Sure. Yeah. Okay.
It's like
It's
I
the
can't really
most
get. You can't really get
milk
counter
crate flavor.
Yeah.
So everybody's always, it's a crowd pleaser.
You can't get counterpicked that hard. Pretty much every game you'll have impact. It's like you're never gonna feel bad picking it. It's never gonna feel like it was a mistake.
Okay.
As opposed to some heroes.
Now you talk about feeling bad. Do you feel like Nigma Galaxy potentially feels bad in the lack of lockdown they have? Right? When you... Okay, they could take a beast master themselves. It's a little bit of lockdown. But when I'm thinking about a Lycan running around freely, you've got a Clockwork initiating, Bat Rider dragging heroes.
You have a lack of stuns.
There's a major lack of stuns.
Yeah. It's kind of a Death Ball-ish lineup. You have Ench Creeps, you have Beastmaster. So maybe there's a world where they just walk at Tundra and then Tundra's forced to go into them. And then it's like you get one kill with War and it's enough that you just have too much damage for the supports. Because like Clock and Bat can't walk into this physical damage.
When you
get a Dragon Knight and push down towers.
It's possible. Beast, you thinking just mid here or offlane? Because when I see Beast pick and there's Queen of Pain, put the Beast mid.
I think it's good versus Queen of Pain.
Yeah, it's
like
good
you
versus
go
Queen.
The boars, you free farm.
Provide some tempo and
I don't really
does complicate the bans a little bit.
Yeah, I don't really see a mid that they would want to pick over Beast. Like Puck is already banned. There's Ember, but it's not. I don't like picking Ember with these supports. Like they don't provide damage, which is kind of what you want on Ember. He's a very low damage hero.
I still would. I mean, okay.
They do ban the Ember.
Tundra do ban
Funny
the Ember,
enough, but
yeah. I would still, if it is Beast mid, Bristle carry, Mars is still the top priority.
I really
in this
like Mars.
setup of the flex, right?
Yes.
You have Yules, Blink, multiple ways to contain the fight. Bristleback and carry. You need to get the core damage out. Again, containment is critical.
I would like to see for Nigma a Morphling ban into Mars. That's probably my favorite, like 1-2.
Well, if you guys are so convinced about the Mars, potentially Tundra sees the writing on the wall too and just removes it from the pool.
They're banning out mids at the moment.
Mm-hmm.
They could ban the Mars. I also think the thing with some carries like Pure is a lot of the time if they see a Mars, they'll free farm and they'll kind of dumpster the lane. Like they can pick, he can pick TA here or he can pick Morph. I would say are the top two priorities for him. And both of those he's probably confident. Like at worst he'll free farm and at best he'll dumpster the Mars.
Yep.
So
the reason why we like Mars is for it simplifies the team
game.
fight for Nigma and the problems they have, but it's very exploitable, like Jen was mentioning. The amount of DK.
There's the DK. You did say that they could pick DK to press the stun button.
I did say that. You can also press the Rasselos button and push.
Yeah, take all the towers.
Mm-hmm. That's a good button.
I like Morph, and then you pick Mars, and then you just play versus the TA.
10 seconds remaining.
Is there a mid like that I would want here?
5 seconds remaining.
There's Storm.
Yeah.
Which is okay. Like, you could survive the lane versus Quap, but it just doesn't feel as... Like, you already have Beast versus Queen of Pain. It's already this, like, good, at worst, decent matchup versus Queen of Pain.
They do the ban them off. Good. Pick the Mars, please.
Weaver.
Hold up.
Weaver.
So Beast...
But Bristle off?
Bristle offlane.
Bristle offlane, yeah. Beast
Yes.
mid, and then tier 2000 taking the Weaver.
Huh.
At least they banned them offlane. That's
But there's no stuns.
No.
Are there enough
Our
stuns
job
on
is
the
to
side of
provide
Tundra?
positive energy, all right? I am still going off the issue of the occult vibes.
You're going the gut feeling.
No, yeah.
Tundra has stuns.
Yeah.
Like they have... The difference is with Tundra's draft is they kind of... Lycan kind of needs stuns, but he also doesn't because he's so fast. And then both the supports have like soft lockdown and slow. Like they have a bunch of like slows and contain stuff.
But critically, we're taking too many steps forward. Let's think about the lanes, right? Ench plus Weaver, that's a really strong lane. If it's into Bat and Lycan, like you mentioned, you can just take a Wolf, you just keep running onto Lycan, you just really punish. Like it
They
is
can win
so
that lane
punishing.
pretty hard.
That could be an absolute dumpster fire for them. And then Noob is one of the best Bristle offlane players. I don't know if he still goes for the green facet. I think that's kind of dead nowadays.
Yeah, I think it's dead. I think you go the red facet.
Yeah, he probably goes red, but at least back in the day, he'd always be the aura enabling tempo player. So let's say he still has that mindset, whatever facet he goes for. There's this like kind of culmination of Weaver strong lane, unless there's a hard counter getting picked up here by Tundra.
Aces Void?
Bristle should just farm. Yeah, Void is pretty good. Dilation is incredibly
time
strong.
zone.
But then you are playing into a Raw and a Disruption.
Droll Ranger. We don't see her very frequently at all.
Interesting.
Is it good?
I mean, it's
Good
a clock drow lane into a bristleback. It
Yep.
should be a
It's
very good
good
lane.
versus Weaver because you have the silence.
Yep. You have enough front line in the fact that all 4 of your heroes before drow like to naturally initiate and get into the fight. So there's not this sort of weird situation of drow being left on an island by herself. So yeah, I think if there ever was a time to pick drow, it's into a bristle lane where you have a clock to enable you. It's when there's a weaver on the enemy side, so it's not like there's this epic scaling carry that will eventually threaten the drow. I like it. It shows that Tundra keep enabling Pure to call for the hero he wants, which I think is always a good sign when you can just allow one core player the complete freedom.
Yeah. So it sounds like from the draft here that the lanes should be quite even, where top lane will be advantage for Tundra.
I feel like both safe lanes will win, both offense will be sad.
Yes.
Yeah.
Mid should be relatively even, maybe like a slight advantage for Sumail on the Beastmaster, but nothing too crazy.
Even though we mentioned Nigma not having many stuns, there is this feeling that if Sumail can have a good game, it's easier to rally around a Beastmaster than it is a Queen of Pain.
And Beastmaster also feels in these good games like it feels like Roar's no cooldown because it has about like a 60-second, 75-second cooldown. It's like you get a kill by the time they reset the map, you roar again, and you just keep getting these like pickoffs. You get Aegis really fast, you just snowball the map.
Well, I am very excited to see Drow as a carry. I feel like I haven't seen her in forever. I have to check though with our commentary duo. MLP, are you as upset seeing a Drow compared to an anti-mage? Because I know you're pretty in rough states previous game.
Things are rough for me, Shiva, at the moment. I'm pretty depressed, honestly. We all kind of lost that last series. Watching
We
that
all.
win. I'll be honest. I don't
all of
mind
it.
Drow.
I liked it. I said I liked it.
Is it okay? Is it like a pub issue that you have with anti-mage? Like,
Yes, it is, Tiga. It is a pub issue. Every AM
Let it out.
that's on my team is just straight trash, Tiga. But that's the problem.
Okay.
That's the problem.
Is Drow fine?
Yeah, it's all right. It's all right. It's like, you know what upsets me, Shiva, is the fact that we have a Lycan Beastmaster and Necrobook doesn't exist. That's what upsets me.
Okay,
Bring
that's
That's a bad take.
Get your man under
He has
control
bad
right
takes.
now.
Bring it back.
This is like 3D wards. Oh god.
All right, we're gonna head into this game 3, where luckily there will not be any helms or any dominated creeps.
Thank you very much, Shiva. We do get into it, Johnny. Why is everyone laughing at me, John? Am I wrong? Am I wrong?
Are you wrong, or is everyone else just wrong? It must be everyone else, Mike.
Bring Necrobook back.
No.
Bring it back.
No. No. Look, you want it back? Play 60 minutes of Dota and hope your RNG's good. All right? That's all you get, Michael Phoenix. We're not going back. We're not stepping back.
Then let Earth Spirit Q stun again, John.
No.
Let me stun with
We can't have that either. No. We can't have any of those, Mike. What we will have is a pretty good game on our hands. This should be a fun one.
John. I hate it.
It's fairly obvious, Mike, when you're asking for Necrobook that you hate your life. So no need to point it out once more. That's you're repeating yourself. This should be fun though. Outside of all the suffering that you go through when you think about Necronomicon, this should be a fun one. I want to see how well NGX does, of course. Everyone loves to hype them up, but without Ghost, I feel like it's a little bit of a different story. TA2000 isn't a direct upgrade, I would argue. It is a familiar change, so that is something for NGX, as we heard the panel say. A little bit of a nuisance coming out from Omar already, poking onto Pure. Not going to feel all too good about that.
No, it's a lot of damage here from Omar. Body blocks as well with the Blood Grenade, and a second Blood Grenade, in fact. Pure.
Oh, that menace.
He's going to be okay, but it's just a horrible way to have to start your laning phase.
A true shared tango's already flown out to him.
Very nice. Omar getting caught in the cogs will be okay to back his way out, and I wonder, do we stick as a tri lane? It'd be a bit of fun to see a tri lane versus tri lane kind of action here for this game number 1. For now, the answer is yes, Jonathan.
Yeah, and it's going to be interesting to see how much you get out here. I feel like this hurts Noob the most. You kind of want to soak up some EXP here on the Bristle. Of course, you get a lot of value if you manage to Quilt Spray around. They will break up that tri lane, though. Both sides breaking apart. TP coming out there down bot, and the gate usage coming out here as well for Ahri. So you are set to just kind of go back to normal. I will say, Omar is showing off just how strong Menace is. Like, his attacks stacking up on Pure, it was a ton of damage towards the end. If he got maybe 2 more right clicks, that would have been a very ugly start for the side of Tundra. Fortunately for them, it doesn't quite happen. Taking a gander at that mid lane as well. This is the lane for BZM as a co-op that wouldn't feel too comfy, right? You've got the Boris you have to contend with some good poke and slow. Always just kind of sitting back. You've got the axe spam as well here from Sumail. He does have beast mode as well. So later on, this could just be something like an axe game if you'd want. if he wants to go that way. It's not going to be a completely tough lane for BZM, but it's not going to be the smoothest sailing for QoP, not like what we saw in the last series up against the Storm Spirit. So curious to see how much BZM can get out of this lane and how much Sumail can try to play tempo, whether or not he can get some stacks up as well. Some good micro. The bot lane, probably the less interesting lane. I don't think this is going to be as action-packed. Of course, you can always take the Wolf away from 33. He is still relatively tanky, trying to poke him down with TA2000 early on. Not really going to do much. Ahri always has a way to break off the aggression as well with a Flame Break. And they already have the early sentry set up. So it's going to make it a little bit more challenging. It is going to be a resource war between these supports with the sentries being dropped around. But you already have the other sentry on Ahri ready as well, just in case.
Absolutely. Toby, a bit of a nuisance here against Ahri. A TA2000 on this Weaver, absolutely no issues farming, of course. No threat towards him this game, at least for the laning stage. Do you think 33 misses Necrobook, John?
No.
Sure he does, John. You know he misses it.
Yeah, okay.
He's a sicko.
Maybe he does. Maybe he does. Just him. No one else. Mikey, that opinion's not the most popular.
What was
I
that
know
other item? Huh? What was that item everyone hated? Wraith Pack? Was that
yeah,
what
that was a great one.
Oh my, that was horrible.
Amazing.
Trying to fight over this healing Lotus. White one's going to intervene. Nice cogs out. In fact, a very nice cogs out. Pure trying to get the damage away. Omar getting pretty low. Whitemon chasing for more. The body block with the tree not going to work out. As Whitemon, the Brad Pitt of Indonesia, Jonathan, finding a kill as Noob.
He's out.
Pure, he's all right. They're just kiting in and out. Noob's going to be fine as well. And Whitemon not going to die.
Oh, massive win coming out for Tundra. You know, getting that set up. Whitemon again proving why he's a massive nuisance. Trying to burn some mana. Hard to line up those shots when you're right in front, but
easy.
Getting a nice hit on Omar at the very least. Managing to make it a little bit more, again, just annoying in general, which is how Whitemon loves to play. I think that's the one thing with Whitemon throughout the years. No matter what, he tries to be the most annoying pest you could possibly face up against. And that is lining up there. Are seeing some lane shenanigans as you'd expect from 33. Just trying to drag the wave back, get some farm going. Again, bot lane is quite a fair bit more passive, but you are starting to get a lot more out from TA2000. Again, like you said, this Lycan just can't stop you. Right, sure, you can't really kill the guy, but you are free farming on a Weaver. You're getting that good mid lane coming out from Sumail. The early start here for NGX is actually quite nice. I think for the side of Tundra, they have a couple of things to worry about. One, it doesn't feel like Noob has been completely shut out in the laning phase. In comparison to what Pure's getting out of the lane, Noob is keeping up. And that, again, is of mild concern because this Bristleback, as it approaches 6, you know, you get that active with Seeing Red. There's a ton of damage, a lot of durability that you don't quite have early burst to deal with, especially as Bristleback starts to go up and some armor items start to come in. And again, this threat from Sumail having such a good time mid up against BZM. BZM is keeping up in CS, yes, but Sumail is applying that pressure. And once you hit 6 with a threat of Roar, it's just going to be a rundown, if not a threat onto the objective early on, which, you know, losing a mid-tier 1 or even just getting extra pressure on that mid-tier 1 can just shift your attention elsewhere, force supports in, free up the silence a little bit more, and again, just pile on some challenges that Tundra has to face.
Again in trouble. The Clockwork Drought combination just absolutely revolting here from Whitemon and Pure. One of my personal favorites, Jonathan, as a Clockwork player. And you are just seeing the devastation up at this top lane. Not really much they can do whatsoever. In the contrary, I mean, 33's not having the greatest time either. I want to say it's probably a little bit better, or it should get a little bit better as the levels do come up. But both off lanes not having the greatest time right now.
No, certainly not. At the least, you know, 33 again isn't under threat of dying anytime soon. He's got some more natural sustain. The threat from Weaver isn't as high. Early rotation mid-yo.
So Mal, it'd be okay to walk away from Whitemon. Whitemon just ensuring the power runes do go the way of BZM, and they'll find a very nice amp damage here for the Quap. No contest for BZM this time around. Very important as well. I mean, you want to keep an advantage over that Beastmaster in the mid lane, and the amp damage rune BZM should have no problems as Ahri does reveal himself up at the top lane now. You do have Whitemon coming in once again from the east. They could try for Noob, who's actually out of position right now. Whitemon, he's going to move in. Flame Break will knock him back. Got the cogs as well on Noob. He's trying to just survive the old-fashioned way. Disruption is out from Omar. Noob's still in quite a bit of trouble, but they might just be lacking the follow-up damage. In fact, never mind, they're not. Ari had about 8 stacks of sticky napalm, and well, that'll be all she wrote.
Yeah, they tried to stall out there quite nicely on NGX. Just having the disruption is nice, but not quite enough. Even the sustain coming there from Toby just doesn't really reach out. And again, this top lane for Tundra is just winning quite a fair bit more. I mean, yes, you are trading that for free farm TA2000, but all of this EXP spreading into Ari, even into Whitemon for that scale up into the 6, having that threat of hookshot and a lasso a little bit quicker with these supports getting some assist EXP is pretty big. Again, you're not getting that strong start you'd want on this Bristle for Noob, which is to be expected in the lane matchup that doesn't work out. But again, I stalled out Bristle in this game up against a Drow. Just, I'm not sure what you're going to have to expect from Noob. It does feel like this early portion of game is going to have to come down to Sumail and to TA2000 working some magic on their 2 heroes, trying to get some connections. We always talk about it with Weaver, but there is that timing. Falcon Blade into Javelin that we tend to see some early activities from this hero out once that's up. We'll have to see if that's going to be something that NGX will try to leverage later on. Tundra, for their part, have been very disciplined in just keeping complete control on mid. Another movement out to just try to get these power runes. Another rune out again. They're making BZM.
Sumail's life very hard in this mid lane. Chase is on now with the Flame Break set up, but Sumail just going to pop the roar immediately and looks to retreat. BZM, he's still got a haste rune up, so he'll go for a bit of a chase. They'll go for the consolation prize in Omar. Omar barely surviving for now, but surely not for long, as they will find him eventually with Ari's Firefly. TA2000 still trying for the chase onto Ari, and eventually will have him. It's not the worst situation in the world here for Nigma. Tundra still able to get away with something as well. But you don't lose your mid Beast Masters, which is probably the most important factor here for Nigma Galaxy.
Yeah, but you are starting to give a little bit more out onto BZM, right? Like, he's getting to soak up all of this key EXP, get himself some early activity as well. And he's going to have that really smooth ramp up into the Blade Mail coming up next. No Roar, no early threat, although it is a relatively low cooldown. Noob?
Noob in trouble again. He's not having a real game here on this Bristleback whatsoever. So he'll try and continue to run away, but it will not really pan out. Ari just being a real nuisance here on this Bat Rider now, moving in onto Toby. Gets caught by the cogs of Whitemon. I'll tell you, Tundra, they are playing a very, very clean early game. It's just been atrocious for the laning stage of Nigma Galaxy.
And it has been. I think, again, they have such a good read on how to punish the side of Nigma Galaxy early on. They are, with all this movement across as well, buying space for 33 to play his game. He's got the Dominator up on that bot lane. He's slowly chipping away, just getting his free farm in, cutting the waves. A bit of a contest on mid again.
Whitemon just such a headache to deal with. Surely this time around they'll have him, but his teammates are behind, trying to help out, but they'll let Whitemon go down. And GX finally able to get a bit of revenge against his Clockwork, as now Pure could be targeted, but it doesn't really seem like they're going to have enough control or range to actually lock down the Drow. Do have a TA2000 Weaver incoming though on Ari. He's a bit of a sitting duck. Very nice rotations now from NGX, ensuring they get some trades going across the map. Problem is, of course, 33 is going to find something anyway. And that's going to be a mid-tier 1 tower.
I mean, he's been given so much room, right? In comparison to what Noob, the treatment of Noob, he's been getting all of this pressure on him. He's bottom network core. You've got a decent enough chunk here on 33 top for his team, right behind TA2000 on NGX. And again, this timing into the Overlord for 33 is just terrifying. He's got the pack leader aura. He's gonna have a lot more to play with once he manages to start to find these kills for the Overlord. And
33 do it himself? I don't think so. He'll force out the Roar. And Sumail, of course, going to be perfectly fine to retreat. Does get the stacks in the large camp anyway before he does have to retreat. Is now top lane. Once again, cogs out onto Noob, just making it absolutely impossible. He will still walk away for now, but Toby's not looking too lucky as he goes down, and a big Sonic wave from BZM will ensure Noob is gone. His TA2000 could do nothing but watch his teammates die. And Tundra, I mean, this draft, it's just feeling a bit too potent, at least for now.
That it is. The early spikes for NGX are going to come out later as they catch more.
TA2000, this is not what you want to see. Disruption will bind the time to allow him to get away. camps, the aggression coming in from Tundra. Now NGX trying to return the favor, but there's just nothing to be had. A quick demonic purge, and that's about it.
Now, and this is one key issue as well for NGX that we heard the panel touch on. Like, how are you going to take control in these team fights? You've got Roar, you've got Disruption. That's it in terms of hard control. Enchant's not going to do you too much in terms of trying to hold these heroes down, especially someone like, say, BZM's Quap and 33's Lycan aren't going to care too much. So realistically, you're only looking at holding one down. For the side of Tundra, the area control we've seen from Whitemon has been spectacular. You've got the threat of Lasso still lining up an Ahri. He is rushing into the Blink now as well. He's been given room to get to that point on this bat. And that's where the game just really starts to become terrifying for the side of NGX. If Omar's not around you with a save, you're going to run a massive risk once these timings are up and running on Tundra. And again, your options are a little bit limited for the re-engage considering your control.
On TA 2000. To get the cogs hit. 33 around the corner. Could go for a stun attempt. TA 2000. Still going to be okay. It's Sakuchi out of there. Will lose his courier though on the way out, but that's about it. It's Tundra. Still on the hunt. Nonetheless, sticking as a unit. Looking for these fights. Not going to find too much more as NGX. They do split up and just play the farm game.
Yeah, I think that's the best you can hope for. Again, there's just nothing to play with at the moment. Your Bristle isn't too tanky just yet. You don't have that massive damage output coming out from TA2000. He opts for that full Manta style instead of something like the Maelstrom and early Javelin for some aggression. So he wants a way to kind of get out of dodge, get that silence off. That's really devastating from Pure, which is understandable. But again, it just leads to no real launching point for some aggression here on NGX.
It kind of goes back to the same problem, right? You just don't have the control right now to deal with anyone on the side of Tundra. You've really got to get that XP up. Omar will go for a quick disruption now, but that's really all they can do to lock down the Quap, unless Sumel's around. And again, it just doesn't feel like NGX quite at the level where they're ready to try and force these fights. BZM looking for Toby now. Toby going to be okay. We'll jump in on Whitemon. Whitemon, nice hook away back towards 33. Who'll pop the wolf form now, looking for the backside. Try to find some support. Noob is frontlining against BZM, but nothing's really coming of it, as it seems like both teams will look to retreat.
Yeah.
And who does that really favor, though, John?
I would say Tundra. They take control of the triangle. Again, they snag away some of these camps. You've got the Overlord running now on 33. You're still buying free space for Ahri, by the way, while all of this happens. He's just been camping bot. His Blink is just about 450 gold away. And again, this Batrider Blink is a threat. If you're split apart from Omar, you're just gone. If you lasso Omar, he's just gone. There's nothing anyone else can really do to stop that. And you can just pick and choose your fights well. You've got the hook shot that we've seen from Whitemon defensively. And you just have so many ways of following through. Hook shot, Blink lasso, a Quap that can get on top. All of the space in the world necessary for Pure to just do damage without worrying. And for NGX, again, the answers just aren't there. Blade Mail still coming out for Noob. It's just lacking the recipe. That's some progress. One part away for Sumail on the Ags. Perhaps that could be a point to launch into. But again, it's a lot of pressure to put
hook shot from Whitemon. Right on target here on the TA2000. They don't get in range for a lasso attempt. So TA2000 once again going to be able to walk out of there. Had you had the Blink on Ahri, that would have been a completely different story. But well, the Blink is now up. There it is.
Yeah, maybe this time around they could try to repeat it. They do drag heroes around to just help TA2000 with that pressure.
He's going to be so careful. He's just going to be so careful here, TA2000. It's not looking too comfortable down at this bottom lane. And it seems like they've accepted the fact that they're going to have to allow this Tier 1 tower to go down for nothing. Not really much you can do in the way of a defense right now for NGX. And that it will go down.
All you can do is really just sit back and farm. No one can act as an aggressor, right? Like, it's not like the last game where we saw, like, spearbacks maybe here.
But just look how comfortable BZM is blinking around the map as Whitemon might go down and does. They will find at least a bit of a freebie on a support. But it's just, you see BZM constantly just blinking in without vision because he's afraid of nothing. Though Noob probably should be afraid of Ahri now. Ahri finding a nice pick-off, and they'll even take the catch-up farm away. It's just so debilitating, isn't it, Jonathan? It just they don't give you anything, this team. They're smothering them, Jonathan.
They are, and again, for NGX, it's just kind of back to this draft. Like, you have two supports that don't have the best control in the world. Pretty nice defensively, of course, especially on the Shadow Demon, but who do you expect to take fights for you? Again, Sumail now with the Ags, that's a start, perhaps. Maybe, you know, he could work into the BKB or Blink.
It just seems like...
start to talk.
I mean, we've said it about 1,000 times, right? But it just feels like you're lacking the initiation, the lockdown, right? Like, it's
sure.
The Ags is great, but it's like, you know, BZM, he's just been blinking everywhere. There's no fear for him.
No.
Unless the Beastmaster's around, you've got nothing to be afraid about.
Pretty much. And even then, I don't know, like, the Ags is going to provide an avenue for damage in that window once you get the roar off. But BZM is getting relatively tanky. He's got the Kai and Sanch. He's got 1.7k HP. You have
He's a big boy.
It's a lot of work. They'll try to snag away a Roshan. There's no nasal goo on this, so it's not the quickest in the world. But with the drums up, at least it's there.
It'd be a big win for NGX if they can't find this. It certainly doesn't feel like they should be able to get away with it, but for now they are. Ari doesn't have Lasso, but does have the blink opportunity into the Roshan pit. If he can guess when it is going to get low, and he does jump in. Lasso, who's got it? It's TA2000. Nice attempt from Ari, but a big Sonic Wave again from BZM. It's not enough, though. The time-lapse was there in time, though. Sumail, he does go down. Now Noob in big trouble, cannot survive. In fact, TA2000, is he all right? He will be for now, but surely not for long. The BZM, he doesn't have the scream in time. They'll chase down Toby instead. In fact, never mind Toby, they want the other. There will be a quick TP away. They still find 2 for 1 in the end. NGX, they get the Aegis for themselves. I don't know, John. Who wins that engagement? Like, do you think the Aegis trade-off was worth?
I wouldn't say it's completely worthwhile. Like, the secondary life up on TA2000 is big, sure, but losing Sumail after he gets his Ags up and not getting that early presence out to get the drums going, it just doesn't feel good. And again, it's just this lack of control that comes in for the side of NGX. What Sumail wants to do is get a roar, stay alive in the middle of the team fight, provide the space out for TA2000. And the secondary life doesn't feel like it's going to do the most work. You do have issues on Tundra to keep heroes down, yes. There is also a control issue, not as bad as NGX's, but still somewhat there into a Weaver.
Look mid lane, Sumail, he's going to be able to close the gap here onto BZM, but no, they can't get the roar off in time. BZM with a quick blink out, and that's kind of another thing. The animation of roar, I think, takes too long comparatively to the blink of the Quam. And so you quite literally just don't have lockdown for BZM.
No. He's the trickiest one to go for. I don't know what other solutions there are. It probably has to just be a blink up in Sumail. You know, just get the blink roar off if you really are gunning for that. Hope you've got enough burst in that window and run from there. But again, you are really tanky in BZM. He's going for that full Shivas now. Has the Veil up. Lots of output on him. I don't know. Like, T2000 as well. Still working into the Deso. That's going to smooth out some damage issues perhaps here. Just a tad bit. Maybe play nicely into the Nasal Goo once you have that up and running on Noob. Again, just going full on farm right now. A little bit of a smoke to try to sneak in. Maybe into that Torm, perhaps.
33 takes the Tormentor. They've got a Lasso as well by the sounds of it. Toby will be okay for now. Team is there to back him up. NGX looking for a fight if they can get one. 33. They'll send the creeps over to Sumail. Sumail going to be okay. And a quick disengage from Tundra. They have no interest. They're happy to leave the burning building. And well, NGX unable to find a straggler on their way in. No, I suppose on the bright side they don't lose anything.
Yeah, but they're losing a lot of
ground. Maybe they can find something here, John. They should have Whitemon if they can lock him down, which they can't.
No.
Jetpack.
Yeah. Wait, come on. Oh, he finds a way to be annoying, Mikey.
I mean, if there's one guy that's going to find annoying voice lines, it's going to be Whitemon.
It's him.
It's going to be
100%.
I mean, he bought your ones, didn't he? Hookshot. Oh, he found TA2000. TA going to be okay to scooch you out of there. Meanwhile, they'll also TP out their Shadow Demon. Toby, oh, a big Sonic Wave. BZM almost finding that Weaver. They won't find Toby either, sadly. Toby will run his way out. TA2000, though, still in deep danger as he does lose the Aegis.
They've got Cogs.
They don't have Lasso though. But Cogs might just be enough to be a nuisance here for TA2000. He's already lost most of his HP. They'll try to chase down Whitemon again. Whitemon does finally drop. Not a too bad of a deal for NGX. It's 33 meanwhile chasing down. In fact, never mind that. Sumel's in trouble. Sumel is gone. Onto the bristle. Lasso's back up. There goes Noob. Tundra. They're doing Tundra things, Jonathan.
That they are. They're just finding ways to weave in and out of these fights. It goes on for so long. You get a double lasso off
that's
there
very
for
fun,
Ari.
John. They're weaving, are they?
Yeah, they are weaving.
Okay.
Yeah, I know
Yeah.
what I did.
Yeah.
This time around.
Yeah.
You know.
Good on you, John. I mean, the weavers on the opposite end. That's the worst part. Have some shame.
No.
Have some shame.
No shame, Mikey. No shame. Well, what NGX should have is some concern with the game state right now. I don't know what else to say. It's the same issue. And again, it's very visible where that lack of control is coming in, that both sides can kind of try to just gun and TP away. It just feels worse on NGX because it puts so much pressure on Sumail. He did opt to go for the Manta first before the Blink. And again, that just makes it harder to take these early fights until that initiation's online. Because on the opposite end, you've got a pause for Batrider with Blink Lasso just ready to kidnap anyone. Right? You have a safe option to initiate on Tundra with Ari. You have a safe follow-up with Whitemon and the hook shot. And you have BZM just having the game of his life. 4-0 tree on the squap. There's nothing to threaten him outside of, again, a roar. But even then, 2k HP up, armor coming in, plate mail already up, just waiting for the Shivas now. I don't know if you can even kill her in a burst window. Doesn't feel like it.
It doesn't, Jonathan. It really doesn't. Tundra. Oh, blink in from Ari. A little bit too far, but it won't matter too much, Toby. Still a bit of a sitting duck here. Trying to heal up through it, but it won't be enough. 33 securing his 4th kill of the game. Meanwhile, Tundra, I mean, they're just looking for a tier 2 tower. In fact, I say tier 2. They will eventually go there. Meanwhile, NGX, they have smoked up. They might run into Whitemon, who's going to break the smoke. Does pop the cogs, looks for a jetpack out of here, gets on the high ground, but will go down. The issue is what you're trading for that kill. You lose a tier 2 mid tower. In fairness, NGX certainly can't defend.
No.
So you're taking whatever you can get. But it's just dire straits right now for NGX. I mean, it's just not much they can really do, but just bide time.
Yeah, and that's all you can hope for. Like, hope that this Weaver starts to get more damage. Desolator's flying out now for TA2000. It's a start. He is farming right underneath a ward, a very sneaky ward from Tundra, might I add, as they might be able to look for an angle up. They do have that lasso ready as well, and they want to get it going with the Arcane. He has to be slightly cautious, but does sense danger. Still, like, the damage is there, yes, but how do you keep them locked in?
Very nice hook shot in from Whitemon. Gets the visual with the rocket flare. Pure picking up another. 15k net worth advantage right now for Tundra. I mean, it's... Oh, no.
We've been talking about this Deso. It's not going to be there for 2 minutes.
Nope.
Now you've got the full Ags up and running on Pure as well. Hypothermia kicking in. Nice and cold like it is here in Wallachia.
It is cold.
I don't know how you can deal with this. Bugs hate the cold.
They certainly do, Jonathan. Not the ones in Australia, though. Toby gets caught out. Is going to go down before the TP finishes. Can't even get away from that situation, sadly. Is now Tundra. Not to be outdone, they'll just keep going.
Yeah, why not? And they've got this really strong push coming in. You've got this Drow who has free farmed 108 in this game so far. Many an assist coming out for Pure.
Omar, caught already. Is going to get disruption on himself. Ari maybe going a bit too far himself. In fact, does go down. TA2000 dying to the Dominator creep, but will be okay to time lapse.
Oh, no.
That's all right, John. He's got a TP in 1. He's fine.
What if Whitemon just hook shot?
Don't.
No, it's too far. I wanted him to do it, you know.
I would have done it. If I was playing that clock, I would have done it.
Yeah, Whitemon just like, yeah, you know what? Yeah, let's leave Noob up here, yeah. One more time. Still, this game is in very rough shape for NGX. Very good shape for Tundra. 15k up, 8 to 15. And yeah, it's we've talked about these timings. The Ags being up for Sumail hasn't had that impact you'd want. The Desolator stalled out, of course, for TA2000 because his courier is dead. Noob has not really had impact in any sort of way. I mean, he's got his shard up at the very least. got some levels up in the goo. He's going into full defense with a Lotus Orb coming out now as well. So maybe you can have some shenanigans with some good Lotus Orb usage to block off some of that control coming in.
He's here. Looking at Toby. Ari there to set up, of course. Looks like Toby can try, but no, the Sonic Wave committal. EZM not messing around whatsoever. They'll take another freebie.
Maybe a little bit overkill. That was also the lasso at the last second.
Okay.
So it's a minute window where NGX don't have to worry about the kidnapping, I suppose. You're happy enough to just farm. You've got some room to get things going. Does look like TA2000 has shifted from BKB into the Dragonland, so kind of wants to try to keep some distance away when getting some hits, some good stats as well. Maybe a Hurricane Pike down the line. I will say I'm concerned about this timing that BZM's working his way into. Ags on Quap in this kind of game, when you're playing Beastmaster with Boars, it's just with illusions from the Shadow Demons. Well, it's a lot of stuff that can start to fly around this map that works against you. Once this Ags timing is up, with a Dagger and Scream of Pain coming in. Again, you just haven't been able to re-establish map control either here on NGX.
Yep. Okay to retreat. 4-man smoke committed by NGX. They'll look to try and force a fight up at this top lane. Toby will reveal himself. He's taken the outpost back. Like Tundra not feeling as confident right now, sitting back with their own 4-man smoke. Wymon will find one. They'll roar him up on the clockwork, but do they have enough damage to actually finish off the job? The answer is no. Meanwhile, Lasso, it's caught out Omar. Samel is gone as well. 33 is just an absolute menace. They will try for the bristle. They'll miss out on the hook shot in time. Move on to Toby. Toby just being bullied and stalked here by BZM. Sonic Wave the Dragon back as well. NGX, it's just, what do you do? I mean, what can you do, John?
Not much.
What can you do?
Really not much. You've got the blink up in Sumail. Maybe you can hope for a fight to go your way. I mean, you're only going to lose a set of racks, maybe some pressure down bot, probably just a tier 2 top. And you're going to have time. Respawns are still relatively short at this point in the game. We're only 28 minutes in. So you will have that running for yourself here on the side of NGX. But Tundra, I mean, this game is just wide open for them. 8-19, 22k up. And again, it's just the same question over and over again for NGX. How do you keep control of a Lycan? How do you keep control of Quap? How do you find the backline of Pure? He's not been under any threat whatsoever.
No, sir.
And he's only got 1 kill to his name as well. It's crazy.
He's having the dream carry game here, John.
I think you'd want to flip those numbers as a dream carry game, no?
What's that, John?
Do you fantasize about just getting 11 assists as a carry?
I don't want to be involved, John. If I play carry, I just want to farm. I'm playing an RPG. I'm not interested. As far as I'm concerned, it's a 4v5, John.
Yeah. And to be fair, that was how Pure was playing, like, at what, the 10-15 minute mark when Ari was done farming. He was staying out of these engagements. And he just farmed up a Storm.
I mean, in defense of NGX, that Drow clock lane is really revolting.
No.
I think the only thing I find worse is probably Undying Drow. That might actually just be worse.
Fair. It's just painful. And you really, again, we were talking about Noob not having impact. He's doing what he can in the hero. Like, Bristleback in this kind of game just isn't achieving much, but it's not for lack of trying. Maybe the smoke, a little try into that top, could line up into something, but Tundra aren't in that area, anywhere near that area, in fact. And again, as this game goes on, you're just facing more and more issues. Free shard for Ari, so now Sticky Napalm coming out onto structures is going to be nice to see. Working onto the Ags now on our Bat Rider. Double Lasso is going to be in play. I know what you do on the side of NGX. You do have that blink on Omar. So again, 2 blinks up, a blink to save or set up could be nice. Whether or not it's enough, probably not. Not just yet.
Well, here we go for the high ground. Roshan banner's down. NGX, they'll try for the defense. Pure, a real menace with this Aghanim Scepter. Very hard for Noob to try and frontline here. Speaking of menaces, here comes 33 with his Dominated creep. We've seen just how much damage this Mac does on this Lycan. In they go. BZM looking for Samel. They've got the gust off the silence. Samel, though, able to walk away. But he's got to reset. A hard almost impossible fight to try and start here for Nigma Galaxy. But they've got to try and find a way.
I don't know how you find that way. They can't even take care of the banner in the back just yet.
Absolutely.
It's just going to fall.
Yeah, 33 just taking care of it on his own for now with the Croaker. They'll stick around for the range barracks, but there's just no need to retreat. Pure's still got that secondary life for another 2.5 minutes. That'll be one lane of barracks gone. In fact, I say one, it was two, and we may as well make it another.
Yeah.
Honestly, there's just no reason for them to retreat here on Tundra.
No. I mean, they're already setting up. Ari's fixing that top lane up. They've got the access point on mid and bot anyhow for the creep wave. They are showing some restraint here, which is fair, but it shouldn't be too far of a retreat. Just a little bit of a reset going back in. And NGX, I just don't know. I'm struggling to find a way back. This Daedalus in TA2000 with a shard could be massive, but how does he weave, how does he run into them anyhow to use that Shikuchi to get that extra damage off? It's not an easy path to run into all of them like that. There's just so many threats, and you only really have the Manta to defend yourself here, which is maybe not enough. I mean, maybe just dispelling off Drow Silence could be enough, but you have to worry about so much more as well.
Well, they'll move into the tier 3 top tower now. And GX still trying to find a way to defend this. 33, he's moved in with the wolf form, looking for Toby, and just, oh my god! 33, have some shame. My goodness, have some mercy. Sumail, he'll jump in on BZM, but the clockwork hookshot's there. Sumail trying his best to salvage it. Omar and Sumail are gone. Buybacks are available, but it just feels like it's all for naught as they call the GG. It was a tough game. It was a very, very hard game.
Yeah, look, I like the ideas coming out there from NGX, and I think the panel also agreed there were some good ideas. Running this Beastmaster mid, trying to make this lane a little bit harder for BZM. I don't think you got the results you wanted, and having to play a Bristleback up against Drow Clockwork, I think, was really the big kicker. Like, there's just nothing Noob could have done in that game, and, you know, when a Bristleback's that far behind, can't even go into the Aurus, it just doesn't feel great. Not that Aura Bristleback is a massive thing anymore with the lack of Snot Rocket.
Yeah.
So there's just a lot of things piling up, lack of control with these two support picks as well. And I think that's something that NGX is going to have to take a hard look at when they go into that game too.
Absolutely, and we can take a hard look at this panel that's ready right now, Jonathan.
A hard look at us? Oh, where a hard look? How do you do a hard look? I think this is a hard look. I think, actually, one thing that our commentary team said at some point during this game, Tundra doing Tundra things, and we should take a hard look at that, because Tundra was definitely doing Tundra things where it looked like, oh, this is an even game, this is nice. Not Gunner, this is Tundra just doing Tundra things.
Yeah, I said at some point, actually, to T, I said, wow, this game's actually like, it's okay. Like, the laning stage wasn't that good, but I think it was like a 1K lead or 2K lead for Tundra. I was like, oh, it's okay. Like, this game's kind of close. And he goes, yeah. Give it like 5 or 6 minutes, and then it's going to happen.
Yeah.
I don't even know if like something like that happened. It just kind of...
It was like a slow and gradual demise, right, for Nigma Galaxy. I mean, critically, Tundra, they started with the lanes with a very clear logic of try to shut down the Bristle, right? Their read was, if Noob doesn't have a game on Bristle, then Sumo doesn't have someone to play through himself on the Beastmaster, and then also Weaver kind of looks like, you need this like overlapping of front line of Bristle with Beast finding pickoff, Weaver kind of scurrying behind. So you stop that Bristle, then all the pressure is put onto Sumo. So I think just their read on the lanes, picking the Drow, having the clock, stopping the Bristle back was so, game winning.
Yeah, I think when you have like this lack of stuns in your draft, you kind of need everyone to have a decent game, because you need everyone to be that strong hero, like either do your jobs, as kind of you were saying, and because they, if anything, all of them had kind of weak games, none of them could look good.
And you can see from the net worth already, right? Like, the clips before, there was a brief moment where Weaver was like #1 net worth, but it doesn't really matter, right? Because there's no purpose, right? When like Shadow Demon and Ench, they really want to play behind a really formidable front line, right? We already know against Lycan, against Quap, it's very scary to play these heroes because you don't have control. So you need to play on the lane, the tempo. And Tundra, they just farmed, waited for a key item timing, and as soon as that item timing came into play, they group together and they break. They completely break the map, and it's so scary. If you're Nigma in this game, you see Tundra farming, you know you can't apply any pressure, you're not really getting any kills. It's such a devastating feeling, because there's no smoke to make. There's no like. Sure, they contested Roshan, right? They got one Aegis on the Weaver, but
And look at this.
Yep.
All the kills that happened are done to the supports. Ari and Whitemon just tanking everything. Nobody else died.
You know, you said about like this one hard look. I did forget to bring my glasses, so I physically can't read that screen. But I trust you, Shiva. I trust you.
Trust me. There's like all chorus, 0 deaths on the side of Tundra, and that's cool to see.
I think so. When the draft happened, I was worried about the Weaver, and I feel like obviously he had a good game. He ended the game I think 1-1 and 6, so it wasn't terrible. But I feel like he didn't really stop 33 in the lane. Like they both just kind of both free farmed in the lane. The Bristleback had a rough lane, and then he had kind of low impact in the game. Like he was always really poor in the Bristle, and I don't know. I feel like when you have Bristle versus Lycan, like you kind of have a soft counter to 33, and then you just swap it to this Weaver. I feel like it's one of those picks. It's kind of like the Puck in the earlier series that they end up picking this new hero that is supposed to be good in the draft, but it kind of messes up your earlier heroes.
Was Weaver supposed to do well in that lane?
I think the lane went how I would expect, and I'd be surprised if they expected it to go differently.
I would feel with Ench and Weaver, I'd expect at least like a moment where I'm like, oh wow, Bat's dying and Lycan's dying once or twice, maybe.
Yeah.
But then the inevitable Helm of Dawn would still happen, right?
Yeah.
But I was expecting just a little bit more dragging the Bat to bot lane, because there was a time as well, Bat just rotated top.
Yeah, I
for
think
free.
surprisingly, actually, if it was a 2v2 lane for longer, they might have won more. Because the Bat would give you opportunities to kill the Bat in the lane. Whereas when he ends up leaving around the time he gets the Helm of Iron Will on the Lycan, it stops feeling you could do damage to him. You can't really pressure him. And I don't know. I just feel like, sure, he had a good game, but I don't think he had the impact that they needed.
Yeah.
He definitely didn't. Speaking of items, though, you're talking about when Lycan can be by himself. Nice item on him. Let's talk a little bit about those items and about that timing that Tundra is able to hit. T.
I mean, just look how scary it is. 24 minutes into a game, right? Normally, when you think about like AC Shivas, these like big ticket items, and often when you look at lineups, it's how can you overlap the items and the hero levels to be at the right time to break your opponent. And Tundra, the reason why they are such a dominant team, they have their good lanes. They know how to buy the correct items. You got the Shivas to deal with the Bristleback. So if Bristleback had a bad game, he now has a worse game because of the regen reduction. And then also you have AC to provide armor to your team. We already spoke in the draft about there's being a lot of negative armor in play for Nigma. That's now mitigated because Queen of Pain's tanky with her armor item. Lycan's providing armor. You got the How, the drum. It's like you cannot let them just farm these big ticket items. And like if you rewind the clock there from 24 to like 15, they still have one of those items in play, right? So yeah, just zero pressure applied from Nigma and a kind of free access to the mid game from Tundra.
I feel like it's just a farming for Tundra. Like they just slowly farm more and more. They get their items at the right time. I think Tundra or Nigma just didn't really have the opportunities to. I feel like they didn't even play the game. It was kind of just they were like waiting.
You have this like empty feeling when like after watching it, you're like,
But was that draft related or play related?
I would want to hope draft because it was lack of stuns. Like your only playmaker is your Beastmaster, and it's kind of hard for him to make plays against these like physical damage items versus the Bowder versus the Clock. Like he has all these things he has to deal with, and he doesn't have anyone on his team to help him. Like you're asking Sumail to almost do an impossible task this game of dodge all of the supports, tanking all the ganks, do enough damage to kill heroes kind of by yourself because your cores don't really have good games, and not die yourself with all these burst damage cores. So it's like Sumail just 1v9 the game and
just win.
Yeah,
just
I don't
get
know.
good, as Tigov said
Just
earlier.
dodge all the spells. Just hit all your spells. Play perfect.
Just win. Maybe Tundra has a better showing in game number 2, which is coming after a break.
The new breakthrough, an innovative phone with 1xBet app. With 1xBet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
everybody, got a treat for you today. It is Ari from Team Tundra. So good to see you here today, Ari. How are we doing?
Feeling good. Excited to be here.
All right. Straight off the back of your big win that came out last week, how does it feel to be the only guy from the UK that has ever achieved anything in Dota?
I mean, to be honest, I guess there's not much competition from the UK because it's just not a big game there. But like more importantly, I'm just happy to be now among the best players in the game rather than just, you know, someone from the UK.
Yeah, and I think that's huge. I mean, it kind of came, I wouldn't say out of nowhere, but certainly pretty surprising for people watching. A lot of people have said that you've been a standout player in all of your teams, you know, going from, I think it was Na'Vi into, what was after Na'Vi?
OG into Na'Vi.
Whatever, OG, we don't talk about OG. OG into Na'Vi into now. I'm just going to be blunt. How did you get on Tundra? What was the process of that?
I mean, I guess I'm kind of carried by my MMR. I'm always high and I grind up. And then if you're really high rank, then you just catch people's eyes. Like maybe you're someone that's really talented that just hasn't been given the chance yet. To be honest, I think this is what separates you from, you know, other people that could be given a chance.
Oh, interesting. So that you weren't pulled in by, like, I assume like a BZM or something. I mean, you have experience there. And
I mean, I think I'm on good terms with BZM. Like he would be happy for me to join, but it wasn't him that's like making the choice. I guess I also played with Moon and Whitemon before. It's mainly Moon and Netta that will decide who joins, because like coach and captain. It was actually Netta that messaged me in the first place. But
oh, really?
This is also off the back of like them discussing who they could bring in, and then BZM and Moon suggesting my name, having worked with me before.
Yeah.
So it just comes together like that.
I think you've had one of your best performances out of your entire career on something that was like your make or break moment. Did it feel that way to you, or was it just like, hey, you know, it's just another team, it's just another chance?
I mean, I was aware that I may be under a lot of like scrutiny because I'm playing with very accomplished players who are already very proven, and I was someone who just won nothing and not really proven myself that much before. But I also have a lot of belief in myself, partly because of like pubs or, you know, just experience in the past where I felt like I was ready for the opportunity, and it would just be a case of just executing it calmly. So that's just what I tried to do, and that's what happened.
Absolutely. All right. Do you believe in the OG curse? Whereas if someone leaves OG, they become this fantastic player. Is this, this a trend? Do you believe in it?
I mean, there's no curse, but there are reasons why. I think I said in the previous tournament in some interview, I was saying that there's like, I think there's two factors to it. OG are known for having a very specific playstyle, and I think, to be honest, there's not many people that can actually like pull this playstyle off and really believe in it, which is why I think the TI winning roster they had was like really special, because they just managed to get people who are like ready to commit to this, and there's just not many that can do it. And I also think that OG often have picked up players who are on the rise to becoming really good players, like I was, BZM, Amar, Whisper, BZM, all of these people. They weren't really yet like proven tier 1 players. They're more like, they're clearly scouted as people that could become the tier 1 player.
Right.
And then it just happened to be that during the time in OG, they were growing into that player, and then by the time they leave, they're now ready to win. Right. But they weren't at the start, maybe.
Sure. Okay. Yeah, it makes perfect sense. All right. Thank you so much for your fantastic answers. It's good to know that you're still on the grind. You're still, you got the fear of God in you still, that anyone could crush you at any moment. It's good to hear that it never ends. And we cannot wait to see more of you. Anything out there to say to all the new Ari fans that have been popping up around the world?
To all the fans, very grateful for the support, and just know that we're staying humble and working hard to keep winning.
Stay humble, work hard, win games. That's the Tundra Esports, baby. And you're going to see a lot more of them and Ari coming up at PGL Wallachia 6.
Hey, you're going to see him in action right about now. We're about ready to head into game number 2, where it is Tundra one game up against Nigma Galaxy. And it is, of course, Nigma Galaxy that has to try and step it up, because game 1 is a little bit uninspiring. I think I'll just go with that one, T.
Yeah.
Yeah.
A little bit. Yeah, that's okay. It's fine. It happens.
It happens.
Critically, especially against teams that are winning tournaments, one wrong pick everything falls apart, right? When Spirit's in form, when you have teams like Tundra, Falcons, the way that they draft is so scary that like something can exploit everything. And I think the Bristle, critically, was the piece of the puzzle that breaks everything. And maybe Nigma just isn't ready to deal with Lycan. It shows that their approach to it was a different route.
But if they're not ready to deal with Lycan, they could do the same thing as what they did with Axe and Timber, just ban it.
There we go. That could
just ban every single hero 33 plays.
Yeah. I mean,
just go down the list.
Okay, they either have 3 bans or 4 bans.
Okay.
3 bans, Timber, Axe, Lycan.
They got 4.
Okay.
4 bans, they can take one of the heroes if they really want to. But yeah, I think TLDR, Bristle pick made everything awkward in their lineup. And then suddenly you got Ench and Shadow Demon and then a Beast. It's like everything slightly lost, right? In the path to trying to construct a beautiful lineup.
Well, they do have those 4 bans available to them. And we have swapped sides. We got Tundra on the Radiant side, Nigma Galaxy on the Dire side, with first pick going the way of Tundra. So they get the 3 bans. And it is a very different approach, game 2, because Axe and Timber both in.
So far.
So far.
There's two more bans.
There's 2 more bans, but that means that Lycan is in anyway regardless. But maybe it's not going to be first.
I think Lycan first pick's not as strong as Lycan second pick. Like the second pick's better for these like, I don't want to say cheesy, but like
no, but you
easier
can
easier
protect.
countered heroes.
Yeah.
Yeah, because you can ban and you pick another hero to protect. Whereas when you first pick it, you get these like instant double responses. Okay, there we go. Timber, Axe are gone.
Okay, yeah, there they go. I got very excited about seeing one of them, but
I would be surprised if they just take the Lycan here. I think Beastmaster makes more sense if they wanted that type of hero because it is flex. I don't know if there's any other heroes that they valued super, super highly. Maybe they could take like Clockwork, maybe, but I don't know if they value it that high.
from the previous first phase ban that Tundra did, Marcy is still in the pool. We had Nigma Galaxy ban out Puck first phase previous game. That is still in the pool.
Yeah, I mean, you could argue that Tundra prefers to pick Lycan on second pick.
Yep.
But they have, in the last month, picked it when they are first pick as well. So sometimes that could have been an angle to consider that maybe Nigma doesn't think they'll do it. But with the MOUZ ban...
Okay, they might do it.
They might
just do it. But okay, they just take Marcy instead. Like, for draft structure, if Marcy's available, it feels very nice, right?
Yep.
It is Ari's best hero, and
it's
both
flex
things
if you want.
But what it also means is that Nigma Galaxy only has one ban in the next ban phase. They have to ban out Lycan because the Mars is already out. Surely.
Based on what we saw in the last game, you could argue yes, but also they might just have a different setup of heroes that they're confident in that we just don't know about. So also the answer could be no, right?
I think they should take Primal Beast here because I think Noob plays it. I think Sumail kind of plays it. They take Puck, which I think is obviously just a strong hero. I like Primal though, and I kind of hope they pick it later because first off, it's very good versus Marcy if it ends up as a carry. But even like the support Marcy doesn't really have impact. And I think it deals with these like Lycans pretty well.
Am I saying this correctly? Was Toby the button clicker for the draft? Because I assume Kuroki.
So.
Because I know like between GH, Kuroki, I can't remember exactly who was the button clicker before.
When we saw the previous draft, Kuro was sitting right behind Sumail, and he was looking at Sumail's screen, so I thought Sumail was the button clicker.
Okay, but maybe Toby was just holding his mouse.
I think it's probably Toby makes sense.
Okay, but Noob's got the crown in the game.
Yes, Noob got the crown in the game.
Just a Noob's button clicking.
Just on the far corner of the, away from everyone.
Well, to be fair, that means Sumail's not having his hand on the mouse.
Yeah. That's normally quite an interesting setup, actually. If Noob's the button clicker, but Kuroki's the coach, sitting behind Toby and Sumail.
I mean, they have the headphones on, so they're talking.
Wait, you can talk?
No, it's just.
No, I'm sorry. That's sorry.
Just miming.
Yeah, just a weird setup. Because again, normally, like Panto's silent from Spirit, they're together in a huddle.
Right there, the Moon and 33.
Yeah, Moon 33, exactly. Yeah, this is unconventional draft setup.
Unconventional, yes. But it works.
Yep. And then for Tundra, they do ban out the Shadow Demon and the Tusk. Again, just double saves, especially if it's Marcy support. Taking away the save heroes is really nice. Marcy, of course, when you don't have all the items, your jump is very critical. So any way to manipulate that, it can hurt you quite a lot, and then suddenly you just feed away if you have a bad jump.
They should ban Slardar. Because I think if they do not ban Slardar, there is a Slardar in their future.
No, they can
for
pick,
Tundra to take themselves into like the mid lane to try and
Yeah,
like
you
play
can
the
just
puck.
lane the starter mid versus puck.
Yep.
they can pick it.
They could. They
But-
could.
Then you have picked your mid and your off lane very
Yeah.
quickly. And
It just feels it makes the draft like slightly awkward.
Mhm.
I think it's fine. They can just pick it, but then yeah, obviously now you get to either double pick cores to counter them, and you just put the Marcia support. Like it makes the draft a bit awkward.
I mean, we've already spoken a lot about 33's heroes, but if he really wants to play like a Doom, that's also like still in play, right? You then Doom the puck. Marcy has freedom to do what he wants.
They take the Lycan.
They do take the Lycan themselves.
Okay, last time we saw Tundra pick the Lycan, the insta-ban they did was the Troll, and Troll is still in the pool. Does Troll fit into Tundra's lineup this time around?
Yeah, potentially. Again, like when they close out the phase with like the 18 pick, that easily could be their answer, right? They just pick like another support, some off-lane hero that kind of feels nice, punish them a little bit, boom, we lock in the big carry. So wouldn't be surprised. Either way though, for Nigma, it's like after game one, they are maybe in their heads a little bit against Tundra, right? Like they're thinking about Lycan a lot. They're taking a puck. There's like a lot of, I guess, reaction in the second game compared to other teams where they always like draft true to themselves a little bit.
Yeah, I know Noob does play Lycan a lot. So, and obviously Samuel has been a big puck guy for a very long time.
Of course.
So it doesn't feel like too out of their comfort. But yeah, I feel like compared to last game, it's very different already what their draft is. And I feel like Tundra, like sure you're taking their heroes, but it's not like you're forcing them to play a different playstyle either.
And Amorta, one of the few carry Morta players is pure.
Yep.
So that is to be considered.
I think it's likely a carry, right? Ari does play it too.
You just don't die to Lycan.
Yeah.
Right? When Lycan wants to jump on you, you have Miona, you got BKB. You don't need BKB, of course, you just use your ultimate. And they do take the Slaughter. Yep.
Yeah, so I was concerned about this because I actually think it's one of the best responses to puck. When you get your blink shard timing, there's not really a good item puck can buy to survive like a blink stun, because you already don't really build any armor items. The most you get is Witchblade, which is like I think like 6 armor. It's like 5 or 6 armor. And
smidge of armor.
Yeah, you still go negative to the starter ult, and you basically just die to instant burst physical damage. It's just, I mean, I also think Slaughter is pretty good versus Lycan because one of the underrated things about Crush is the attack speed slow. It's like minus like 60 or 80 or something like that. It's like a pretty high number for a really long time. I think it's 6 seconds of attack speed slow.
But not only that, they've identified Lycan, and if we find a hero, we can kill the hero, right?
Yeah.
Between the Muerta paired with the Slaughter plus Marcy, like any combination of these 3 heroes right now, you jump a guy, they're gonna die, right? And it helps a lot when you have Puck and Lycan. That's exactly what you need. In the last game, Lycan looked OP because there was Shadow Demon, Enchantress, and nothing to punish them. Now Nigma go for the Bane. Okay. Are you a fan or not a fan?
So, okay, I'm getting more and more concerned for this Nigma draft as it goes on, because when you pick Puck, especially early, people are usually going to pick like tanky heroes or very hard to kill heroes, like stuff to deal with you. Make it so you can't just like get in there and do infinite damage on Puck. And so you kind of rely on your team a bit more. And when you pick Bane, it's like Bane's also this like control hero that does low damage. Sure, you have Bat, which in some games does high damage, but in other games it's
you slot into
a
the
lasso.
Yeah, you slot into the control as well. Yeah.
So I feel like they're not really complimenting Puck, and he's just going to keep getting more and more counterpicked.
Not only that, it's like Slaughter, like you mentioned, beats Puck out. So now he's playing more on the coil than explosive early game, and then Lycan with a Marcy, another support pick potentially. There is a lot of like rotation enabled to stop Lycan from getting to his Helm Dom. It's not going to be the last game where fully uncontested, right? So Lycan should be shut down. Puck, in theory, should be shut down. And then when you do break into the mid game, you are having to try and get around a Tidehunter or kill a Muerta who's just going to pop, pierce the veil, and be unkillable, right?
This is a very good Tide pick.
Yeah.
I like this a lot.
I love Tide on 18. Like, this is the best pick
it's
position
so hard
for
to
Tide.
deal with it.
Yeah.
You get to ban like the 2, like you get to ban Ursa +1 pretty much almost always. And like if you look at the heroes, okay, so Lycan, Tide is very, very good versus Lycan. Dead in the Water slows him through ult, which is like a really, really cool interaction. You make all the summons do no damage. Bane can never stun you. Batrider can never lasso you. You're just this hero that exists. The damage is very low. And again, I think Tundra has such high damage because of the Slardar and probably the Muerta carry that it's fine. You just pick this like tanky hero that goes in first. And now I think for Nigma, it's like this last pick's got to do a lot of work. Whatever it is has to kind of carry the game.
It also gives a lot of freedom for Ari, right?
Yep.
He doesn't have to enable the Tide really. Like after 3-4 minutes, if he wants to go mid, he can. If he wants to try lane bottom, he can. Like he's not locked into, oh my god, my offlane needs all this help. Especially when you do get the Ursa ban. I'm trying to think, what's the other carry that stops Tide from having fun? I don't.
Sometimes Gyrocopter, if the lane's strong enough.
Sure.
Like a barrage.
It's true.
But that one's like also, if you pick a weak lane, you just free farm verse him because the flat cannon's kind of useless for you. So.
Yeah, I can see like Bane with a Nightmare. You then set up, drag him to the side away from the wave, then barrage him. Yeah.
What do we want to see for the last pick of Tundra? Because I feel like, especially with the 2 bans we just saw coming out of Nigma Galaxy, they also don't know yet which position will be last pick for Tundra.
There's still a Troll.
Yeah?
Troll's fine too if you want to just put Muerta as a pause 4.
No.
But then I guess it's awkward with the Marcy, right? Like probably Marcy or Muerta's carried. I don't think they play either as a 5. So they probably need to pick a 5, honestly. It's just a Whitemon hero.
Yep, Pugna.
No casual Pugna. Again, it kind of follows down the line of, against Lycan, survivability is key. Marcy can jump around, go to high grounds potentially. Muerta's ultimate, you now got Decrep. We already mentioned how
so
Tide.
bad for Sumail in this game.
Yeah. Puck doesn't kill anything either, really, right?
Yeah, like, and now you have to fight into this Nether Ward. So you can't spam your spells early game. You're going to have kind of a slow, sad game versus Slardar. You don't have damage on your supports.
Another Luna.
This is a good pick, I would say. Like, this is probably one of the better picks they could get.
Why?
It's magic damage versus Pugna, magic damage versus Tide, magic damage versus Muerta. Like, I think he'll actually go this Ags build.
Marcy's going carry. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I like the Marcy carry. I think a little more than the Muerta, but you kind of have this like hybrid carry. I think it's in some games a better version of Gyro if you need more magic than physical, whereas Gyro is more physical than magic.
I also like this change up where, because there's a Luna, if it is like a Manta Ags Luna, because in this game, unlike the Yakult series where physical damage looks better, this build in Aghanims, you just kill anyone, right?
Yeah.
So you kind of want your carry to buy BKB as quick as possible. And Muerta carry, you want Mione, you kind of want Pike, then BKB. But with Marcy, BKB could be like, yeah, like you just go one farming item, BKB, you're happy. So I think they're just respecting what Luna can do, just swapping it, keeping that interchangeable. I am still worried for Nigma.
I'm hesitant with that draft. Yeah, but the Luna gives me more confidence that if they actually take, because it's a carry that can show up is why I like it, because now this like 10-12 minute coil that in the like 5 minutes ago we were worried about, maybe he does show up and he actually gets kills with it.
I mean, the main thing though is like with the laning setups, Slardar Puck we're expecting to go Slardar way, so it's on the rotation. The Marcy Pugna is very kill hungry, and I'm expecting Marcy to farm, but the tower to inevitably fall potentially. And then Luna Tide, Luna can be annoying to Tide, but if you mess up the lane, Tide will also just farm if you're not properly pressured. So it's very volatile. I'm just like, if Nigma lose lane, this could just be a disaster. If they can survive and just give time for Luna, sure, they have something to play on.
But surely they can't give that much time because they gave a little bit of time previous game and then Tundra did Tundra things. Will they be able to do Tundra things again in game number 2, or will Nigma Galaxy stop them doing so? We're heading over to our commentary duo to find out.
But we do get into game number 2. Jonathan, Tundra things could be happening once again. What are you thinking? I mean, I know you rolled your eyes a little bit with that Luna pick, which I can appreciate you being as toxic as I am for.
Yeah, look, I understand all of the points Gunnar raised up. This hybrid carry that does more magic than physical is pretty important when you're playing against a Pugna, against a Tide. It just doesn't feel good. I think that's the main thing I get with Luna. Like, yeah, the Ags build up with Manta, with, say, refresh, BKB down the line, with a little bit of right-click damage. It can be nice. It just doesn't feel great, especially as the game scales on, as BKBs come on for the side of Tundra as well. You get a BKB up on Pure, which he will as a Marcy, almost certainly so. It